Lilaolu, don't pretend to be dead. Come home and eat. I'm starving. What do you mean, Lilaolu? That's your older brother. Show some respect. And stop shaking him so hard he's got a concussion. Just because he was born a few minutes before me, you all dote on him. Served him right for falling. Few minutes or not, he's still the eldest. You're getting more disrespectful by the day. Third sister, look, Li Hua is picking on me again. You gotta do something. The voices around Lin Fan buzzed like chirping birds, sweet, sharp, and insistent, like baby birds in a nest learning scold. Lin Fan was being jostled back and forth. His head throbbed, his chest felt tight, and he struggled for breath like a drowning man gasping for air. Suddenly, he sat bolt upright, panting heavily. Confused, he looked around, shivering from the cold, and instinctively pulling his sweater tighter. Before him was a dim, narrow hospital room. The window was wooden, the walls painted in faded blue and white stripes, giving off a strong sense of an earlier era. Though worn, the room was clean. Mao Zedong portraits and slogans like "Serve the People" and "Learn from Comrade" lay, foam hung on the walls, bright and eye-catching. Lin Fan lay on an iron bed, and 4-line in his hand. Around him stood 4 young girls, all wearing badges of Chairman Mao. The eldest wore a dark blue linen-style suit with a double row of buttons and a neat short haircut. She was sitting by the bed, peeling an orange with delicate features and obvious concern in her eyes. Seeing Lin Fan wake up, she quickly handed him the orange slices. The other 3 girls were about the same age, short, slim, and full of life. They wore black knee-length jackets with traditional Chinese buttons, wrapped tightly against the cold. The youngest looked about 13, her long braids swinging, cheeks rosy, and mouth full of orange slices. She mumbled something with her mouth full, looking utterly adorable. The oranges must have been sweet, just the scent of the peel on the table was stronger than any perfume, even reminding Lin Fan of a famous brand. Lin Fan was stunned. His brain was a complete blank. Where am I? Who am I? And who are these girls? No. This must be a dream, just too much stress lately. I must have gotten up wrong after sleeping. He'll lie back down and try again. Hey, Lilaolu, why did you wake up just to lie back down again? Seeing Lilaolu pretending to be asleep after waking, the girl ran to the door and shouted outside. Dad! Lilaolu woke up and is pretending to be unconscious again. You little brat, don't talk if you don't know how. A deep, steady voice came from outside. A middle-aged man entered with an aluminum lunchbox in hand. He gave the girl a playful swat on the butt, which she dodged with a cheeky grin. He sat by the bed, gently stroking Lin Fan's forehead and checking the foredrip before adjusting the flow. He smiled warmly. Hualin, now that you're awake, don't go back to sleep. Eat something. Your mom made your favorite steamed pork. The girl leaned in, sniffing the scent of the steamed meat as the lunchbox was opened. She stared at the pale slices, dotted with green onion and soy sauce, and swallowed hard. Not caring that the meat was scalding, she grabbed a piece and shoved it into her mouth, hissing from the heat, but her face was glowing with satisfaction. Of course Lilaolu gets the steamed pork. Mom always plays favorites. The eldest girl pulled out a handkerchief, took the younger one's hand, and wiped the oil from her lips. With a slender, fair finger, she tapped the girl's nose, unconsciously licking her lips as she scolded. You and your gluttony. That's for your brother to regain his strength. We only have so much meat rationing. The familiar chatter around him caused Lin Fan's body to twitch slightly as he closed his eyes again. He had been up late at home, working on a manuscript, when his roommate dragged him to the rooftop to see the unseen-a-lifetime planetary alignment. And honestly, it was quite a sight. But just as he was about to close his eyes and make a wish for wealth, he opened them again only to find himself in 1977. Where was his dear, annoying roommate now? He didn't mind the idea of being reincarnated after all. Lin Fan made a living writing novels, had seen weirder scenarios. What he couldn't accept was that just when his life was finally getting back on track and he was about to pay off his bank loan, he got yanked into another life. What about his parents? If they thought Head vanished, how heartbroken would they be? The image was too painful for Lin Fan to even imagine. In just a few breaths, Lin Fan seemed to review his entire past life and began to piece together fragments of this new one. His heart was a storm of emotions. Life might be tough, but at least it had purpose. Not everyone dreams of reincarnation, especially not him. But now that it's done, Lin Fan could only force himself to accept reality, trying to adjust to his new 15-year-old body. He opened his eyes again, looking at the middle-aged man beside him, his new father in this life, Li Guozhong. Li Guozhong was in his early 50s. Years of hard labor had darkened his skin, and time had carved deep lines into his face. He wore a dark blue factory uniform similar to a Zhongshan suit, with 2 chest pockets and a brand new Chairman Mao badge pinned proudly on his chest. In his hand was the aluminum lunchbox. The smell of the pork made Lin Fan's stomach growl embarrassingly loud. He flushed red with shame. He glanced again at the girls around him. The eldest was Li Warongi's older sister in this life, working at the second flax factory in Binhai City. Then came the fourth sister, Li Hua, and the fifth, Li Huaxia, both still in middle school. The youngest, with 2 long braids, was Li Huashu, his younger sister born just minutes after the original Li Hualin, who had been the family's only son. And now, the new Li Hualin's reincarnated version was stuck as the 6th child among 7 siblings. 5 older sisters, 1 younger sister, and 1 very surprised soul. Goodness, 7 kids? Mom must have been in top physical shape. Wait, why am I the 6th? His inner monologue was full of complaints. 3 hours ago, the original Li Hualin had been playing resistance fighters versus Japanese invaders in an alley with friends when a fight broke out with a rival gang from a nearby compound. He was pushed and hit his head on a rock, knocking him unconscious, and that was that. Hualin, you love steamed pork so much. Why are you spacing out? Eat it while it's hot, or it'll get cold and congeal. Seeing his son just staring, Li Guozhong picked up a pair of chopsticks and fed him a piece of meat. I guess I'm Li Hualin, now not Lin Fan anymore. With a bitter smile, Li Hualin opened his mouth, chewed the slice, and immediately frowned. The meat was fragrant but too rich, almost cloying. Li Guozhong noticed his son's wrinkled face and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. I told your mother to add more soy sauce. I guess it's too greasy. No, it's fine. Li Hualin forced a smile after swallowing the meat, facing his father's worried eyes. Dad, I just fell down. You're all overreacting. I'm fine, really. Li Huashu snuggled up to Li Guozhong, then grabbed another piece of pork and stuffed in her mouth. Li Guozhong gave her a stern look, and she immediately looked teary-eyed, hiding behind Li Huarong. From a 35-year-old single man to a teenage boy overnight, Li Hualin still found it hard to believe. Had written countless reincarnation stories, but now had become one himself. Could anything be more absurd? It was absurdity incarnate, absurdity knocking on the door of absurdity. Seeing Li Huashu winking and making faces at him, Li Hualin declined another bite from his father, claiming he wasn't hungry. The pork was just too rich. After 2 slices, he almost gagged, nauseating and unsettling. Soon, the 4 of ampicillin finished. Li Guozhong had to return to work for the night shift. With 3 sisters surrounding him, Li Hualin headed home. His home was in Xiang District, Binhai City, former factory canteen turned worker dormitory in Shantytown. An old row of single-story houses stretched across the open space, divided into small rooms. The toilets, sinks, and kitchens were all shared among many families. As Li Hualin returned, neighbors greeted him with jokes and even slipped him a couple of apples firmly, insistently. Honestly, the fruit was sweet, but before he could take a second bite, the little demon stole it, claiming sick people shouldn't eat fruit. Near the entrance stood a few chicken coops, each belonging to different families. A middle-aged woman with a slightly sallow face was feeding chickens with an aluminum bowl. Seeing Li Hualin and the others return, she hurried over, handing the bowl to Li Huarong and wrapping her arms around Li Hualin's head, inspecting him anxiously. My baby, you must have been in so much pain. Promise me you won't mess with those kids again. If you've been hurt badly, what would your father and I do in our old age? Li Hualin was awkwardly hugged, not knowing where to put his hands, his eyes drifting to the chickens pecking at the ground. But feeling his new mother's warmth, he slowly wrapped his arms around Zhao Yakin and mumbled with a sheepish smile. Kids get hurt while playing all the time. I'm not that fragile. Li Huashu huffed, her mouth nearly curling to her ear. She tossed the apple core into the chicken coop with disdain. Fragile? You're the most dramatic person I know. Li Laolu, the nerve of you saying you're not. Mom, look, 5th sister is bullying me again. Do something. Chapter 2. A criminal syndicate? If the open-air toilet and the outdoor water pool had already instilled a profound sense of social anxiety in Li Hualin regarding the year 77, the sight of his home environment truly made him wish to turn and flee. The space was rather confined, roughly 20 square meters, with the western wall plastered haphazardly with newspapers, smeared with an array of handprints, resembling a diminutive prison cell. In this tiny enclosure, someone had ingeniously partitioned a small kitchen, 2 individual rooms, and overhead, there was a loft for sleeping and storing miscellaneous items. Good heavens, which designer conceived such a plan? A true talent. As for furniture, aside from a sewing machine, there was merely a diminutive wooden wardrobe. If one counted the table, that made 3 pieces. Excluding the kitchen, which was less than a square meter, the left bedroom contained a wooden bed suitable for Westerners. Nestled in the crevice between the bed and the wall was a movable wooden ladder. Li Hualin gazed at the loft above, unable to suppress a grimace. envisioning the original occupant maneuvering the ladder up and down daily, while he stared at his slender arms. A vivid image flashed through his mind. My dear little monkey. Always climbing up and down. How utterly vexing. In contrast to the left room, the right one appeared somewhat more conventional, featuring a double wooden bed against the wall, a sewing machine beside the headboard, a small wardrobe at the foot, and several stools stacked atop one another alongside a folding table. Hualin fixed his gaze upon a family photograph atop the wardrobe, scrutinizing it in his hands. The image depicted 9 individuals, with a middle-aged man and woman seated at the center, cradling 2 infants swathed in blankets. Flanking them stood several girls of varying ages, all bearing a striking resemblance to the 2 adults. After placing the frame back, Hualin once more looked up at the loft and cast a glance at his playful siblings, Li Huashu and Li Huaxia, feeling as if his head might explode. He silently mused, 20 square meters. Surely even the restroom from my previous life was larger than this. How did 9 people manage to live here for 7 or 8 years? Ah, yes, the eldest and second siblings had already gone to the countryside, but even with 7 of them, this room was absurdly cramped, devoid of any semblance of privacy. No, I must devise a way to move out, and swiftly, for enduring the presence of these women daily would surely drive me to madness. Hualin rubbed his emaciated stomach, feeling the pangs of hunger, and sighed deeply. So thin, so very hungry. His head throbbed intensely, likely a remnant of his previous injury. A large bump throbbed at his temple, prompting him to realize that he needed rest, true rest. He climbed onto the wooden bed, gazing up at the loft, contemplating whether he could leap up without the ladder, but after a few attempts, he conceded defeat. Li Huashu was preening before the mirror, blissfully arranging her hairpin. And upon noticing Hualin maneuvering the ladder to ascend to the loft for some rest, she remarked with perplexity, Hualin, are you really going to sleep in broad daylight? What is wrong with you? The third sister interjected, little sister, let him rest. He just came out of the hospital and is weak. Don't disturb him. Third sister, you all just indulge him. I'm going to find Mom. In response to Li Huashu's skepticism, Hualin chose to disregard it entirely. In his eyes, Li Huashu was merely a child, an innocent and naive one at that. As an adult, engaging in disputes with a mere child would only diminish his own maturity. It seemed he had indeed become like a child now, a very small child. In a state of drowsiness, Hualin succumbed to sleep, slumbering until the following day. As dawn broke, he was roused by the pressing need to relieve himself. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed into the room, descended from the loft via the ladder, and hurried outside. The autumn air was unexpectedly brisk, the wind biting at his skin. The outdoor toilet was constructed of bricks with a rudimentary roof, featuring 2 entrances, one for men and another for women, lacking doors, leading directly into the main area. The scent was unmistakable to those familiar with such places. As he entered, unfastening his trousers, he tread cautiously on the damp ground, avoiding the wriggling maggots and scurrying rats. Just as he prepared to relieve himself, he noticed someone greeting him. This latrine was shared by several households in the vicinity. Despite the multitude, they were all neighbors, primarily workers or family members from the nearby machinery factory, and thus were quite familiar with one another. As he relieved himself, he reciprocated the greeting, only to find a rat squatting by his feet, its eyes filled with curiosity. Being watched by a rat while urinating felt no different from being spied upon. With a stream of water, he sent the rat tumbling into the pit, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he pulled up his trousers and departed. In his mind, he mused dramatically, help. Save the rat. Is there anyone to speak up for it? Hurry and rescue it. It's so helpless. Before leaving, he bid farewell to an uncle squatting nearby. Uncle Lou, don't linger too long. Your hemorrhoids won't withstand it. Uncle Lou picked up a small stone and tossed it in Hualin's direction, deliberately missing. Hey, you little rascal, wait for me to finish. As he patted the moisture off his trousers and exited the latrine, he spotted a furtive figure in the distance, clutching a pair of tongs and a sack, stealthily making their way away. What could they possibly be doing at such an early hour, especially on a day when school was not in session? Were they not afraid of being abducted by human traffickers? Something felt amiss. In this day and age, doors were seldom locked at night. So where would the traffickers come from? Watching the stranger vanish from view, Hualin returned home, noticing his parents still asleep, and decided to lie back down, pulling the covers over himself as he began to snore. Yet, in an instant, the sound of snoring ceased abruptly. Hualin shot up, as if possessed. stroking his chin in confusion, his eyes darting about. Something was not right. Their secretive behavior could only spell trouble. If they encountered danger, they were all family. Despite his annoyance with Li Huashu, however, he was not particularly familiar with Lao Qi. The irritation must have been a remnant of the original owner's memories, having little to do with him. Should he follow them or return to sleep? After a brief moment of hesitation, curiosity overwhelmed him. He retrieved the flashlight from the drawer and quietly left his home. The roads in the Shantytown are arduous to traverse, with the alleys riddled with uneven pathways and heaps of refuse. The autumn rains exacerbate the situation, leading to significant water accumulation on the roads, should one hurry. A misstep could result in a soaked attire. Illuminated by a flashlight, Li Hualin, clad in green rubber shoes, gingerly proceeds, alternating between deep and shallow steps, soon spotting a few figures in the distance. Westerners seemingly transformed into a dozen individuals. What a surprise! Is it a gang at work? He follows them closely, estimating he has trailed them for at least 7 or 8 miles, yet they continue unfazed. My heavens, aren't they tired? 7 or 8 miles east from the fragrant district, this must lead to the southern area. In the distance, the sound of a train horn echoes. What could they possibly want at the train station? Emerging from the Shantytown, the streets become relatively easier to navigate. However, after walking an additional 7 or 8 miles, Li Hualin still feels his calves trembling. He gasps for breath, contemplating turning back, but after having ventured so far, retreat seems too audacious. Gritting his teeth, he decides to continue, curious to discover what these young ladies are up to at such an early hour. The railway lies in the distance, where a group of over a dozen individuals climbs over the guardrail and advances along the tracks, bending down to pick up something with clamps, shrouded in mystery. With each item they collect, distant giggles resonate, further piquing Li Hualin's curiosity. The darkness obscures his view, preventing him from discerning what they are gathering. He climbs over the guardrail to the railway's edge, wielding his flashlight to scan the ground. Alas, the tracks are littered with garbage and stones, devoid of anything worthwhile. Surely, they cannot be out here scavenging in the early morning? Chapter 3. Uncle, save me. Hey kid, which area are you from? Don't you know this railway is under our control? Scram, or we'll take you down. A sudden curse erupts from behind him. Li Hualin turns to find a group of youths, bearing bamboo baskets, charging towards him with fury. They appear to be around 17 or 18 years old, each armed with slingshots, and the leader brandishes a bayonet. This bayonet resembles a standard-issue weapon, complete with a blood groove, a rarity even on the battlefield against the Japanese. Where could such a young boy have acquired it? Hey, don't wave that around carelessly. That's the real deal. Let us discuss this calmly. As the youths approach, the one wielding the bayonet draws closer, brandishing it threateningly at Li Hualin, malice evident on his face. Noticing that Li Hualin possesses nothing but a flashlight and no spoils to speak of, he finally sheaths the bayonet at his waist. Look at you, cowering like that, daring to scavenge on the railway. Next time, be more careful, don't intrude on someone else's territory. Scram. Liege, look over there. Those guys who stole the coal cinders last time are back. One of the boys with a slingshot points towards several figures on the distant tracks, anger flaring in his eyes. Damn it. After they took advantage of us last time, they dare to return? Do they really think we're pushovers? Let us go. The youth pushes past Li Hualin, disregarding him, as they rush towards the figures ahead. Coal cinders. Are these individuals scavenging for coal cinders? Li Hualin was shoved by a young rascal, anger flickering across his face. However, recalling that he too was but a child, and recognizing the overwhelming numbers and the presence of knives, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Upon hearing the term coal cinder, he furrowed his brow, recalling a time when he had diligently researched this topic for a historical narrative. In the northern regions during the 60s, 70s, and 80s, children often ventured to train stations to collect coal cinders, as they were a vital resource. The North, being the elder brother, frequently transported coal and other materials across the nation, truly offering a selfless contribution. Trains would pass by laden with cargo, and the occasional spillage along the tracks resulted in coal cinders, some large, some small, that could be taken home for fuel, supplementing household income, or exchanged for snacks. During that era, even a few small pieces of coal cinder could be traded for a couple of cents or a piece of fruit candy, with profit to be made. Many sought after this resource, and over time, various gangs formed around the railway, consisting of both youth and adults, all fixated on the coal cinders. Each faction claimed dominion over a section of the tracks. Anyone daring to intrude upon their territory to collect coal cinders would face severe repercussions, resulting in bloodshed. A sudden realization struck Li Hualin. The group being pursued by the boys seemed to be the very clique of Li Huashu. Had they lost their minds, risking themselves in the territory of petty thugs for mere coal cinders? Those youths involved with the railway gangs wielded legitimate bayonets, and judging by the stains on the blades, they had likely seen their fair share of bloodshed. A bayonet of this kind belonged to veterans of the anti-Japanese war. Those who possessed one undoubtedly had a veteran in their family. The offspring of such veterans often exhibited a daring disposition, unafraid of consequences. Calling the police, yes, that was the answer. In this era, there were railway police. If caught pilfering coal cinders, one would likely receive only a verbal reprimand. However, a conflict with thugs could lead to serious injury. Li Hualin scanned his surroundings and spotted a distant railway police kiosk. Though devoid of light, he was certain someone was present. Turning back towards the fleeing group of Li Huashu and her friends, he noted they were already escaping along the tracks, pursued closely, and it would take time for him to catch up. With no time to hesitate, Li Hualin dashed toward the kiosk, pounding on the glass window. "Who's there?" So early in the morning? Came a weathered voice inquiring from within. The door of the kiosk swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a blue police overcoat. Holding a thermos of tea, his expression one of bewilderment as he scrutinized Li Hualin. After taking a sip, he asked, "Young comrade, what brings you here?" "Officer, comrade. I'm here to confess. I have erred. I've undermined the socialist cause, exploited the system, and disrupted the normal order of railway transport. Please, educate me." As he spoke, Li Hualin, noting the incredulous expression on the man's face, unexpectedly stomped on his foot and turned to flee. "Hey, you little rascal. Why did you step on my shoe? Don't run away." Under normal circumstances, individuals scavenging for coal cinders along the railway tracks would not be deemed as undermining socialism. Rather, they would merely be perceived as taking advantage of collective or state resources. However, in this era of widespread poverty, collecting discarded coal cinders to supplement household income is considered a form of self-sufficiency, regardless of whether they are railway police or administrators. As long as no one is caught in the act, they tend to turn a blind eye. Even their children often join in during their spare time to gather coal cinders. This unspoken understanding prevails among the community. In such circumstances, should someone report the activity, the railway police would typically only investigate the matter, offering reprimands and education to the offenders, and perhaps confiscating their gains if necessary. If they encounter a particularly amiable person, they may even disregard the situation altogether. However, when Li Hualin inadvertently sullied the freshly polished shoes of a railway officer, the officer's demeanor shifted dramatically. Setting aside his tea mug, he pursued Li Hualin, shouting, "You little rascal, stop running." The officer's frustration escalated as he exclaimed, "Those troublesome kids. If it weren't for the fact that we're all part of the same community, I wouldn't care about your fate." The more the officer chased, the swifter Li Hualin became, already catching sight of two groups in pursuit ahead. As the railway officer observed Li Hualin sprinting away, his irritation mounted, and he blew his whistle, resolving not to relent until he captured him. The piercing sound of the whistle echoed through the morning air, reaching the railway gang, who were already engaged in their own chase. Startled by the noise, they instinctively turned to see Li Hualin racing towards them, closely followed by an officer adorned with a red armband, cursing under their breath. "Hey, you have accomplices. You little rascals, stop running." The railway officer's expression darkened as he saw Li Hualin approach the gang, whom he recognized from previous encounters. These ruffians frequently scavenged for coal cinders and often engaged in brawls, nearly becoming regulars at the railway police station. Had they not been so young and insufficiently culpable for prosecution, they would have been sent to a juvenile detention center long ago. Their presence always signaled trouble. "You're running so slowly. Pick up the pace." Li Hualin, panting heavily and feeling as though his legs were leaden, dared not pause and accelerated past the railway gang. As he ran by one of the youths, he raised his fist in encouragement. "You're doing this on purpose, huh? Brothers, take him down." The railway gang, adept at scavenging and pilfering from trains, had long since learned the routines of the railway police. Between the early hours of 5 and 6, the officers, having worked night shifts, would typically be asleep in their offices, making their appearance during this time exceedingly rare. If a railway officer were to show up at such an hour, it would undoubtedly be due to someone alerting them, Specifically, this boy. Fueled by indignation, the youth drew a dagger and lunged at Li Hualin's back, nearly delivering a chilling blow that would have left him breathless. Feeling the chilling breeze behind him, Li Hualin suddenly felt a sharp pain in his jaw. That little brat is truly ruthless. Hearing the curses from behind, he summoned all his strength. Leaping sideways onto the left side of the track, he slipped on the gravel and darted in the direction of the railway police, shouting as he ran, "Uncle, please save me." Chapter 4. The hardcore version of 100,000 Wise Uncle. The young man was infuriated at Li Hualin. Seeing him sprinting towards the railway police while still addressing them as uncle, his expression darkened. In these times, there was no concept of entrapment. Yet the youth instinctively thought that Li Hualin was in cahoots with the railway police. He halted his companion's slingshot attacks, shot a fierce glare at Li Hualin's retreating figure, and led the group over the iron fence, fleeing into the woods. Li Hualin noticed the railway gang had escaped, and before he could catch his breath, his foot slipped, causing him to fall flat on the ground, right in front of the railway police. Seeing the railway gang flee, the officer had no desire to pursue them. He picked up Li Hualin and brushed off the dirt from his clothes, sighing, "Young comrade, what on earth is going on?" Li Hualin rubbed his backside. He had been hit a few times with a slingshot while escaping, and it stung. Hearing the officer's words, he glanced back, realizing that Li Huashu and the others had vanished from sight, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, forcing a sorrowful expression. "Officer, I just saw them trying to undermine socialism. I'm going to report them. You saw it too. They envy me." The railway officer looked at Li Hualin with an amused expression, scrutinizing him closely. "At such a young age, you already know how to use others to do your bidding. Quite clever indeed. Where do you live? Which school do you attend? What is your name, and how old are you this year?" Li Hualin was taken aback, not expecting his little scheme to be noticed, and could only awkwardly scratch the back of his head. It was a predicament. If only he had the body of an adult, he wouldn't have to rely on those little brats. But now he was even smaller than them. And without external help, not only would Li Huashu and the others suffer, but he might also end up in trouble, a loss without gain. Well, if he noticed. He noticed. Judging by the police officer's expression, it seemed there was no intention to pursue the matter. Li Hualin promptly stood at attention and offered a somewhat unrefined salute. To the officer, "My name is Li Hualin. I attend the Mechanical and Electrical Factory Middle School, 7th grade. Li Hualin, what is your relationship to Li Guozhou?" The railway officer was surprised by Li Hualin's salute and quickly returned it, scrutinizing him more closely and increasingly finding him familiar. Li Hualin's eyes brightened. "Uncle, do you know my father?" "Humph, you little rascal, your ability to climb the social ladder is far greater than your father's ability to keep quiet." The officer chuckled. "No wonder you look so familiar. So you're the sole child of the Li family. Tough enough. When you grow up, you should join the army. You would undoubtedly make a fine soldier." As Li Hualin continued sifting through the memories of the original owner, a familiar smile began to emerge in his mind, coinciding with the middle-aged officer before him. He blurted out, "You are Uncle Lin, my father's fellow villager. I've heard my father mention you." Uncle Lin nodded, gently rubbing Li Hualin's small head, and with a solemn expression remarked, "Next time, do not let your sisters come to collect coal cinders. The railway here is quite chaotic, and it's not easy to take advantage of such things. Now, hurry home. I shall pretend I did not see this today." As Li Hualin felt the warmth of Uncle Lin's palm, an inexplicably familiar thought surged from the depths of his heart, overwhelming him and reddening the corners of his eyes. Filled with profound curiosity, Li Hualin nodded at Uncle Lin before walking towards the iron fence. Just as he climbed over it, he instinctively looked back, his gaze fixed on Uncle Lin's figure vanishing into the distance, his pupils constricting. "Uncle Lin, Lin Wenquan." Suddenly, memories of his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. He had mentioned that before working at the electromechanical factory, he was a railway policeman. Given the timeline, it was no wonder he felt such familiarity. Could it be? What a remarkable coincidence. No, I must uncover the truth. My thoughts are in disarray. In a daze, fragments of memories from his childhood with his grandfather flooded his mind. The indelible image of that aging figure gradually transformed into a youthful visage, aligning with Uncle Lin's earlier appearance, ultimately revealing them as the same person. It was undoubtedly his grandfather. Was his grandfather so handsome in his youth? No wonder his grandmother, a refined lady, would rather quarrel with her family than refrain from eloping with him to Binhai City. Indeed, his grandfather was a graduate of the Whampoa Military Academy, a man of impeccable character. Yet, the timeline was amiss. This secret must remain buried within. Considering the years, in 77, my father must be even younger than me, right? Li Hualin continued his aimless walk, unable to contain the tears welling in his eyes, and by the time he reached home, the sky had brightened. Standing at the entrance of the dilapidated Shantytown, he gazed at the rundown houses, rubbed his face, and forced a smile at the corners of his mouth. I am no longer Lin Fan, a 37-year-old failure in 2026, who is unambitious and suffers from social anxiety. Having traversed time, I must confront reality and sever ties with the past. Otherwise, I would only invite more anguish. I am now Li Hualin of 1977, a time traveler endowed with 48 years of broader perspective. With this 48-year advantage, as long as I follow the path laid by my predecessors methodically, even if I am not destined for greatness, I shall surely attain wealth and prosperity. I harbor no grand aspirations. A loving family, a warm hearth, and an inexhaustible bank account will suffice. Greed must be avoided at all costs. However, before that, I must disguise myself, striving to appear as the aimless youth in the eyes of my family and neighbors, who seeks only amusement. Discretion, discretion, discretion. My first small goal is to move away from here within 3 years. Strive onward. Li Hualin, you can do this. Li Hualin, what are you doing standing there? Lost in thought. A voice interrupted his self-reflection, accompanied by a playful slap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was met by an unexpectedly chubby boy with a round face and small eyes, reminiscent of a youthful Hualin. Instinctively, Li Hualin pinched the boy's cheek and laughed. Zhaohonggang, you ought to lose some weight. Get lost. This is my general's belly. You wouldn't understand. Zhaohonggang, feeling indignant after having his face pinched, swatted away Li Hualin's hand and rubbed his round belly. From his canvas bag, he retrieved a sweet potato wrapped in newspaper and proudly handed it to Li Hualin, exclaiming, "You are merely envious of my good fortune. Here, a sweet potato from my brother, just for you. Ah, it smells delightful." He unveiled the newspaper, and the aroma of the sweet potato wafted towards them. Li Hualin eagerly snatched it, tearing off a piece and savoring the red soil, squinting in delight. "Isn't it fragrant?" Zhaohonggang, observing Li Hualin enjoying the sweet potato, waved his hand and continued towards the Shantytown, stating, "My brother has arranged a meeting with Li Hua and the gang from the courtyard this afternoon for a skirmish in the air raid shelter to determine the usage rights of the football field behind the machinery factory. I wanted to give you a heads up. We're gathering at noon, so prepare your slingshot. This time, let's give them a proper thrashing." A skirmish with slingshots. How childish. Li Hualin scoffed, munching on the sweet potato as he made his way home, only to find the house empty. On the table lay a chicken egg resting atop an aluminum basin and a bowl of cornmeal porridge, still warm. After sniffing the porridge, Li Hualin lifted it to take a sip, grimacing at its watery consistency, far too thin. After finishing the sweet potato, eating the egg, and drinking the porridge, he felt a warm fullness in his belly. Rubbing his stomach, Li Hualin settled at his desk and casually flipped through a copy of 100,000 Ys. In an era devoid of electronic devices, novels were the only means of entertainment, yet the literature of this time was utterly unappealing to someone like Li Hualin, whose profession revolved around web fiction. Why conduct an expedition to Mount Everest? Why is it said that Everest rises from the sea? Why is there only one ice age on Earth? What lies within the Earth's core? If you were to encounter a caveman, how would you communicate? Goodness gracious. It is said that literature from the 1970s differs vastly from that of later generations, and today I am truly enlightened. The militia's counterintelligence strategies, the optimal configuration for homemade explosives, recommendations for artillery usage, the correct grip for grenades, and the assembly methods for civilian handguns. How hardcore is this material? Can I even comprehend such intense subjects? How thrilling. A civilian handgun. Does that even make sense? Flipping through a few more pages of 100,000 Ys, Li Hualin found himself captivated by the illustrations, feeling as though the gateway to a new world had swung wide open. With this knowledge, if one were to traverse back to ancient times, simply by persuading a group of 9-to-9ers, one might just usher in the steam age. Goodness, is this truly a children's book from the 1970s? Chapter 5, White Rabbit Milk Candy. Li Laolu, are you pretending to understand? The hardcore reading material was indeed too intense. Li Hualin was so engrossed in studying the disassembly and assembly of civilian handguns that he was startled by a voice beside him. Looking up, he saw Li Huashu, arms crossed, regarding him with disdain. The group of Li Huashu had returned. Is it a crime to look at pictures? Mind your own business. Li Hualin folded the page he had been looking at and closed the book, just in time to see Li Huashu toss him a delicate little iron box. Oh, the delightful white rabbit milk candy, a true treasure. Where did it come from? As the small tin box opened, a few pieces of the candy emerged. Li Hualin took one, unwrapped it, and tossed it into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. The rich aroma of milk enveloped his palate, accompanied by a subtle sweetness. This particular white rabbit candy was undoubtedly several times more delectable than any he had previously tasted. Chewing on the treat, he glanced at Li Huashu, aware that a pound of white rabbit candy now costs at least 6 or 7 yuan, yielding around 80 to 90 pieces. The box contained roughly 10 pieces, amounting to at least a yuan when considering the packaging. Beyond the monetary value, acquiring white rabbit candy also required special tickets, which most people could scarcely procure, and even if they did, they would hesitate to exchange them for sweets. Li Huashu, still in her first year of junior high, devoted her meager allowance to marbles and rubber bands, leaving her with no funds for such luxuries. Noticing Li Hualin's gaze, she pouted defiantly, feigning an attempt to seize the candy box, only to be evaded by him, her cheeks puffed in irritation. You're getting some too, yet you keep asking why. Are you a curious cat? If you want to eat it, give it back. Li Huahong, who was tidying up the bedding, approached with a smile and affectionately ruffled Li Huashu's hair, addressing Li Hualin. You've been unwell, haven't you? Little sister knows you adore white rabbit candy, so she insisted we go collect coal cinders early this morning. Unfortunately, luck was not on our side, and we could gather only a few, just enough to purchase these candies. At least it's the thought that counts, and you, as her older brother, should stop bullying her. Sis, why are you saying all this? The candy we bought isn't meant for him. He can have just one piece at most. Li Huashu, nestled in Li Huahong's embrace, felt a rosy hue on her cheeks and avoided meeting Li Hualin's gaze, her voice still tinged with pride. Without needing Li Huahong to speak, Li Hualin could surmise the source of the candy. Li Huashu was the only one working, and her monthly salary of 16 yuan went straight to their parents, leaving her with no pocket money. The other 3 were all still in school, devoid of any income, making the origin of the candy glaringly obvious. It was no wonder they had left early that morning, only to return later than him. They must have gone to trade for coal cinders. What moved Li Hualin was the realization that these young ones had trekked several miles to the train station early in the morning to gather coal cinders, all for the sake of exchanging them for candy. This revelation stifled the reprimands he had prepared. Having been an only child in his previous life, he had never experienced the feeling of having older siblings or a younger sister to dote upon. Suddenly having several little ones as sisters and a mischievous little sister was an adjustment he had yet to make. However, now it seemed quite delightful. The smile tugging at the corners of his mouth was impossible to suppress. What are you grinning about? I told you, you can only have one piece of candy. The rest belongs to me. I haven't had any yet. Believing Li Hualin was mocking her, Li Huashu's round face quivered in indignation. Her hands raised in a playful threat. If not for Li Huahong's intervention, she might have pounced on him. After tossing another piece of white rabbit candy into his mouth, Li Hualin handed the tin box to Li Huashu, pinching her cheek. Thank you, little sister. Humph. Who needs your thanks? Li Huashu was taken aback when his face was pinched, his tone noticeably softened as he shot a fierce glare at Li Hualin before turning away. In the northern regions of the 1970s, air raid shelters were abundant, constructed by the state with great effort for the defense against external threats. The interiors of these shelters were intricate, with winding paths that could essentially cover the entire city, allowing for easy access between different areas. Occasionally, individuals would enter through one entrance in a particular district, only to become lost within the labyrinthine shelter and emerge in another district altogether. Most of these entrances were typically sealed, while the few that remained open had become playgrounds for children, scattered across every street and alley, making them ubiquitous. Consequently, many underground shopping centers in later years were repurposed air raid shelters, a testament to the density of the shelters at that time. By noon, Zhao Honggang had arrived early, his waist adorned with a slingshot and a small cloth pouch filled with marbles. In later times, parents would certainly disapprove of children playing with slingshots, and those caught would face punishment. Yet, in the current era, parents encouraged their children to play with such toys, and those who excelled in slingshot accuracy became a source of pride for their families. Li Hualin possessed 2 slingshots, both crafted by Li Guozhong. One was wooden with a shorter range, while the other was iron, capable of great distances, with the bowstring made of remarkably resilient sinew. After ensuring everything was in order, Li Hualin followed Zhao Hongang to a dim corner within the machinery factory. He opened a concealed iron frame, revealing a dark entrance behind it. Zhao Hongang gestured for Li Hualin to enter first, ensuring no one was watching before following him inside and closing the frame behind them. The interior consisted of a sloped staircase, shrouded in darkness. The two illuminated their path with flashlights, feeling the walls as they descended the stairs and traversed a bumpy corridor, ultimately arriving at a spacious room. Inside, several youths had already gathered, members of a small group from the Shantytown, busily organizing their slingshots in the corner. Upon hearing footsteps, they instantly became alert. "Don't be alarmed, it's us," Zhao Hongang called out from the corridor, extending a hand in a reassuring gesture. Recognizing his voice, the youths relaxed, chuckling as they put away their slingshots, grumbling playfully, "What took you two so long? We were waiting for you. Here we are." "Oh, looks like all the brothers are present today," Li Hualin observed as he and Zhao Hongang emerged from the corridor. He watched as Zhao Hongang embraced and shook hands with the youths, exuding an air of leadership that made Li Hualin smile. Zhao Hongjin approached, bumping shoulders with Li Hualin, and remarked with a grin, "That scoundrel Guoliang has come too. We shall avenge you and send him to the hospital." "No need for that," Li Hualin replied, raising an eyebrow. "Last time was just a slip. He got lucky. I'll handle this debt myself." He recalled how the original owner had clashed with the gang from the courtyard, and in the ensuing chaos, Guoliang had intentionally pushed him, causing him to hit his temple and ultimately succumb in the hospital. Logically, if it weren't for Guoliang's deliberate shove, he would not have traversed into this world. However, since he had taken over the original owner's identity, he felt compelled to seek vengeance on his behalf. Even if he could not eliminate Guoliang, he was determined to leave a lasting mark that would serve as a constant reminder to him. Indeed, today Li Hualin harbored no desire to attend. What pleasure could be derived from frolicking with a group of children and their slingshots? He would rather indulge in the comfort of his own home. However, upon learning that Guoliang was present, he decided to join. "Very well, shortly we shall provide you with cover." Zhao Hongjin, the elder brother of Zhao Hongang, was known for his loyalty and exuberance, earning him the title of king of the children in the Shantytown. This slingshot game was his initiative, and whenever Li Hualin encountered him, he would affectionately address him as Brother Zhao, occasionally even as boss. Zhao Hongjin, undeterred by Li Hualin's rejection of his earlier offer, beckoned to the young lads from Shizhou, who promptly gathered around. He seated himself upon a sandbag, using a branch to draw markings upon the ground as he explained and strategized. "We have frequented the air raid shelter in this area for years. Thus, we are well acquainted with the terrain, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Zhang Hua and his team will be congregating here. We will then flank them from the side. The Sanshi squad will alternate in providing cover. When we encounter the enemy, let us hold our fire and remain concealed, striking them when they least expect it." Chapter 6. The gunfight within the air raid shelter. Ah, what a pity this young man is not in the military. Even in a simple game of slingshot, he devises tactics. He is quite a character. Li Hualin crouched nearby, observing Zhao Hongjin as he assigned tasks with meticulous attention and a clear plan, nodding to himself in approval. Before long, the tasks were allocated. The 10 participants were divided into 3 groups, with Li Hualin, Zhao Hongang, and Zhao Hongjin forming one team. They all sprang into action. The air raid shelter resembled an underground labyrinth, with numerous branching paths and empty rooms that disrupted visibility. Anyone unfamiliar with the routes would surely be bewildered, easily losing their way after a few turns. Zhao Hongjin and his companions, having played here often, had long since memorized the layout. As they split at the entrance of the congregation point, each proceeded on their path. As the battle commenced, the two followed closely behind Zhao Hongjin, weaving through a series of intersections until they concealed themselves behind a brick wall. To enhance their concealment, the trio arranged sandbags to block the exposed paths, leaving only a small opening for observation. Sandbags and wooden stakes were the most common objects within the air raid shelter, remnants left by workers who dug the tunnels. In the dim light and complex terrain, as long as the paths were obscured by sandbags, even those well-versed in the shelter's routes would likely overlook the scattered sacks in the corners, subconsciously disregarding their surroundings. Just as the 3 finished arranging the sandbags, they heard footsteps and voices approaching from the left corridor. Li Hualin recognized the sounds as belonging to Li and his group. "Boss, we agreed with Zhao Hongjin to meet at 2 o'clock. We should position ourselves at 1 o'clock for an ambush. They will never suspect it. Once they gather and exit the point, we shall strike them hard. You're quite the strategist. What do you know? This is called the art of war. That rascal Zhao Hongjin, relying on his lineage, always stands against us. Today, we shall teach him a lesson. Brother, he is scheming against you. Li Hualin and 2 others concealed themselves behind sandbags and brick walls, hiding meticulously. Zhao Hongang, listening intently to the conversation echoing through the corridor, nudged Zhao Hongjin with his elbow. Zhao Hongjin raised a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. Soon, the voices began to fade into the distance. Zhao Hongjin pushed aside 2 sandbags and cautiously peered down the corridor. Observing the dimming flashlight in the distance, he signaled to the others to move the burlap sacks. The trio cleared a path wide enough to proceed and stealthily followed the advancing enemy troops. Due to the considerable distance, they refrained from using their flashlights. Li Hualin could not ascertain the enemy's numbers. However, judging by the cacophony, it was evident they outnumbered them significantly. He inquired of Zhao Hongjin, "How many did you bring?" Hiding behind the cover, Zhao Hongjin, with his slingshot in hand, revealed a frown. A contingent of 20, evenly matched with 10 on each side. Why do you ask? Li Hualin shook his head slightly, examining a smooth stone he had picked up from the ground. That doesn't add up. There are at least 15 of them. Has that rascal Li Hualin resorted to deceit again? Zhao Honggan's expression darkened at the implication. He retrieved a projectile made from sweet potato vine roots from his bag and began to roll it between his hands. If the enemy was indeed numerous, even with their prearranged tactics, they would likely face a disadvantage. It's fine. Li Hualin's group lacks cunning. Now that they have entered the encirclement, if we seize the opportunity, we can prevail despite our smaller numbers. Zhao Hongjin remained composed, stealthily guiding Li Hualin and Zhao Honggang closer to the enemy forces. At that moment, curses and cries of anguish erupted from ahead. Li Hualin was engaged in a fierce battle with their own teammates, with stones and projectiles flying chaotically through the corridor. Zhao Honggang, caught off guard, felt a small stone graze his cheek, leaving a trail of blood, causing him to pause in disbelief. He picked up the small stone from the ground, infuriated, and shouted, "Li Hualin, you scoundrel! We agreed to use sweet potato vines for ammunition, yet you resort to stones? Are you incapable of playing fair?" No one responded to Zhao Honggang's curses. Only a barrage of stones came hurtling towards him, prompting him to quickly duck back behind cover. He glanced at Zhao Hongjin, unable to contain his fury. "Brother, these rascals disregard the rules of combat. Expecting them to play by the rules is as absurd as believing a dog will stop eating excrement. Fear nothing. Who says sweet potato vines cannot match stones? Give them a taste of retaliation." Zhao Hongjin, sheltered behind the cover, pulled back the slingshot, initiating a counterattack alongside his comrades, with Zhao Honggang equally unwilling to yield. Li Hualin, tucked in a corner, illuminated the westward corridor with his flashlight, discovering a room at the bend piled high with wooden boards. He extinguished the flashlight, crawled forward to evade the projectiles flying overhead, and dashed into the room, retrieving a thick wooden panel nearly his height. It appeared to have once been a door, its surface still adorned with remnants of red paint and featuring 2 crescent-shaped handles, perfectly suited for gripping. Li Hualin propped the door panel and approached Zhao Hongjin and Zhao Honggang, giving the latter a swift kick to the rear. Casting a glance at the sandbag beside him, he whispered, "Let us dispense with the formalities. You take the sandbag and shovel, hide behind me, and throw dirt. If anyone shows their face, leave them to Hongjin to deal with. I recall there are 2 more corners ahead. Beyond those corners lies the main thoroughfare, with no other paths. If we guard the entrance, we effectively cut off their retreat." Zhao Hongjin nodded, instantly grasping Li Hualin's intent. He positioned himself behind Li, and the 2, shielded by the wooden panel, crept along the wall. The corridor was dimly lit, with only a few flickering bulbs in the distance, rendering their field of vision limited. In such conditions, firing blindly was akin to mere chance. Li Hualin, leading with the door as a shield at an angle, advanced until they reached the first corner on the left side of the corridor. This corner was a crucial defensive point, yet astonishingly, no one was stationed to guard it. What fools! The trio concealed themselves at the corner, with Zhao Hongjin steadying his breath and letting out a cold chuckle. Li Hualin shrugged nonchalantly. "If there's no one here, the next corner surely has someone. We'll charge ahead. Honggang, get the sand ready. Throw it at anyone you see." "Understood." Zhao Honggang punctured the sandbag with his shovel and followed closely behind the two. The three of them took off at a sprint through the corridor. Initially, Zhao Honggen's strategy involved dividing 10 men into 3 teams, hiding in the concealed areas of the air raid shelter to launch a surprise attack on Li Hualin's group, ultimately encircling the enemy. The tactic was sound, and the terrain layout was quite reasonable. The only oversight was that the opposing team did not adhere to conventional methods. They not only reinforced their numbers, but also replaced the sweet potato vine projectiles with stones. While both types of projectiles could serve as ammunition for a slingshot, the sweet potato vine projectiles, at worst, might leave bruises. Painful, certainly, but not life-threatening. Stones, on the other hand, when propelled by a slingshot, could be lethal if they struck a vital area. Before long, Li Hualin and his companions dashed to the first corner, finding it unguarded, and pressed on until they beheld a scene of utter fury. In the distance, Li's group, nearly 20 strong, was mercilessly bombarding their own members huddled in the corner with stones from their slingshots. They had cornered their comrades, some of whom were crying out for mercy. Yet Li's team showed no signs of relenting, clearly intent on inflicting serious harm. Cursing under his breath, Zhao Honggang dragged the burlap sack and hurled sand towards Li Hualin's area, transforming the already murky corridor into utter chaos. 2 stones whizzed by, one striking Li Hualin's forehead and causing him to grimace in pain. Upon touching it, he felt a large bump forming. The bulbs overhead shattered in quick succession, plunging the corridor into complete darkness. Li Hualin, bracing against the door panel, listened to the thuds of stones striking the wood, adjusting his angle to draw closer to his team members, striving to provide some semblance of protection. Zhao Hongzhen, true to his reputation as a fierce warrior, had his slingshot nearly smoking as he took on Li and his men from behind the door panel, showing no signs of intimidation. I see those 2 rascals, Li Hualin and Guoliang. Hualin, cover me. I'm going to take them out. Chapter 7. Do you realize your mistake? Behind him, the voice of Zhao Honggang echoed, and Li Hualin sensed a shadow darting past him. He attempted to grasp it, but to no avail. Instead, he raised a wooden board for protection. The corridor descended into chaos. What had begun as a harmless gunfight had transformed into a deadly confrontation, with both sides unleashing real firepower. Resolutely, Li Hualin abandoned the wooden board and sought refuge in a corner, hurling debris towards the enemy's direction, discarding whatever he could find. Amidst his frantic tossing, he stumbled upon a small cloth pouch. Just as he was about to throw it away, he hesitated, squeezing the pouch and sensing something amiss. He opened it, discovering a stack of tickets and money, both large and small, likely shopping vouchers and cash. An unexpected fortune, he thought. Without a second thought, he swiftly removed his shoes and stuffed the tickets into his oversized green rubber shoes, resuming his scavenging. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, followed by heart-wrenching cries of anguish. Stop shooting. Cease fire. Li Hualin shouted from his corner, and the barrage of bullets subsided momentarily. Beams of flashlight illuminated the corridor as everyone directed their lights towards the source of the cries, revealing Guoliang rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes, blood seeping through his fingers. Beside him lay a gas-operated air gun, the dream weapon of youth. In that instant, the corridor fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping audible. Where did this air gun come from? This is attempted murder. Quickly, someone help him. Zhao Hongjin snatched a flashlight from a companion and rushed to Guoliang, cradling him while assessing his injuries, then turned to glare at Li Hualin. Li Hualin instinctively swallowed and recoiled under Zhao Honggen's fierce gaze. What are you looking at me for? No, it's not my gun. Don't give me that nonsense. This type of air gun is only affordable for people from your compound. We agreed to send only 10 people and use sweet potato vines as projectiles. Yet you not only brought air guns, but also used lead pellets. What are you waiting for? Get him to the hospital. With that, Zhao Hongjin hoisted Guoliang onto his back and dashed off, with others following suit. Li Hualin picked up the air gun that lay on the ground, its weight reminiscent of a Mosin Nagant, suitable for hunting deer and roe. He glared coldly at Li Hualin, smashing the air gun against his opponent. What was supposed to be merely a game has escalated into a serious violation, causing harm to others. Expect to face the consequences. In the intensive care unit of the First Workers' Hospital, Guoliang's head was wrapped in thick bandages, having succumbed to anesthesia and fallen into a deep sleep, while his mother, Mrs. Guo, wept inconsolably. Outside the ward, a group of youngsters slumped in a line, reprimanded by their respective guardians. Several police officers from the precinct were taking notes, conducting preliminary interrogations of the 29 youths involved in the gunfight. They released a few, but the majority were taken to the police station. Just sit tight, young man. When I ask you something, you must answer truthfully without concealment. Do you understand? Hualin found himself honored to be escorted onto a police vehicle, subsequently shackled to an iron chair in the interrogation room under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights. He shielded his eyes from the blinding light and instinctively closed them. Upon hearing the question, he could only nod. Officer, what I said earlier was the truth. We did engage in a shooting game, but we only used slingshots, with projectiles made from sweet potato vines. Even if they hit someone, they would only cause bruising, certainly not fatal injuries. All my peers play this way. As for that air gun, I have no knowledge of it. I swear by Chairman Mao that it must have been that rascal Li Hua. We had agreed on 10 participants from each side, yet they showed up with 20 and even replaced the projectiles with pebbles. How shameless. Li Hualin feigned an oath, pointing to the bump on his forehead and the bruises on his body, his expression one of utmost grievance. Behind the desk, 2 police officers clad in deep blue uniforms, adorned with Chairman Mao badges, attended to the proceedings. One took notes while the other sipped tea from a thermos, both smiling as they regarded Li Hualin. Do not be anxious, young comrade. After our preliminary interrogation, someone has already confessed that the .22 caliber air gun was brought into the air raid shelter by Li Hua. They also admitted to replacing the sweet potato projectiles with stones. You need not reiterate this, for we are well aware. According to our information, 2 days ago, you had a physical altercation with Guo Liang, which resulted in your hospitalization due to unconsciousness. Thus, we have reason to believe that in the dimness of the air raid shelter, you encountered Guo Liang, and I would have acted similarly. Before Chairman Mao, confess whether it was you who shot and injured Guo Liang. Observe the large characters behind you. Confessing will lead to leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. In the adjacent interrogation room, the chubby Zhao Hong was shackled to a metal chair, trembling under the glare of the incandescent light. Officer, I did not harm anyone. I did not fire a gun. Oh, it is not enough to simply declare you did not shoot. We have gathered evidence. You were closest to Guo Liang and the air gun at the time. Moreover, 2 days ago you had a conflict with Li Hua and the others, providing ample motive to fire. Young comrade, playing with an air gun is not a grave matter. At most, you would need to compensate. Just tell the truth. In the neighboring interrogation room, Li Hua lounged on a metal chair, casually crossing his legs, his expression one of indifference. Officer, I did bring the air gun, which did contravene the rules of the game, but I did not injure anyone. At that moment in the air raid shelter, it was pitch black, and someone suddenly lunged at me, struggling for the air gun. I was merely acting in self-defense. I do not even know how the gun went off. I did not load any pellets. Truly, I am not deceiving you. It was too dark for me to see who was grappling with me for the air gun. But I have a feeling it must have been that Zhao Hong fellow. He has always been at odds with me. Officer, how many times must I repeat myself? I did not shoot. When the gun went off, I was at least several meters away from Guo Liang. Yes, 2 days ago he pushed me, causing my hospitalization. But children do not hold grudges overnight. I had no reason to shoot him with an air gun. Could you please turn off that light? It's blinding me. As the door to the interrogation room swung open, a young police officer leaned in and beckoned to Officer Guo, who was questioning Li Hualin. Guo gestured for Li to behave and set down his thermos before stepping out and closing the door behind him. What is it? Can't you see I'm in the midst of interrogating a suspect? Guo shot a displeased glance at the officer before lighting a cigarette. Officer Guo, the statements from the 3rd and 4th interrogation rooms largely coincide. Lin's implication is that this incident can be classified as accidental injury and can be resolved. Accidental injury, understood, Guo remarked, his hand holding the cigarette pausing slightly as he patted the officer's shoulder, signaling him to leave. A shadow of gloom passed over his face as he extinguished the cigarette, but, you may leave now, he instructed the young officer. Opening the door, Guo approached Li Hualin, unlocking his handcuffs and gesturing toward the exit. Li Hualin was tempted to exclaim, "Are you kidding me? You've had me cuffed for ages under these glaring lights." However, upon seeing Guo's grim expression, he could only feign fear and nodded obediently as he followed the officer out of the interrogation room. In the corridor, the doors to various interrogation rooms opened one by one, revealing the weary figures of Zhao Honggang, Zhao Hongjin, Li Hua, and others, all appearing dejected. Outside the police station, anxious parents awaited, and upon seeing their unfortunate children emerge, They immediately began to express their displeasure, their cries echoing in the air. Zhao Yakin, spotting Li Hualin, rushed over and seized his ear, delivering 2 swift kicks to his backside, trembling with anger. I've told you repeatedly not to provoke that group, led by Li Hua. How many times must I warn you? If you get hurt again, how are your father and I supposed to cope? Li Guozhong silently smoked his pipe, gazing intently at Li Hualin. As he approached, he raised his heavy hand, but ultimately refrained from striking. Do you realize your mistake? Chapter 8. The fault lies not with me. Rubbing his sore backside from Zhao Yakin's kicks, Li Hualin shook his head defiantly. Father, I must correct you. The fault does not lie with me. Li Guozhong extinguished his cigarette, his face darkening as he turned to walk away. Zhao Yakin, witnessing this, kicked Li Hualin once more and dragged him along. Upon returning home, Li Guozhong and his wife imposed a strict restriction on Li Hualin, forbidding him from going out and assigning Li Huashu to supervise him before leaving for work at the factory. With a commanding presence, Li Huashu kept a watchful eye on Li Hualin, trailing him wherever he went, much to Li Hualin's annoyance. 3 days later, Li Huashu, with a face full of intrigue, relayed the latest gossip to her sisters. Hey, let me tell you, a swarm of police just arrived outside, even bringing a police car. And they took Zhao's 3rd son away. What? Zhao Hongjin was arrested? Why? Li Huashu inquired eagerly, munching on sunflower seeds. It seems it's related to that previous incident. Guoliang died in the hospital, and the Guo family is taking action against the Zhao family. No way. Wasn't Guoliang fine before? The Guo and Zhao families had even agreed on compensation, and Li Hua's group was supposed to share the burden. How could someone end up dead? Guoliang. A fitting demise indeed. He was perpetually tormenting others at school, relying on his brothers for support, frequently cornering classmates in narrow alleys to extort their pocket money. And none dared intervene. On the bed, Li Hualin perused the 100,000 whys, gradually succumbing to slumber. In a hazy daze, he overheard a few sisters gossiping within the room and leaned over to inquire, what were you just discussing? Did Guoliang die in the hospital? Li Huasu handed a handful of pumpkin seeds to Li Hualin, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, the police car just left, and the neighbors are all abuzz about it. Sigh. How could someone as good-hearted as Zhao Hongjin be ensnared by Li Hua? It's truly infuriating. Li Hualin abruptly sat up, leaning against the wall while munching on seeds. His brow furrowed. The day he emerged from the police station, he had the chance to inquire about the interrogation of Zhao Hongjin and Zhao Honggang before Zhao Yakin yanked him home by the ear. Guoliang had lost an eye, rendering him severely incapacitated, and Li Hua bore primary responsibility, particularly since he had illegally carried a firearm. Li Hua's followers also bore a share of the blame in Guoliang's severe injury assessment and were required to contribute financially towards Guoliang's medical expenses. Their side was equally accountable. Last night, Zhao Yakin had even dispatched the last 100 yuan from their household to the Guo family, uttering every kind word she could muster. Consequently, Li Hualin had endured Li Hua's grievances throughout the day without reciprocating. Although the identity of the shooter remained unknown, Li Hualin was convinced it was Zhao Honggang. Yet, why apprehend Zhao Hongjin? To take the fall, Li Hualin murmured to himself. Before Guoliang's death, while he was still in critical condition, it was understandable for Zhao Hongjin to shoulder the blame for Zhao Honggang. However, if Guoliang were to perish in the hospital, the situation would entirely change. Even if it were merely manslaughter, it could lead to serious imprisonment. Contemplating certain speculations, Li Hualin suddenly found the pumpkin seeds tasteless. Oh, Zhao Honggang sought revenge on my behalf. His negligence led to Guoliang's death in the hospital, and now Zhao Hongjin was taken away. Their family matters were none of my concern. Yet regardless, I owe both Zhao Honggang and Zhao Hongjin a debt of gratitude. Damn it, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay. Without warning, Li Hualin's right eyelid twitched. No, Guoliang is maimed. I compensated 100 yuan. Now that he has died, must I pay again? Given the current state of my household, where shall I procure the money? Had it not been for Zhao Honggang coaxing me that day, I would not have ventured into the air raid shelter to frolic with a group of youngsters. Thus, I am merely entangled in this affair. I owe no one a debt of gratitude. Tisk, having been reborn, why do I feel my skin growing thicker? Could this be a golden finger? Casually setting aside the seed shells, Li Hualin reached for a nearby canvas shoulder bag, retrieving several bills. Indeed, the fruits of his recent endeavors in the air raid shelter. The good news was that he had an assortment of food stamps, meat tickets, cloth coupons, and provisions. The bad news, however, was that 90% of the tickets were expired, with only a few food and meat tickets still valid, albeit nearing expiration in 2 days. Alas, it wasn't too dire. He had over 50 yuan in cash. Were these items discarded by others or deliberately hidden? Casually tucking the bill into his backpack, Li Hualin felt a surge of excitement as the lockdown had been lifted. He was eager to venture out. Seeking to elevate his meager meals after 3 days of subsisting on bland cornmeal porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables, he was on the verge of becoming a salt-dwelling hermit. Even the rare occurrence of stewed cabbage felt like a grand feast, devoid of any oil or seasoning, not even a drop of soy sauce in sight. Li Hualin, where do you think you're going? Li Hualin's sister, Li Huashu, inquired, her curious demeanor revealing her mischief as she approached him stealthily. Having noticed him sneaking out of the room, I'm off for a sumptuous meal. Care to join? Li Hualin responded, already at the threshold when she tugged at his sleeve, compelling him to turn back. He playfully pinched her cheek, earning a dismissive swat from her. A grand meal? You hardly look the part. She retorted. Just a word of warning. Go have your fun, but don't cause any trouble. Best to return before Mom and Dad get home. I want tea cover for you. At her words, Li Huashu's enthusiasm waned, and with a roll of her eyes, she retreated back into the house. A smile crept across Li Hualin's face. His sister was like an adhesive bandage, impossible to shake off. The more he tried to dissuade her from doing something, the more she would rebel. If he spoke earnestly, she would accuse him of boasting. With a canvas bag slung over his shoulder, Li Hualin blissfully departed from home, finally free of his shadow. What a relief. In the coastal city of the 1970s, often referred to as the Northern Jewel and the Little Paris of the East, the wide streets accommodated several cars side by side without feeling congested. The trees lining the boulevards were trimmed into various shapes, neat and orderly. The sound of the East is red echoed from loudspeakers, proclaiming the people's empowerment. At the newsstand and the comic book stall, pedestrians flowed in a continuous stream, with adults outnumbering children. A vendor selling popsicles, pushing her tricycle, greeted everyone with a warm smile, selling popsicle after popsicle. Li Hualin stood on the street, observing the ceaseless crowd, where both men and women donned dark blue, black, or olive green Zhongshan suits. Their expressions bore no signs of haste or anxiety. Each person walked with their heads held high, smiles gracing their lips, as if filled with hope for life. Taking a deep breath of the unique air of 1977, despite the pungent scent of sulfur permeating the atmosphere and his stomach grumbling, Li Hualin felt an unparalleled sense of ease. In those times, people were unburdened by worries over housing, healthcare, exorbitant bride prices, or materialistic partners. There were no fears of organ trafficking, child abductions, or the terrifying schemes of loan sharks. Homes were provided by the state, medical expenses were reimbursed, and prices were stable. One could support a family on a monthly wage of 30 yuan. For many, the greatest distance in life was merely the journey from home to the factory. Life was simple and unadorned, imbued with faith and hope. Perhaps the biggest worry was merely not having enough to eat or ensuring that family members were adequately fed. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Aren't you crossing the street? The light's green. Suddenly, Li Hualin was jostled by someone, interrupting his reverie. He turned back, and the smile on his face instantly froze as he stared in astonishment at Li Huashu. Where did you come from? Of course I walked here. Following you all the way, just watching you grin foolishly. Li Huashu glanced at the cars around them, noticing the green light beginning to blink. She grabbed Li Hualin and dashed across the street in a flash. Her gaze landed on a tricycle selling ice pops, and she immediately clung to Li Hualin's arm, leaning back with a sweet, coaxing voice. Brother, your most adorable sister wants an ice pop. Please, can I have a creamy one? The elderly lady by the tricycle, smiling warmly, opened her quilt to reveal a thermos from which she produced a creamy ice pop to hand to Li Huashu, causing her to beam with delight. Who did I offend in my past life to have you come chasing debts in this one? As Li Huashu took a large bite of the ice pop, she gave not a thought to what would happen if he had no money. Li Hualin rolled his eyes and pulled out a dime from his pocket, handing it to the old lady before taking another creamy ice pop for himself. The milk flavor was delightfully pure. At that time, ice pops were priced at 1, 2, 3, and 5 cents, with the 1, 2, and 3 cent varieties being merely saccharine treats, while the 5-cent option was a creamy delicacy, akin to the aristocracy among ice pops. Li Huashu, surprised that the usually frugal Li Hualin had so willingly spent a dime on an ice pop, instinctively pouted. Well, Li Hualin, have your parents secretly given you pocket money again? They are so biased. Chapter 9. Sneaking a snack. This money is earned by my own merit and has nothing to do with our parents. Are we going to have wontons or not? It's meat. At the entrance of Zhang's wonton shop, Li Hualin, drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from inside, was about to step in when Li Huashu grasped his arm. She stood on tiptoe, gently brushing Li Hualin's forehead. Li Hualin, have you lost your wits? The meat tickets at home are all used for steamed dishes. Where do we have the money from? Quit the chatter and just tell me if you want to eat. During mealtime, Zhang's wonton shop was packed with patrons, the billowing white steam almost reaching several streets away. Li Hualin shrugged off Li Huashu's grip and leaned closer to the boiling pot, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wontons. He took out the grain and meat tickets from his backpack and handed them to the owner, signaling 3 fingers. Uncle, 3 bowls of wontons, with meat. Zhang's wonton shop had been established before the founding of the nation and was undoubtedly a time-honored establishment in the market, with nearly all customers returning for more. Their wontons were slightly pricier than those at other stalls, costing 40 cents a bowl. 3 bowls would amount to 2 yuan. When Li Huashu saw Li Hualin genuinely produce the grain and meat tickets, her eyes widened in astonishment. She swallowed hard, her tongue incessantly licking her parched lips, and in a dreamlike state, she grasped Li Hualin's arm. Brother, you didn't steal our grain tickets, did you? Mom would kill you. Uncle, I want extra garlic chives in my bowl. Do you have garlic? Please add a clove for me. Li Hualin glanced at Li Huashu, grabbed the rice vinegar next to the elderly lady, casually found a spot at the entrance to sit, and began peeling garlic. At that moment, Li Huashu still felt as though she were in a dream, her heart racing anxiously, fearing Li Hualin's theft of the grain tickets would be discovered, and she would be implicated. The enticing aroma of wontons wafted through the air, an irresistible temptation that far surpassed the humble pickled vegetables and cornmeal porridge of home. With a heart full of trepidation, I steeled myself. If I must perish, let it be after a hearty meal. Even if I were to meet my demise, I would rather die satiated. As the wontons were served, Li Huashu eagerly took a bite, only to scald her tongue, tears welling in her eyes. Nevertheless, she bore the pain with fortitude, devouring the wontons voraciously, sweat glistening on her brow. The tickets were not from home. As long as there were wontons to eat, I need only be cautious not to overindulge. Li Hualin poured half a bottle of rice vinegar into his bowl, observing Li Huashu, who resembled a little hamster, shoving the dumplings into her mouth while tears streamed from her eyes, unable to suppress a smile. What? These tickets aren't from home. Where did you acquire them? Suddenly, Li Huashu halted, fixing Li Hualin with a penetrating gaze as if a realization struck her. You can't possibly be so curious about everything edible. Put your worries aside. These tickets were not stolen. Seeing her swiftly polish off a bowl of wontons and eyeing a third, Li Hualin tossed 2 cloves of garlic into her bowl. Forget about it. Let us eat to our fill first. Boss, bring us 2 more bowls of wontons. In an era where the average wage was but a few coins, a bowl of wontons cost 4 dimes, requiring both meat and grain tickets, an extravagance for an ordinary family. The 3 members of the Li family, with their combined incomes barely exceeding 100 yuan, struggled to support 7 mouths. In the Shantytown, this was considered a relatively favorable economic situation. Grain and meat tickets were distributed monthly according to the number of family members, and such delicacies were seldom seen at home. Perhaps only a couple of pieces of meat during the festive season, and dumplings were a luxury not easily afforded. Li Huashu could scarcely remember the last time she had enjoyed wontons. It seemed to be on her 10th birthday, or perhaps her 8th, certainly a distant memory. Now, as she savored the wontons, tears began to flow, and she gazed at Li Hualin with misty eyes. Brother, it's been ages since Mom, Dad, and Sister have had meat. Is it right for us to indulge alone? Li Hualin paused, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and whispered, The tickets and money are ones I found. You know our parents' disposition. If they realized these tickets were scavenged, they would insist on returning them. I've saved a few, tucked away in the creases of their mattress. Mother will surely find them while making the bed and believe them to be forgotten remnants. These tickets are nearing expiration. They will inevitably be spent. No need for you to worry. He added with a serious tone, but first, you must keep your mouth shut and not betray me. Understand? Found them? Li Huashu set down her spoon, her eyes widening in disbelief, glancing around furtively as if she were complicit in a crime. Brother, you're making a mistake. Making a mistake? Nonsense. The tickets bear no names. Even if the King of Heaven were to appear, they are mine by right. Aren't you enjoying yourself? He urged her. Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we'll leave. No dilly-dallying. In a whirlwind of consumption, the two managed to devour 6 bowls of wontons, leaving Li Hualin feeling so full he could barely move. His belly swollen. Upon leaving the wonton shop, Li Hualin urged Li Huashu to return home, cautioning her repeatedly to keep their secret before departing alone. In the year 1977, a time when business opportunities were scarce, ensuring basic sustenance relied solely on meager wages and government-issued ration tickets. The critical issue was that these tickets were distributed per capita, with each household receiving a fixed and paltry amount. In an era where everything required tickets, possessing wealth was futile without them, and Li Hualin found himself devoid of funds. In recent days, he had been contemplating his future, and after much deliberation, he concluded that venturing into business was indeed a viable path, albeit not at this moment. Engaging in private commerce during these times could lead to dire consequences, and Li Hualin was unwilling to risk being labeled a speculator for trifling gains. Should he choose to pursue business, it would have to wait until after 1983 for it to be a secure endeavor. However, the 6-year gap between 1977 and 1983 was a period he could not afford to waste. After much reflection, he considered attending university, as a degree would prove to be more reliable than any other pursuit. Notably, the universities established in the 1980s charged no tuition and offered stipends to students. Graduating from such an institution would elevate one to the ranks of the elite. Moreover, the first college entrance examination reinstated in 1977 imposed no age or occupational restrictions on candidates, from middle school students to workers in their 60s. Anyone daring enough to participate was permitted to take the exam. According to the records Li Hualin had consulted, many prodigies emerged during the 1977 examination. Having registered at the youngest permissible age, consider the high-achieving students of the 1970s. As long as they remained loyal to their country, they were sure to become distinguished individuals. This assertion was well supported by evidence, having been reported in newspapers and documented on various platforms. Li Hualin, reflecting on his previous life where he obtained a diploma in English with distinction, believed that he could certainly secure a position in the university entrance examination of 1977. Gaining admission would not only grant him access to governmental assistance, alleviating his concerns about sustenance, but it would also provide the opportunity to reside on campus, freeing him from the cramped living conditions he endured, sharing space with various household items. Furthermore, any surplus ration tickets could be utilized to support his family financially. Most importantly, the facilities at the university, particularly the restrooms, would undoubtedly far surpass the primitive latrines near his home, devoid of vermin. In this era, young women possessed an innate simplicity. They did not resort to cosmetic enhancements or excessive adornments, and were devoted to their families. With just 2 thermos flasks, one could win their affection for a lifetime. In due time, he could seek a partner within the university grounds, thus securing his future. With educated offspring, their children were bound to excel. With a well-structured plan for his future, the cornerstone of his aspirations hinged upon successfully passing the inaugural college entrance examination. Yet, he was confronted with a pressing dilemma. Where could he procure high school textbooks? Chapter 10. Dare to spend the found money. Currently, the country did not permit university enrollment, and a high school diploma was the pinnacle of education. The entire Jiang province boasted only over 3 million high school students. Li Hualin had completed a full decade of formal education, consisting of 6 years in elementary school and 3 in middle school. His final year in middle school effectively equated to the first year of high school, yet he lacked any subsequent education, having not acquired the true knowledge expected at the high school level. The inaugural college entrance examination would test fundamental high school knowledge, and even the basics were beyond what he had learned in his previous life. Most importantly, the high school textbooks are not available for circulation. Li Hualin has no place to borrow them and must purchase them instead. The college entrance examination resumed after October 1977, with examinations seemingly commencing in December. Once October arrives and the news of the resumption of the college entrance examination is announced, obtaining high school textbooks will undoubtedly become even more challenging. It is now July. While acquiring high school textbooks may pose difficulties, it is not entirely impossible. I refuse to believe that as an exemplary student in the humanities, starting my review 3 months in advance, I could still face failure. In front of the Xinhua bookstore, Li Hualin paused his complex thoughts, fixating on the comic books displayed at the entrance. He casually picked one up to browse. To my astonishment, it even contained pivotal scenes featuring Shimin Qing and Pan Jinlian. Is this something I can read? Excuse me, how much for this comic book? After stuffing several treasured editions of the comics into his backpack, Li Hualin entered the Xinhua bookstore. Inside, he circled the shelves multiple times, but failed to locate any high school textbooks, not even those for junior high. With a puzzled expression, he approached the store owner, a middle-aged man sporting a distinctive mustache, who was meticulously transcribing medical texts in traditional characters. Upon hearing Li Hualin's inquiry, he looked up, assessing him with a smile. Young comrade, high school textbooks are tightly regulated. They are distributed solely by schools, and we do not stock them here. I see you've been browsing for quite some time. Who are you buying for? Did someone lose their book? Ah, it's for my brother. Yes, his book was lost, and he feels too embarrassed to come himself. Li Hualin felt the weight of the store owner's penetrating gaze and wished to concoct an excuse, but lying proved too difficult. He could not sustain his fabrication, only scratching the back of his head awkwardly, exchanging a knowing glance with the owner. The owner set down his brush, took a sip from his thermos, and walked towards the far corner of the store. Noticing this, Li Hualin quickly followed. As for high school textbooks, the store certainly does not have them. If you're in urgent need, I can help you acquire them for an additional 50 cents on the original price of each book, though I cannot guarantee availability. In the corner, the owner retrieved a high school Chinese language book from the bottom shelf, dusted it off, and tossed it to Li Hualin. You are in luck. Here is a Chinese language book left by my daughter. Consider it a gift. High school Chinese? Li Hualin accepted the book, coughing from the dust that wafted up, and instinctively flipped to the last page to check the price. The suggested retail price is only 98 cents. Sir, in addition to the Chinese book, I also need mathematics, history, politics, and geography, essentially the complete set of high school textbooks. I appreciate your help. Li Hualin pulled out 5 yuan from his backpack and handed it to the owner. This is a deposit. Please be sure to hold on to it for me. I'll return in a few days. The owner nodded, pocketed the money, and handed Li Hualin a receipt. All right, come back in 7 days, and I will do my utmost to procure the books you need. Thank you very much, sir. Li Hualin affectionately addressed his uncle with sweet words. After stuffing his language textbook into his bag, he exited the Xinhua bookstore, casting a disdainful glance over his shoulder. He lamented about the difficulty of procuring textbooks, suspecting they simply sought to inflate their prices. It was quite absurd that bookstores no longer sold textbooks during these times, even after a week. As noon approached, Li Hualin, with his canvas bag slung over his shoulder, hummed a little tune on his way home. Passing by the kitchen, he curiously peered inside, puzzled as to why his mother, usually busy preparing lunch at this hour, was nowhere to be found. Was she working overtime at the factory? Not seeing Zhao Yakin in the kitchen, he thought little of it and stepped into the house, only to sense an eerie atmosphere that instantly raised his alarm. Before he could turn to flee, a few piercing gazes locked onto him, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. To his astonishment, the normally gentle Zhao Yakin emerged from the cupboard, brandishing a feather duster and advancing towards him with a fierce demeanor. A swift glance into the room revealed Li Huashu cowering in a corner. Wishing he could hide his head in shame, it was clear he had been crying. The feather duster struck painfully against Li Hualin's leg, jolting him. Mom, what are you doing? He exclaimed. What am I doing? Don't you know? Zhao Yakin locked the door and delivered 2 more swats to his backside, her voice low yet intense as she pointed at him. So, you think you're clever spending money you found? Do you understand the gravity of your mistake? Do you wish to be criticized, or even sent to the pigsty? A couple of whacks are merely to teach you a lesson. If you weren't my son, I swear I would have beaten you senseless. Mom, please calm down. The tickets I found were about to expire. What good would turning them in do? Just a verbal commendation? Would it increase your salary? You could hand them in, and someone else would trade them for meat. Hey, don't hit me. Li Hualin shot a furious glare at Li Huashu, snatching the feather duster from Zhao Yakin's grasp and returning it to the cupboard, soothing her back. Mom, I didn't want to tell you earlier, fearing it would lead to this. Why bother? This matter is known only to heaven, earth, and our family. As long as we remain united and keep it to ourselves, who would ever know? Think about it carefully. Is a verbal commendation more important, or ensuring our family has enough to eat? Those are meat tickets, tangible meat tickets. Zhao Yakin's chest heaved with anger as she raised her hand, intending to strike Li Hualin, but hesitated, unable to follow through. She pulled a chair over and sat down, tossing her sleeve garters aside. I am your mother. Do you think I don't understand? How long have you been eating salt? What I fear is that the truth may come to light. Your father is preparing to join the party. If he makes a mistake at a critical moment, have you considered the consequences? Then let us not tell Dad. This matter should remain known only to Li Huahong, Li Huasu, Li Huaxia, Li Huashu, you, and me. Just swallow it down. Father is too honest. If he learns the truth, he will get upset, and it won't be worth it. Li Hualin rummaged through the seams of the bed to retrieve the hidden meat tickets and pressed them into Zhao Yakin's hands. They expire in 2 days. Hurry and spin them, or they will be wasted. Zhao Yakin clutched the tickets tightly, scrutinizing her son before her. Today, Li Hualin seemed different from the boy she once knew. However, she could not articulate precisely what had changed. Had she matured? Perhaps, but in a more chaotic manner. Spending money she had found without hesitation. You must tell Mom the truth. Where did you acquire this money? I found it in the air raid shelter. Upon hearing Zhao Yakin's inquiry, Li Hualin realized that concealing the truth was futile and recounted the incident of discovering the bag amidst the turmoil in the shelter. As Zhao Yakin listened to his account, her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and she asked again, Are you certain that no one saw you hide the money? Li Hualin nodded emphatically. I am certain. There were only 2 or 3 light bulbs in the corridor, all shattered by stones, leaving it pitch black. When I grasped the bag, I initially intended to discard it, but the texture felt unusual, prompting me to pause and inspect it. Upon discovering it contained money, I concealed it in my shoe. You little rascal, as long as no one noticed. Zhao Yakin sighed in relief and admonished her daughters. What happened today must remain a secret. Do not tell your father. She added, I will head to the market to see if there are any edible provisions left at this hour. With so many meat coupons, we cannot let them go to waste. With that, Zhao Yakin removed her apron and hurried out the door. Chapter 11. You found it in the trash, brother. I didn't mean to. When she returned, she smelled so delightful. You know how sharp Mom's nose is. After Zhao Yakin left, Li Huashu approached Li Hualin with a face full of grievance. Tugging at his arm with tear-filled eyes, Li Hualin took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears and playfully pinched her cheek, chiding. I truly feel like giving you a good thrashing right now. Brother, please don't be angry. Here, I'll share my milk candy with you. Seeing that Li Hualin was no longer upset, Li Huashu's face brightened, and she retrieved a white rabbit milk candy from the drawer, unwrapped it, and fed it to him. Noticing that Li Huahong, Li Huashu, and Li Huaxiao were glaring at him disapprovingly, Li Hualin understood their displeasure at his solitary indulgence. He pulled a chair over, sat down, and placed the money he had earned on the table. In total, he had collected 54 yuan and 86 cents from the air raid shelter. And after deducting the cost of 6 bowls of wontons and the deposit for books, he still had over 40 yuan remaining. He pushed the previously divided notes toward his 3 sisters, offering each a 5 yuan note. Take it and keep it safe in your pockets. Being his sisters, they accepted the money without hesitation, their smiles radiant as they swiftly pocketed it. Seeing that her 3 sisters now had money while she did not, Li Huashu pointed at herself with a pitiful expression. Brother, what about mine? Do you not remember how many wontons you devoured? And now you want money? You seem to think you're entitled to it. Li Hualin played with the money, counting it again, but refusing to give any to Li Huashu. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, pulling on his arm and plopping down on the floor, pouting. I don't care. It was you who treated me to wontons. Not that I asked you to. Besides, as an older brother, what's wrong with treating your sister to a meal? I deserve some pocket money too. Or I'll cry to make you feel guilty. Go ahead and cry then. Li Hualin had saved up 5 yuan, which he cheerfully placed in Li Huashu's hand, causing her to leap with joy. I'm not crying. I have money now. I want to buy pretty hairpins, monkey rubber bands, and glass beads. Oh, it seems like it's still not enough. As evening approached, Li Guozhong returned home, dragging his weary body after a long day at work. Upon entering, he poured himself a large cup of tea. Confused by the enticing aroma of meat, he stared in disbelief at the pig's head, roasted chicken, and braised pig's trotters on the table, rubbing his eyes vigorously, wondering if he was imagining things. Wife, didn't we run out of meat coupons? Where did all this food come from? Even if we had meat coupons, we shouldn't be splurging like this. How can we live like this? Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract the neighbors? You can't keep your mouth shut, even while eating meat. Zhao Yakin entered with bowls and chopsticks. Closing the door behind her, she quickly shoved a piece of pig's head into Li Guozhong's mouth, shooting him a fierce glance. Li Guozhong instantly understood, hurriedly checking the windows and drawing the curtains, whispering, "Tell me the truth. Where did this meat come from? Remember a couple of years ago when you had coupons but couldn't find them after coming home?" Zhao Yakin, unfazed, called over Li Huasu and a few others to eat, setting the table with bowls and chopsticks. "How is this possible? Why was I not informed?" Li Guozhong's face was filled with suspicion. The family's coupons and money were hidden in the sewing machine's compartment, which he checked 3 times a day. How could they have gone missing? Yet, seeing Zhao Yakin feigning anger made him doubt himself. Was it conceivable that they had actually lost the meat coupons? He watched as the children gathered around the table, their eyes glued to the meat. Li Guozhong couldn't help but express his grievances. "Are you trying to tell me that the lost coupons were found? But this isn't the time to indulge in meat." "Yes, I found those coupons, but they expire tomorrow. By the time I went to the market, the meat was all sold out. Should I let those coupons expire without purchasing anything? I see nothing wrong in buying some provisions. Without involving the kitchen or letting anyone else be envious, we can quietly enjoy our meal at home. Isn't that wonderful?" Pulling up a chair, Zhao Yakin opened a bottle of Red Star Erguo and poured a glass for Li Guozhong, a smile gracing her lips. "Today, let's celebrate in advance for the new year. Our family can feast on meat, and I've bought you some wine to help you unwind." Li Guozhong picked up his chopsticks, serving meat to the children's bowls, took a sip of the liquor, smacking his lips without uttering a word, simply nodding in agreement. After the celebration of the party's anniversary, Binhai City Second Middle School resumed classes. "Li Hualin, stop sleeping in. Get up, hurry. You have school today." "Mom, look." Li Hualin is still in bed. On this particular day, while Li Hualin remained in a deep slumber, he suddenly felt a chill enveloping him, instinctively grasping at the source, a mischievous little hand. Opening his eyes, he found Li Huashu grinning at him, her right hand clutching a small bottle containing a wriggling loach. "What are you up to?" Li Huashu mischievously replied. "I'm just being naughty." Startled, Li Hualin sat up abruptly, quickly throwing on his clothes and retreating from Li Huashu. "The school is not far. It only takes a few minutes to get there. Must you deny your brother a chance to sleep in? How mischievous. Hualin, since you are awake, come down and have breakfast. Mother has steamed some steamed buns for you." "Oh, I'm coming." Li Hualin donned his clothes and, noticing Li Huashu approaching, kicked her against the wall and slid down the ladder to the ground. "Mom, look. Li Hualin is bullying me again." Li Huashu stumbled from the kick, nearly dropping the loach in her hands, and angrily hammered the bedboard. At the dining table, the 3 sisters were sipping cornmeal porridge when suddenly a shower of dust fell from above. Li Huashu slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Li Huashu, are you trying to kill me?" Li Hualin chuckled, took a seat, served himself a bowl of porridge, and bit into a steamed bun. Puzzled Mom. "Didn't we run out of grain coupons this month? How can we have steamed buns?" His inquiry went unanswered as he chewed on a piece of pickled vegetable, glancing at Li Huashu, who was sulking as she climbed down from the upper bunk. With a smile, he filled a bowl of cornmeal porridge for her. "Get up. Who needs your kindness?" Li Huashu sat beside Li Huahong, insisting she didn't want it, yet readily accepted the bowl and drank heartily. A chopstick smacked Li Huashu's hand, and Li Guozhong's expression darkened. "No talking while eating. How have I taught you? Dad, you all favor him. Am I not your daughter?" Li Huashu rubbed her hand, tears welling in her eyes, on the verge of overflowing. Zhao Yakin snatched the only egg from the table and stuffed it into Li Huashu's mouth, teasing, "See, you were picked up from the garbage dump." After breakfast, Li Huashu slung her canvas bag over her shoulder and parted ways with Li Huasu, storming out of the house in a huff. Just as she exited the Shantytown, Li Hualin caught up to her. "What are you following me for? Move aside. Hey, can you be reasonable? This road is the only way to school. If you walk, I can't." Li Hualin, hands in pockets, inhaled the fresh morning air, feeling elated after having steamed buns for breakfast. As they passed a street-side wonton stall, he sat down. "Aunt Li, 1 bowl of wontons, and add extra chili, please." "Hey, where's the vinegar, Aunt Li? We're out." "Are you a pig? Didn't you just eat 2 steamed buns? Why are you having wontons too?" Li Huashu bounced over, pursing her lips as she watched Li Hualin peel garlic, then called to the vendor, "Aunt Li, add 1 more bowl of wontons, but with less chili." Chapter 12. Who do you think I should choose? "Huh, you're not a pig. Don't eat so much." Li Hualin shared 2 cloves of garlic with Li Huashu, took the steaming wontons, blew on them, and sipped the broth. The taste was quite good. He picked up the freshly filled vinegar jar and began pouring. Just as he reached half a bottle, Li Huashu snatched it away. Are you drinking vinegar? Li Hualin glanced at the emptied vinegar jar, bit into the garlic, and slurped the wontons. There are 7 members in the Li family, and each person's meals are fixed according to head count. If Li Hualin eats more, his parents and 3 sisters will have to reduce their portions. Both of them engaged in heavy labor, and the 3 sisters were still growing. It was tolerable to stay at home during the holidays, but now that school has started, who could bear to go hungry? Fortunately, Aunt Li's wontons, although modest in meat content, can be purchased without charge, contingent upon the addition of a mere 5 cents, a convenience extended to the neighbors. Available in limited quantity each day, tacitly understood by all. As he savored the wontons, Li Hualin's thoughts drifted far beyond the heavens. The word school, particularly high school, seemed an utterly distant concept. The mere thought of spending every day in the company of a group of young children filled him with trepidation. He was already exerting himself to adapt to the realities of being 14. Yet he still struggled to tolerate the incessant chatter of a gaggle of youngsters. It was simply too noisy. Observing Li Hualin lost in thought, Li Huashu stealthily extended her spoon and pilfered a few wontons from her brother's bowl, her little face glowing with delight. When Li Hualin snapped back to reality and noticed that half of his wontons had vanished, he squeezed Li Huashu's cheek in exasperation, prompting her to flail her arms playfully. Brother, will we have more to eat tomorrow? After consuming the wontons, Li Huashu transformed into a lively little bird, flitting around Li Hualin, chattering incessantly with youthful exuberance. Come on, after you sold me out for a bite. If I keep taking you for wontons, Mother might just kill me. Li Hualin, hands in his pockets, idly kicked at pebbles when, suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, having spotted a familiar figure, instinctively halting his steps. Li Huashu, noticing the figure in the distance as well, immediately tugged Li Hualin to hide behind a tree, her eyes wide with surprise as she whispered, "No way, is sister dating someone? Huahong, I bought 2 tickets for the movie The Untamed River. Shall we go together tonight? You're wasting money again. Movie tickets are so expensive." "Hey, I just thought we haven't watched a movie together in ages, and it's not that expensive. I can manage it." On the small path in front of the second linen factory, 2 young men strolled, engrossed in conversation, unaware that they were being watched from behind. "All right, you don't need to see me off. If the colleagues see us, they'll only tease me again. Huahong, it's settled then. I'll pick you up at 5 tomorrow evening. We're going to watch the movie, all right? Got it, now hurry up." "Yay." The young man watched as Li Huahong entered the factory, glancing back repeatedly, waving goodbye until her figure disappeared. Only then did he bounce away, his face alight with joy. "That looks like the second son of the Lin family. I must tell Mom and Dad that sister is secretly dating." From behind the tree, Li Huashu observed the young man departing, her little eyes darting mischievously, eliciting a puzzled look from Li Hualin. The second son of the Lin family? Which Lin family? Of course, it's the Lin family of Uncle Lin, don't you remember? The one who works as a railway policeman. His second son is naturally Lin Guozhong. Li Huashu replied matter-of-factly, pulling 2 large white rabbit milk candies from her pocket and offering one to Li Hualin. "Lin Guozhong, Li Huahong?" Li Hualin was about to enjoy the candy when, upon hearing this, he halted, instinctively glancing back at the second linen factory, a shiver running down his spine. He mused quietly to himself, "If I am not mistaken, Uncle Lin is my grandfather, then the second son of the Lin family must be my second uncle. But my second aunt's surname is Zhang, not Li." In his mind, the sharp and acerbic visage of his previous life's stepmother surfaced. Li Hualin tossed a debate milk candy into his mouth and fell into a contemplative silence. Family members naturally lean towards their own. After all, one does not let precious resources flow to outsiders. If one were to swap Li Hualong, an exceptionally gentle and virtuous woman, with the caustic stepmother from his former life, Li Hualin would wholeheartedly agree. It struck him as peculiar. If his grandfather and his father in this life were indeed compatriots with a close relationship, their descendants should surely have frequent interactions. Yet, why had he never heard his grandfather or father mention it? What am I thinking? Am I unwell? Why do I find myself lost in thought so often lately? Perhaps I should ask Mother to take me to the hospital. As Li Huasu walked, she noticed Li Hualin had once again lapsed into silence, prompting her to pout, stand on tiptoe, and touch his forehead, finding it cool to the touch. Li Hualin snapped back to reality, swatting her hand away. "Stop being so clingy. Li Hualong has already started working. Whether she wishes to date is her own affair. So mind your own business. Li Hualin, you must understand one thing. There are 7 bald-headed fellows at Uncle Lin's. If our sister were to date Lin Lair, it would undoubtedly lead to a life of hardship. That is our sister. I cannot bear to watch her leap into the fire. Regardless, I will voice my concerns. I will insist upon it. Enough of that, you little brat. You're still missing teeth and meddling in matters that don't concern you. I warn you, do not interfere with Li Hualong's affairs. If you dare to blabber to our parents, I shall not take you to eat wontons tomorrow. As the two continued their conversation while walking, preparing to enter a narrow alley, Li Hualin suddenly furrowed his brow and pulled Li Huasu to turn and flee. Let us take another route. Just as Li Hualin's words fell, several young men appeared at both ends of the alley, obstructing their path and advancing toward them. Oh, if at ISNT Li Hualin, Zhao Hongjin has been locked up. This time, no one is here to protect you. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Step aside quickly, or I will call for help. Suddenly confronted, it was evident that the newcomers bore ill intentions. They were clearly not up to any good. Li Huasu narrowed her brow, positioning herself protectively behind Li Hualin, pointing at the group, transforming into a fierce little tiger, exuding an intimidating demeanor. Li Hualin frowned. What was inevitable had come, though he had not anticipated it would arrive so soon. The individual blocking their way was Guijun, the brother of Guo Liang, a typically arrogant figure known as Jun Guo in the courtyard gang. Since Guo Liang's demise in the hospital a few days prior and Zhao Hongjin's arrest, the gang had grown increasingly brazen, particularly the Guo brothers, who frequently harassed individuals from the Shantytown, seemingly attributing Guijun's death solely to them. The chubby Zhao Hong gang, who had ventured out to buy stationery a few days ago, had become a target for this gang. Losing all his money to Guijun and suffering a beating that left him in a pitiful state, now too afraid to step outside. Li Hualin had long anticipated this. The Guo family were beasts, and having dared to attack Zhao Hong gang, they would undoubtedly not spare him and his sister either. As his hand delved into the canvas bag, Li Hualin's fingers brushed against the kitchen knife. He swiftly pulled Li Huashu behind him, surveying the surroundings. If he were alone, with only Guijun and a few others blocking the way, an escape might be feasible. However, with a burden at his side, he could only suppress his fury and speak softly. Jun, my involvement has nothing to do with Guo Liang's death. Your obstruction serves no purpose. If retribution is to be sought, it should be directed at Li Hua. Upon hearing this, Guijun's smile faded, and he unsheathed a dagger, toying with it. You're mistaken. We merely lack funds and intend to borrow some from you. Li Hualin, why are you holding me back? I refuse to believe they would dare to harm me. Li Huashu struggled angrily against Li Hualin's grasp, but he, feeling helpless, held her firmly. He then drew the kitchen knife, brandishing it at Guijun, deliberately slashing it against the wall, sending sparks flying and causing Guijun to retreat in alarm. Do you really think a poor student like me, who can't even afford a popsicle, would have money? Li Hualin declared. Today, you either clear the way for us, and we part ways peacefully, or I will take one of you down with me. With 6 of you here, who do you think I will choose? Chapter 13. Can I opt out? Oh, with the tiger absent from the mountain, the coward has found his courage, Guijun mocked. Come, I am right here. Try your luck at striking me. Li Hualin's slash instinctively made Guijun take a step back, feeling humiliated. Noticing his companions laughing, Guijun's expression turned icy, believing they were mocking him. Thus, instead of retreating, he advanced toward Li Hualin, mockingly patting his own cheek. Who doesn't he know that the Shantytown has only Du Hongjin with any semblance of backbone? The rest are cowards, and Li Hualin is the foremost of them. Now he is bold enough to carry a kitchen knife outside. Let us see you try to strike. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Guijun's smile froze on his face. He looked down to see his coat, sliced open, stained with crimson. Do I appear to be jesting? Or do you think the residents of the Shantytown are all spineless? Guijun continued. I held back that strike. If you advance any further, the next will be aimed at your head. Do you believe me? Seeing Guijun momentarily stunned, Li Hualin flipped the knife in his hand and prepared to strike again, but was halted as Li Huashu clung tightly to his arm. Brother, please don't act impulsively, she urged, glancing anxiously at Guijun and his companions. Last time, Guo Liang's push caused my brother serious injury. It's severe. He is in a frenzy now, even attacking our parents. You've already provoked him. He might actually harm someone. Let us leave. Brother, don't be angry. They are not worth it. It's not worth your life to defend against them. Li Hualin felt a tremor in his eyelid as he noticed Li Huashu's pleading expression. He immediately pushed her aside, adopting a fierce demeanor. Nonsense. I am not unwell. Today, nobody shall stop me. Let me take him down. As he spoke, he stomped the ground fiercely, delivering repeated strikes towards Guijun, who narrowly evaded them in a moment of desperation. Li Hualin, infuriated, shouted loudly, while beads of sweat formed on Guijun's forehead. Witnessing Li Hualin's bloodshot eyes, fear gripped Guijun's heart, prompting him to retreat hastily. At that moment, two figures adorned with red armbands appeared at the alley's entrance. Frowning as they peered into the alley, their faces etched with sternness as they approached. "Hey, you young comrades, what are you up to?" Li Hualin, "Consider yourself fortunate this time. We shall see." Guijun turned to glance back, and upon recognizing the approaching street patrol officers, his expression faltered, prompting him to signal his companions to flee. "You all are quite swift," Li Hualin remarked, noticing the police as well, quickly turning away to retrieve a newspaper, wrapping the kitchen knife within it, and stuffing it into his backpack. "Young comrades, are you all right?" The police officers approached, inspecting Li Hualin and Li Hualin. Seeing that neither bore any injuries, they continued down the alley in pursuit of Guijun and his crew. Once the officers had departed, Li Hualin repeatedly patted her chest in relief, and then gave Li Hualin a sharp kick. "Li Hualin, there's only one kitchen knife at home. How will Mom cook if you take it? Are you trying to starve us?" Li Hualin rolled his eyes upon hearing this, scrutinizing Li Hualin, surprised by the cleverness of the little girl, who had managed to think on her feet. He pinched her cheek and smiled. "Well done. Let us keep this incident between us, understood?" Li Hualin swatted his hand away, raising 3 fingers with a triumphant expression on her face. "I want wontons. 5 days in a row." The school affiliated with the machinery and electrical factory still adhered to a 10-year educational system, established prior to the founding of the nation. It became integrated into the factory's administration post-establishment. The students here are children of factory workers, categorized as a school for workers' offspring. Li Hualin and Li Hualin are classmates in class 701. When they arrived, only one student was erasing the blackboard while the other 2 played with a skipping rope. "Xiaofeng, what time is it? Has the teacher not arrived yet?" Li Hualin stuffed her canvas bag into her desk and skipped over to Xiaofeng, blowing chalk dust off the blackboard. "Cough, that's annoying." Xiaofeng, caught off guard, began to cough, and soon, she and Li Hualin were engaged in playful chase. The class bell rang, and a middle-aged female teacher entered, carrying textbooks. She surveyed the 5 students present with an expression devoid of emotion, as if such a sight were commonplace. Tossing the textbooks onto the podium, she inscribed the day's lesson on the right side of the board. "This lesson is history. Please take out your history books and turn to page 43. Today, we shall discuss the incompetence of the Qing government." Seated, Li Hualin felt drowsy. As the bell rang, his gaze drifted between the podium and his classmates, lightly biting his lip. With only 5 students and a single teacher, what was the point of the lesson? It would be better to continue the holiday. Indeed, students of this era were the most disenchanted with education. They preferred to graduate and enter the workforce, eager to earn money and contribute to their households, assuming control of their lives, rather than spending even a minute longer in class, viewing it as a waste of time that hindered their financial pursuits. In the original owner's recollection, a class that once comprised 35 students seemed to have dwindled ever since the commencement of the academic year. The number had continuously diminished, never once increasing. At its lowest, the class appeared to have merely 3 students remaining in a single semester. Observing the teacher engrossed in writing on the chalkboard, Li Hualin leaned on his desk, preparing to doze off momentarily. To his dismay, just as he settled down, a piece of chalk struck his face with uncanny precision. "Li Hualin, please pick up your history book and address the question posed by the teacher." "Question? What question?" Startled, Li Hualin instinctively wiped the chalk dust from his face. Noticing several classmates smiling at him, he resignedly turned his gaze toward the teacher. "History book? What history book?" He had long since torn his to shreds to make paper airplanes. Could he voice such a truth? Clearly not. Thus, he employed his ultimate tactic, sincerity. "Teacher, I was in a rush this morning and forgot my history book. I lost focus earlier. I apologize." The teacher adjusted his heavy spectacles, casting a glance at Li Hualin's woeful expression, and resumed writing on the chalkboard, leaving only his retreating silhouette behind. "Since you are attending school, you must take responsibility for your studies. Do not doze off during class. Otherwise, I shall have to inform your parents." "Understood, teacher. I comprehend." Noticing the teacher's lack of further inquiry, Li Hualin exhaled a sigh of relief, casting a fierce glare at the giggling Li Huashu before taking a seat, feeling wide awake. School was a tedious and arduous endeavor, whether in middle school or junior high. With 7 classes in a day, Li Hualin's backpack contained only his language and mathematics books. He could not recall how long he had been subjected to standing in punishment or how many times he had been reprimanded. But he had finally endured until the end of the day. What was the original owner-s situation? 7 classes a day, and none of the 7 teachers had any fondness for him. How had he managed to become so universally disliked? Heavens, how much longer must he endure such a life? Being punished by teachers who were a decade younger than him was utterly mortifying. As the school bell rang, relief washed over Li Hualin's face. The language teacher, who also served as the homeroom instructor, set down the textbook, scanning the room where only 5 students remained, signaling for Xiaofang to distribute the script she held. In anticipation of the upcoming Army Day, the school would be conducting a cultural rehearsal this Sunday to finalize the performance items, which would take place at the Workers' Cultural Palace. The rehearsal would include a choir, dances, and prose recitations, designed to showcase your patriotic fervor and bring glory to the class. There could be no slacking off. Given our limited class size, I have registered all of you. Xiaofang will distribute the scripts, and you are to rehearse them independently at home. Performing at the Workers' Cultural Palace meant that schools from across the district would be present. How exhilarating. The rehearsal on July 1st was attended only by senior students. And we had missed out. Finally, it was our turn. How wonderful. Li Huashu, what program will you choose? Shall we form a group? Li Hualin, I think you would excel at a storytelling performance. Would you consider selecting that? As the program log was handed out, the classmates engaged in animated discussions, while Li Hualin felt an overwhelming urge to tear up the log in his hands. In the midst of an artistic rehearsal, the socially anxious Li Hualin found himself envisioning a scene where he stood on stage performing, only to be met with a cacophony of mockery from the audience. A wave of despair washed over him, as if the heavens had collapsed and life had plunged into darkness. Turning his gaze towards Xiaofang's sparkling eyes, he propped his chin with his hand and forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Is it possible for me to abstain from this? Chapter 14. The soft persimmon. What's wrong with you? Ever since school let out, you've appeared utterly listless. Who has upset you? After classes, Li Hualin ambled along like a decrepit elder, devoid of any anticipation for life, expressionless as he trailed behind Li Huasu in silence. Li Huasu and Xiaofang chatted animatedly, rehearsing their lines, occasionally glancing at Li Hualin with a look of confusion. Xiaofang leaned in closer, nudging Li Hualin with her elbow. Hualin, what's the matter? Do you not wish to perform with me? No. It's just that I didn't sleep well, and I'm feeling drowsy. Li Hualin instinctively nodded. But upon seeing Xiaofang's expectant expression, he helplessly shook his head. The youth of this era are fervently resistant to study. They would rather feign illness at home and face punishment than attend school. Yet, the allure of participating in a cultural performance, showcasing oneself before others, is as enticing as receiving a bright red flower from the hand of Chairman Mao. Each one would leap at the chance. The script assigned by the homeroom teacher included numerous performances. The first class was too small, necessitating that 5 students participate in 3 items concurrently as a demonstration of patriotism. Even a slacker like Li Hualin was coerced into a recital and a choral performance. Initially, the teacher intended to assign him a dance, but he vehemently refused, citing his physical limitations. He could reluctantly accept the poetry recital and the choral performance, but dance was out of the question. As he contemplated the arduous days ahead, Li Hualin couldn't help but sigh. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several figures lurking by the wall, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. It was Guijun, that rascal, still harboring ill intentions and bringing others to confront him once more. Li Hualin and Guijun locked eyes, the latter smirking as he spat out a piece of grass and approached with his cronies. Bro, it's them again. Li Huasu also spotted Guijun's group, her smile swiftly morphing into a mask of terror as she grabbed Xiaofang and bolted away. After a few hurried steps, she instinctively glanced back and saw Li Hualin remaining rooted in place, prompting her to shout, "You big fool! Hurry up and run! Run? Can you escape the temple if you flee the monk?" Guijun and his gang encircled Li Hualin, brandishing wooden sticks they had pulled from their clothing, weighing them in their hands. "Li Hualin, there are no police patrolling here. Let's see where you think you can run." "Run? Who said I was going to run?" Seeing Li Huasu about to turn back, Li Hualin quickly shook his head, signaling for them to flee. but Li Huasu ignored him. Guojun was after him. And the current crop of petty bullies were staunchly male chauvinistic, unlikely to target a young girl. Indeed, when Guojun saw Li Huasu and Xiaofang return, he merely instructed his companions to pull them aside, paying no heed to their protests. He fixated on the kitchen knife in Li Hualin's hand. His left hand instinctively pressed against his chest, where a bandage was tightly wrapped, a consequence of the pathetic individual before him. Today, no matter what, he was determined to teach him a lesson, at the very least to incapacitate him, so he would comprehend who was worthy of respect and who was not. Out of 10 individuals, after subtracting the 2 who were obstructing Li Huashu and Xiaofang, there were still 8 surrounding him, 2 more than earlier in the morning. Li Hualin's grip on the knife became slightly clammy. He feared not death, but the pain. If several wooden clubs came crashing down, would he emerge unscathed? Presently, it was evident that his adversaries had no intention of allowing him an easy escape, and this secluded alleyway only exacerbated his predicament. Suddenly, a powerful voice bellowed, "What are you doing?" Instinctively, Li Hualin turned to see a middle-aged man on a bicycle who came to a halt nearby, dressed in a deep blue Zhongshan suit. Adorned with a Mao Zedong badge on his chest and a pen tucked into his pocket, he had a square face and thick eyebrows. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he exuded an air of stern authority. Li Hualin's eyes brightened. It was Principal Zheng Chunlei. "Principal, save me. These people are trying to rob my allowance and beat me," Li Hualin exclaimed, immediately pushing aside a few small ruffians and hiding behind Zheng Chunlei. The principal shielded Li Hualin, glanced at the knife in his hand, and quickly discerned the situation at hand. He strode purposefully towards Li Huashu and Xiaofang, forcefully pushing aside the obstructing ruffians, and directed an angry shout at Guojun. "What's this? You've decided to skip school, and now you think I can't intervene? So, you've grown bold enough to rob your junior's pocket money? Have the lessons of integrity and honor I imparted to you all gone to waste? Come on, I stand here today. Dare to lay a finger on them and see what happens." Zheng Chunlei's thunderous voice instilled fear in the hearts of the small thugs, causing the clubs in their hands to clatter to the ground as they glanced nervously at Guojun. Guojun swallowed hard. He had not anticipated encountering Zheng Chunlei today. He promptly discarded his club and awkwardly chuckled. "Principal, we weren't doing anything serious. We were just fooling around with our junior. Right, Li Hualin?" Yes. Just having some fun. Principal, please don't be angry." The nearby ruffians, sensing Guojun's retreat, hastily dropped their wooden clubs and chimed in with conciliatory words. "Get lost. If I catch you bullying your classmates again, I will personally send you to the police station. I may not be able to manage you, but there are those who can." With the sight of Guojun and his cohorts casting aside their clubs, Zheng Chunlei's fury diminished somewhat. With another booming shout, Guojun and his companions fled, escaping with remarkable haste. Watching them retreat, Zheng Chunlei turned to assess Li Hualin and the others, seizing the knife from Li Hualin's grip with a hint of annoyance. "A knife this sharp is not a toy for children. Principal, please don't blame my brother. He was just acting in self-defense. This morning, we were surrounded by Guojun and his gang in the alley. If it weren't for my brother scaring them off with the knife, you wouldn't see us here now." Li Huashu, upon witnessing Zheng Chunlei's fierce demeanor, quickly grasped his arm and playfully recounted the morning's encounter with Guojun, causing Zheng's chest to heave with indignation. How outrageous. Those rascals from the Guo family truly lack discipline. Hurry home. I shall pay a visit to the Guo residents. If they fail to educate their children properly, I shall ensure the state intervenes. Zheng Chunlei returned the kitchen knife to Li Huashu, who carefully wrapped it in newspaper before he mounted his bicycle, seething with fury. Phew. That was a close call. Thankfully, the principal arrived just in time. "Hualin, how did you manage to provoke the bullies from the courtyard? That Guojun is quite fearsome," Xiaofang expressed, her heart racing. Only after Zheng Chunlei pedaled away did she exhale, her gaze towards Li Huashu filled with concern. "My brother is caught in this mess. It's all because the Guo family is unreasonable. The police should arrest them all." Mentioning Guojun, Li Huashu's cheeks flushed with anger as she grasped Xiaofang's hand, venting her frustrations while animatedly walking. Once again, they had narrowly escaped danger. Li Huashu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, reflecting on how perilous the situation had been. Had the principal not fortuitously passed by, even with a kitchen knife in hand, he would have undoubtedly faced severe blows, which would have been quite painful. Casting a glance in the direction Guojun and his companions had departed, a chill flickered in Li Huashu's eyes. Those little brats truly think they can bully me. After having toyed with me once, they dare to return for more? If I do not show them the consequences, I am unworthy of being a time traveler. Chapter 15. Golden Autumn. In October, college entrance examination resumption time flew by, and before one could realize, the leaves had begun to fall, ushering in the end of October amidst the crisp autumn winds. On this day, Li Huashu and her companions eagerly gathered around the cabinet. Fixated on the Changjiang 715 radio that Li Guozhong had brought back, their eyes brimming with curiosity. The radio broadcasted current political news, which, albeit tedious, excited Li Huashu and her friends as they fiddled with the frequency dial. Enough already. Your father painstakingly exchanged tickets to obtain that radio. If you break it, you will be in for a beating. In the bedroom, Zhao Yakin leaned against the bed, knitting a sweater, occasionally pausing to gauge its size. She glanced at Li Huashu and her friends, her expression tinged with displeasure. Mom, Dad is amazing. This thing is quite expensive. None of my classmates have one. Li Huashu beamed as she nestled closer to Zhao Yakin, nudging her shoulder. Mom, may I discuss something with you? Stop right there. You never have good intentions. I refuse to listen. Zhao Yakin shifted her position, avoiding eye contact with Li Huashu while continuing her knitting. Li Huashu, undeterred, leaned in again, tugging at her arm playfully. Mom, my dear mother, just hear me out, please. Enough, enough. Do not distract me. I've already made mistakes while knitting. Zhao Yakin, with a hint of exasperation, set down her needles, loosened her belt, and retrieved a dime from a concealed pocket in her underwear. She tossed it to Li Huashu, pointing at her nose. You little glutton, buy some saccharin and make sure to get a few extra. Do not indulge alone. Thank you, Mom. Li Huashu exclaimed, accepting the dime and pulling Li Huaji along as they skipped out the door. Meanwhile, in the hanging bed, Li Hualin hid behind the curtain, flipping through his high school mathematics textbook, feeling drowsy. 3 months ago, after retrieving a dozen high school textbooks from the Xinhua bookstore, he began to engage in clandestine study sessions, rebuffing the futile invitations of his peers to play. Frequently, under the pretext of going out for leisure, he would retreat to a dilapidated factory area for revision, seek refuge in an airy air raid shelter, or immerse himself in study at a pavilion by the river. Occasionally, when his family was preoccupied, he would conceal his high school textbooks among his middle school books while lying on the bunk bed, executing a clever ruse to avoid detection. As time elapsed, Li Hualin realized that as a time traveler, he possessed a remarkable ability, an exceptional memory with enhanced retention. Over the course of 2 months, he successfully mastered all 17 high school textbooks, achieving complete fluency in the material. Setting aside his mathematics book beneath a pile of miscellaneous items, Li Hualin grabbed a handful of roasted watermelon seeds from his pocket, savoring them as he prepared to take a brief nap. Suddenly, a crackling voice interrupted. Dear listeners, we bring you an important announcement from the Central People's Broadcasting Station. With the approval of the State Council, the Ministry of Education has decided that this year Li Huaxia, could you please stop fiddling with that antenna? Get it straight. Upon hearing the mention of the State Council and the Ministry of Education, Li Hualin's drowsiness vanished. He peered down from his bunk to see Lao Wu adjusting the wires of the radio, prompting him to furrow his brow. In recent days, his sleep and appetite had suffered as he awaited news about the resumption of the college entrance examination. He could not afford any setbacks at such a crucial moment. Descending from the bunk, Li Hualin pushed Li Huaxiao aside and straightened the radio's antenna, repositioning it to face the sunlight. This marks a significant victory for the proletarian education policy. We will resolutely implement Comrade Xiaoping's directives to respect knowledge and talent, ensuring fairness and justice. The radio continued. We will broaden our avenues for talent, singing the praises of the East and standing up to take charge. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Li Hualin exclaimed. Tapping the radio, it crackled when left alone but spoke when struck. Unfortunately, he had descended too late to catch the crucial information, causing him to frown once more. Be gentle, don't break it. Li Huaxia, noticing Li Hualin's descent, began to engage in a protective act toward the radio, pushing him aside. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Is Li Huashu home? It's Xiaofang. Lao Qi has gone out to buy ice pops, and will be back shortly. What do you need her for? Casting a sharp glance at Li Hualin, Li Huaxia opened the door to reveal a slightly shy Xiaofang. Xiaofang nodded at Li Huaxia, peering into the room, and sweetly greeted Zhao Yakin. Hello, Auntie. Oh, it's Xiaofang. Come in. No, Auntie. Li Huashu isn't here. I'm looking for Li Hualin instead. Looking for me. Li Hualin, who was tying his shoelaces, looked up in surprise at Xiaofang waving at him. Curiosity piqued, He stepped outside and inquired, "What do you need?" "Hualin, the school is organizing a New Year's gala, and each class must present several performances. We're doing a poetry recitation of I Love My Motherland. When do you have time for rehearsals?" Xiao Fang stood awkwardly in place, feeling uneasy under Li Hualin's peculiar gaze. She fidgeted with the hem of her clothing and quickly explained, "The teacher mentioned that the school leaders were quite pleased with our previous performance in the city. And this time, they have specifically requested us to continue presenting our program. It's not just the two of us. Every student in our class is required to participate, with a minimum of 3 performances each." Upon hearing this, Li Hualin felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his steps becoming unsteady. Memories of the performance at the Workers' Cultural Palace in August, where he and Xiao Fang showcased their talents for district leaders, flooded his mind, causing him to instinctively swallow hard. At that time, he had thought that by exaggerating his expressions and acting flamboyantly during rehearsals, the school would surely dismiss his act, allowing him to avoid the stage altogether. However, the reality proved otherwise. It seemed that the more ostentatious the performance, the more it resonated with the audience. His and Xiao Fang's over-the-top acting had sailed through the rehearsals, ultimately earning them a spot in the district's artistic showcase, where they even received an award. Li Hualin would never forget the principal's expression, stern yet suppressing a smile, as he stood on stage to accept the accolade, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. Due to their standout performance on Army Day, he was reluctantly teamed up with Xiao Fang to participate in the National Day's city-level artistic gala. With rehearsals for the party's anniversary, a performance for Army Day, and now being conscripted for the National Day event, he wondered why, just as a holiday was approaching, a New Year's gala had suddenly emerged. Were the school leaders so idle that they could only focus on exploiting middle school students? Was it an addiction to free labor? How shameless could they be? "I'm not going, and whoever wants to go can go. I certainly will not." Just then, he noticed Xiao Fang approaching. "Hey, do you want an ice pop? I just bought some." As he prepared to head back inside, Li Huasu returned with ice pops, and, seeing Xiao Fang there, offered her one. "Huasu, I'm here to find you. The teacher asked us to rehearse the dance." Xiao Fang accepted the sweetened ice pop from Li Huasu and took a small bite, shedding her earlier awkwardness and appearing much more at ease. "Is something bothering you? Did my brother bully you? I mean, Li Hualin, how could you take advantage of a girl like Xiao Fang?" Noticing Xiao Fang's discomfort, Li Huasu pulled her behind him, shielding her from Li Hualin's grasp on the ice pop, his voice tinged with irritation. "Oh, Huasu, it's not what you think. I came to find you. And when you weren't here, the teacher asked me to practice with Hualin. He hasn't bullied me at all," Xiao Fang quickly explained, pulling Li Huasu aside, allowing the smile to return to his face. "Li Hualin, what about your sense of responsibility? Aren't you supposed to be a young pioneer? Can't you show a bit of ambition?" Li Huasu led Xiao Fang into the house, leaving behind a few remarks that made Li Hualin roll his eyes in frustration. "Fine. You have high aspirations. Let your entire family have high aspirations then." Having secured no ice pops for himself, Li Hualin licked his dry lips and left the Shantytown. Stopping at a newsstand to purchase a newspaper, he found a place to sit on a set of steps, rifling through the paper until he came across a prominent headline. Furrowing his brow deeply, finally, the college entrance examinations are resuming. After 3 months of waiting, there is finally hope on the horizon. Do students need the school's stamp to register? Chapter 16, The Great Son of Father. The sky has fallen, dear family. Students in school must obtain a recommendation from the principal to participate in the college entrance examination. Am I being mocked? Li Hualin felt as if he had been struck by a vision, clutching the newspaper with a desire to bury his face in it, repeatedly scrutinizing its contents. How is this possible? The first college entrance examination seems to favor those fresh graduates and employed workers. For the inaugural examination, as long as fresh graduates possess a diploma, workers, veterans, employed individuals, the unemployed at home, and even returning educated youth can participate. The age limit ranges from 15 to 32 years. These individuals only need a middle school education and a recommendation letter from their community committee. Yet, for current students, a recommendation letter stamped with the principal's seal is mandatory for registration. What a jest! As a teacher viewed as a mediocre student, how could I possibly approach the principal for such a letter? With a forceful thud, Li Hualin slammed the newspaper to the ground, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. Devoid of vitality, he bought a bottle of orange soda from a street vendor to soothe his spirits and returned home with his head hung low, pondering how to deceive Zheng Chunlei into providing him with a recommendation letter. Upon returning to the Shantytown, he spotted the chubby Zhao Honggang curled up at his doorstep. Upon hearing footsteps, Zhao looked up, his gaze filled with palpable grievance. What is the matter with you? Those dark circles under your eyes. Have you been drained of your essence by a demon? Li Hualin inquired. Leaning closer to Zhao Honggang and tossing him a piece of white rabbit candy, his curiosity piqued. Hualin, my brother, he's been sentenced. Li Hualin was momentarily stunned. Sitting beside Zhao Honggang and patting his shoulder, his expression turning somber. For how long? Zhao Honggang's voice trembled as he wiped away tears. Initially, it was 3 years. But the Guo family was relentless. He was ultimately sentenced to 6 years. Hualin, my brother's biggest dream was to become a soldier. He can never fulfill that dream now. As Zhao Honggang spoke, his tears flowed freely, and he clutched his knees, weeping bitterly. Li Hualin's eyes also glistened with moisture, recalling Zhao Honggang's cheerful smile from days gone by, and he softly asked, "Do you regret it?" Zhao Honggang was taken aback, noticing Li Hualin's piercing gaze and instinctively avoiding eye contact. "Hualin, what do you mean?" Li Hualin gathered the fluff on the ground with his foot, igniting it with a match, watching as it was consumed by flames, taking with it a few ants that had just emerged from their nest. Stretching his limbs, he remarked, "I mean it quite literally. The individual who mistakenly harmed Guo Liang in the air raid shelter was not Zhao Hongjian. He took the blame for you, did he not? Zhao Honggang, your selfishness and cowardice have ruined the future of a promising officer, your own brother. You're speaking nonsense. How could I let my brother take the fall?" At Li Hualin's words, Zhao Honggang trembled uncontrollably, nearly collapsing. His eyes filled with unspeakable terror as he gazed at Li Hualin's back. Li Hualin glanced back, shaking his head slightly. "That is a matter for your family. I shall not intervene. But you have wronged Zhao Hongjian. Take good care of your mother. Do not provoke her and your uncle further. I believe Hongjian does not hold it against you. Rest assured, this matter shall remain a secret between us." After gently patting Zhao Honggang's shoulder, Li Hualin turned and returned indoors, leaving Zhao Honggang alone, his body weakening as he knelt on the ground. "We're back. Tonight, Mother is making corn noodles and will prepare a chicken egg sauce for you all." Inside the home, Zhao Yakin, clad in an apron and arm sleeves, was kneading dough beside the table. Upon seeing Li Hualin return, she smiled and playfully dabbed a flour-covered finger on his nose. "By the way, Honggang came looking for you just now. Did you see him?" "Yes, we exchanged a few words before he left." Noticing that Li Huasu and Li Huashu were absent, Li Hualin climbed up to the loft bed to continue secretly reading. In the evening, after finishing work, Li Guozhong and Li Huahong returned one after the other. The family washed their hands and gathered around the table, slurping the corn noodles. "Dad, have you heard? The country has reinstated the college entrance examination without any educational restrictions. Many of my colleagues have signed up. Huasu is about to graduate from middle school. Why not let her give it a try? She might just succeed." Li Huahong set down his bowl and handed a newspaper from his canvas bag to Li Guozhong, who looked puzzled. He studied the newspaper, flipping through it repeatedly, before passing it to Zhao Yakin and nodding. "This seems credible. The best student in our family is Laoshi. Let's have her try. If she gets in, we'll finally have a college student in the family. Our ancestors would surely smile upon us." Zhao Yakin remained silent, merely passing the newspaper to Li Huasu, who was slurping noodles, her mouth stained with broth. Upon hearing this, she took a glance at the paper and returned it to Li Huahong. "I say, third brother, do you think I'm a burden at home? High school is not for someone like me to illuminate. Why don't you go instead? I'll just graduate smoothly and find a job, which is far better." Li Huahong's expression stiffened, and he quickly defended himself. "Laoshi, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me." Zhao Yakin took the newspaper from Li Huahong's hands and reviewed it once more, her gaze sweeping across the table and locking eyes with Li Guozhong before finally resting on the evasive Li Huasu. "Laoshi, Huahong wants you to take the college entrance exam for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Work can always be found, but nothing compares to a college education. In ancient times, a college graduate was like a scholar, a rarity in any county, and one would receive much respect. That is settled then. Regardless of whether you pass or not, trying one tea cost you anything. What if you do succeed?" Zhao Yakin, the steadfast anchor of the family, seldom voiced her opinions. But when she did, even Li Guozhong would not oppose her. Noticing that Li Guozhong was still slurping noodles, Zhao Yakin kicked him sharply under the table. "All you do is eat. Say something. Huasu, your mother is right. The importance lies in participation. What if a blind cat stumbles upon a dead rat? That could be life-changing. Tomorrow, Let the third one inquire about what materials are needed for college entrance registration. You need not worry about the textbooks. I'll lend you mine. Once you're registered, focus on your studies at home and don't go anywhere. Be obedient. Li Hua, upon hearing these words, wore a look of deep distress, his sighs seemingly stretching all the way to the Pacific Ocean. He hastily replied, I only have a middle school education. The college entrance examination requires knowledge from high school. How could I possibly know high school material? Even if you brought me the textbooks, I wouldn't be able to comprehend them. Just then, the previously jovial Li Guozhong abruptly slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. The room fell into a profound silence, and the children lowered their heads to continue their noodles. What is this? You've grown some courage, have you? You disregard what your mother and I have said, do you? We want you to take the college entrance examination for your own good. What kind of job can you get with just a middle school diploma? Even if I pull some strings for you, it would only land you a position in a large collective. You wouldn't even qualify for a state-owned enterprise. Sensing that his tone was too harsh, Li Guozhong softened his voice as he continued eating. Don't be afraid. The newspapers say that the college entrance examination only tests fundamental knowledge from high school. It's all basic knowledge. What are you worried about? You are the smartest in our family. Zhao Yakin and Li Guozhong were resolute in their insistence that Li Hua participate in the examination. Even if Li Hua was reluctant, this matter was as good as settled. Li Hualin finished the soup in his bowl, wiped his mouth, and volunteered. Dad, I saw some high school textbooks at Xiaoyang's house before. They seemed to belong to his brother, who was using them to prop up a table leg. His brother has already started working, so those textbooks are surely no longer needed. I'll go ask him if I can borrow them. Upon hearing this, Li Guozhong's face brightened, and he patted Li Hualin's shoulder, saying, That's my good son. Hurry to Xiaoyang's house and inquire if you can borrow those high school textbooks. When your sister gets into college, I will reward you greatly. After the meal, Li Hualin hurried away from home, making his way to the air raid shelter, where he found a hidden cloth bag containing a dozen textbooks and some study notes. These books covered the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, politics, and geography from the first 2 years of high school, while the senior year books were concealed at home. The books were hidden here for the sake of Old Shi's exam preparation, a form of resourceful recycling. However, given Old Shi's mediocre abilities, even if he had the review materials, it would still be quite hopeless. I cannot give him the notes. It would be troublesome if he recognized my handwriting. Alas, those capable must bear more responsibilities. After all, I am destined to be the pillar of this family. I must assist my own sister, even if I have to. With the cloth bag in hand, Li Hualin dove into the park and found an unoccupied bench to sit on. He meticulously examined the textbooks, cross-referencing them with the study notes, remarking what he deemed crucial with a pencil, demonstrating great diligence. Li Huasu's middle school education was considered average at the time, seemingly making her the most educated in the household. However, this education was merely a figment of the family's imagination. If she wishes to take the college entrance examination, that is one thing, but to aspire to achieve glory in the examination, that is but a dream, let alone prestigious universities like Huqing, Debay, or engineering schools. Even gaining admission to an ordinary university would be exceedingly unlikely. The college entrance examination of 1977 marked a significant moment, being the first year since the nationwide restoration of this examination. That year, over 5.7 million students registered, yet only 270,000 were admitted, resulting in an astonishing acceptance rate of merely 4.74. The number of universities across the nation is certainly not less than 800, if not 1,000. These institutions would have to distribute the 270,000 candidates among themselves, as if they were meticulously sifting through the nation's elite, selecting only the finest. Without delving into the disparities among these universities, it is evident that the students who were able to gain admission in 1977 are truly exceptional. The Crme de la Crme, as Zhao Yakin aptly put it, these individuals might even surpass the scholars of ancient times, garnering admiration from all. According to Li Hualin's estimation, during this initial phase of university admissions, the scores were not absolute indicators of merit. Li Hualin possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. With a photographic memory, he dedicated 3 additional months to his studies. Knowing that failure in the inaugural college entrance examination would be unthinkable, he might as well hang himself with a noodle if he were to fail as a time traveler. He could not afford such disgrace. However, if the competition were to include the academically gifted Li Hualin was not optimistic. Her prowess in academics would mean she would merely serve as a denominator in the competition against the 5.7 million examinees vying for a mere 474% chance of success. The first college entrance examination in 1977 was a unique scenario, as it had just been reinstated, with examination questions crafted by individual provincial education bureaus, quite different from the subsequent national standardization. No one could predict all the questions accurately, even those with foresight and advanced insight, like time travelers. However, Li Hualin was well aware of the composition topic in the Chinese language section, which had already been included in future high school textbooks. In Binhai City, the essay prompt was, "Every time I sing the East is red." Humanities were Li Hualin's strong suit. While history was passable, geography and politics were mediocre, and mathematics had always eluded him. Nevertheless, given the current national context, a comprehensive focus on Mao Zedong and politics would suffice, emphasizing praise and reverence. Soon, he had meticulously highlighted the key points in his first-year high school textbooks and continued to mark the second-year materials. He estimated that if Li Huasu memorized all the topics he had noted, admission to a reputable university would be within reach, if not an elite one. The autumn in Binhai City was not particularly cold, but certainly not warm either. After sitting on a bench for several hours, Li Hualin felt the strain in his back and the chill in his rear, prompting him to finally rise. Upon returning home, he drank some warm water to soothe his stomach and, glancing at Li Huasu while flipping through his high school textbooks, he cheerfully remarked, "Look, as expected, Xiaoyang's textbooks are quite comprehensive. I borrowed them. Oh, and Xiaoyang's brother asked me to remind you to pay attention to the notes in the books. Your revision should be targeted, not aimless. Keep pushing. I'm looking forward to you getting into university, making money, and supporting me." Li Huasu perused the thick stack of high school textbooks, flipping through one and then another, yet despite the countless circles and crosses marked upon them, she found herself utterly bewildered. How is it possible that there are so many books? The exams are in mid-December. How could I possibly finish my revision? Are you intentionally setting me up for failure? Li Hualin shrugged, snatched half an apple from Li Huasu's hand, and began to munch on it while climbing up the ladder to the hanging bed. Do not fret. These are merely the textbooks for the first and second years. The third-year materials have been borrowed by Xiao Yang's brother. Once you finish these books, I shall procure the others for you. Upon hearing this, Li Hua's expression grew increasingly bitter as she flipped through the pages with gritted teeth, wishing she could devour them all. Mom, look, Li Hualin has taken my apple again. We only have one apple in the house. Having lost her apple, Li Huashu immediately transformed into a little tiger, scrambling up to the hanging bed to contest for the fruit. When she failed to retrieve it, she could only seek out Zhao Yakin to complain. That apple was meant for your brother. You pilfered it, and now you come to complain. How shameless. In the kitchen, Zhao Yakin was washing pots and dishes. Upon seeing Li Huashu come in tearfully to complain, she playfully flicked a bit of water onto the tip of Li Huashu's nose, chuckling as she teased. Mom, you all are just siding with him, humph. Li Huashu wiped the water from her face, stomped her feet, and returned to her room. Sulking as she lay on her bed, glaring fiercely at Li Hualin, her teeth clenched. Li Hualin, is the apple delicious? Just be careful not to ruin your teeth. Mom, doesn't he have the money to take you to the dentist? Li Hualin leaned over from the hanging bed, waving the apple core in front of Li Huashu, which made her eyes redden, on the verge of tears. Later, at the entrance of the principal's office at the electromechanical factory school, Li Hualin rubbed his cheeks. Striving to muster a smile, straightened the Chairman Mao badge on his chest, and knocked on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Inside the office, Zheng Chunlei was seated at his desk, wearing glasses and perusing some books. Hearing the knock, he closed the book and, upon seeing Li Hualin enter, removed his glasses and rubbed his nose, his voice tinged with fatigue. It's the holidays. What brings you to school? Li Hualin approached the desk with a beaming smile. Noticing the teacup was empty, he directed his gaze to the kettle on the stove. Principal, the children from our Shantytown used to be bullied by those from the big courtyard. Ever since you stood up for us, they have ceased their harassment. My parents wanted to express their gratitude, but they are too busy with work. So my uncle arranged for some jasmine tea from the countryside to be sent along for you. It was grown on our own hill. It's not particularly fine tea, and we know little about quality. All we know is that it quenches our thirst when steeped in a jar. Please do not disdain it. Li Hualin spoke slowly, yet his hands were swift. He retrieved a paper-wrapped bundle from his canvas bag, unfastened with a red twine, revealing the fragmented tea leaves within. He grabbed a handful and placed it into the teacup, then reached for the kettle. You child, I cannot accept this. Aren't you leading me to make a mistake? Zheng Chunlei's movement slowed a bit, only to see the cup already filled with tea leaves, which, upon closer inspection, contained bits of newspaper as well. He couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Principal, please do not misunderstand. This is not a bribe. It is a token of appreciation for your bravery in seeking justice. Without you, I and Zhao Hongyang would not have dared to come to school. Li Hualin, carrying a kettle, brewed the tea and placed it before Zheng Chunlei. As he casually glanced at the books pressed beneath glasses on the table, he murmured, how the steel was tempered. Although the jasmine tea appeared cheap and of low quality, its aroma was far from trivial once infused with hot water. Hearing Li Hualin's flattery and inhaling the fragrance of the jasmine tea, Zheng Chunlei felt a twinge of thirst and nodded, since it's homegrown and a gesture of goodwill. I shall accept it. Please extend my gratitude to your parents. After sipping the tea, Zheng Chunlei smacked his lips at the tea leaves, opened how the steel was tempered, and remarked with a smile, this is indeed a fine book. Chapter 18. Do you really wish to take the college entrance examination? Yes, it is a remarkable book. Pavel Korchagin, steadfastly devoted to the cause of communism, perseveres through numerous hardships while unwaveringly upholding revolutionary ideals. Though we hail from different nations, his spirit is worthy of emulation for us all. When I grow up, I aspire to be like him, loyal to the revolution and the party, resolutely committed to revolutionary ideals, never forgetting my original intentions and serving the people. Li Hualin suddenly stood at attention, his gaze fixed on Zheng Chunlei, evoking a deeper emotional response from him. Yes, it is this very attitude that assures me. As long as the sons of Huaxia possess such conviction, how can we worry about our nation's prosperity? Li Hualin, I have not misjudged you. Your political awareness is commendable. Continue to uphold this. It is excellent. Zheng Chunlei added. But tell me, have you truly comprehended this book? Rising, he patted Li Hualin on the shoulder, signaling him to take a seat while rummaging through a cabinet behind him. He produced a small aluminum box, opened it, and pushed it towards Li Hualin. Have some candy. Li Hualin gazed at the white rabbit milk candy, took one, unwrapped it, and sheepishly admitted, I must confess, I do not understand it. It is my father who often reads this book in his spare time and delights in recounting the tales of Pavel Korchagin to my sister and me. He is a technician at the machinery factory and just joined the organization last month. He is now an esteemed party member. Oh, that explains it. Zheng Chunlei nodded thoughtfully, then sat down with a smile, scrutinizing Li Hualin while sipping his tea. All right, you've taken quite a roundabout path, so tell me. Today is not merely about delivering tea, is it? Li Hualin nodded, revealing his intentions without hesitation. He retrieved the household registration book from his canvas bag, placed it before Zheng Chunlei, and with utmost seriousness declared, Principal, I wish to take the college entrance examination. I kindly request you to write me a recommendation letter. Coughing, Zheng Chunlei nearly choked, and Li Hualin quickly patted his back. As Zheng Chunlei pushed Li Hualin away, he found himself both amused and exasperated. I say, Hualin, being a middle school student, do you even understand what the college entrance examination entails? Of course, on October 12th, Comrade Xiaoping, through the State Council, officially announced the resumption of the college entrance examination based on the Ministry of Education's opinions regarding the enrollment work for higher education in 1977. Li Hualin replied with a serious expression, reciting the criteria for the resumption of the examination as published on the front page of the newspaper, causing Zheng Chunlei's eyes to brighten with intrigue. He shook his head. Your memory is quite impressive. The college entrance examination has indeed been reinstated, and there is no lower age limit. Your middle school education qualifies you to sit for the exam. However, this qualification is merely a formality. Hualin, it is not that I doubt your potential, but your grasp of middle school knowledge is rather tenuous. Even if you take the exam, what purpose would it serve if you do not succeed? Let us remain grounded in reality. Zheng Chunlei, noticing Li Hualin's resolute demeanor regarding the college entrance exam, opened the drawer and retrieved a letter, handing it to him. I understand that today's youth often lack the patience to study and are eager to graduate and enter the workforce. This is an invitation letter from the Municipal Cultural Troupe, specifically concerning you. Take a look. The cultural troupe, for me? Li Hualin accepted the letter with a puzzled expression, opening it and scrutinizing its contents twice. Unable to suppress a grin. The letter was from the Benheim Municipal Cultural Troupe, indicating that they had observed Li Hualin's performance at district and municipal art exhibitions and held him in high regard. They explicitly stated that upon his middle school graduation, he would be offered a position within the troop, essentially guaranteeing him employment. Furthermore, should his subsequent performance be commendable, considerations for party membership or military service could be made. Zheng Chunlei watched as Li Hualin perused the letter, raising an eyebrow with a hint of curiosity. As the principal of the electromechanical factory school, he prided himself on knowing his students well. Li Hualin was widely recognized as a mischievous troublemaker, with academic performance that left much to be desired. Yet, the fact that he could comprehend the letter suggested that he might not be as academically inept as the teachers had portrayed him. Li Hualin shook his head, returning the letter to its envelope and handing it back to Zheng Chunlei. Principal, I still wish to take the college entrance exam. Hey, child, this is the cultural troop. How many would envy such an opportunity? Are you truly not tempted? Hualin, it is not that I am unwilling to endorse you. It is simply that the number of college entrance exam slots allocated to each school is limited. If I were to endorse you, other students would come seeking the same, and there would be no slots left for them. Not everyone is as fortunate as you. Zheng Chunlei did not reclaim the envelope. To him, the students were akin to his own children, though not by blood, they were as dear to him. His deepest wish was for them to secure good jobs and promising futures. Just as Zheng Chunlei had stated, the fact that the cultural troupe had shown interest in Li Hualin and reached out with a letter while he was still in 7th grade was significant. It indicated their confidence in him, perhaps even a concern that if they delayed their invitation, he might be recruited by another troop upon graduation. As long as Li Hualin kept the letter safe, a stable and enviable job awaited him after graduation. Regarding the college entrance exam, Zheng Chunlei did not wish to deny Li Hualin an opportunity. It was simply that the slots allocated to each school by the government were exceedingly scarce. On average, each school received only 10 to 100 slots, and as a school for the children of workers, the electromechanical factory school had slightly more, only 50 at best. There are over 4,000 students in the electromechanical factory, and among them, not all are poor performers. There are indeed those who excel in their studies. Calculating this, the allocation of merely 50 examination slots is utterly insufficient. Zheng Chunlei cannot engage in favoritism, as it would be an affront to his integrity. However, observing Li Hualin's unwillingness to depart, Zheng Chunlei rubbed his temples in exasperation and rummaged through the drawers until he unearthed a set of examination papers, which he tossed to Li Hualin. This examination paper is a simulated test based on the high school curriculum, he stated. You may answer it here. Whether your answers are right or wrong matters not. As long as you score above 60, I shall affix my seal to your recommendation. The school has a limited number of college entrance examination slots, and Li Hualin was already aware of this, understanding that his visit to Zheng Chunlei would likely lead to disappointment. Yet, he did not anticipate that, despite his hesitations, Zheng Chunlei would still extend an opportunity to him. Reflecting on the irresponsible teaching methods of educators in later years, Li Hualin nodded and retrieved a pencil from his bag, commencing to answer the questions in front of Zheng Chunlei. Some matters cannot be resolved through mere words. They must be substantiated by one's abilities, even if such abilities arise from inexplicable circumstances. In pursuit of the recommendation letter, Li Hualin was determined to reveal his true potential. In less than half an hour, he completed the paper, deliberately capping his score at 65, just above the passing mark, so as not to alarm Zheng Chunlei. As Li Hualin wrote, Zheng Chunlei stood behind him, arms crossed, observing intently. Noticing Li Hualin's unwavering focus and assured demeanor, his curiosity grew. 2 months prior, when Li Hualin had defended himself with a kitchen knife against a group led by Guijun, he had already captured Zheng Chunlei's attention. Zheng Chunlei deemed Li Hualin to be audacious, yet he recognized the potential for greatness if properly nurtured. After Li Hualin participated in district and city cultural performances and received accolades, an invitation from the cultural troupe further piqued Zheng Chunlei's interest. Otherwise, as a principal, he would hardly have spent so much time on a mere recommendation letter. He would have swiftly dismissed the child, perhaps even sending him away with a kick. Yet now, as he reviewed Li Hualin's answers, Zheng Chunlei found himself nodding in approval, albeit with a nagging suspicion that some of the questions had been intentionally left unanswered or answered incorrectly. This was high school material, and Li Hualin was still in middle school. Upon completing the examination, Zheng Chunlei, during his second review, confirmed his suspicions. Certain questions had indeed been deliberately omitted by the boy. He chose not to confront Li Hualin about this. Instead, he meticulously corrected the paper, providing thorough explanations for the questions that Li Hualin had either answered incorrectly or left blank. Li Hualin, do you truly wish to participate in the college entrance examination? A single examination paper cannot encapsulate a student's true capabilities, yet it can reveal underlying issues. Li Hualin's score of 65 far exceeded Zheng Chunlei's expectations. The college entrance examination is akin to navigating a river by feeling for stones. No one can guarantee success. Since Li Hualin's score exceeded 60, Zheng Chunlei no longer posed any difficulties. He retrieved a sheet of manuscript paper from his drawer, removed his golden star fountain pen from his chest, donned his spectacles, and meticulously composed a recommendation letter. He diligently transcribed the relevant page from the household registration book concerning Li Hualin, and ultimately, he took out the grand red seal of his position as principal, dipped it in ink, and affixed it to the letter. With the seal in place and the recommendation pinned in the principal's own hand, Li Hualin could present this letter at the college entrance examination registration office to sign up for the exam. The audacity of youth is commendable. Regardless of whether he succeeds in the examination, this experience will serve as invaluable training. Hualin, strive earnestly, and remember your earlier words. No matter what challenges you encounter, steadfastly uphold revolutionary ideals and remain true to your original aspirations. After gently blowing on the ink to ensure it dried, Zheng Chunlei solemnly placed the recommendation letter into an envelope, inscribing on it, Binhai City Electromechanical Factory School, personally pinned by Principal Zheng Chunlei. He then returned the envelope along with the household registration book to Li Hualin, his words brimming with hope and encouragement for the next generation of revolutionaries. Li Hualin received the recommendation letter and the household book with both hands, carefully placing them into his canvas bag, and saluted Zheng Chunlei with a young pioneer's gesture. Rest assured, Principal, if I do not succeed, I will return to school and remain your student. Even if things do not go well, I still have the cultural troupe to rely on. You rascal, hurry back and study. If you cannot borrow the high school textbooks, come back to me, and I will help you. It would be best if you could obtain the textbooks on your own. That way, if you encounter any questions, you can always seek my assistance. With a wave of his hand, Zheng Chunlei urged Li Hualin to take his leave, while he refilled his teacup and resumed his reading of how the steel was tempered. Once Li Hualin departed, the smile on Zheng Chunlei's face gradually faded. He removed his glasses and leaned back in his chair, gazing thoughtfully at the figure just exiting the school gates. It was remarkable that a boy who could hardly memorize decimal points managed to score 65 on a paper composed entirely of high school questions, and even had some answers left unanswered. One could hardly call him anything less than a genius. But who imparted this knowledge to him? Truthfully, he had only wished to see him retreat in the face of difficulty, yet Li Hualin boldly faced the challenge, truly a worthy descendant of the revolution. Who knows? Perhaps from this humble abode of ours, a golden phoenix is truly destined to emerge. Completing the recommendation letter in one swift visit to the school proved far smoother than anticipated. With a beaming smile, Li Hualin closed the door behind him, his spirits soaring. The procedures required for the college entrance examination are manifold, necessitating not only identification and educational credentials, but also political review materials, personal resumes, self-assessments, and numerous other documents. Li Hualin, known for his mischievousness in school, had been the subject of frequent home visits by teachers, including Zheng Chunlei, who had visited the Li household several times and was well acquainted with their background. This familiarity spared the school the need for political scrutiny regarding the student's family, which included Li Hualin's educational credentials, identification, and family review materials, details that Zheng Chunlei meticulously documented in the recommendation letter, spanning over 10 pages. With this letter of recommendation in hand, Li Hualin could spare himself much unnecessary effort, needing only to prepare his personal resume and self-assessment. Among these, the most crucial element remained the family background certificate issued by his father's workplace. Having recently joined the party, this document would sufficiently affirm his correct political stance. Alas, the challenge lay in the fact that he did not wish to disclose his plans to take the college entrance examination to his family. How could he explain the sudden transformation from a fool to a prodigy? There was simply no way to justify it. Leaving school, Li Hualin bought a saccharine popsicle from a street vendor. The meager earnings he had salvaged from the air raid shelter had been entirely depleted after purchasing a small quantity of tea leaves. With the creamy popsicle costing 5 cents, he could scarcely afford it, and settled for the 1-cent saccharine treat to satisfy his cravings. As he walked, his thoughts lingered on the impending examination. He still needed to complete his resume and self-assessment, tasks he deemed straightforward. He needed to register promptly, lest he delay and face unforeseen complications. Upon returning home, Li Hualin found the house empty. He hastily returned the household registration book to its place and retrieved some drafting paper to begin writing his resume and self-assessment. There was little to document in his resume, for the original Li Hualin had spent 7 years in school, often summoned by teachers to face his parents, and had received no accolades, only criticisms, chiefly regarding his mischievous behavior, devoid of any political implications. However, in the past 2 months, he had received commendations for his performances in various artistic events at the school, district, and city levels, which he proudly included in his resume. For the self-assessment, he meticulously detailed his family background, emphasizing that his father was a worker at an electromechanical factory and had recently joined the party, a staunch supporter of the proletariat. He then reflected upon his own shortcomings and aspirations for the future, highlighting his patriotic sentiments, his identity as a member of the working class, and his spirit of perseverance. After 3 hours, he had composed a resume and a self-assessment, filling almost half the drafting paper with a substantial 6,000 or 7,000 words. Even these words had been meticulously condensed, capturing the essence of his thoughts, albeit in a somewhat illegible script. Such profound self-awareness and introspection juxtaposed with an utterly unremarkable personal resume truly reflected his essence. Glancing at the wall clock, he realized it was already noon. Where could his mother be? Why hadn't she returned to prepare lunch? Having placed all his documents into a pre-prepared briefcase and tucked it into his backpack, he ventured into the kitchen to look for Zhao Yakin, but found no trace of her. Even Li Huasu and Li Huaxia, who typically returned promptly for meals, were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had forgotten about him and gone off to indulge in snacks? Grasping his rumbling belly, he recalled that the cornmeal porridge he had consumed that morning was barely sufficient, even with the addition of some pickled vegetables. He longed for the entrance examination to commence. Once school resumed, he could enjoy free meals. Staying at home for too long felt like a slow march toward starvation. With no food in sight, Li Hualin filled a couple of ladles with well water from the cistern to quench his thirst. Noticing that Zhao Yakin still hadn't returned, he slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and headed toward the registration office for the college entrance examination, located at the local education bureau. The entrance to the education bureau was teeming with individuals, with a constant stream of pedestrians within the courtyard. Primarily students and parents inquiring about the details of the college entrance examination. However, the actual number of those registering was quite limited. Li Hualin stood in line for a while before approaching a middle-aged man clad in a deep blue work uniform, presenting the file in his hands. "Comrade, I am here to register for the college entrance examination." "Register for the college entrance examination?" The middle-aged man was inclined to say that this was not the appropriate place for inquiries regarding the exam. However, upon seeing Li Hualin extend the file towards him, he scrutinized the boy for a moment and then smiled. As he chuckled, he opened the file and inquired, "Young comrade, how old are you this year? Have you graduated from junior high school to come here for registration?" Let me tell you, while there is no age restriction for the college entrance examination, certain documentation is required. The middle-aged man trailed off, opening Zheng Chunlei's recommendation letter and perusing it carefully. His smile faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. He withdrew a black-and-white photograph from the file, comparing it with Li Hualin, and stated solemnly, "Impressive, at 15 years old, in 7th grade. And yet you have the principal's personal recommendation letter. Young comrade, you are still in 7th grade, not having graduated from junior high school. There is truly no need to rush into the college entrance examination. At the very least, complete your secondary education first. Comrade, I have reviewed the national announcement. The minimum age for the college entrance examination is 15 years. Any citizen of Huaxia who reaches the age of 15, with the correct family background, a letter of introduction from school leadership, and a minimum educational qualification of junior high school, is eligible to register. I possess the principal's letter of introduction. My father is a party member, my family background is appropriate. I am 15 years old this year, and being in 7th grade qualifies as a junior high school education." In response to the middle-aged man's skepticism, Li Hualin retrieved the file and laid out his prepared documents before him. "This is my personal resume and self-assessment. All written by me. I wish to participate in the college entrance examination. I kindly request your assistance with my registration. Thank you." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. They had been collecting candidate information for several days now and had never encountered such a young child attempting to register. This was the college entrance examination, not child's play. Typically, only those with a high school education dared to attempt it, and even then, they were predominantly recent graduates. To deny him would be difficult, as he possessed the principal's handwritten recommendation with an official seal, signifying the school's endorsement. Yet, to approve it seemed illogical. A 15-year-old in 7th grade participating in the college entrance examination? With no other option, the middle-aged man stood up, taking the file to consult with his superiors, leaving Li Hualin to wait. Meanwhile, the surrounding students and parents inquiring about the examination were drawn to Li Hualin's audacious act, curious and gathering around. After all, at 15, he was still 3 years shy of graduating from junior high school. Yet he dared to register for the college entrance examination, indeed a rare occurrence. The news of a 15-year-old junior high student arriving for registration, accompanied by a recommendation letter from school leadership, spread like wildfire throughout the courtyard. An increasing number of candidates and parents flocked to the area, eager to discover the identity of this exceptional individual. Li Hualin found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, akin to a spectacle, with pointed fingers and animated discussions, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. He donned a mask, anxiously awaiting the return of the middle-aged man, eager to register and escape this realm of chaos. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out, nearly causing Li Hualin to flee. "Hey, isn't that Li Laolu? My goodness. Li Laolu has come to register for the college entrance examination." Chapter 20. If I don't hit you, you won't learn your lesson. Look, Mom. Li Laolu is here to take the exam too. Suddenly, Li Huasu's surprised voice echoed through the crowd. Instinctively, Li Hualin turned toward the sound and saw Zhao Yakin, Li Huasu, Li Huaxia, and Li Huasu, all gazing in his direction. Despite wearing a mask, he was recognized by Zhao Yakin and the others. What a coincidence! As afternoon approached, the number of applicants at the registration desk swelled, leaving Li Hualin trapped behind a queue of students, unable to escape. He watched as his mother and sister approached the entrance, their faces filled with curiosity directed at him. Li Hualin wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. There was no need to hide anymore. His secret was out. No wonder his mother hadn't cooked lunch today. She must have brought Li Huasu to register. Why hadn't anyone informed him? "Li Laolu, what brings you here? Looking for us?" "Ah, yes. I didn't see you at home, so I came to find you." Faced with his mother's inquiry, Li Hualin managed a smile beneath the mask that resembled more of a grimace than anything else, just as he was about to explain. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. "Young man, after review, you meet the registration criteria. Please keep this document safe. Bring it to collect your admission ticket by December 10th. Otherwise, you will automatically forfeit your chance to participate in the examination. Don't forget. Taking the college entrance exam at just 15? You might just be a prodigy." Thank you." Li Hualin could only respond awkwardly, accepting the envelope handed to him and slipping it into his bag. Noticing the attention of those around him, he hurriedly exited the registration area. When Li Huasu saw Li Hualin approaching, she snatched his bag, retrieved the envelope, and presented the document to Zhao Yakin. Li Huasu seized the document, examining its contents with a facial expression as if she had bitten into something unpleasant. Well, Li Laolu, to obtain this registration material. Mom took me running around all day. How did you manage to get this document? Li Huaxia took the document, flipping through it, glancing at Zhao Yakin, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Mom, did you see that? Li Laolu is quite capable. He accomplished what took us all day to try and failed. Impressive. I senti it? I say, Li Laolu, acquiring registration materials is no easy feat. How did you do it? Hurry, teach me." Zhao Yakin took back the document, placed it into the envelope, and returned it to Li Hualin. "All right, we can discuss this at home. There are too many people watching." On the way, Li Huasu chattered incessantly, and everyone was exceedingly curious about how Li Hualin managed to obtain his document. "Mom, the personal self-assessment must be thorough. It doesn't matter how it's written. As long as the word count is high, it's a bonus. Just think about it. With the resumption of the college entrance examination, how many people will be participating? If each individual's self-assessment is meticulously scrutinized, what an immense workload that would entail. Indeed, why do you refuse to believe? I am certain I will succeed." Upon returning home, Zhao Yakin, accompanied by her sisters, began to interrogate Li Hualin in her capacity as the family committee administrator. "Just back from work, Li Guozhong?" Upon learning that Li Hualin had quietly acquired the examination permit, joined in to admonish him. For the 2 administrators and 3 members of the committee, the notion that a student of such poor academic standing as Li Hualin could participate in the college entrance examination was absurd. A person who requires their fingers to calculate simple additions and subtractions surely could not gain admission to university. If he could, then surely iron trees would blossom, and pigs would fly. Zhao Yakin was indifferent to whether Li Hualin took the exam. After all, he wouldn't pass anyway. If he desired to go, let him. He was their son, and thus spoiled by the family. What concerned her was that, despite spending an entire day running about with Li Huasu, she had not gathered all the necessary materials for registration, while Li Hualin had somehow managed to do so. In response, Li Hualin repeatedly asserted his belief that he would certainly be accepted into college, but such powerless declarations only served as fodder for laughter in the eyes of his parents. This was their own child, and they couldn't voice their discontent too harshly. Had it been another family's child, they would have gathered around with sunflower seeds, gossiping together, wondering how such an oddball could arise. "You little rascal, when did I ever send your uncle to the mountains for tea leaves? Where did you get this uncle from? Have you learned to lie now? Do you understand the magnitude of this mistake? No. I must go and explain this matter to Principal Zhang." In contrast to Zhao Yakin, Li Guozhong appeared considerably more earnest. Upon discovering that Li Hualin had obtained a recommendation letter under his name from Principal Zhang, he was furious and grabbed a feather duster, ready to administer punishment to Li Hualin, only to be firmly protected by Zhao Yakin. "Why are you so fierce? Do you think a recommendation letter is so easily written? It must reflect the family background. If Principal Zhang could provide Hualin with a letter, he must be aware of our situation, and his endorsement indicates that the letter is legitimate and compliant. Calm down. I believe Hualin's desire to participate in the exam is not wrong. Consider it the first restored college entrance examination, a prestigious event for students nationwide. Everyone would know that the son of the Li family is taking the exam. Wouldn't that bring honor to our family? Many aspire to register, yet find no opportunity. Naturally, our 6th child may not pass, but even if he does not succeed, he will still have participated in the examination. Experiencing the atmosphere would be worthwhile. Just think, how could you approach Principal Zhang and demand he retract his endorsement?" Snatching the feather duster from Li Guozhong's grasp, Zhao Yakin poured him a cup of tea and settled beside him, casting a glance at the siblings within the room. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that the pressing matter was to organize the registration for the eldest son. Principal Zhou indicated that the slots at Lugua School were limited and highly sought after. To obtain a recommendation letter, they would require proof from the factory. "Will you apply to the factory tomorrow? After all, you have just joined the party. If we could acquire a family background certificate from the factory, Principal Guo would undoubtedly issue a recommendation letter." Li Guozhong had his feather duster snatched away and shot a fierce glare at Li Hualin. Grabbing a cup of tea, he lamented, "It's all your fault. You insisted on sending Lao Shi to the furnace school, claiming that a 9-year system is superior to a 10-year one, suggesting that the child could start working a year earlier. Don't blame Principal Guo for not stamping Lao Shi's documents. There are only a few slots in a school, and the furnace factory personnel aren't even sufficient to fill them. How could they possibly allow outsiders? If Lao Shi is at the furnace school, any proof must come from the factory itself. You expect me to go to the electromechanical factory for verification? That's quite unreasonable. Fine, I want to wait until tomorrow. I'll take a couple of steamed buns back to my unit and voluntarily work a night shift to discuss solutions with the leaders." Setting down the cup, Li Guozhong donned his coat, casually slipping 2 steamed buns into his pocket before departing from home. Watching him leave, Zhao Yakin waved the feather duster in her hand and struck Li Hualin on the backside several times. Feeling unsatisfied, she delivered a few more blows. Li Hualin, teary-eyed and clutching his rear, exclaimed in grievance, "Mom, what are you doing? What am I doing? Your father is too harsh. I'm afraid he might injure you, and then we would have to support you. If I don't discipline you, your reckless behavior of using your father's name to deceive Principal Zhang is utterly unacceptable. Do you even comprehend who Principal Zhang is? Before he took office at the electromechanical school, he worked in the same workshop as your father. They're practically brothers. Given our family circumstances, does your father have any brothers in the countryside that he wouldn't know about? At your tender age, you've already learned the art of bribery. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might grow up to be a bane to society. Dodging, are you? Stand still. Li Hualin, have you even considered your age and grade? You think you can take the college entrance exam at just 15? What a prodigy indeed. Everyone envies you. Look at Lao Shi. She excels academically at school, and obtaining a recommendation letter is incredibly challenging. I wish I could run until my legs broke. Speaking only good words, yet still, nothing came of it. Do you realize that your actions could tarnish Principal Zheng's reputation? This is a serious mistake. How could Principal Zheng allow such chaos? Chapter 21. What? The third child is dating? Hit me, Mom, hit me hard. If you don't, he'll never learn and will continue to bully me. Zhao Yakin relentlessly struck Li Hualin with the feather duster, while Li Huashu and others munched on sunflower seeds. Watching the commotion, Li Huashu, while observing, stoked the flames and received a light smack from the feather duster, instantly retreating with a look of grievance. Hey, Mom, don't hit me. I might get caught in friendly fire. Eldest brother, don't even get started on the second brother. You're both cut from the same cloth. Not a single decent one among you. How did I end up giving birth to such rascals? Zhao Yakin shot a glare at Li Huashu, returned the feather duster to the cupboard, and tossed a document at Li Hualin from the table. Next time, let your father bring a couple of bottles of wine to Principal Zheng and express our gratitude properly. You're really out of control. Mom, you're absolutely right. With the restoration of the college entrance examination, students across the nation are scrambling to participate. I just want to broaden my horizons. Once I graduate from junior high, I'll take the exam again. Who knows, I might just succeed. If that happens, our family's ancestral grave will smoke twice. Li Hualin tucked the proof into his bag, rubbing his backside and sweet-talking Zhao Yakin until her anger finally dissipated. He then produced an envelope and handed it to her, prompting a hint of confusion from Zhao Yakin, who was just about to prepare dinner. What could this be? An invitation from the municipal art troupe. Where did this come from? Upon seeing the invitation, Zhao Yakin's face displayed clear astonishment. After reading its contents, she couldn't help but smile broadly, embracing Li Hualin and planting a fervent kiss on his forehead. My eldest son is remarkable. He hasn't even graduated yet, and the art troupe is already recruiting him. I never imagined my son had such talent for performance. Why didn't you show this to me earlier? This opportunity is exceedingly rare. But you must follow in your father's footsteps. Li Hualin, observing Zhao Yakin's rapid change of expression, couldn't help but chuckle and reply. Let's set aside the matter of the art troupe for now. Consider it a backup plan. As for my father's job, it's the new China era now. Must you still favor sons over daughters? Who takes over is irrelevant. Upon hearing Li Hualin's reluctance to accept Li Guozhong's position, Zhao Yakin's expression darkened, and she poked Li Hualin's forehead, admonishing him. How can you speak such nonsense? You are the only boy in our family, destined to uphold the Li family name. Your father's job is excellent. Countless people would covet it. Can an actor compare to a proletarian worker? Chairman Mao himself declared that the working people are the most honorable. Yes, I am indeed lacking in awareness. The working people are the most honorable. Otherwise, why would you be my mother? Your ideological consciousness is indeed high. Li Hualin escorted Zhao Yakin to the door. As the mother with the highest ideological consciousness in our family, could you please hurry and prepare dinner? I am starving. Li Huashu, feeling unjustly struck by a feather duster, pouted and watched as Li Hualin effortlessly charmed Zhao Yakin into a cheerful demeanor, prompting her to sulk in frustration. All you do is flatter and ingratiate yourself. It's utterly shameless. How did I end up with a brother like you? Lulu, come here. How did you write your self-recommendation letter and self-assessment? Li Huashu dragged Li Hualin to the table, retrieving her written self-recommendation and self-assessment, adopting a demeanor of earnest inquiry. As I mentioned earlier, the word count is too low, and as the proletarian successors, we must possess a clear political consciousness. Your writing is far too hasty. Li Hualin rummaged through a pile of middle school textbooks and found a political book, casually flipping through a few pages before pushing it in front of Li Huashu. The content in the textbook constitutes the most standard self-assessment. Just rearrange the order and add some personal insight, and copying it should suffice. Is that really acceptable? Lulu, you have something there. Li Huashu was taken aback. She took the political book and flipped through several pages, realizing that even the simplest phrases were infinitely superior to her own writing. Grabbing a pencil, she underlined the coherent sections and transcribed them, producing an aesthetically pleasing self-assessment. After pondering for a moment, she pushed a portion of her high school materials towards Li Hualin. Since you've registered for the college entrance examination, you shouldn't be so lackadaisical. Let us study together. Li Hualin shrugged, glancing at the cornmeal porridge that Zhao Yakin brought over, and replied, let's not bother. Whether I study or not makes no difference to me. I want to pass anyway. You might as well see for yourself. I'm eagerly anticipating the day you enroll in university and earn money to buy me snacks. Sitting at the table, Li Hualin served himself a bowl of cornmeal porridge, lifted the lid off the aluminum rice pot, and took a hearty bite of a coarse steamed bun. He hadn't eaten lunch, and his hunger was genuine. Although the coarse bun was challenging to swallow and scratched his throat, when paired with pickled vegetables and cornmeal porridge, one eventually became accustomed to it. Time to eat. Li Huashu cheerfully bounded to the table, his eyes fixated on the bowl containing 3 eggs. Mom, why are there 3 eggs today? Did Xiaohua lay them? Xiaohua was the hen in their coop, and with her included, Zhao Yakin raised a total of 6 hens, which she cherished dearly. At the supply and marketing cooperative, eggs could only be purchased with food stamps, and they were quite expensive. The children in the Li family eagerly awaited the daily offerings from their 6 hens, acting like little gluttons. However, the old hens did not lay eggs every day. As they aged, their laying frequency diminished. Yet they could generally guarantee at least 1 egg a day. Such a day with 3 eggs was a rarity, the last occurrence having been over a week ago. Oh, today all 3 were laid by Xiaohua. She truly deserves praise. Hey, what time is it? Why isn't the 3rd one returned yet? Zhao Yakin removed her apron and sleeves, pulled out a chair to sit down, and glanced at the wall clock. It was nearly 6 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, Li Huahong would have been home by 5. Mom, you don't know? The 3rd one is dating someone. Li Huashu exclaimed while biting into the bun, abruptly silencing the room. In the next moment, Li Huasu, Li Huaxia, and Zhao Yakin all stared at Li Huashu, their eyes wide with astonishment. What did you say? The 3rd one is dating? Who is it? Li Huashu peeled an egg, savoring a bite, but before she could finish her sentence, she was kicked under the table by Li Hualin. It's been going on for quite a while. How could you not know? It's with, hey, why did you kick me? Eating in silence, yet you can't control your mouth even during a meal? Li Lao Lu, you also know about the 3rd one dating? How is it that I, the mother, am unaware of this? This is wonderful news. Given our 3rd daughter's looks, numerous matchmakers have approached us in the past, but she turned them all down. Who is she seeing now? Zhao Yakin served herself a bowl of cornmeal porridge, chewing on the pickled vegetables while sipping the porridge, exchanging curious glances with Li Huaxia and Li Huasu, the flames of gossip igniting vigorously. Li Huahong, the most beautiful girl in the Li family, was exceptionally demure. In Li Hualin's opinion, she bore a striking resemblance to a young Li Jiasin, perhaps even surpassing her beauty. With such a stunning young woman yet to be wed, Zhao Yakin received photographs from matchmakers almost daily, eager to discuss potential marriages. However, Li Huahong held high standards and dismissed any suitors. So this sudden revelation of her dating left Zhao Yakin utterly intrigued. Mom, I'm home. I worked some overtime today and returned late. Hey, what's with those looks? Is my face dirty? The sound of the door creaking open heralded the entrance of Li Huahong, clad in her work attire. Upon noticing the inquisitive gazes of several individuals within the room, she instinctively wiped her cheek and picked up a mirror from the cabinet for a quick appraisal. My face is clean, so why are you all staring at me? After hanging her coat on the wall, Li Huahong sat down at the table, accepting a bowl of cornmeal porridge from Zhao Yakin and taking a sip. Observing that everyone continued to gaze at her, she felt a wave of perplexity wash over her. What is going on? Mom, where's Dad? Is he still at work? Chapter 22. Why choose poorly? A dark sweet potato? 3rd sister, tell Mom, have you really been working late these past few days? Zhao Yakin, with a cheerful demeanor, added a few pieces of pickled vegetables to Li Huahong's bowl and peeled an egg for her. Of course, I'm working overtime. What else would I be doing? She replied. Oh, has little Hua laid more eggs today? As she nibbled on the egg, an undeniable hint of shyness crept into her gaze. 3rd sister, there's no need to hide it. Dating is nothing to be ashamed of. But after so much deliberation, why would you choose someone like Li Laolu? Li Huashu unabashedly exposed Li Huahong as pretense, but was promptly kicked by Li Hualin. Indignant, she scooted her chair away from him and settled beside Zhao Yakin. 7th brother, stop spouting nonsense. Guozhong isn ti Li Laoqi, you're trying to deceive me. Momentarily taken aback by the revelation, Li Huahong hesitated, wanting to defend herself. But the insatiable curiosity reflected in her family's eyes made her cheeks flush crimson. She playfully punched Li Huashu, albeit gently. Guozhong? Which Guozhong? Zhao Yakin pondered momentarily, realizing that in their dilapidated neighborhood, apart from her husband's name bearing Guozhong, there were no other suitable candidates. Lin Guozhong, the second son of Uncle Lin. The one who works as a railway policeman. Li Huashu chimed in. Oh, I'm moving my legs. You can't kick me, you silly monkey. With quick wit, she raised her bowl and moved away from the table, evading Li Hualin's leg with a series of playful grimaces. Uncle Lin's second son is quite a decent fellow, honest and straightforward, albeit a bit on the darker side, Zhao Yakin remarked. But you must think carefully. Uncle Lin has 7 bald brothers, and if you two end up together, you'll have to deal with them. Upon hearing the name Lin Guozhong, Zhao Yakin envisioned a stout, dark-skinned man, prompting her to frown slightly. Noticing Li Huahong with her head bowed, seemingly wishing to disappear, she sighed and gently patted her hand. My dear, when it comes to marriage, the most important thing is finding a reliable person. Even if I end up with Guozhong, it's our life together, not his brother's business. Feeling the warmth of Zhao Yakin's touch, Li Huahong's flush began to fade, and she met her mother's gaze, affirming, Mom, I'm determined to be with him for the rest of my life. Dinner is served. We shall wait for your father to return so that I may discuss this matter with him. As a girl from the esteemed Li family, you must not rush into things, for it may invite unwarranted gossip. Li Huahong is typically gentle and composed, her words as soothing as water, never having had a quarrel with anyone. Yet, Zhao Yaqin is well aware of her daughter's stubborn nature. Once she sets her mind on something, it is quite difficult for others to sway her. However, the thought of the 7 bald-headed men from the Lin family gives Zhao Yaqin a headache, prompting her to usher everyone to dinner, skillfully diverting the topic. Sister, what is it that you see in Lin Guozhong, that dark fellow? The matchmaker we hired for you has nearly worn out her welcome. There are many who are more capable and handsome than him. Indeed, sister, being honest is of no use. He must be able to earn a living. Old 7, are you obsessed with money? It is my sister's freedom to like whomever she chooses. I fail to see anything wrong with Lin Guozhong. True, he may be a bit dark, but he works at the grain bureau, and that is no small feat as long as he treats my sister well. That is all that matters. Old 5, your perspective is rather materialistic. What does it matter that he works at the grain bureau? I see you are merely coveting his rations. Oh, we are alike in that regard. I actually agree with the notion of Lin Guozhong as a suitable brother-in-law. At the very least, it would grant us an inside track for purchasing grain in the future. What are you all talking about? Must you speak so frivolously? After dinner, Li Hualin climbed onto the upper bunk to rest. Listening to the whispers of his sisters, his drowsiness waned, and he peeked out to eavesdrop. Li Hualin was curious. If Li Huahong was so determined to have Lin Guozhong, why did he end up marrying someone else? A rather sharp-tongued and tempestuous woman? Considering the temperament of his second mother, Li Hualin could not fathom the comparison. What could she possibly have that matched the gentle and virtuous Li Huahong? In terms of appearance, Li Huahong was the talk of the neighborhood, with many vying to play matchmaker for her. Even with the perspective of a time traveler like Li Hualin, he was utterly convinced that whoever married Li Huahong would be exceedingly fortunate. If such a woman had her sights set on Lin Guozhong, even a fool should know how to make the right choice. Moreover, Lin Guozhong was quite astute himself, not a fool at all. Thus, he raised his hand to express his agreement. I concur with old 5. As long as it is someone my sister favors, we must support her, correct? Li Huahong's cheeks flushed as she cast an exasperated glance at Li Hualin, secretly passing him an apple. This is from Guozhong. Consider yourself fortunate. Li Huashu, witnessing this, pouted her lips in discontent. Sister, you are biased. I also support your choice in a partner. Why am I not receiving an apple? Is it not late? Can you not keep your voices down so that the neighbors can rest? Zhao Yaqin appeared at the door in her nightgown, tapping her hand against the frame. The sisters promptly complied, burrowing into their blankets snugly, pleased with their obedience. Zhao Yaqin turned to leave, but paused upon hearing Li Hualin munching on the apple. Sighing, she advised, do not eat too much. You may find it difficult to sleep later. The following day, after finishing his night shift, Li Guozhong returned with good news. The family composition certificate had been procured. With the family composition certificate in hand, Zhao Yakin barely had time to tidy the dining table before hastily removing her apron and dragging Li Huasu out the door, returning only as dusk fell. Success was theirs. Principal Gua had pinned a recommendation letter and affixed his seal. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, Huasu managed to submit her application just before the registration office closed. Exhausted from a long day, Zhao Yakin sat at the dining table with a smile illuminating her tired eyes. Unlike her brother Li Hualin, who was rather lackluster in academics, Li Huasu was regarded as a true scholar in the eyes of her family. They felt confident that, with diligent preparation, she would surely gain admission to university, a prospect that would bring pride to their ancestral lineage. Huasu herself shared this belief. In a rare gesture, Li Guozhong brought out a cherished half-bottle of Erguo too, pouring a small glass for himself, while even Li Huahong contributed by purchasing orange soda. Now that you have registered, you've taken the first step towards success. Keep up the good work in your studies and aim for a prestigious university. Here is a toast to you. Li Huahong raised her glass of orange soda, clinking it with Huasu's. Shijie, you must study diligently. I have no doubt you will gain admission. At that moment, I will have my own bragging rights. Li Huaxia and Li Huashu followed suit, raising their glasses to Huasu. And me, I also toast to Shijie. Study hard and don't be like certain individuals who are merely coasting through. Please don't elevate my capabilities too highly, without the notes from my textbooks. High school material seems as perplexing as ancient scriptures. Huasu replied, her face aglow with joy as she nudged Li Hualin, who was engrossed in his plate of shredded potatoes. Let us strive together. Yes, let us push ourselves, Li Hualin said, lifting his glass to clink with Huasu's before returning to his potatoes. I must admit, Zhao Yakin's stir-fried potatoes are truly delectable. Chapter 23. Regardless, I believe in you. Li Hualin. Ah, my homeland, with towering mountains and majestic peaks, overseeing the tumultuous waves of history. In the twilight haze, amidst the ebb and flow of tides, a steadfast backbone withstands the passage of millennia with grace and poise. Shaofeng, my homeland, with its grand rivers and vast seas, sweeping through the whirlpools of history, bravely surging forward, cleansing a century of filth. Wait a moment. Your expression is off. Cleansing a century of filth and sweeping through historical whirlpools. Hold your head high and gaze forward with brilliance in your eyes. Look at me. Imagine the stage before us, with the audience seated, as we recite. We must maintain eye contact and never look away. Exactly. Stand tall, hold your head high. Lean slightly forward, arms crossed before your chest, and with my exaggerated gestures, it will be perfect. I knew it. As someone with social anxiety, I've grown accustomed to being observed. Yet you, a member of the new proletariat, seem rather timid. Dancing on stage? That is utterly out of the question. Not even for district or city events, nor the New Year's gala. However, when the homeroom teacher personally visited and replaced the dance with a poetry recitation, Li Hualin, under the fierce gaze of his family, reluctantly complied. In the grand auditorium of the electromechanical school, numerous students with performances for the New Year's gala practiced in small clusters. Li Hualin and Shaofeng stood in a corner, reciting the poem I Love My Motherland. For Li Hualin, who possessed an exceptional memory, the brief prose poem of merely 300 characters was easily committed to memory at a glance. However, Shaofeng struggled, despite being the class monitor and an academic achiever. Her initial attempt at such an extensive piece left her frequently forgetting lines and rendered her so anxious that she could scarcely speak, much to Li Hualin's dismay. To Li Hualin, the New Year's gala was a trivial affair, a mere formality that could be dismissed. He felt that even if the performance were impeccable, the school would not offer any reward, making the effort feel futile. He would rather return to sleep. In contrast, Shaofeng was a girl who tended to overthink. She meticulously executed any task assigned by the school authorities. Upon learning that Li Hualin had received an invitation from the city's art troupe, she felt a twinge of envy and pushed herself to practice diligently, hoping to catch the troupe's attention as well. Yet, despite the simplicity of the poetry recitation, her mistakes were recurrent, causing her to shed tears in private out of frustration. Though not inherently a male chauvinist, Li Hualin could not bear to see a woman cry, regardless of her age. Thus, he led Shaofeng to a secluded corner of the stage, patiently correcting her posture, adjusting her expressions while reciting, and teaching her mnemonic techniques for memorizing the poem. His unwavering patience deeply moved Shaofeng. After the 172nd instance of forgetting her lines due to nerves, she turned to Li Hualin, her face a portrait of distress, and uttered words that felt insincere. Hualin, am I too foolish? Perhaps I should ask the teacher to assign you a different partner. You are indeed somewhat lacking, he began, but to label you as foolish would not be entirely accurate. How should I articulate this? Shaofeng, after several performances together, I have identified a significant issue. You are plagued by insecurity. Yes, insecurity, deeply rooted insecurity. It is a grave psychological affliction, What should be simple for you is overshadowed by your lack of confidence, leading you to subconsciously convince yourself that you cannot remember, that you are inadequate. I fail to comprehend this, he continued. Your mother is a nurse at the health clinic, your father a worker of the proletariat, and you rank within the top 30 of your grade. In such a context, what grounds do you have for feeling inferior? What could possibly undermine your confidence? After an entire morning of struggling to memorize even a single prose piece, Xiao Fong, despite her reputation as a top student, truly vexed Li Hualin. As for her suggestion of changing partners, he dismissed the thought without hesitation. They were neighbors from the same Shantytown, and Xiao Fong was a close friend of Li Huashu. If he were to replace her over this rehearsal triviality, she would surely confront him upon returning home. How could the Li and Xiao families remain neighbors under such circumstances? How could he continue to enjoy dumplings at her home during the New Year festivities? No, I cannot do that. Xiao Fong found herself on the receiving end of a scolding from Li Hualin, her eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to overflow as she fervently defended herself and recited her verses with renewed vigor. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Li Hualin. Turning around, he spotted Zheng Chunlei standing at the entrance of the auditorium. Principal, what brings you here? He inquired, leaving Xiao Fong to continue her poetic recitation. Li Hualin hurried over to Zheng Chunlei, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. Zheng Chunlei opened his briefcase and produced several high school textbooks, placing them in Li Hualin's arms with a smile that softened his features. You rascal, ever since you enrolled, word has spread throughout the district that I am abusing my position to grant a 15-year-old a special recommendation for the college entrance examination. I feel as if I've been placed on a grill, with even some teachers at our school casting me dubious glances. Take these books. I've marked the key points for you. When you return, make sure to study them diligently, even if you don't achieve high marks. Do not let your score be too low, or I shall lose face. After giving Li Hualin's shoulder a reassuring pat, Zheng Chunlei turned to leave, muttering to himself, how could I be so foolish as to believe that a 15-year-old child could pass the university entrance exam? Holding the textbooks, Li Hualin watched Zheng Chunlei's retreating figure, feeling a surge of emotion as he bit down on the chapped skin of his lip. Just days prior, he had been at school to collect materials for a gala when he chanced upon Zheng Chunlei in discussion with a superior, seemingly concerning the recommendation letter. At that moment, Zheng Chunlei was willing to issue a recommendation letter for a 15-year-old still in junior high, thereby risking the school's precious quota. If this child turned out to be a prodigy capable of gaining admission to university, it would affirm Zheng Chunlei's discernment, shielding him from reprimand, and potentially bestowing upon him an honor in his teaching career, the ability to recognize talent. Conversely, should the student prove to be academically inept, the ensuing gossip could drown him in scorn, and he might even face disciplinary action for perceived favoritism and corruption. As Zheng Chunlei's silhouette faded, Li Hualin sensed a tinge of melancholy and self-deprecation within himself. He could no longer discern whether Zheng Chunlei had genuinely provided him with a recommendation letter due to their familial connection, or if his recent score of 65 ignited in Zheng Chunlei a flicker of hope for his academic success. Regardless, Li Hualin deemed Zheng Chunlei a remarkable principal, one to whom he owed an immense debt of gratitude. In a corner of the auditorium, Xiao Fong continued her practice of poetry recitation. Upon seeing Li Hualin return with the high school textbooks, confusion etched her features further. Hualin, I've heard that the principal gave you a recommendation letter for the college entrance exam and was called in for a discussion. You aren't truly planning to take the exam, are you? I'm merely joining in the excitement and broadening my horizons, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of silence as he tucked the books into his canvas bag, retrieving a small aluminum box from within. He popped a large piece of white rabbit candy into his mouth, staring at the box. A scene from the day Zheng Chunlei had given him the milk candy flashing in his mind, prompting a faint smile to curve his lips. Xiao Fong halted her practice and settled beside Li Hualin, accepting a large white rabbit milk candy. With a playful nudge of her shoulder, she encouraged him. Don't be so pessimistic. I believe in you. You will surely pass. However, upon noticing Li Hualin's persistent lack of enthusiasm, she subdued her smile and gazed at him earnestly, enunciating each word. Li Hualin, regardless of how others perceive you, I have faith in you. You will certainly gain admission to university. I hope that once you are in university, you will still remember me as your friend. Li Hualin raised an eyebrow, turning to assess Xiao Fong with a grin, playfully pinching her cheek. Though you may not be the sharpest, your insight is commendable. With that, He rose and extended his right hand toward her. Quit dawdling. It's merely a rehearsal. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home for dinner. Chapter 24. Where's Li Laolu? Oh no. Today us girls are maturing so quickly. She surely doesn't harbor feelings for me, does she? I admit. I am quite exceptional, handsome, possessing charm and charisma, yet a mere child is not my preference. As dusk approached, Li Hualin and Xiao Fong finally synchronized their recitation of poetry, heading home together, as they were to rehearse a skit the following day. Along the way, Xiao Fong chirped excitedly, reciting lines from the skit with apparent joy. Yet, her demeanor betrayed her. She occasionally looked down to kick pebbles or fidgeted with her clothing, revealing her inner turmoil. Li Hualin, preoccupied with thoughts of the impending college entrance examination, found his mind wandering. Suddenly, an image of an adult Xiao Fong confessing her feelings to him flashed in his mind, causing him to instinctively distance himself from her. Reflecting on their past interactions, he began to suspect that this young girl might indeed have feelings for him. In truth, Xiao Fong possessed the makings of a small beauty. Had she been of his age, perhaps he would have been captivated. However, with the soul of an adult, Li Hualin viewed her much like he did Li Huashu, a mere child yet to grow up. He sighed inwardly, wishing for the day when he could escape the shackles of the dilapidated neighborhood and no longer be the object of admiration for his looks. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, with only 7 days remaining until the first college entrance examination. On this day, Li Hualin found himself alone at the riverside, seated on the steps, lost in thought like the other visitors around him. In Binhai City, regardless of the season, citizens transformed into pilgrims at the riverside, pressed against one another on the steps of the pier, fully occupied with their silent reverie. If one were to inquire about their purpose for sitting there, no answer would be forthcoming. Yet, upon arriving, one would inevitably join the throng, settling down to gaze at the shimmering river surface, collectively lost in contemplation. In his previous life, whenever Li Hualin felt weighed down by his emotions, he would seek solitude by the riverside, finding a spot to sit and stare at the flowing water and fairies for hours on end, leaving only when his bottom felt frozen. Remarkably, after such moments of reflection, he always emerged feeling uplifted. In the years to come, the riverbanks will be tainted by pollution. The waters turned a dismal black, with numerous pleasure boats stranded along the shore. A glance reveals that not a single swimmer graces the banks. In some areas, barriers prevent pedestrians from approaching under the pretext of safeguarding visitors from falling into the water. Yet, it is the winter of 1977, and despite the season, the river's surface is abuzz with activity. Adults and children alike frolic on the ice, skating, playing ice hockey, and sledding, their laughter echoing even from a distance. Li Hualin is filled with self-assurance, convinced of his academic future, yet as the college entrance examination approaches, he grapples with a sense of unease and anxiety, an unwelcome pre-exam stress response. At this moment, gazing at the shimmering ice and listening to the joyful sounds surrounding him, Li Hualin watches a group of children playing ice hockey, finding his tension gradually easing. One child, noticing him from afar, bounces over, offering him the whip with a cheerful invitation to join. A flicker of recognition washes over Li Hualin as he smiles and accepts the whip, joining the children in their playful pursuits. Don't be nervous during the exam. Write down what you know, and don't leave anything blank. If you're unsure, just take a guess. You've got this, dear. I'll head home to prepare some meat for you. Focus on your studies. Please, no need to fuss. I've been reviewing for 2 months now. My confidence is sky high. You all can go home and await my triumphant news. I'm certain I will succeed today, as Chairman Mao has said. 7 days later, at the entrance of the electromechanical school, one of the examination venues, a throng of students and their families gather. Among them, Li Guozhong, Zhao Yakin, Li Huahong, Li Huaxia, and Li Huashu surround the seemingly composed Li Huasu, checking her pencils and erasers, offering relentless encouragement while neglecting the other candidate from their household. Mom, Dad, you don't need to wait at the door, just head home. The exam lasts all day, and I'll return for lunch. Li Huasu feels an unprecedented honor since her birth, intensifying her nerves about the impending examination. Meanwhile, Li Hualin, with a piece of white rabbit candy in his mouth, stands idly by, awaiting the opening of the examination hall. He is pleasantly surprised that the venue is his own school, as taking the exam there imbues him with a sense of pride. Soon, the school gates swing open, and proctors shake their bells, calling out, "No pushing, no pushing. Please line up and follow the proctors for identification checks. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion from the exam, forfeiting your chance. Mom, Dad, I'm going to line up now. Third sister, please take Mom and Dad and the little ones home. There's no need to wait. As the school gate opens, Li Huasu waves goodbye to her family, ready to summon Li Hualin to enter together. But when she turns around, she finds that Li Hualin has already vanished from sight. Keep it up, old friend. Whether our ancestral grave smokes or not depends on you, Li Guozhong exclaimed, gripping Zhao Yakin's hand, continuously encouraging Li Huasu as she surged into the crowd. Suddenly, he frowned. Dear, have we forgotten something? Where's Lulu? Isn't he taking the college entrance exam today as well? His words rendered the smiles on the faces of those nearby somewhat rigid. As they hastily searched for Li Hualin's presence, Li Huashu pointed towards the school. Stop looking. As soon as the school gate opened, Li Laolu darted in. That child truly lacks awareness. He could have at least said goodbye before going to take the exam. Once they confirmed that Li Hualin had entered the campus, Zhao Yakin's smile returned. She linked arms with Li Guozhong, and amidst the adoration of their daughters, they headed home. Young comrade, what brings you to the college entrance exam site? Li Hualin squeezed through the crowd, fixating on the sign held high by Shizhou, and stood before a male teacher. The teacher, noticing Li Hualin's diminutive stature and estimating his age at no more than 16, immediately frowned. However, upon seeing Li Hualin present his examination permit, he remarked, "Ah, you must be the student who got Principal Zhang to take the backdoor route. At just 15, participating in the college entrance exam, you're quite a rarity in the vocational school exam hall." After inspecting Li Hualin's permit, the middle-aged teacher broke into a smile. His teasing words echoed around, drawing various glances from other teachers who were organizing the candidates. Li Hualin narrowed his eyes, sensing the teacher's mockery and the derision aimed at Zheng Qunlei. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his posture, gazing resolutely at the teacher, and recited with the cadence of poetry. Esteemed teacher, the resumption of the college entrance examination by the nation aims to select talent nationwide, clearly stating that individuals aged 15 to 40, possessing at least a junior high school education, are eligible to register. May I inquire, as a 7th grader, do I not meet the requirement of having a junior high school education? At 15 years of age, how do I not fulfill the criteria? You may regard my youth with disdain, and I do not hold it against you, but I kindly ask that you refrain from viewing Principal Zhang through a biased lens. He is an excellent principal, and you lack the qualification to judge him. With that, Li Hualin performed a formal 90-degree bow to the middle-aged teacher, standing resolutely. Neither servile nor arrogant. The teacher's expression stiffened, his smile gradually fading as he felt his pride somewhat wounded. He could not help but sneer, "You little comrade. You are quite amusing." Very well. Chapter 25, Xiaoyang's brother, truly composed. The inaugural college entrance examination of 1977 adopted a preliminary and a retest format, designed to filter out unqualified candidates and alleviate the enrollment pressure on universities. The preliminary exam spanned 2 days, commencing on November 28th at 8:30 a.m. and concluding on November 29th at 3 p.m., encompassing both liberal arts and sciences, each in separate venues. The retest also lasted 2 days, starting on December 17th at 8:30 a.m. and ending on December 18th at 3 p.m., similarly divided into liberal arts and sciences, held in the same venues. Comparing the two, the preliminary exam served as a broad net for selection, while the retest functioned as a secondary filtration process, identifying the elite among the already selected candidates. As he queued with the other candidates entering the examination hall, Li Hualin took his designated seat. He gazed at the desk, which bore the etched insignia of a firearm, a sight that left him both amused and exasperated. What a coincidence it was that the preliminary examination was held at the mechanical and electrical school. Even the fact that he was seated in this very spot, which he occupied during his regular classes, seemed almost too much to bear. With everything stacked against him, passing this initial test appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. Within the examination room, 7 invigilators, temporarily assigned from other schools, were responsible for patrolling the classroom to prevent any instances of cheating. Prior to the exam, 3 of the invigilators commenced a thorough inspection, not only verifying the candidates' admission tickets, but also scrutinizing their household registration pages, student identification cards, and health examination certificates. Should any of these documents prove even slightly deficient, the candidates would be expelled from the examination hall, forfeiting their right to participate. An exceedingly harsh measure indeed. As the second round of checks concluded, the invigilators escorted away a dozen candidates whose documents were found lacking. In the blink of an eye, half of the spacious examination hall had emptied, leaving the remaining candidates in a state of trepidation as the examination bell rang. Hualin observed a few candidates who were disqualified due to indications of potential hepatitis B carriers on their health certificates, their anguished cries echoing through the corridor. He could not help but frown. In later times, hepatitis B would hardly be viewed as a significant issue, let alone being a suspected carrier. Yet in this moment, such individuals were not only barred from the college entrance examination, but would likely find themselves forever estranged from military service and state-owned enterprises. It was undeniably a stroke of misfortune. The first examination was mathematics. As the papers were distributed, candidates focused intently on their tasks, and the atmosphere in the hall grew eerily silent, broken only by the soft rustle of pens gliding across the pages. Hualin, seated at his desk, did not rush to answer the questions. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the 3 sheets of paper twice. His seemingly nonchalant demeanor quickly attracted the attention of several invigilators, who exchanged knowing glances. The presence of a 15-year-old prodigy who had successfully navigated the rigorous checks and remained for the examination was bound to raise eyebrows, rendering it impossible for Hualin to escape scrutiny. The invigilators, while making their rounds, often found themselves lingering behind him, their gazes fixed on his work. What a nuisance, he thought, as he continued to write, albeit with a sense of defiance. Before long, he completed the first sheet and noticed the invigilators still sneaking glances at him. In a fit of mischief, he tucked the paper into his desk, thinking, "You wish to see it? Not a chance. This will surely vex you." Standing behind him was a middle-aged teacher who had previously teased Hualin. Observing him conceal his paper, the teacher rolled his eyes and, after circling the examination room a couple of times, returned to his post behind Hualin, continuing to watch him intently. Meanwhile, in the adjacent examination hall for Class 7 West, Huasu stared at his own paper, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Strangely, I distinctly recall these questions, which have all been marked in the textbook, and I have diligently memorized them. Yet, why can't I seem to remember them? The pencil incessantly computed on the scratch paper as Huasu endeavored to recollect the questions she had previously studied. Gradually, the beads of sweat on her forehead increased, but her gaze grew clearer, and her pace in answering hastened. "Ah, I remember this question. Indeed, it is illustrated in the book. Goodness, Xiao Liang's brother is truly remarkable. If he were to take the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly succeed. Alas, such difficult questions would surely bewilder Lao Lu. Why am I even concerned for him? Even if he fails to enter university, he has his father's job as a safety net. As for me, if I don't succeed, I will certainly prevail." Ding ling ling. After 2 hours, the bell of the examination hall rang once more, signaling the end of the morning's mathematics test. Yawning, it was evident that no matter how sleepless I had been, I would inevitably feel drowsy once in the exam room. What a relief. Hearing the bell, Hualin wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Noticing the invigilators beginning to collect the papers, and placed his answer sheet on the desk before stretching languidly. He had completed the exam in merely half an hour, and unable to submit it early, he had succumbed to slumber, dozing for an hour and a half. During this time, his soft snores finally overshadowed the sound of pencils in the examination hall, causing some invigilators to feel exasperated. Thank goodness the exam was over. Several invigilators wished they could kick Hualin out of the hall to revoke his examination eligibility. Principal Zheng had truly lost his senses. Why would he provide this slacker with a letter of recommendation? Just look at him. Did he come to sleep or to take an exam? Shoo, keep your voice down. The candidates haven't all left yet. If Principal Zheng discovers you speaking ill of him behind his back, Finally, the morning session had concluded, and our duties were halfway complete. At the podium, several invigilators collected the answer sheets into archival bags, sealing them with glue before handing them over to the personnel responsible for transporting the examination papers. These personnel had been temporarily dispatched from the armed forces. Fully armed soldiers standing at attention with submachine guns, creating an impressively formidable presence. At the corridor's entrance, Huasu bid farewell to familiar classmates, tiptoeing to glance down the hallway, where she spotted the yawning Hualin, a smile tugging at her lips. "Lao Lu, don't look so downcast. You're still young. If you don't succeed this year, you can always try again after graduating high school." "I'm not downcast. I merely dozed off a moment ago and now have a stiff neck. Mom and Dad, you wouldn't believe how strict the examination hall was today. We had to present our admission tickets to enter the classroom, and there was a second verification inside as well. In our examination room, out of over 10 candidates, only a few remained after the double-checking. I was terrified, fearing they might send me out too. Fortunately, whether it was my health certificate or the letter of recommendation, I met all the requirements. Indeed, concerning the examination questions, at noon, Li Guozhong, who had taken a leave to be at home, and Zhao Yakin busily prepared a Western-style meal and soup, specifically to cheer on Li Huasu. A group of individuals gathered around the dining table, listening intently as Li Huasu spoke with fervor, causing a palpable tension in the air. Zhao Yakin inquired, "What is wrong with the topic? Is it exceedingly difficult?" "Indeed, it is quite challenging, yet remarkable," Li Huasu replied. "Xiaoyang's brother lent me a book that contained notes, and the predictions were astoundingly accurate. I estimate that I shall score at least 80 in mathematics." Regarding the examination of the day, Li Huasu felt a surge of pride, his admiration for the unseen Xiaoyang's brother swelling. He was truly a master of examination predictions. Li Huahong, sipping on egg soup, remarked with a smile, "You ought to express your gratitude to Lao Lu, as he was the one who lent you the book." "Not just him," Li Huaxia chimed in, "Sister Shi. Your true gratitude should be directed towards Xiaoyang's brother." Li Guozhong took a small sip of liquor, nodding approvingly as he placed a chicken leg into Li Huasu's bowl. "Lao Chi is correct. Once the examination concludes, I shall bring 2 bottles of wine and accompany you to the Chui family to express our thanks." Zhao Yakin readily agreed. "That is indeed necessary. Conveniently, we still have some food stamps left this month. I shall procure a hen tomorrow, as it would be insufficient to convey our gratitude otherwise." "What? Wine is one thing, but a hen as well?" Li Hualin, who had been quietly eating, suddenly found the chicken in his bowl unappetizing and hastily interjected, "Mother, that won't be necessary. Xiaoyang's brother merely lent the book without any intention of receiving a reward." Chapter 26. A bag of walnut kernels. Well, the essay topic is not entirely incorrect. It's manageable. Upon returning to the examination hall in the afternoon, Li Hualin was sternly warned by the invigilator that if he were to sleep again during this exam, he would be disqualified on the grounds of disrupting the examination order. As the examination bell rang, Li Hualin chose to ignore the invigilator's threat, focusing instead on the essay topic with raised eyebrows. The essay prompt read, "How do you view the September 18th incident?" Which, in stark contrast to his expectations of me and my country, was an entirely different style. The essay required only 100 words, yet it entailed more than mere writing. It encompassed history and politics. He took up his pen and began to write. 100 words proved no challenge, and he quickly completed it. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed, as anticipated, the middle-aged male teacher lingering behind him, with a shifty gaze. Thus, he decided to be unreserved this time, placing his completed essay on the upper left corner of the desk. "You wish to sneak a peek? I shall show you openly." The middle-aged teacher, seeing that Li Hualin was no longer concealing his paper, boldly approached the desk to scrutinize the essay, his brow furrowing in concentration. The invigilators seated at the podium, noticing the middle-aged teacher engrossed by Li Hualin's desk, also gathered closer. After they had perused the essay, exchanging glances, they no longer lingered behind Li Hualin. "This lad possesses some talent. Although his handwriting is atrocious, his essay is structured with clarity. If I were the chief examiner, I would award him at least 35 points. Indeed, who would have thought that at such a tender age, his political awareness would be so profound? In just a few hundred words, I would give him 38 points. Indeed, Principal Zheng possesses an extraordinary discerning eye. One cannot help but think that this young comrade may have been feigning innocence all along. Truly a prodigy. Undoubtedly, setting aside all else. Even if his performance in other subjects were abysmal, this single essay would certainly warrant a university to admit him as an exception." Behind the podium, several invigilators sat in a row, seemingly fixated on the examination hall, yet engaged in hushed conversations amongst themselves. The instigator of this clandestine dialogue was none other than the previously underestimated, even somewhat scorned, 15-year-old boy, Li Hualin. Oblivious to the fact that his essay had dramatically altered the invigilator's perception of him, soon heard the bell signaling the end of the examination. The candidates paused their writing, awaiting the collection of their papers by the invigilators. The door swung open, and a group of fully armed soldiers entered. the very same who had escorted the papers that morning. As Li Hualin exited the examination room alongside his peers, he did not catch a glimpse of Li Huasu. However, at the corridor's corner, he spotted the waiting Zheng Chunlei. Upon seeing Li Hualin from a distance, Zheng Chunlei waved at him. "Principal, are you looking for me?" Li Hualin exclaimed, weaving through the crowd and jogging to Zheng Chunlei's side, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. "Come with me," Zheng Chunlei instructed, leading Li Hualin back to the principal's office. From a cabinet, he retrieved a bulging paper bag and placed it in Li Hualin's arms. Curious, Li Hualin opened the bag to find it filled with shelled walnut kernels, exclaiming in surprise, "Walnut kernels? Take them home and enjoy. You're still young. And exams shouldn't be overly stressful." Zheng Chunlei waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Li Hualin could leave. The current market price for walnuts was approximately 80 cents per pound, meaning this substantial bag of walnut kernels would cost at least 7 or 8 yuan. 7 or 8 yuan. How much could Zheng Chunlei possibly earn in a month? Holding the heavy bag, Li Hualin beamed and bowed deeply at a 180-degree angle, saying, "Rest assured, Principal, whether in the preliminary or final examinations, I am determined to attend university and will certainly not bring shame upon you." With that, Li Hualin departed, leaving Zheng Chunlei in a state of astonishment. "You rascal." Zheng Chunlei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he poured himself a cup of water. Although not an invigilator himself, he often found himself wandering past the examination room's back door, casting glances into Class 7, Year 1. For the first exam, Li Hualin had only written for half an hour before succumbing to sleep, which left him dissatisfied. However, during the afternoon examination, Li Hualin utilized a full hour and a half to answer, which pleased Zheng Chunlei considerably. As he gazed out the window, Zheng Chunlei spotted the figure of Li Hualin, clutching the paper bag as he exited the school gates. Just then, Li Hualin paused at the entrance, turning back to glance at the teaching building. In a moment of reverie, their eyes met, and Zheng Chunlei observed as Li Hualin waved goodbye to the teaching building. For reasons unknown, a powerful thought stirred within his heart. Li Hualin, unlike the mischievous troublemaker he once was, now exudes a maturity that belies his youth. "Where did you acquire the walnut kernels?" Zhao Yakin inquired, kneading dough in preparation for homemade noodles that evening. Curiosity piqued upon seeing the walnuts, Li Hualin replied. "The principal gave them to me, claiming they would enhance my cognitive abilities." As he placed the walnuts on the table, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was met by Aunt Lu and her son, Huang Haiqiang, standing at the threshold. Without hesitation, Aunt Lu rushed in, dragging her son, whose face bore the marks of a recent altercation. "Old Zhao, can you rein in that wild child of yours? Look at what she did to my Haiqiang. He's been left disfigured." Huang Haiqiang, the sole heir of their family, appeared utterly mortified, attempting to tug at Aunt Lu's arm, only to be silenced by her stern gaze. "Aunt Lu, could this not be a misunderstanding?" Zhao Yakin furrowed her brow, hastily removing her apron and sleeves to examine Huang Haiqiang closely. The once vibrant young man now had a swollen, bruised eyelid, blood at the corner of his mouth, and upon opening it, revealed a missing front tooth. His arms bore scratches, and a distinct bite mark marred his right arm. Li Hualin approached, assessing Huang Haiqiang's injuries, his gaze shifting to Zhao Yakin. Enraged, she took up a feather duster and stormed out, declaring, "Aunt Lu, please take a seat. I shall return shortly." "Misunderstanding? Look at what they've done to my son. Hualin, can you not manage your sister? Playful antics are one thing, but hitting is entirely unacceptable. Just look at the state of my Haiqiang. It's infuriating." Once Zhao Yakin left, Aunt Lu, still fuming, seated herself with Huang Haiqiang. Discovering a paper bag on the table, she curiously opened it and carelessly stuffed several handfuls of walnut kernels into her pocket. As she chewed on the walnuts, she continued to berate Li Hualin, causing him to clench his fists in frustration before snatching the bag and locking it away in a drawer. "Aunt Lu, your reasoning is flawed. Huang Haiqiang is 17. A young man indeed, while my sister is merely 15, 2 years his junior. How can he allow himself to be bested by a girl? Shouldn't you consider the possibility that your son is simply too timid? What gives him the audacity to come here with his parents to complain? Setting aside the question of whether my sister caused his injuries, if she did, I would only offer you this. He deserved it. For a boy of his size to be overpowered by a girl is quite shameful. If I were Huang Haiqiang, I would rather hang myself with noodles than seek parental intervention for such a disgrace. Huang Haiqiang, let me ask you, while my sister may have a feisty disposition, she is certainly not one to bully without cause. Did you provoke her in any way? Li Hualin babbled incessantly, leaving Aunt Lu momentarily stunned for several seconds. Once she regained her composure, she pointed an accusatory finger at him, spitting with indignation. My heavens! Your family has resorted to violence, and you dare to justify it? What do you mean my son couldn't defeat a girl? That's cowardice. He simply refuses to bully a girl, yet you twist the narrative. Just then, Zhao Yakin, wielding a feather duster, pulled the sobbing Li Huashu back inside. Upon witnessing Aunt Lu's combative demeanor, she shot a fierce glare at Li Hualin. Li Hualin approached Zhao Yakin, rescuing Li Huashu and shielding her behind him. He seized the feather duster from her grasp and, meeting Zhao Yakin's gaze, declared, Mother, it takes two to tango. While it may be true that my sister struck Huang Haiqiang, our primary concern now should be to ascertain the truth of the matter rather than blindly believing one side's account. Without even mentioning the reputation of certain individuals in the Shantytown, we all know my sister may have her flaws, but she would never strike someone without cause. Even if she did, we must understand the circumstances to avoid misjudging the innocent and allowing the guilty to go unpunished. Furthermore, Aunt Lu just took several handfuls of walnut kernels from me, worth nearly 3 yuan, so be sure to take note of that. Chapter 27. Why is my life so miserable? Child, do you not know how to speak? Your sister has reduced my son to this state. And what is wrong with me taking a few walnuts? Aunt Lu exclaimed. Old Zhao, let me be clear. Lu Yulan is not one to extort. But your daughter has harmed my son, and we must have an explanation today. If my son has a concussion, you must prepare 2 old hens for broth. Otherwise, if he suffers long-term effects, I will not let this matter rest with your family. Huang Haiqiang, you pitiful creature, where is your bravado at home? Why have you shrunk in front of the Li family? Come now, tell them how this madwoman struck you. Aunt Lu glared at Li Huashu, her eyes ablaze with fury, and when she saw Li Hualin openly defending her, her rage intensified even further. With tears streaming down her face, she pointed accusingly at Zhao Yakin and her companions, as though she bore the weight of the world on her shoulders. Noticing Huang Haiqiang's silence, she kicked him viciously. Mother, let us go home. Huang Haiqiang raised his head, casting a pleading glance at Li Huashu, hoping to escape with Aunt Lu, only to receive another kick from her. Li Hualin wiped away Li Huashu's tears, scrutinizing Huang Haiqiang, noting the absence of a Chairman Mao badge on his chest, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Hualin, hand me that feather duster. If I do not teach this wretched girl a lesson today, the Li family's honor will be utterly tarnished. Zhao Yakin could not bear to see Aunt Lu in tears and attempted to snatch the feather duster away, causing Li Huashu to hide behind Li Hualin and wail loudly. Mother, I acted out of righteousness. It was Huang Haiqiang. He. Regardless, I did nothing wrong. Mother, please calm down, I reiterate. Let us wait until the truth is revealed before we take action. If it truly is my sister's fault, you may punish her as you see fit. I will not intervene. However, should anyone dare to slander my sister, the Li family is not so easily trifled with. Li Hualin, holding the indignant Zhao Yakin, forcefully seated her in a chair and gestured for Li Huaxiao and Li Huasu to observe. He then kicked Li Huashu fiercely, pointing at Zhao Yakin and commanding kneel. Li Huashu was taken aback, but upon seeing the icy glare of Li Hualin, he could only sob and kneel before Zhao Yakin. Mother, I am innocent. It was all Huang Haiqiang's doing. He stole Zhou Ting's undergarments. I went to visit Zhou Ting and happened to catch him in the act. He refused to admit it, and we ended up fighting. Who would have thought he was so weak that he couldn't even defeat me? Stealing undergarments, you slanderer. Zhao Yakin exclaimed. You see this girl? Not only did she assault someone, but she also dares to falsely accuse my son. This matter is beyond your concern. I will go to the police station and let the authorities handle it. If I do not ensure that they arrest this madwoman from your family today, then I am not Lu Yulan. Upon hearing Li Huashu turn the tables and falsely accuse her son of stealing a girl's undergarments, Aunt Lu was nearly overwhelmed with indignation. In this era, where even holding hands could be deemed as lewd behavior warranting severe punishment, the repercussions of stealing undergarments would be catastrophic. Mother, please don't go. Don't. Huang Haiqiang, seeing Aunt Lu storming off to report the incident, hurriedly grasped her arm but was unable to restrain her. In these times, making false accusations was a grave offense, not much lighter than the crime of lewdness. Zhao Yakin, upon realizing Aunt Lu's intention to report the incident, turned pale with fear and quickly stood to stop her. Sister Lu, the child is still young. Look, my daughter has already harmed Haiqiang. I will cover the medical expenses, and I will bring you 3 hens as compensation. I implore you, do not report this. You insolent girl. Hurry and plead with Aunt Lu. If she goes to the police, your life will be ruined. Li Huashu bit her lip tightly. I am innocent. But before she could finish, Zhao Yakin struck her hard. Mother, why do you believe an outsider over me? Am I not your own flesh and blood? Mother, if Aunt Lu wishes to report it, let her. When the police come, and if someone is truly arrested, it will be her to weep. Li Hualin pulled Zhao Yakin back, attempting to reason with her, yet he too received a slap, adding to his fury. Fine. You Li family members are all cut from the same cloth. How did I not see it before? You all conspire to bully us, a widow and her orphan. Aunt Lu broke free from Huang Haiqiang's grasp, but was momentarily amused by Li Hualin's words, causing her to halt her advance. Aunt Lu, since my sister has accused your son of stealing Zhou Ting's undergarments, should we not inquire with Zhou Ting to ascertain the truth? Impulsiveness is a devil. Do not let your momentary anger ruin both families. You may find yourself alone and bereaved. Li Hualin, if you dare curse my mother, I will end you. Huang Haiqiang, enraged by Li Hualin's curse, was ready to retaliate but instinctively paused upon noticing the feather duster in Li Hualin's hand. Mother, hear me out. Let us visit Zhou Ting's home and inquire. If it turns out my sister is indeed lying and has assaulted someone, I will bear the consequences. Whether it be reporting to the police or compensating with hens, I will have no complaints. With a fierce glare directed at Li Huashu, Li Hualin attempted to console Zhao Yakin, disregarding Lu Ani's harsh words, and led her towards the Zhou family home. Zhou Ting's residence, also situated in the Shantytown, was not far from Li Hualin's abode. However, it appeared deserted. No matter how persistently Li Hualin knocked on the door, there was no response. Li Hualin, you can continue to deny it, but I will call the police right now. I intend to have them arrest your sister as well as you. Lu Auntie fumed throughout the journey, and upon discovering Zhou Ting's house was empty, her suspicions were only reinforced. Li Huashu had deliberately wronged an innocent person. Zhao Yakin's gaze towards Li Hualin was filled with disappointment. While she comprehended his protective instincts towards his sister, she could not condone a future pillar of their family being someone unable to discern right from wrong. Li Hualin, however, paid little heed to their expressions, instead observing the surroundings as he approached the window of the Zhou residence. He scrutinized the ropes near the window, which belonged to Zhou's clothesline. Though devoid of garments, there were icicles forming at certain points, indicating that damp items had once lingered there. Kneeling down to search carefully near the window, Li Hualin dug into the sandy soil and unearthed a Mao Zedong badge, brushing off the dust. The badge had a diameter of 8 centimeters, and upon flipping it over, he noticed it bore the inscription 196-6101, Huang Haiqiang. Upon seeing the badge in Li Hualin's possession, Huang Haiqiang instinctively touched his chest, his face paling significantly. Having found the badge validated his suspicions, Li Hualin approached Lu Ani and tossed the badge at her. Ani Lu, these badges are distributed by factories, each with a unique code. Surely, you are not unaware of whose badge this is? Lu Ani instinctively caught the badge, her gaze shifting to Huang Haiqiang's as she noticed her son's pallor and trembling form, fueling her ire. Suppressing her anger, she retorted, Your sister assaulted my son to this extent. It is not unusual for them to have accidentally torn off the badge during their scuffle. I have reason to suspect that your Li Huashu deliberately staged this with Zhou Ting to frame my son. Otherwise, why would she not be at home? At this moment, Zhao Yakin's anger began to dissipate, seemingly grasping Li Hualin's intentions, and she furrowed her brows, saying, Auntie Lu, we must consider this from another perspective. Zhou Ting is merely a 6th-grade girl. Would she publicly announce that her undergarments were stolen? What do you mean, Zhao Yakin? Li Hualin, stop this at once. Luani, noticing Zhao Yakin defending Li Huashu, was about to curse when she saw Li Hualin and Huang Haiqiang grappling fiercely over a canvas bag belonging to her son. Li Hualin seized the bag and quickly rummaged through it, extracting a barefoot doctor manual. Squinting, he opened it, revealing a cold smile as he flung the manual at Lu Ani. Auntie Lu, go call the police. Hurry and report it. If you don't report it today, I will lose all respect for you. Lu Ani froze, instinctively opening the manual, only to find that several pages containing illustrations related to male and female anatomy had been defaced with grotesque markings, some even torn at crucial points. At that moment, Lu Ani felt as though she had been struck by a heavy blow, incredulously pointing at Huang Haiqiang before her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed, lifeless. Mom, Huang Haiqiang was taken aback when he saw Aunt Lu faint. He hurriedly embraced her and repeatedly called her name until she regained her senses. However, the moment she awakened, she struck Huang Haiqiang fiercely across the face, causing blood to trickle from his lip. Why is my life so wretched? I gave birth to such a scoundrel. Chapter 28. Zhou Ting had been at home all along, hadn't she? Sister Zhao, it is indeed my son who deserves a beating. He is in dire need of it. Your daughter has done well in this regard. I beg you, can you please just pretend that nothing happened today? I will make amends. I will bring the geese from my home. I implore you, please do not speak of this to anyone. Otherwise, my son's life will be ruined. Aunt Lu, having struck Huang Haiqiang, wept as she approached Zhao Yakin, grasping her hand in a fervent plea, almost on the verge of kneeling. The sudden transformation of Aunt Lu from a fierce demeanor to one of humble supplication caught Zhao Yakin off guard. She quickly pulled Aunt Lu up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, and noticing the curious glances from neighbors, she urged her to return home. Aunt Lu, there are too many prying eyes outside. Let us speak at home. Sister Zhao, I am aware that you look down upon me and harbor resentment. I should not have reported on old Li's party application on previous occasions. That was not my intention. If you resent me, feel free to strike or scold me. I can endure it all. I implore you, Haiqiang is still young, and I plan to have him enlist in the military. If this incident ruins his life, it would be devastating. Throughout their journey, Aunt Lu noticed Zhao Yakin's hesitance to speak. Upon entering the house, she knelt before Zhao Yakin, weeping sorrowfully. Zhao Yakin was taken aback and slammed her hand on the table. No wonder old Li's party applications have been consistently rejected over the years. It seems you have been the one meddling behind the scenes. Lu Yulan. The death of your old Huang was personally guaranteed by the factory leadership to be unrelated to my old Li. Why do you refuse to believe it? Aunt Lu, realizing she had spoken too freely, struck herself in frustration and kicked Huang Haiqiang a few times, instructing him to kneel before Zhao Yakin. Seeing this, Zhao Yakin helped Huang Haiqiang up and dusted off his trousers. Aunt Lu, let bygones be bygones. Regardless of the circumstances, my daughter's actions were indeed wrong. As for Haiqiang, I will pretend I did not see him today. Li Huashu, come here and apologize to Huang Haiqiang and Aunt Lu. Mom, I did nothing wrong. Li Huashu seethed, her gaze toward Huang Haiqiang filled with venom. The notion that Zhao Yakin would demand an apology from her was unacceptable. Just as she began to protest, Li Hualin grabbed her by the collar and brought her before Aunt Lu. Li Hualin bowed respectfully to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, I acknowledge my wrongdoing earlier. I should not have spoken so harshly. My sister can be difficult. I hope you can overlook this matter. And let us continue to interact as usual between the Li and Lu families. Brother, Li Huashu glared at Li Hualin and pouted, muttering, I am sorry. Speak up, you mute. Louder. Zhao Yakin was astonished by her son's sudden display of understanding and couldn't help but glare sternly at Li Huashu. I'm sorry. Li Hua raised her voice, startling Huang Haiqiang, who then ran back to his bed, crying. Aunt Lu, feeling embarrassed, quickly waved her hands. Sister Zhao, if you insist on saying this, how can I continue living in the Shantytown? In the past, I may have been petty, and I apologize for that. From now on, let us follow what Hualin suggested. We'll handle matters as they come. To this end, I shall have Haiqiang acknowledge you as his godmother. If he misbehaves in the future, you can let Huasu deal with him, and I promise not to utter a word against it. Huang Haiqiang, you rascal, why are you still dawdling? Hurry. Kneel down and acknowledge your godmother. Huang Haiqiang looked utterly bewildered, but Aunt Lu kicked him several times, forcing him to kneel and bow his head 3 times to Zhao Yakin, proclaiming, Godmother. Oh dear, child, please rise, Zhao Yakin replied, flustered by the rapid turn of events that saw Lu Haiqiang calling her godmother. Yet, observing Aunt Lu's serious demeanor, she could only assist Huang Haiqiang to his feet. Aunt Lu, you have truly bestowed a great favor upon me today. I have gained a hefty son without any effort. Mother, it was Li Guozhong who caused my father's death. How can you ask me to acknowledge Zhao Yakin as my godmother? Isn't that akin to recognizing a thief as one's mother? You insolent boy, what do you know? Mother is trying to save you. A short while later, Aunt Lu took Huang Haiqiang home to apply antiseptic ointment. Despite her countless grievances about her son's lack of ambition, he was still her flesh and blood, and she felt compelled to protect him. Huang Haiqiang grimaced as the ointment stung, perplexed by the strange turn of events. The Huang and Li families had always been bitter rivals, and his father's death had largely been caused by Li Guozhong. Why was his mother now urging him to acknowledge his enemy as a mother figure? Seeing the defiance etched on Huang Haiqiang's face, Aunt Lu sighed. Haiqiang, the truth is, your father died due to a machinery malfunction. It was no one's fault. Your mother, unable to accept your father's passing, directed her anger towards the Li family, especially since at that moment, only Li Guozhong was near your father. It is regrettable that Li Guozhong did not rush to aid your father upon seeing him injured, but in time, I have come to understand that it is not his fault. It was simply your father's fate. All these years, I have worn the armband and sought trouble with the Li family, while they have endured in silence without protest. Now, they hold leverage over you. Should Zhao Yakin expose this matter, you would be in grave danger. I have only you as my son, and I look forward to your support in my old age. You are an adult now. Why can't you understand? Look at Li Hualin. He used to be a troublemaker, but now, his capability far surpasses yours. In the future, avoid provoking the Li family and steer clear of that lunatic, Li Huasu. Now that I no longer have the armband, if you cause more trouble, I cannot protect you. Aunt Lu put away the ointment and caught a chicken from the coop, tying it up. Noticing Huang Haiqiang still in a daze, she sighed once more. Come with me to the Zhou family. Things are calm on the Li side for now. If the Zhou family is relentless, you will still face consequences. Seventh son, did I hurt you today in my anger? As Aunt Lu and her son departed, Zhao Yakin locked the door. Taking Li Huasu's hand to caress it, her eyes filled with a deeper concern. Li Huashu pouted, refusing to look at Zhao Yaqin, and indignantly exclaimed, Mother is a villain. I would rather trust outsiders than you. If it weren't for my brother and sister stopping you today, would you have killed me? Zhao Yaqin's expression stiffened, and a bitter smile crossed her face as she turned to Li Hualin inside the room. Today, Hualin performed admirably. Now that we have leverage over the Huang family, let's see how that Lu old woman continues to act so arrogantly. Enough of this. Lu woman has already put you in a pit, and yet you still assist her in counting money. Li Hualin opened the cupboard, took out some walnut kernels, and handed a handful to Li Huashu, distributing some to Li Huasu and Li Huaxia as well. Hey, sixth, where did you get these walnut kernels? They're quite expensive. What do you mean? Zhao Yaqin donned an apron and sleeves, preparing to continue kneading dough, her curiosity piqued by the conversation. Mother, it's quite simple. That Lu old woman often troubled our family when she wore her red armband. Even my father delayed joining the party for a few years because of her reports. Considering the relationship between our family and the Huang family, we are practically enemies. Now that Lu's armband is gone, and we hold something over the Huang family, this leverage could land Huang Haiqiang in prison, or even worse. Don't you think Lu is scared? She must be terrified. Which is why she hurried Huang Haiqiang to recognize you as his godmother, seemingly easing the tension between our families. But in reality, she is securing insurance for him. Everyone in the neighborhood knows how gentle and amiable you are. Lu is certain you won't report her godson. Mother, do you believe that Lu is probably on her way to the Zhou family with something right now? Li Hualin suddenly glanced at Li Huashu. Little sister, Zhou Ting is at home, right? Chapter 29. Does Xiao Liang's brother have a girlfriend? Sister Ting is indeed at home. After all, she is a girl. And how could she make a fuss after having her underwear stolen? Huang Haiqiang is nothing but a rogue. He deserves to be taken to the police station. Mother, why would you take him as your godson? Isn't our family chaotic enough? Li Huashu, who tends to forget past grievances, had just been crying but now, with walnut kernels in her mouth, looked like a little hamster, her eyes sparkling with both tears and joy. Listening to Li Hualin, she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, then stamped her foot decisively, her words laced with disdain for Huang Haiqiang. Huh. Li Hualin shrugged noncommittally. Glancing at the wall clock, there was still an hour until their father got off work. Well, I'll go take a nap in the hammock. I didn't sleep well before the exam. Seeing Li Hualin about to sleep again, Li Huashu quickly grabbed his arm and shook it. Brother, you were amazing today. How did you figure out that Huang Haiqiang had those kinds of books in his backpack? Her inquiry drew the attention of everyone in the room. Even Zhao Yaqin paused her kneading, curiosity lighting her eyes. Indeed, today Li Hualin seemed transformed. Not only did he fiercely protect his sister, but he also struck back at the Huang family. This display of brotherly strength was a stark contrast to the carefree child who only knew how to eat, drink, and play, truly earning the admiration of the family. Li Hualin shrugged off Li Huashu's arm, climbed onto the upper bunk, stretched lazily, and responded with a hint of boredom. I'm not blind. The Chairman Mao badges are ubiquitous, practically worn even in sleep. Who would dare to take them off? When Huang Haiqiang entered the room earlier without one on his chest, I sensed something was amiss. As for that barefoot Dr. S manual, it belongs to the dilapidated housing district. I've seen him pull it out before, tucked away in his backpack. And he wouldn't let anyone touch it. Today, as seen, sigh, that Lu matron may appear to have softened. But who knows what scheme she is conjuring up against our family. You should ease the burden on our parents. Look at how you've pummeled Huang Haiqiang. A bit more force, and he could have gone blind. It's not like there's a deep grudge. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Li Huashu, having been scolded by Li Hualin, remarkably did not retaliate with anger. Instead, she retrieved her cherished white rabbit milk candies from the drawer, climbed onto the upper bunk, and presented them to Li Hualin. Regardless of anything, if it weren't for you today, I would have faced dire consequences. Here, take this candy. Wow, how rare. Our little Pichio is showing gratitude, Li Huashu remarked as she returned to the table to study. Hearing this, Li Huashu teased her. And Li Huashu, pouting, transformed into a little bird, pushing walnut kernels towards Li Huashu. Sister Shi, I also owe you thanks today. Feel free to enjoy these walnuts. It's the time of the college entrance exam, so nourish your brain. Hey, you Li Laoqi, are you gifting my belongings? What about your dignity? Li Huashu chimed in, moving closer to the table, grabbing a handful of walnuts and chewing, her words slightly mumbled. Look at your words. When has our family S. Laoqi ever had dignity? Li Laowu, dare you laugh at me? No walnuts for you. Hey, the walnuts belong to Laolu. I'm his sister. Why shouldn't I eat them? Don't snatch them, or they fall on the floor. Enough of this. Don't you think our home is chaotic enough? Everyone go do your homework. When your father returns, don't mention today's events, understood? Zhao Yakin ceased kneading the dough, observing the commotion in the house, and slammed her palm on the table, sending flour dust flying. The three sisters recoiled and promptly returned to their studies, silence enveloping the room. The next morning, Li Hualin and Li Huashu set off together for the entrance examination at the mechanical and electrical school. Laolu, give it your all, regardless of the outcome. What matters is that you've put forth the effort. In the corridor, Li Huashu avoided the other examinees, cheering Li Hualin on. Li Hualin stood amidst the crowd, hands in pockets, a white rabbit milk candy nestled in his mouth, dismissing Li Huashu's encouragement with indifference, yet seriously admonished, Sister Shi, if you aspire to attend university, the preliminary examination is a formidable hurdle. Failing it means you won't even qualify for the re-examination. I've inquired with other candidates. This time, the scrutiny for the preliminary exam is rigorous. Even if some achieve a passing score, they may still be eliminated for various reasons, thus missing the chance for the re-examination. Time is limited during the exam, so tackle the questions you know first. Don't squander time on those you're unsure of. Understood, you're becoming increasingly verbose. Just like Mom. Am I really that verbose? Watching Li Huashu enter the examination room, Li Hualin also returned to his own, settling into his seat. The first class of the morning was politics. As the bell rang, the invigilators commenced distributing the exam papers, and the cacophony within the examination hall gradually subsided, leaving only the soft scratching of pens. The test comprised 2 sheets, printed on both sides. Li Hualin did not hasten to answer the questions. Instead, he meticulously reviewed all the queries twice to ensure he was well prepared before proceeding to fill in the blanks. The invigilators from Class 1 remained the same 7 individuals from yesterday, and once the examination began, they took turns patrolling the hall, occasionally lingering behind Li Hualin. Among the questions was one regarding the fundamental principles of socialist revolution and construction as proposed by Chairman Mao and on the 10 major relationships, worth 15 points, optional answer. Another queried the primary revolutionary forces in the current international struggle, the principal adversaries, and the core forces that could be allied with, worth 15 points, mandatory answer. The 5th volume of selected works of Mao Zedong pertains to a significant period in Mao's life. Li Hualin mused about how Xiaoliang's older brother managed to predict the exam contents so accurately. If he were to take the exam, he would undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious university. In the examination hall of Class 3, Year 7, Li Hualin's pen moved incessantly as she scrutinized the questions, her smile widening with difficulty. She diligently compared her answers to the memories stored in her mind, discovering that 90% of the questions on the paper had annotations in her review materials. Previously, she had not paid much attention to those notes. But now it appeared that the elusive Xiaoliang's brother was indeed a prodigy in exam predictions, whether in mathematics, language, or politics. The accuracy of his predictions was at least 70%, making this exam feel tailor-made for him. Suddenly, Li Hualin's thoughts wandered, conjuring the image of a handsome, sun-kissed young man, and her curiosity about Xiaoliang's brother intensified. As the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, Li Hualin gazed at her neatly completed paper, unable to suppress a silly grin. According to her calculations, with a full score of 100 in politics, she estimated she had scored at least 80, if not more, a conservative estimate. With a smile, she exited the examination hall and scanned the crowd until she spotted Li Hualin with his hands in his pockets. She waved eagerly and, once he approached, whispered excitedly, "Old Six, did you know? Xiaoliang's brother is a master of exam predictions. Every question on the politics paper was annotated in his review book. I am definitely set for this exam." Then, with a sudden thought, she asked, "By the way, can I ask you something? Don't tell anyone, but how old is Xiaoliang's brother this year? Is he seeing someone?" As Li Hualin descended the stairs with the throng, he couldn't help but smile at Li Hualin's animated demeanor. However, upon hearing the latter part of her question, he almost choked on his saliva. In his mind's eye, he envisioned Xiaoliang's brothers, each towering over 182 centimeters, standing like imposing gorillas, their body hair quite abundant. Most importantly, none of Xiaoliang's family had completed high school. The highest level of education achieved was Xiaoliang's junior high diploma, and he was the only brother among 3 sisters. Observing Li Hualin's infatuated expression, he wondered if she had indeed developed a crush on this fictional character he had conjured. If that were the case, she ought to think twice. For he was a high school graduate, a remarkably accomplished individual, and certainly not someone who could be trifled with. Married, huh? Upon hearing this, Li Huasu's excitement vanished without a trace, and she let out a silent sigh, her demeanor sinking into despondency. "Have you met Xiaoliang's brother? What is he like?" Chapter 30. What? First in the examination hall. The preliminary results were not disclosed. Instead, a few large boards were displayed at the entrance of the Education Bureau, listing the names of those admitted. These lists were arranged according to examination hall and class, ranking individuals by their scores. All candidates whose names appeared on the list were permitted to participate in the second round of the college entrance examination, marking the completion of half of their journey through the process. Those whose names were absent had simply failed to qualify. As soon as the news broke, the Li family rushed to the Education Bureau early in the morning, searching through the throng in front of the bustling boards for names that were as small as mung beans. Li Huashu, though small in stature, was quick-witted. She borrowed a pair of binoculars from a neighbor and soon found Li Huasu's name on the list for Class 3, Year 7, jumping with excitement. "Mom, look! Shijia. She made it onto the list." "Where?" "Old Shi, quickly look, you made it." Zhao Yakin squinted her eyes, snatched the binoculars from Li Huashu, peered at the board, and then handed the binoculars to Li Huasu, her eyes brimming with joy. "It seems your ancestors' tombs are truly blessed today. Let us head home, and I will make you some meat to celebrate." "Yay, I want braised pork." Upon hearing of the feast, Li Huasu excitedly hugged Zhao Yakin, planted a kiss on her cheek, and pulled her away from the crowd. Hey, leave the binoculars. I haven't looked yet." Li Hualin gazed at his family in disbelief as they eagerly prepared to leave. Sometimes, he felt like calling the police. "What do you all remember? You forgot me during the exam, and now, with the results out, you've forgotten me again? Is it a requirement that wherever there is Li Laoshi, there must also be a Li Hualin left in the dust? Hualin, whether you see it or not, is inconsequential. Your sister managed to get in, all thanks to Xiao Liang's brother's review materials. Stop causing a ruckus. Let's head home for dinner." Zhao Yakin halted her steps, noticing that Li Hualin was still standing there, and reached for his arm. At that moment, several candidates squeezed their way through the crowd and, spotting Li Hualin, eagerly approached him, their faces filled with envy. "Well done, little genius. You passed the preliminary exam. Your name is first on the list for Class 1, Year 7. Impressive. No wonder you are the talent personally recommended by Principal Zhang. With these results, the second round is surely within your grasp. Have you decided which school to apply for?" "Excuse me, what did you just say?" "Hualin is also on the list." A sudden admirer interrupted, causing Zhao Yakin to swallow her next words, thinking she had misheard, and quickly grabbed one of them to inquire. "Are you, the family of Li Hualin? Didn't you see the whiteboard? Li Hualin's name is indeed at the top of the list for Class 1, Year 7. First." Li Huasu swallowed hard. snatching the telescope from Li Huashu's hands, and gazed once more at the large whiteboard, searching for the position of Class 7, Year 1, her eyes widening in anticipation. Goodness! Old 6. Zhao Yakin pinched her thigh sharply, wincing in pain, before seizing the telescope herself, and indeed, she spotted the name at the top of the examination roster for Class 7, Year 1. Several candidates from the same examination hall. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the Li family members' faces, were at a loss for understanding and, after bidding farewell to Li Hualin, dispersed into the crowd. The joy that Li Huasu had just experienced was now eclipsed by a bitter complexity as she gazed intently at Li Hualin, her eyes reddening. Mom and Dad always say, I am the smartest in the family. Old 6, how did you manage to come in first? Is it possible they made a mistake with your name? Li Hualin, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, wished he could disappear. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, engulfed in self-doubt. Yet, he inwardly muttered, something feels amiss. I clearly controlled my scores. How could everyone else in that examination hall perform so poorly? Upon returning home, Zhao Yakin, her excitement rendering her nearly speechless, confirmed that Li Hualin was indeed the top student of Class 7, Year 1. She grasped the hands of both Li Hualin and Li Huasu and hurried home. What on earth? You're telling me our old 6 has not only passed the preliminary exam, but has also secured the top spot in his examination hall. And you're not even feverish? As evening approached, Li Huazhong, returning from work, noticed the table laden with sumptuous dishes. Just as he was about to chide Zhao Yakin for her extravagance, he was met with the joyous news she shared. Upon hearing that old 6 had passed the preliminary exam, Li Guozhong could no longer contain his smile, abandoning any complaints about Zhao Yakin celebrating the new year early. However, when informed that their seemingly unremarkable old 6 had achieved first place in the examination hall, he first touched Zhao Yakin's forehead, then pinched himself hard, convinced he was dreaming. How is this possible? Is our ancestral grave smoking twice? After downing a cup of wine, Li Guozhong chewed on the pig's head meat while gazing at Li Hualin, who was engrossed in his meal, still feeling as though it was all unreal. A father knows his child best, and Li Guozhong was acutely aware of old 6's true character. How could he have possibly passed the preliminary exam, let alone come in first? Old 6, how many candidates named Li Hualin were in your examination hall? Surely, there can't be just one. Having gone 7 days without a decent meal, Li Hualin finally relished the taste of braised pork, savoring every bite. Observing his father, he found it easier to believe that the examination roster had erred rather than accept that he had passed the preliminary exam, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Old man, have you lost your senses? It's not uncommon for there to be duplicate names in the same examination hall. But for a 15-year-old taking the college entrance examination, our son is the only one. The roster clearly stated, Mechatronics School, Class 7, Year 1, Li Hualin. 15 years old. I've scrutinized it multiple times. How could I misread it? Hualin, Husu, make sure to enjoy your meat. This is merely the preliminary exam. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Only when you pass the re-examination can you truly claim success. Zhao Yakin kicked Li Guozhong under the table, continuously serving meat into the bowls of Li Huasu and Li Hualin, her eyelashes dancing with joy. Li Huahong raised a glass of orange juice and proactively toasted with Li Huasu and Li Hualin, saying, Congratulations, my dear friends, on passing the preliminary examination. Let us continue to strive forward. The success of our two budding scholars is as certain as fate. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted Li Huahong. Li Huashu set down her bowl and went to open the door, finding Uncle Xiao at the threshold, accompanied by Xiao Fong. She quickly invited them inside. Uncle Xiao, your timing is impeccable. Huashu, fetch some bowls and chopsticks. Zhao Yakin greeted the pair as they entered, ushering them to the table. I assure you, I am not here merely to partake in a meal. I have just heard the delightful news that Huasu has been accepted into university. Here, I have brought some eggs for you to help nourish her. Uncle Xiao handed Zhao Yakin a gourd filled with eggs, insisting she accept it despite her repeated refusals. Please. No. Xiao Fong is also at a growing stage. We truly cannot accept these eggs. Li Guozhong echoed in agreement. Indeed, Uncle Xiao, we appreciate your kind gesture. But we cannot accept them. Take them, it's not meant for you two to eat. Worry not. My family has recently acquired 2 hens that lay an abundance of eggs. Uncle Xiao chuckled as he accepted the bowls and chopsticks, then took a sip of liquor from the cup Li Guozhong had offered, grimacing slightly at the strong taste. His gaze turned toward Li Huasu. Huasu, your uncle has watched you grow up. We may not have much to offer, but these eggs are a token of my affection. Please do not disdain them. Uncle, how could I possibly refuse your kindness? Allow me to raise a toast to you. Li Huasu replied appreciatively. A gourd full of eggs contained at least 70 or 80, which was a heartfelt gesture indeed. Old Zhou, you may not be aware, but not only did our old Shi pass the preliminary exam, but old Lu also succeeded, ranking first in the same examination room. Zhao Yakin placed a bun into Xiao Fang's bowl, her smile radiant as she spoke. What? Our old Lu also passed. Uncle Xiao took a sip of liquor, looking at Li Hualin with surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. Well done, you little rascal. You have not brought shame to the Li family. If only my own children possessed half of your brilliance, I would be overjoyed even in my dreams. I was merely lucky. Li Hualin raised his cup, clinking it with Uncle Xiao and Xiao Fang before returning to his meal. Xiao Fang nibbled on her bun, observing Li Hualin with his greasy mouth, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Li Hualin, I told you that you would surely pass. The principal must be overjoyed now. Seeing Xiao Fang only taking small bites of her bun, Li Hualin added a few pieces of braised pork to her bowl and shrugged. This is just the preliminary exam. Passing merely grants me eligibility for the next round, which holds little significance. Only when I pass that will it truly mean I have been accepted into university. Before he could finish, another round of knocks interrupted his words. He set down his bowl and opened the door, discovering Principal Zheng Chunlei standing outside with a piece of pork in hand, grinning broadly. Principal? Old Zheng, why are you bringing meat? Come in, come in. Zhao Yakin and Li Guozhong quickly welcomed him inside, their enthusiasm palpable. Huashu, go borrow a couple of stools from Aunt Chui. Old Xiao and Xiao Fang are also here. I merely came to take a look. There's no need for any trouble. Zheng Chunlei handed the pork to Zhao Yakin, but was firmly embraced by Li Guozhong. What are you saying? Do you think the Li family can't afford a single bowl and chopsticks? Hurry and sit down. It's a rare occasion for the three of us to gather. Let us drink well. Indeed, today old Li is quite happy. You three should drink more. I'll go fetch some liquor. Zhao Yakin casually set the pork aside, promptly helping Li Huasu and the others with the bowls, ushering them into the house to create space for the three men. Zheng Chunlei, today shedding his usual stern demeanor, smiled, revealing a rosy hue on his dark complexion. He accepted the wine glass from Li Guozhong, clinking glasses with old Xiao and Li Guozhong, exclaiming, I heard that Hualin passed the preliminary exam, so I rushed over right after work. Old Li, you truly should be content. All 5 of your children are daughters. And having a son like Hualin is a blessing. Cheers. Chapter 31. Li Huasu, on the brink. 7 days later, the second round of the 1977 college entrance examination commenced, determining the fate of all candidates. Those who succeeded would soar to great heights, while those who faltered could return home and boast to neighbors about having participated in the examination, just a hair's breadth away from university. In this round, Li Hualin was assigned to Hongqiao High School, while Li Huasu was placed in second Guoxiao. They were not in the same examination district. With 2 candidates in the household, and not even in the same district, Li Huasu set off early that morning accompanied by Zhao Yakin, her sisters, and her close friends to attend the examination at second Guoxiao. As she departed, neighbors from the Shantytown gathered to bid her farewell, offering blessings. After all, if Li Huasu truly succeeded in gaining admission to university, she would be the pride of the Shantytown as its first college student. Meanwhile, Li Hualin was accompanied to the examination venue by Li Guozhong, along with Uncle Xiao and Xiao Fang, and even the long-unseen chubby Zhao Honggang made an appearance. At the school gate, Zheng Chunlei, clad in a sky-blue uniform, adorned with a Chairman Mao badge and a pin tucked in his pocket, held a briefcase and awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Li Hualin and the others, he approached with a smile, patting Li Hualin on the shoulder. Hualin, don't be anxious during the exam. Avoid psychological pressure, understood? Li Hualin was taken aback by Zheng Chunlei's presence to send him off. He nodded in response. Rest assured, Principal. Although my studies are not remarkable, my mindset is certainly robust. Old Zheng, with your busy schedule, you really needn't have come. Li Guozhong was somewhat surprised by Zheng Chunlei's gesture, playfully punching him, which elicited a resigned smile from Zheng Chunlei. I wrote Hualin's recommendation letter, you know. You may not be aware, but the title of young prodigy has spread throughout the district. At just 15, participating in the college entrance examination and ranking first in his testing group, everyone has high hopes for him to surely gain admission to university. I must say, your earnest and honest nature has indeed produced an outstanding son. Suppressing a smile, Zheng Chunlei removed the golden star pen from his chest and placed it into Li Hualin's hands. This pen has accompanied me for quite some time, and today, I bestow it upon you. Here's to your triumph and glorious return. Ah, he is indeed the one who, at the tender age of 15, topped the entrance exam in the same examination hall. What was his name again? Ah, yes, it's Li Hualin. How astonishing it is that at such a young age he possesses such profound knowledge of high school subjects. It is no wonder that Principal Zheng is writing him a recommendation letter. Did you see that? Principal Zheng has gifted away the pen he always wore. I'm not blind. The school gate was bustling with students arriving for the college entrance examination and their accompanying parents. A group recognized both Principal Zheng and Li Hualin, leading to hushed whispers among them. Li Hualin, holding the golden star pen, gazed deeply into Zheng Chunlei's eyes, filled with hope. He bowed at a 90-degree angle in gratitude, then turned to briefly embrace Zhao Honggang and Xiao Fang. Addressing Li Guozhong, Uncle Xiao, and Zheng Chunlei, he waved and said, "There's truly no need to wait here in this chilly weather. You should head back. I'll return on my own after the exam. Don't catch a cold. Now, focus on your test. We'll head to the nearby eatery for a drink, and you'll join us afterward." As Li Hualin's figure vanished into the crowd, Li Guozhong let out a heavy sigh. Honestly, I could never have dreamed that the brightest member of our family would turn out to be the sixth child. Honggang, do you know where Xiaoyang's eldest brother lives? Xiaoyang? Which Xiaoyang? Chui Liang. He doesn't have an older brother, only an older sister. Zhao Honggang, watching Li Hualin disappear, furrowed his brow in confusion. He had never heard of Chui Liang having an older brother. Chui Liang's family has only daughters. It's impossible. Before the exam, Hualin borrowed review books from Xiaoyang, all left by his eldest brother. The group found a small eatery, observing it packed with patrons. They settled in a corner, ordered a few bottles of soda and some vegetarian dishes, and began to chat while eating. Sensing Zhao Honggang's confusion, Li Guozhong clinked glasses with Uncle Xiao, their faces reflecting astonishment. That's even more unlikely. The Chui family only has middle school education. We are quite close to Chui Liang, and I would never mistake his family. Uncle, are you sure you're not mistaken? Could it be a different person? Li Guozhong tossed a peanut into his mouth, his face showing even greater perplexity. Noticing that Xiao Fang had scarcely touched her chopsticks, he placed several pieces of dried tofu into her bowl. With a playful smile, he teased Uncle Xiao, "Your little Fang here has truly won my heart. How about we arrange a marriage alliance?" Truly, the stakes are high for the retest. As Li Hualin entered the campus alongside other examinees, he searched for his designated examination room. He observed that every 10 steps, there was a guard, and every 9 steps, a sentry, with armed soldiers and police stationed throughout the playground and the academic buildings, creating an atmosphere of stringent vigilance. Furthermore, the number of invigilators in the examination hall had increased to 10, comprising 5 educators from other universities and 5 soldiers adorned with 2-star insignias and red epaulets. Li Hualin had not yet entered the examination hall when he was halted by the invigilator. After a meticulous and repeated inspection of his admission ticket, health certificate, educational credentials, and household registration page, he was finally permitted to enter the examination room. In stark contrast to the dilapidated state of the mechanical and electrical school examination hall, the classrooms at Hongxiao had seemingly been recently renovated. As the light streamed in, the room was illuminated brilliantly. Li Hualin took his assigned seat, glancing at the unfamiliar candidates around him, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. As time progressed, more and more candidates filled the room, and when it was completely occupied, the examination bell rang, signaling the distribution of papers by a military personnel. Oh, the first subject that a time traveler must confront, the National College Entrance Examination of 1977. Here I come. Picking up the paper for review, Li Hualin removed the pen from his chest and placed it on the top of the desk. He then retrieved a sharpened pencil from his pencil case and began to answer the questions. Within the examination hall, armed military personnel and supervising teachers continuously patrolled, ready to expel any candidate caught cheating, stripping them of their examination qualifications. Mathematics was a weak point for Li Hualin. Although he could recite all the high school math textbooks from memory, he still found himself at a loss when it came to logical problems. Fortunately, as he was pursuing the liberal arts, while mathematics scores were important, they were not critical. Passing was sufficient. The only 15-year-old candidate in the examination hall inevitably attracted the attention of the invigilators, who would often linger behind him, seemingly by chance. This behavior made Hualin break out in a sweat, fearing that the military personnel inside might misinterpret the situation and expel him as well. As the minutes ticked away, Hualin quickly completed the paper and patiently reviewed it, estimating his score. 100 points for a perfect score, 60 points as the passing line. And he felt that a score in the range of 70 to 80 points would be quite challenging. However, if he could just surpass the 60-point threshold, he should be fine. It was exceedingly difficult. Despite being merely common high school knowledge, the questions were quite tricky, with many leaning towards practicality rather than theoretical knowledge. It was bewildering. While it was acceptable to include carpentry measurements, questions about mechanical operations were perplexing. Would his father, a level 5 mechanic, even be able to solve them? Compared to those recent graduates, these questions seemed more suited for experienced workers, or rather, they appeared tailor-made for them. Far too biased. As the bell rang once more, Hualin laid the paper flat on the desk and began to pack up his pencil case. He had a strong premonition that his performance in this subject was precarious. Chapter 32. Double happiness in the Shantytown of February. A pervasive scent of sulfur lingered in the air as groups of small children gathered to play with firecrackers, joyfully welcoming the new year of 1978. Among them, anyone daring enough to hold a two-stage firecracker or a grenade was undoubtedly the most admired in the crowd. Of course, those with sky rockets were also included, but they were often looked down upon by many youths who deemed it cowardly to hold a sky rocket in hand. On the first day of the new year, every household's entrance was strewn with red paper scraps, the most festive evidence of firecrackers having been set off. A newsboy clad in a green coat rode by on a bicycle with a sidecar, filled with brown paper envelopes. Through the gaps in which could be seen several large red characters, "Dispatch of Congratulations." As he passed by the Shantytown, he parked his bicycle at the entrance, searching for the house number. Noticing a few women gathered by the water tank to fetch water, he approached them with a naive smile and inquired, "Excuse me, do you happen to know if Huasu lives here?" Aunt Zhou, having finished filling her bucket and preparing to return indoors, halted at his words. Instinctively, she nodded and wiped her hands on her apron before accepting the letter from the mail carrier, upon which were inscribed the words, "Lin Du Lin University. Personally opened by Huasu." Yakin. It's the postman. Huasu's admission letter has arrived." Aunt Zhou, though not fully literate, could still recognize university and Huasu. Realizing the significance, she hurriedly set down her bucket and dashed towards the hallway, calling out as she ran, "Yakin, come out quickly. Huasu's university acceptance letter has arrived. Huasu has been accepted into college." On the first day of the Lunar New Year, families gathered together, and Aunt Zhou's voice seemed to have been amplified as she ran and shouted, attracting the attention of neighbors who peeked out of their doors. Aunt Zhou slowed down. "What? Huasu got into university? My goodness, Huasu is going to college." Zhao Yakin was inside boiling water for noodles when she heard the commotion. She opened the door and, upon seeing the letter in Aunt Zhou's hand, stood frozen for several moments. Quickly, she took the envelope and tucked it under the bedding, knowing that the cold would make the paper brittle and that tearing it open carelessly could ruin the acceptance letter. Zhao Yakin believed her daughter was capable of getting into university, but receiving an acceptance letter was an entirely different matter. She invited Aunt Zhou into the house, rummaged through a drawer, and handed her a few pieces of fruit candy, urging her daughter, Huasu, who was munching on sunflower seeds, to fetch her sister and the others from the front yard, informing them that the university notification had arrived. "You need to hurry. It's about time they stopped playing around. I must say, Yakin, your family truly struck gold. University, oh my, it's something we never dared to dream of. Huasu has really made something of herself." Aunt Zhou exclaimed. "Yakin, I heard that Huasu got accepted. I brought some eggs for her to nourish her health. She mustn't be lacking as a university student. Indeed, I've also brought a chicken for you to stew for Huasu. By the way, which university did she get into?" Before Aunt Zhou could leave, a group of 7 or 8 neighbors carrying gifts gathered outside, all smiling as they squeezed into the house, showering Huasu with praise. Zhao Yakin couldn't contain her joy, her smile wide as she waved her hands. "It's not that prestigious of a school. I'll prepare more food. And you all must come. Oh please, don't be modest. We don't even have a high school graduate in our Shantytown. And your family has produced a golden phoenix. What more could you wish for? It's a fine university." They replied, All right, you continue with your preparations. We'll come by later. This is a momentous occasion for our Shantytown, producing a university student. In less than half an hour, word had spread throughout the entire Shantytown that the Li family had a university student. In an era where a high school diploma was already considered prestigious, the neighbors of the Shantytown had never encountered such a phenomenon. Guests arrived one after another, bearing gifts of various kinds. Some brought eggs, others yarn, some enamel basins, and still others carried strips of meat, displaying an exuberance that was truly heartwarming. Guozhong, stop working and hurry home. Your daughter has been accepted into university. In the factory, Li Guozhong was meticulously polishing parts when the workshop director, Zhou Huaqiang, hurried over, pulling him toward the break room. Wait, my parts aren't finished yet. Let me complete my work first. What nonsense. Why are you here on New Year's Day? You should be at home. Did you not hear what I just said? Your daughter, Huasu, has been accepted into university. Zhou Huaqiang dragged Li Guozhong into the break room, opened a cabinet, and thrust 2 jars of canned fruit into his arms. Take these cans and hurry home. You need not come in for the next few days. But director, aren't these cans for your wife's health? I cannot accept them. Before Li Guozhong could place the cans down, Zhou Huaqiang pushed him out the door. My wife will survive with 1 less can. Your daughter getting into university is a monumental occasion for our factory. All right, director, I shall take my leave, but do not touch the screws. I will return. Li Guozhong, no longer hesitating, clutched the 2 jars of peach preserves and joyfully made his way home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he found their home filled with neighbors. Oh, old Li is back. Your daughter Huasu has made quite a name for herself by getting into university. Indeed, I have always believed Huasu would excel. Didn't I have an eye for talent? A 17-year-old university student is rare, even in the city. Absolutely. From our Shantytown, a golden phoenix has finally taken flight. Oh, please, do not praise her too much. Her head will swell. Where is she? She should come out to greet her elders. Li Guozhong set down the jars and peeked into the side room, where Li Huasu was surrounded by her friends, chattering excitedly, her smile radiating joy. He quickly retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had received from Accountant Liu at the factory, who had insisted he take them upon hearing the good news about Huasu. Old Li, I heard your 6th child also took the college entrance examination and passed the preliminary test. Surely your family will have 2 top scholars? I find that doubtful. Huasu has always been bright, gentle, and virtuous, but while Hualin is also quite clever, he is still young. It is rare for a 15-year-old to enter university. That would be a prodigy. True. Yet Principal Zheng has a keen eye. Even if Hualin does not pass this time, he can always try again after finishing high school. I truly envy you. A university student is quite a remarkable achievement. Old Li, the director asked me to inform you that he has discussed with factory director's son about setting up a few tables in the cafeteria on a certain day. Oh yes. This was handed to me by a newspaper delivery person when I arrived. I cannot read, so please see what it says. Old Xiao brushed the snow off his coat, entered, and handed Li Guozhong an envelope. Upon receiving it, Li Guozhong's smile broadened, and he promptly tucked the envelope under his mattress to keep it warm. Upon witnessing the scene, the neighbors within the house were filled with curiosity. What letter has arrived this time? Could it possibly be another correspondence from Huasu? Li Guozhong shook his head, took a large sip from the teacup to calm his nerves, and grinned. It's from Huqing University, Hualin's. Chapter 33, Why am I so outstanding? What? Huqing University? What kind of institution is that? Exclaimed one neighbor. Goodness. Is it the prestigious Huqing University from the capital, on par with Debay? Hualin has been accepted there. What are you getting excited about? Is Huqing University really that impressive? Is it better than Lin University? You folks have no idea. There are only a handful of top universities in our country. And Huqing University, Debay University, Fudan University, and Dalian University of Technology are all exceptional. Old Li, your family has not merely produced a golden egg. You've given rise to a literary star. Upon hearing the name Huqing University, the neighbors began to gossip fervently. When they learned that Huqing University is one of the nation's elite institutions, they could hardly contain their excitement. If Li Huasu had been accepted into university, they might have understood, as she had excelled academically since childhood. But Li Hualin, he was nothing short of a troublemaker, a poor student. How could he possibly gain admission to a top-tier university like Huqing? Could it be true? A pair of dual top scholars, and I actually predicted it. The sound of knocking echoed through the door as a delivery person entered, momentarily taken aback by the gathering inside. Excuse me, is Comrade Li Hualin at home? I have his admission letter. I am his father. Just hand it over to me, Li Guozhong replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. He accepted the stack of letters from the delivery person, and as he perused them, he was rendered speechless, swallowing hard. He couldn't help but murmur, Fudan University. Hebei in the capital, Binhai University of Technology, Huaxia Science and Technology, Nandu Jing University. Am I dreaming? The door swung open, revealing Li Hualin and Zhao Hong. Their faces smudged with soot from firecrackers, their cotton jackets riddled with holes. Upon noticing the crowd's astonished gazes, Li Hualin instinctively wiped the grime from his face. Just as he was about to step into the side room, Li Guozhong seized his arm. Li Hualin scrutinized the envelope, extracting an invitation from Long University, which he tucked away, casually discarding the rest into a drawer. Seeing his father glare at him intently, he shrugged helplessly. Dad, those schools are too far. I don't want to travel out of town. Long University is quite good. He added silently in his mind. This is 1978, not the future. Although the Western factions have been vanquished, the Cultural Revolution has not yet fully abated, and its aftermath still lingers. The capital is rife with turmoil. Both Hebei and Huqing are at the epicenter of political strife, with factions rampant within their walls, and they are notoriously insular. As a northerner, I would face significant challenges, not to mention the relentless scrutiny, minor inspections every few days, major evaluations every week. Surviving through it all is no small feat. If I were to align myself with the wrong faction or utter a careless remark, I could be misinterpreted, leading to dire consequences, potentially endangering my family as well. This isn't some mindless fantasy where I become extraordinarily wealthy, and the entire nation revolves around me. I can't survive unless I earn billions with every word. Stepping back for a moment, it is evident that the ideals of future generations will inevitably differ from those of the present. As a top student, one would certainly be closely scrutinized in the imperial capital. For a time traveler like myself, attending a prestigious university out west is utterly nonsensical. It would be akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. Remaining in Binhai City, albeit the Dragon University is merely a second-tier institution, it is still vastly preferable. While the disparity with elite universities is undeniable, its focus on foreign languages and the relative leniency towards local residents create a more accommodating environment. As long as one refrains from making a spectacle or voicing inappropriate opinions, one can generally go unnoticed, making it the ideal place for me to bide my time. In Binhai City, far removed from the Emperor's reach, my goal is simply to endure until graduation, after which I can join the Foreign Trade Bureau and lead a mundane life. Though not extravagant, it would at least afford a comfortable existence, far better than the anxiety of living in constant fear of misfortune. As for Binhai University of Technology, such a place filled with high achievers would only heighten the risk of exposure. It is best to avoid it altogether. In summary, having traversed into this new realm, I can thrive regardless of my choices. Without any influential backing, there is no need to reach for the heavens. Li Guozhong remains oblivious to Li Hualin's subtle intentions, unable to express his thoughts as they are stifled by Li Hualin's nonchalant demeanor. What does he mean by saying those schools are too distant? My concern lies not with them, but rather with the abundance of top-tier universities sending you acceptance letters. My dear son, how well did you perform in the college entrance examination? Yet, with neighbors observing, Li Guozhong cannot display his feelings openly. He can only feign anger and glare at Li Hualin, pulling 5 yuan from his pocket and handing it to him. Go out and enjoy yourself. Such a generous sum. Upon seeing the money, Li Huashu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and as Li Hualin attempted to leave, she quickly followed. That Hualin is truly remarkable. While many workers may not be literate, a significant number can recognize the names of prestigious institutions on envelopes. The neighbors had just been praising Li Huashu to the skies. But upon witnessing Li Hualin, with stacks of acceptance letters, they found themselves at a loss for words. One by one, they exchanged glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and soon took their leave, quickly emptying the room. Hey, don't leave. I was just about to cook noodles, Zhao Yakin exclaimed, entering with bowls and chopsticks. Puzzled to see the neighbors streaming out. What is going on? What is happening? You can see for yourself. Li Guozhong, at a loss for words, opened a drawer and tossed a pile of envelopes to Zhao Yakin before collapsing into a chair. Good heavens, where did all these acceptance letters come from? They're all for Hualin. You old grump. Our son is so exceptional, and yet you still sigh. Zhao Yakin teased, taken aback by the sheer number of notifications. Seeing Li Guozhong's sullen demeanor, she couldn't help but jest. Li Guozhong poured himself a glass of liquor and downed it in one go, grimacing at the burn, and sighed. I would prefer him to be a bit more ordinary. Ah, how is it that I, as a father, am so remarkable? Hualin, I never expected you would truly gain admission to university. How is this possible? We have spent every day together in play. When did you secretly study? I am utterly oblivious. Upon stepping outside, Zhao Honggang felt a twinge of discontent. He and Li Hualin had been inseparable since their childhood, notorious rascals in the Shantytown, both academically challenged. However, several months prior, after an encounter in the air raid shelter, Li Hualin seemed to undergo a transformation. He not only distanced himself from their antics, but also quietly sat for the college entrance examination. The most absurd part? As fellow underachievers. What granted you such excellence to gain university admission? This perplexity haunted Zhao Honggang, and despite racking his brain, he could not fathom the answer. Li Hualin retrieved a firecracker from his pocket, igniting it to startle Li Huashu, then casually tossed it far away, unleashing a flurry of snowflakes. In response to Zhao Honggang's remarks, Li Hualin fashioned a snowball and stuffed it down his collar. Day after day, there are not so many whys. Gaining admission to university is not as daunting as you imagine. Study diligently, and you too can succeed. You ambushed me, Zhao Honggang exclaimed, shrinking his neck from the cold, retaliating with a handful of snow. Before long, Li Hualin found himself pinned to the ground by Li Huashu and Zhao Honggang, transformed into a snowman. Yay! Li Huashu and Zhao Honggang clapped their hands, casting triumphant glances at Li Hualin. See, you were so smug, and now look at you. You little brat. I am your brother, and you dare to side with others? All my affection for you was in vain. Li Hualin seethed, despite Li Huashu's frail appearance. Her strength was surprising, combined with Zhao Honggang's bulk. Together, they overpowered him, leaving him utterly defenseless. A dignified traveler of worlds reduced to a mere snowman by two little rascals. If this were to spread, how could he ever hold his head high again? Li Huashu, Zhao Honggang, you are bullying Hualin, came a voice from afar. Turning around, they saw Xiao Fong jogging over, brushing the snow off Li Hualin and helping him up. Li Huashu feigned disdain. Oh dear, even before stepping through the door, you are already caring for him. Shameless, aren't you? Zhao Honggang froze. A look of astonishment crossing his face as he hurriedly asked, what do you mean by stepping through the door and caring for him? Don't speak nonsense. Li Hualin shot a fierce glare at Li Huashu, kicking her into the snowdrift, then awkwardly addressed the evasive Xiao Fong. This girl has clearly gone awry today. Ignore her nonsense. Is there something you need from me? The blush on Xiao Fong's face gradually faded as she nodded. The teacher asked me to inform you that our performance has been approved. We are to present it at school the day after tomorrow. Li Hualin, how dare you kick me? I will get back at you. Li Huashu, recovering from her tumble into the snow, stood up indignantly, ready to retaliate against Li Hualin. Just as she prepared to strike, someone seized her ear, instantly deflating her bravado. Mom, this time Li Hualin is bullying me. Keep spinning your tail. I saw with my own eyes you turning your brother into a snowman. He deserved that kick. Xiao Fong is also here, accompanying her aunt back home. The aunt has just prepared some noodles. With a swift kick aimed at Li Huashu, which she narrowly evades, Zhao Yakin cheerfully takes Xiao Fong's hand, and they head home together. Zhao Honggang, squinting, fixates on Li Hualin and Li Huasu, catching up with Zhao Yakin. Auntie, I want to eat too. Li Huashu angrily points at Li Hualin. You're finished. Just wait, I will avenge this. Ouch, stop pinching, that hurts. Li Hualin grips Li Huashu's ear, pulling her home. Come on, let's see who disciplines whom. Chapter 34. What expression is that on your face? You little rascal. Speak up. What is the matter with this admission letter? In the kitchen, Li Guozhong is cooking noodles, hearing the door creak behind him. He carries the freshly cooked noodles back into the room. He places the noodles on the table, gesturing for Li Huashu to fetch bowls and chopsticks, then sits across from Li Hualin, arranging a dozen admission letters in front of him, his gaze intriguing. Xiao Fong rises to assist Li Huashu with the bowls and chopsticks. Upon seeing the row of admission letters on the table, her eyes widen in surprise. Li Hualin feels overwhelmed, glancing at Li Guozhong's stern demeanor. Sensing the gravity of the situation, without a plausible explanation, he can easily imagine his parents resorting to drastic measures, perhaps even performing an exorcism or dissecting his head to uncover its contents. Indeed, how could a mediocre student suddenly transform into a prodigy, not only gaining admission to a university, but receiving acceptance letters from multiple institutions? It all seems rather uncanny and abnormal. Li Huasu enters the room carrying a stack of textbooks, placing them in front of Li Hualin, and kicks Zhao Hongang. You little chubby one, tell me, where is Cui Liang's third brother working? Suddenly, a cold gust sweeps in, and Li Hualin looks towards Zhao Hongang, raising his foot to kick. However, Zhao Hongang dodges swiftly, seizing a chair and fleeing. Li Hualin, listen to me. The day you went for your exam, your uncle asked about Cui Liang, and you didn't give me a heads up. Hey, don't drop that. Zhao Hongang, you talk too much, you big-mouthed blabbermouth. I might as well strangle you. Li Hualin is tempted to grab the chopsticks and unleash a flurry of blows on Zhao Hongang, but feeling the scrutinizing gazes of his parents and Li Huasu, he can only sigh in resignation. All right, fine, I'll tell the truth. The moment the college entrance examination results were released, I knew. I thought about our family situation. If I could get into college, I could enjoy free meals at school, which would alleviate some of the burden at home. These textbooks aren't from Xiao Liang's brother. They were given to me by Principal Zheng. If he hadn't provided the textbooks, would he have written me a recommendation letter? As for the admission letters not disclosing scores, they just asked us to fill out our preferences at school. And I chose Long University, not expecting to receive so many offers. I've made up my mind. Hucking, while Daegu is a prestigious institution, it's too competitive. I'll stay in Binhai City, closer to home, so that if you miss me, you can visit me anytime at school. Li Hualin felt a chill of sweat at his temples, desperately concocting lies. Yet, as he beheld his parents, arms crossed and gazing at him with an expression that seemed to convey, "Go on, perform your act. Let us see if we believe you." He contemplated shifting the blame onto Zheng Chunlei. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Huashu opened it to reveal Zheng Chunlei standing outside, holding 2 pieces of meat and a bag of eggs. Upon seeing the door ajar, he casually handed the items to Li Huashu and stepped inside. "Old Li, I heard that Hualin's admission notice has arrived." Li Hualin's awkward expression froze on his face as he hastily stood up to fetch a stool for Zheng Chunlei. Li Guozhong and Zhao Yakin greeted Zheng Chunlei with beaming smiles. Upon hearing his words, they pointed to the admission notices on the table. "Yes, indeed. Quite a few have arrived, and you've come just in time to help the 6th pick. Wait, how can there be so many notices?" Zheng Chunlei gazed at the stack of admission letters on the table, convinced he was hallucinating. He quickly removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and put them back on. He looked incredulously at Li Hualin. "Hualin, although the results of the college entrance retest are not disclosed, just how many points did you estimate you'd score?" "Huazhong, Beida, Dalian University of Technology, Fudan, and the University of Science and Technology. These are all top-tier institutions. The fact that they have simultaneously sent you admission notices indicates that your scores far exceed their thresholds. I have taught countless students. Yet you leave me with an indescribable feeling. Indeed, it is no longer the universities selecting you. It is you choosing the universities. So, have you decided which one you wish to attend?" Zheng Chunlei began to unwrap the admission letters one by one, perusing their contents to help Li Hualin select reliable majors. As he stated, after years in the profession, even though this was the first reinstatement of the college entrance examination, anyone participating in this inaugural test was undoubtedly exceptional. A group of elites assembled to take the exam, and yet so many were filtered out. Those who remained were the CRME de la CRME. However, Li Hualin, merely a 15-year-old boy who hadn't even graduated from middle school, had not only managed to find himself among this elite group, but also attracted the attention of numerous prestigious universities. This was no longer a case of schools selecting candidates. It was evidently candidates choosing schools. With such an abundance of admission letters, Li Hualin could choose the best institution for his education. Once he graduated, he would truly soar to great heights, a prodigious talent gracing the world. Before long, Zheng Chunlei had narrowed down the options among several disciplines, including environmental science and engineering, history, philosophy, archaeology, and ancient language and literature. He presented the 3 majors of philosophy and ancient language and literature from Huazhong University, Beida, and Dalian University of Technology to Li Hualin. "Hualin, if you are inclined towards humanities, these 3 fields are the most suitable for you. The nation currently requires such talent, and upon graduation, you will contribute significantly to its development. As for the other humanities majors from different institutions, they cannot be deemed inferior, but relative to these 3, they would be more of a disadvantage to you. Do you see? It takes an expert to discern this. With old Zheng here, you have the most authoritative guidance. Old Zheng, I had previously considered sending Xiao Lu to Hucking, yet this young man opted for Long University, claiming he was reluctant to attend school out of town. Isn't that infuriating? Li Guozhong has never attended university. He is only aware of which institutions possess renown. But when it comes to discerning which is superior or more suitable for Li Hualin, he and Zhao Yakin are utterly in the dark. Now, with Zheng Chunlei providing a thorough analysis, although Li Guozhong still struggles to comprehend, he recognizes the importance of consulting experts for specialized matters. He subsequently presented a choice among 3 disciplines, selecting philosophy and placing it before Li Hualin. Let us go with this one, philosophy. It sounds reliable. Father, if you do not understand, please refrain from making arbitrary selections. The arrival of Zheng Chunlei left Li Hualin quite troubled. The household was not yet settled. And now he had to contend with a professional, which was far more challenging than persuading his parents. To be fair, any of the 3 universities Zheng Chunlei suggested would secure a promising future for him. Yet Li Hualin had his own aspirations. He retrieved the admission letter from Long University from his drawer and placed it before Zheng Chunlei. Principal, I fear I must disappoint you this time. Considering the existing institutions in the country, there are only a few that offer economics, and I wish to pursue that field and remain close to home. Long University is the optimal choice. Although Long University may not boast the prestige or faculty caliber of those elite institutions, I still believe it suits me better. Long University. Economics? Are you jesting? Or do you have your own reasons for choosing economics? Unless you can persuade me otherwise, I cannot endorse your pursuit of economics at Long University. It would merely stifle your potential. Upon hearing the mention of Long University's economics program, Zheng Chunlei opened the admission letter and examined it, his brows knitting together. Noticing that Li Guozhong and Zhao Yakin were both watching him intently, he shook his head. His tone softened slightly. Hualin, you know how challenging this year's college entrance examination has been. In our district, only a handful of students have been admitted to university. Among the art students, you are truly exceptional. Long University's economics is simply not fitting for you. To take a step back, even if you genuinely wish to pursue economics, you could choose Fudan or Dabe. Why must you settle for Long University? Receiving the chopsticks from Li Huashu, Zheng Chunlei earnestly patted Li Hualin on the shoulder. In our mechanical and electrical school, only 3 of us have been admitted to university, and the other 2 barely scraped by into ordinary institutions. Only you have the rare opportunity to select your school. How precious that is. Li Guozhong slammed the table with great force. Glaring at Li Hualin in frustration, you little rascal, old Zheng regards you as his own son. What is that expression on your face? Chapter 35, Teacher, please have a drink. Old Li, every individual harbors diverse aspirations. It is not to say that elite institutions are necessarily suitable for Hualin. Choosing a university is a lifelong decision that warrants careful consideration. Hualin is no longer a child. He possesses the ability to discern right from wrong. As elders, we can analyze the pros and cons of each institution for him, but the path is his own. We cannot make choices for him. Let us eat first and grant him some time to reflect. My stomach is growling. Li Guozhong's personality can be likened to that of a reserved individual. He is typically honest and straightforward, yet when provoked, his anger resembles that of a stubborn mule, making it difficult for anyone to calm him down. Noticing the signs of his impending fury, Zheng Chunlei quickly diverted the conversation, picking up a bowl to serve himself some noodles, while generously ladling 2 large spoonfuls of egg sauce, singing its praises. Yakin's skill in rolling noodles has truly improved. I ought to invite my spouse over to learn from you. Then you must come often. When you do, I shall roll noodles for you and ensure you have your fill of egg sauce. Zhao Yakin gently patted Li Guozhong's hand and stood to serve her family noodles. But she noticed him sigh heavily. I am troubled at the moment. Our neighbors have sent so many gifts that we cannot accept them without reciprocation. Dear, please tally the items later and record what each family has contributed. These are favors we must return. Look at my memory. I nearly forgot the most crucial matter. Zheng Chunlei set down his utensils, retrieved an envelope from his briefcase, and offered it to Li Guozhong, who repeatedly declined. Old Zheng, please take it back. I cannot accept this money. With both children preparing for their college entrance examinations, your lending of books and writing recommendations is already generous enough. You are overthinking it. This is a subsidy issued by the Education Bureau. In our district, every student who gains admission to university receives it. It is not from my own pocket. Wait a moment, you mentioned lending books. What books are you referring to? Uncle Zheng, the textbooks, aren't they lent to Lao Lu? Li Huasu, while enjoying his noodles, pointed to the high school textbooks on the table his eyes brimming with gratitude. Mom and Dad, I have made my decision. As Li Hualin ate his bowl of noodles with trepidation, he noticed Li Guozhong and Li Huasu engaging in a discussion about high school textbooks and hastily interjected. You scare me to death. What are you doing, making such a fuss? Zhao Yakin exclaimed, startled, as she pressed her hand against her chest and shot an annoyed glance at Li Hualin. Li Hualin offered an awkward smile, rising to kneel before Zheng Chunlei, bowing 3 times amidst the puzzled expressions of everyone in the room. Principal Zheng, I wish to take you as my teacher. Oh, this child certainly knows how to seize an opportunity. Li Guozhong grinned, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhao Yakin, who promptly went to fetch some liquor. Chunlei, if it weren't for your support during this college entrance examination, this little rascal would never have made it. Since he has this intention, you should accept him. If he ever dares to upset you, feel free to discipline him. I shall not object. Indeed, my Lao Lu, if he can become your student, it would truly be a stroke of fortune for him. Zhao Yakin returned with white liquor and cups, pouring for Li Guozhong and Zheng Chunlei, also chiming in. Oh, Hualin's admission to university is due to his own efforts. I merely provided a recommendation letter and did not assist much. However, I genuinely like this child. And since he wishes to acknowledge me as his teacher, he must behave and not upset his parents. Old Li, I accept this child. He shall be my first disciple. Who would have thought, as I grow older, I would take on a student? Teacher, please do not be anxious. Having one disciple is sufficient, but it would not hurt to have a few more, would it? Li Hualin chuckled as he stood up, pulling the bewildered Li Huashu before Zheng Chunlei, while also pressing down the onlookers, Xiao Fang and Zhao Honggang, onto the ground. Although my sister possesses a mischievous disposition, she is quite intelligent. If she were to grow under your guidance, she would undoubtedly become a pillar of our nation in the future. As for Xiao Fang and Honggang, though they may be somewhat slow, they are diligent and earnest. If they could become your students, their futures would surely be bright. Li Hualin exchanged mischievous glances with Li Huashu, who, upon catching on, prostrated herself before Zheng Chunlei, exclaiming, Esteemed teacher, I bow thrice to you. Xiao Fang, her eyes wide with astonishment and her mind momentarily blank, was pulled by Li Huashu and, in a daze, offered 3 bows to Zheng Chunlei. Zhao Honggang, sharing a knowing glance with Li Hualin, promptly followed suit, kneeling and bowing. Esteemed teacher, I bow once to you. Li Guozhong rolled his eyes at Li Hualin's antics, yet managed to smile while urging, Old Zheng, look at this rascal, he is insatiable. However, I must admit that old 6 words hold some merit. Whether accepting 1 disciple or 2, Xiao Fang and Honggang are indeed commendable. Zheng Chunlei's smile gradually faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor as he regarded Li Hualin intently. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Indeed, Huashu, Xiao Fang, and Honggang are quite good. Since they have already bowed, I cannot refuse. Thank you, teacher. Li Hualin, under Zheng Chunlei's scrutinizing gaze, felt as if his innermost thoughts were laid bare, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Seeing that Zheng Chunlei had not dismissed his proposal, but rather accepted Li Huashu and the others, he quickly grinned, kneeling before Zheng Chunlei to present a cup of wine. Teacher, our family circumstances are modest. Please indulge in this cup of wine as a gesture, and when my disciples earn their fortunes, we shall treat you at a grand banquet. He discreetly nudged Li Huashu and the others with his foot. Upon noticing, they hurriedly accepted the wine offered by Zhao Yakin, lining up to offer their respects. You little rascal. Zheng Chunlei's smile returned as he accepted the cup of wine offered to him, draining it in one go, his eyes glistening with emotion as the spirit took effect. Dad, please keep the teacher company. We shall take our leave now. After witnessing Zheng Chunlei finish the cup of strong liquor, Li Hualin exchanged glances with Li Huashu and the others, and the server, having served noodles, slipped into the side room. Old Zheng, this child is incorrigible. I apologize. Li Guozhong raised his cup to clink with Zheng Chunlei's, signaling Zhao Yakin to prepare a couple of dishes. With such intelligence, their future is boundless. Old Li, if it weren't for my daughters being so young, I'd certainly consider an alliance with you. Once inside the side room, Li Hualin hastily locked the door, leaning against it and listening to the conversation next door. Finally feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Li Huashu, holding her bowl of noodles, crept over as if she were a thief. Brother, what mischief are you up to today? Li Huashu's inquiry mirrored the confusion of Xiao Fang and Zhao Honggang, who approached with their bowls in hand. Zhao Honggang, slurping noodles while munching on garlic, exclaimed, Hualin, You know I have little love for studying. Asking me to take Principal Zheng as my teacher is akin to asking for my demise. Xiao Fang remained silent, fixated on Li Hualin, as if to say, "You know nothing." Li Hualin settled beside them, consuming his noodles heartily, though his smile subdued slightly. Consider this with your own intellect. Who is old Zheng? With so many workers at the machinery factory, why was he chosen to be the principal of the mechanical school? He recalled a significant moment during his college entrance examination when old Zheng gifted him a pen he had carried for years, illuminating the principal's intentions. From his perspective, a student like me, an exemplary scholar, is a rare find. By becoming his apprentice, others will perceive my excellence as a testament to his guidance. Old Zheng values reputation over profit. I provide him with the former, and in return, he offers me the latter. It is a transaction, a mutual benefit. My sister, Li Huashu, is my priority, and having her study under old Zheng will greatly benefit her future. You two are my childhood friends, with old Zheng's support. Your futures will also be promising. This is my intention. He patted Zhao Honggang on the shoulder and glanced at Xiao Fang. I understand your little schemes, and some others do as well. The opportunity is yours, seize it wisely. As for me, I am but a transient soul in the Shantytown, yearning for freedom. My heart elsewhere. You, however, though a bit slippery, possess a warm heart. Now, the matters I've discussed should remain between us. Do not speak of them to others. Old Zheng is a commendable principal and will be an excellent teacher. You will benefit from this. Brother, why are you becoming increasingly peculiar? What thoughts occupy your mind daily? Li Huashu was taken aback, though she couldn't decipher the rambling of her brother. Yet, she understood that Li Hualin, her brother, always had her best interests at heart. I'm heading home to inform Mom and Dad about this. Hualin, remember to come to the performance at the Cultural Palace the day after tomorrow. Xiao Fang, burdened with her thoughts, set down her bowl and departed hastily. Zhao Honggang followed suit, leaving his bowl behind. Li Huashu pondered with her bowl in hand. Brother, Xiao Fang has feelings for you, but you do not reciprocate. Zhao Fatty likes Xiao Fang. By having them become teacher and student, they would be siblings in a sense. Is this your intention? Chapter 36. The Advancement Feast in the Cafeteria. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. Tonight, Xiao Fang and I will present a poetry recitation. I love my motherland. Li Hualin began. My motherland, with towering mountains and majestic peaks, gazes upon the tumult of history. In the dimming twilight, regardless of the ebb and flow of tides, a steadfast backbone endures the vicissitudes of 10,000 years with unhurried grace. Xiao Fang continued, my motherland, vast rivers and seas, sweeping through the whirlpools of history, courageously surging forward, cleansing a century of filth. 2 days later, the Workers' Cultural Palace in Xiang District was thronged with people, marking the 1978 New Year Cultural Gala in Xiang District. The hall was filled with leaders from the 3 major state-owned enterprises, the electromechanical plant, the thermal power plant, and the boiler factory, along with student representatives from their affiliated primary and secondary schools. On stage, Li Hualin and Xiao Fang, clad in deep blue Zhongshan suits, adorned with Chairman Mao badges on their chests, were passionately performing a poetry recitation. Their expressions were solemn, their voices resonant and clear, and their exaggerated gestures elicited frequent applause and cheers from the audience below. Xiao Zheng, this young comrade is quite remarkable. What? Does he look down on our municipal cultural troupe? You misunderstand. It's primarily because Li Hualin has found a more promising path. Oh, he is just a child who hasn't even graduated from junior high. What opportunity could possibly be better than joining the cultural troupe? You're not aware, are you? Recently, Hualin participated in the college entrance examination and achieved 3rd place in the province for the arts and 1st in the city. He has received admission letters from all the top universities. He is destined for higher education, and it seems he won't be joining the cultural troupe. What? He is the much-talked-about 15-year-old prodigy of the college entrance examination? What a shame, he has such a promising talent. That is Xiao Fang. Although she seemed a bit nervous on stage, with some nurturing, she could become a fine actress. After the performance concludes, bring her to me. I'd like to see if she wishes to join the cultural troupe after graduation. Are you referring to Li Hualin, the one on stage? Lao Zheng. I heard that the recommendation letter for that young man was penned by you. Impressive. A 15-year-old genius in the college entrance examination, not just in the city, but even in the province. Such talent is rare. Which university does he intend to attend? Has he collected the subsidy allocated by the district? I've heard that the city is also providing financial aid to these university students. Make sure he claims it. Hey, your information is quite outdated. This is the first restored college entrance examination. The nation is treating these students like treasures. Just yesterday, the province announced that there would be special subsidies for university students. This batch is extraordinary. The subsidies issued by the state alone are sufficient for their needs, and it seems that various universities are also providing targeted financial aid. In the lower part of the stage, Zhang Chunlei was seated with several leaders from the district, engaging in casual conversation. As the discussion turned to Li Hualin, a smile never left Zhang Chunlei's face, his eyes sparkling with delight. Soon, the poetry recitation came to an end, and Li Hualin and Xiao Fong bowed to the audience before retreating backstage. In the dressing room, Xiao Fong was wiping the dust from her face with a damp towel when someone came to find her, prompting her to leave alone. Hualin, you're quite impressive now. A university student already. You're in for good times ahead, but don't forget us. Hualin, your poetry recitation today was fantastic. It stirred my blood. The dressing room was bustling with performers, some familiar with Li Hualin. As they saw him removing his makeup, they approached him warmly to greet him. After chatting with them for a while, Li Hualin slung his canvas bag over his shoulder, preparing to rush to his next engagement. He had a busy day ahead. In addition to attending the New Year's cultural performance at the Cultural Palace, he also needed to hurry to the cafeteria of the electromechanical plant for a graduation celebration. In this day and age, when a family produces a university student, it becomes almost imperative to announce the news to every household. A celebratory banquet is certainly in order. While it may not be as ostentatious as in later times, at the very least, 2 tables should be discreetly arranged to entertain neighbors and friends, allowing everyone to partake in the joyous occasion. Li Hualin, at the tender age of 18, would have undoubtedly been the prodigy of the neighborhood, achieving the status of a university student in the remarkable cohort of 77. Had it not been for Li Hualin's extraordinary feat of gaining admission to university at the mere age of 15, securing the top rank in the humanities at the municipal level, this overshadowed Li Hualin's brilliance. Nevertheless, the fact that the Li family boasts 2 top scholars has stirred the upper echelons of the machinery factory, prompting the factory leadership to grant special permission to reserve half of the canteen for the Li family celebration. They even planned to attend the event personally, extending their congratulations for the emergence of 2 literary stars among the proletariat. As they awaited the occasion, Xiao Fong hurriedly approached from the back entrance of the Cultural Palace, taking the satchel from Li Hualin, her eyes sparkling with delight. Is it good news? Once they left the Cultural Palace and took a shortcut towards the machinery factory, she revealed, yes, indeed. The leaders of the municipal cultural troupe attended the performance and expressed their desire to invite me to join. The teacher suggested that I begin working with the troupe after graduating from junior high. Your voice and appearance are commendable, though you lack systematic training. The cultural troupe is undoubtedly the best place for you. How remarkable. A future star indeed. When you are surrounded by throngs of admirers, do not refuse to grant me an autograph. Li Hualin smiled at her words. He was not surprised by Xiao Fong receiving the invitation. She was quite attractive and possessed a flair for performance. His own decision to decline the cultural troupe's offer naturally led to them extending an invitation to her instead. Well, when I become a star, and you come seeking my autograph, I shall have someone block your way, and I will ignore you. The machinery factory, renowned as a heavy industry enterprise in the northern 3 provinces, is comparable to a leading giant in the field, boasting 5 canteens alone. In the westernmost canteen, adorned with a vibrant red banner proclaiming, "Warm congratulations to Comrade Li Guozhong and his family for producing 2 top scholars, exemplifying the spirit of our proletarian workers." Li Hualin and Xiao Fong, from a distance, caught sight of the banner and the scattered red paper confetti on the ground, prompting a smirk from Li Hualin. Xiao Fong, gazing at the distant banner with a smile, playfully remarked, "Of course, it is fitting. You and Sister Hua's are university students. There are only a few university students in the entire district, and your family alone boasts 2. How could it not be grand? We must hurry. We are already late. And we wouldn't want Uncle Li and the others to be anxious. What on earth? Were they not supposed to have just 2 tables? Why are there so many people?" Li Hualin chose not to respond to Xiao Fong's teasing. As they approached the canteen, the sounds of laughter and conversation from within reached them, and peering inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. The canteen was packed, aside from a few familiar neighbors. Many of the attendees were strangers to him. His father, flushed and reeking of alcohol, was toasting with Li Huasu at a table when he caught sight of him peering through the door. He quickly beckoned. "You little rascal, why are you just arriving? Hurry in and greet your uncles and aunts. Ah, our scholar has arrived. What a fine young man you are, truly impressive. As they say, a tiger does not raise a dog. I've heard old Li speak of you often, but I've never had the pleasure of meeting you. You are indeed quite the handsome lad. No wonder you're a university student." With a booming voice, Li Guozhong drew the attention of all the guests feasting within the room. Upon seeing Li Hualin and Xiao Feng enter, the room was filled with praises, making Li Guozhong feel as though he might float away from pride. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my mischievous little rascal. Today, there is a New Year performance in the district, and he has a program, which is why he has returned." "Dad, I thought it was only neighbors invited. Why are there so many people?" Xiao Feng settled into a seat beside Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou, while Li Hualin was pulled by Li Guozhong onto the stage, where he enthusiastically introduced him to the gathered guests. Li Hualin's gaze swept across the dining hall. There must have been at least 100 people present. Judging by their attire, they were likely workers from the machinery factory, colleagues of Li Guozhong. At that moment, the square-faced, bushy-browed Zhou Huaqiang approached, smiling as he handed Li Hualin an envelope. "We have produced university students from our proletariat, and two at that. Hualin, you and Huasu have truly brought honor to your father, and to us workers as well. This money comes from the union. Both you and Huasu shall receive it as your scholarship. Now that you are in university, focus on your studies and acquire knowledge, so that you may one day give back to our motherland. Come now, today there are no outsiders, only your uncles and aunts who have been eagerly awaiting your words. Share a few thoughts with us. Oh, and do tell us how you achieved such success, so that we may inspire more scholars from our workers' children. Isn't that right? We are all envious of old Li. How is it that he is so fortunate? Hualin, please share with us how you excelled in the college entrance examination. We are all eager to hear." With Zhou Huaqiang's few words, the dining hall buzzed with excitement. Curious eyes were fixed on Li Hualin, who stood there, a young lad barely reaching 1.70 meters, and yet he had gained admission to university. The school officials even declared him the top student in the humanities at the city level. Remarkable indeed. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Li Hualin's face flushed. After contemplating for a moment, he accepted the envelope, bowed respectfully to Zhou Huaqiang and the guests, and said bashfully, "Thank you, uncles and aunts, for your concern and trust. I promise to learn diligently in university and to give back to our nation in the future. As for the college entrance examination, I believe it fundamentally lies in thorough revision, as all the exam material is contained within our textbooks." At that moment, Li Hualin, drawing from future experiences and considering the current national circumstances, shared with the audience the secrets of effective college entrance exam preparation, garnering waves of applause. The young lad, "Don't speak ill of others. After hearing your insights, I am tempted to take the college entrance examination myself, but alas, I am past the age, and they would not accept me." Zhou Huaqiang affectionately ruffled Li Hualin's hair, urging him to eat, and then turned to his colleagues in the hall. "Did you all hear that? Once you return, first procure the high school textbooks, and then confine the children at home to review. Who knows, perhaps next year, your family will also produce a literary star." On this day in the third workshop of the electromechanical factory, many employees had indulged excessively in drink. Upon returning home, the cries of their children echoed incessantly. Yet they all harbored a mutual resentment towards the same individual, Li Hualin. "Take it easy. I told you not to drink so much, but you wouldn't listen. What do you mean by drinking too much, my dear? I am in high spirits today. Both Huasu and Hualin have been accepted into university. I feel truly proud. In the days before Hualin, with 5 daughters at home, I would be ridiculed whenever I stepped outside, with people saying we had no sons, and that our hen house would eventually be overturned. Little did they know, since Hualin's arrival, my back has straightened. Who would dare claim the Li family lacks sons? I would teach them a lesson. You should have seen it today. People surrounded me, flattering me, praising this and that. No longer were they mocking us for our lack of sons. Our old West has brought us pride. The 6th child has vindicated me. After years of enduring disdain, today it has all vanished. 2 top scholars in the family, who would not regard us with newfound respect." After the graduation banquet concluded, everyone returned to their respective homes. Li Guozhong, already close to inebriation, was assisted home by Li Hualin and Li Huahong. Lying in bed, Li Guozhong couldn't stop laughing, prompting Zhao Yakin, who had come to bring him warm water to wash his body, to feel exasperated. After years of marriage, Zhao Yakin understood her husband well. She was acutely aware of the contempt he faced when the Li family had no male heirs. All of this had significantly improved since the arrival of Li Hualin. However, the Li family had 6 daughters and only 1 son, a stark contrast to other families, which often boasted several sons. The graduation banquet had been entirely organized by the workshop director, and with so many colleagues in attendance, their families were also present. Not only Li Guozhong, but even Zhao Yakin, amidst the praise from her colleagues, suddenly felt a sense of pride swell within her. She dipped a towel in warm water and gently wiped her husband's face, feigning anger as she remarked, "Humph, who could it be that, after the 6th passed the preliminary examination, spent the whole night tossing and turning in distress? Now that the 6th has been accepted into university, who will take over my job? Look at your meager achievements. And now you say no one is available to take over the work? Ah, never mind. Aren't there still the 5th and 7th at home? The eldest and 2nd will soon return, and the work will not escape us. I just think, my brothers, some have perished while others are crippled. The dreams they could not realize, I have accomplished. My father, if he were aware from beyond, would surely be at peace." Li Guozhong leaned against the wall, sitting up to loosen his clothes and wipe himself down. Just as he had begun to indulge in a few more words, Zhao Yakin playfully punched him, causing him to sway. "I told you, you've had too much to drink, but you wouldn't believe me. Can we speak so casually about matters at home? Hurry and wipe yourself down. Once you're done, it's time for bed. Alas, evasion serves no purpose. Can we truly continue to flee, denying Hualin and the others their rightful heritage? Oh, hold on. I shall refrain from further comment." Li Guozhong, in a sullen mood, wiped his upper body and suddenly recalled something. "Wife, go retrieve the money. We cannot allow such a substantial sum to remain in their possession." Zhao Yakin opened the drawer and waved several envelopes at Li Guozhong. "As you mentioned, Hualin and Huasu handed me the money at the restaurant. Consider this. Our child has been accepted into university. The district, the city, the union, and the factory have all provided subsidies, not to mention the contributions from the community. The total amounts to a considerable sum. Sister, when does school commence? If it has already started, you will hardly return home. What shall I do? Humph. Do you miss me, or are you merely longing for me to buy you snacks?" In the adjacent room, Li Huasu leaned against the back of her chair, twirling a pencil in her hand, inscribing something on a piece of paper, chuckling mysteriously after writing a few words. Upon hearing the careless remarks of her younger sister, Li Huaxia, she paused her writing, retrieved a paper bag from the drawer, and waved a piece of peach crisp before them, inciting a playful scramble between Li Huasu and Li Huaxia. "Wow, peach crisp. Where did you get that? Need it be said? With so many neighbors and even Dad's colleagues coming over for the feast today, it must have been a gift from them. Oh, if only I possessed Sister Shi's intellect. I would also attend university and receive treats. Are you foolish? With so many people bringing food today, they cannot possibly finish it all. It all belongs to us." Li Huasu pulled out a wooden box from beneath the bed and extracted several bottles of orange juice. "See here, I snagged these from the restaurant." Li Huasu took the orange juice, blew on the bottle, and glanced towards the loft, noticing Li Hualin lost in thought against the wall. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Lulu, ever since you returned home, you've worn such a gloomy face. Who has offended you? Brother, have some peach crisp." Li Huasu climbed onto the loft, offering half a piece of peach crisp to Li Hualin, while perching herself on the edge, her legs swinging in midair. As she chewed on the crisp, crumbs scattered about her mouth, her eyes squinted in delight, resembling a greedy little cat. Li Hualin munched on the peach crisp, and in response to Li Huasu's question, simply stretched lazily and gazed at Li Huaxia, who was engrossed in a comic by the bedside. "Old 5, you're about to graduate from middle school. Are you planning to work or pursue high school? Me? I cannot compare to you and Sister Shi. I detest studying above all else. Of course, I shall seek work. For work brings income. How liberating. Yet, I wonder what job I might secure with these grades. If I could land a position in a large collective, I would feel immensely fortunate." Li Hualin fell into a contemplative silence. Old 5 possessed a measure of self-awareness. Among the children of the Li family, the 3rd child was gentle and virtuous, the most filial, entering the workforce immediately after middle school. However, with only a middle school diploma, advancing further would present challenges. Excluding the peculiar case of Li Hualin, it was indisputable that she was the most intelligent among the Li family. Now that Li Huasu had gained admission to university, it was certain that, no matter her fate, She would likely become a teacher at a prestigious institution, and with a bit of effort, she might even ascend to the role of head of the academic year. Li Laowu is considered the dimmest among the Li family, always lagging behind others in response and academically inferior even to Li Hualin, the notorious underachiever. Listening to Li Huaxia's self-deprecation, Li Hualin pondered for a moment, rummaging through the clutter to retrieve the invitation from the municipal art troupe, tossing it in front of Li Huaxia. Recognizing that the path of academia was unpromising, it was time to explore alternative avenues. Xiao Fong had already received an invitation from the municipal art troupe and would commence work there after graduating from middle school. Henceforth, avoid being so indolent. Participate in any rehearsals organized by the school, as long as the performance isn't utterly dreadful. Securing a position in the art troupe is quite feasible. Li Huasu ceased writing and turned to Li Huaxia, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Huahong, who was knitting. She clapped her hands and exclaimed, "This suggestion from Lao Lu is quite sensible. Our Lao Wu is not unattractive, and his singing resembles that of a lark. Pursuing a career as a dramatic actor is undoubtedly a viable path. But can he endure the hardships that come with acting? 10 years of practice for a minute on stage. Can Lao Wu withstand such toil?" Li Huaxia, upon hearing this, shot Li Huasu a significant eye roll, cautiously folding the invitation and retorted, "Who do you look down upon? I refuse to believe that an actor's struggles can surpass those of diligent study." Chapter 38, The Season of New Beginnings. Knock, knock, knock. Is Uncle Lin home? Who is it? The next day, while repairing a stool at home, Lin Wenquan heard the knocking and rose to open the door, surprised to find Li Hualin standing before him. "Ah, is this not the top scholar of the Li family? Come in." Lin Wenquan welcomed Li Hualin inside, poured some water from a jug, and gestured towards a chair by the table. "Is this the home of my grandfather?" Li Hualin mused. His curiosity piqued as he surveyed the modest room. It was not large, merely about 20 square meters, partitioned into a small room with a lofted bed, resembling the layout of the Li residence. Li Hualin took a sip of water from the cup and set it aside, smiling. "Uncle, I see you're fixing a stool. Do you need any assistance?" "It's merely a broken stool, just hammering in a couple of nails. No help is needed," Lin Wenquan replied, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward as he was not particularly loquacious and was unsure of Li Hualin's visit. He merely stared at him in silence. Li Hualin's gaze was drawn to a family portrait on the cabinet. He picked it up for closer examination. There were 9 individuals depicted, presumably Lin Wenquan, his wife, and their 7 sons. He focused on the eldest youth in the frame, his pupils narrowing. This man must be his uncle, Lin Guodong, who tragically lost his life in a car accident before Li Hualin's previous existence. A thought crossed his mind. No wonder his grandmother often reminisced about the most accomplished member of the family being his uncle. He looks quite handsome, somewhat resembling. But what a shame. No matter how exceptional, he met an untimely end in 1988. The youngest in the portrait must be my father. Why does he resemble a little black monkey? I recall him being quite robust, gently brushing his fingers over the figures in the photograph. Li Hualin reluctantly set the frame down, noticing Lin Wenquan still engaged in his task while his gaze wandered elsewhere. Curiosity overtook him, and he inquired, "Uncle, is Guozhong and Guorong not at home?" Lin Wenquan turned the stool upside down and sat on it to test its height. Finding it uneven, he made further adjustments. With a smile, he remarked, "One is at work, and the other is off to visit aunt for a meal. Is there something you need from them? By the way, did you know that Guozhong and my third sister are dating?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wenquan paused his actions, a look of profound curiosity crossing his face. When did this happen? He mentioned it to me. How long has it been?" "A few months, I believe. I thought you were aware. What do you think of this?" Li Hualin opened his canvas bag and placed a stack of high school textbooks on the table, his tone tinged with curiosity. "This matter should not hinge on my opinion, but rather on what your parents think. I need to have a word with them." Guozhong shouldn't be keeping such significant news to himself. "Hey, what is the meaning of these books? My sister and I have already been accepted into university, so we won't need them for now. My second sister suggested I bring them over since Lin's eldest and 5th sons are about to graduate from middle school and are considering high school. She thought it would save you the expense of buying textbooks. That second child has a good heart." Hearing that the high school textbooks were specifically sent by Li Huahong, Lin Wenquan couldn't suppress a smile and promptly stored the materials in the cabinet. After chatting for a while, Li Hualin gained a general understanding of the current situation in the Lin family and then took his leave. In a previous life, Shibua and Wubao often lamented the missed opportunity of the college entrance examination, which they regarded as a lifelong regret. Now, having delivered the textbooks to you, I hope you can fulfill your dreams. This is all I can do to assist you. With you both entering university, the Lin family's circumstances will improve, sparing your father from the hardships of his youth when he often went hungry. At the entrance of the Lin residence, Li Hualin glanced back, taking a deep breath to release the tension within, feeling his spirits lift slightly. In the second month of the lunar calendar, after the Longtus festival, the academic season began. On this day, the entrance of Long University was bustling with crowds, filled with families bearing large bags and pushing carts, all there to send their children off to school. Standing at the school gate, Li Hualin reminisced about the day he had to engage in a verbal duel with Zhang Chunlei and his parents just to attend Long University. With arms outstretched, he embraced the simplicity of the gate, his eyes shimmering with a longing for freedom. He had finally reached the commencement of the academic year, liberating himself from the cramped, cluttered bunk beds and looking forward to a space that would allow him to plan for his future. The origins of Long University trace back to the anti-Japanese military and political university established in 1941, which underwent expansion in 1958 and was officially renamed Long University. As an institution founded in 1941, Long University lacks the extensive heritage of its more established counterparts and may not possess grandiose architecture. However, the name Anti-Japanese Military and Political University requires no embellishment to convey its significance. Come on, Hualin, stop staring. Uncle Zhao's voice interrupted Li Hualin's reflections, causing him to sheepishly scratch the back of his head. The Li family boasts two exceptional scholars. In contrast to Li Hualin, who attends Long University just a few miles from the Shantytown, Li Huasu studies in Lin City, a journey that requires several hours on a slow train. Guided by the principle of prioritizing out-of-town students, Zhao Yakin and Li Guozhong took Li Hualin and Li Huahong aboard the train to Lin City yesterday. Meanwhile, Li Hualin received assistance from Uncle Xiao, who generously lent a wooden cart to transport him to Long University alongside Aunt Zhou, accompanied by the ever-enthusiastic Li Huashu. Uncle Xiao, Aunt Xiao, do you see that white building? It should be the boys' dormitory. Please wait for me over there, Li Hualin instructed. I will check in at the reception and join you shortly. All right, take your time. We will be waiting for you over there. Uncle Xiao nodded, pushing the cart with Aunt Zhou following the direction indicated by Li Hualin. Li Huashu skipped merrily behind her brother, exclaiming, "Brother, this place is so beautiful. I want to accompany you to check in." At that time, Long University did not offer as many majors, and there were no designated registration areas based on departments as seen in later years. Following the path etched in his memory, Li Hualin navigated through the crowd with Li Huashu until they arrived at the main teaching building. Wow, is this the teaching building? It's much larger than our school, with 1, 2, 3, 5, 7 floors. How many classes could there be? Li Huashu exclaimed, her eyes wide with amazement as she bounced in front of the imposing structure, drawing the curiosity of several students, who likely wondered what two small children were doing at a university. Be quiet. Don't act like you've never seen anything before. I'm going to check in at the registration desk, and you must stay here. If you wander off, it's not my responsibility, Li Hualin said, suppressing the barrage of questions from Li Huashu, though it proved futile. Reluctantly, he led her to a corner before entering the building alone to locate the registration area. In truth, the registration area was easy to find. Upon entering the hall, a long line snaked through the corridor, ascending to the 3rd floor. Wow, there are so many people. How long do you think it will take? Why don't you sit over there while I stand in line for you? Li Hualin said as he reached the end of the queue, hearing Li Huashu's persistent voice behind him, which only added to his frustrations. Li Huashu, if it weren't for our parents being in Lin City, I wouldn't have brought you along for fear you'd cause trouble at home. He opened his canvas bag and pulled out a roasted sweet potato meant for dinner, handing it to Li Huashu while pointing to a corner of the hall. Now go over there and stay put. Don't bother me. Chapter 39. The 4-person dormitory, the youngest comrade. Please present your admission notice, household registration page, and a recent medical examination certificate for registration, came the request. After 2 long hours in the seemingly endless queue, Li Hualin finally glimpsed the light of hope. At the new student registration area, he produced the prepared documents and submitted them to the staff behind the desk. He then removed the pen from his chest and inscribed his name in the registration book. A 15-year-old university student, the top liberal arts student in the city. Impressive. Why did you choose the Department of Economics and Trade? The staff meticulously examined Li Hualin's documentation, confirming that he met the admission requirements. Yet he was still astonished by the designation of the top liberal arts student in the city marked on his notification letter. His incredulous voice did little to conceal his surprise, prompting the other students and staff present to cast bewildered glances in his direction. A 15-year-old university student, and the top liberal arts student in the city. How could this be possible? Li Hualin despised being the center of attention upon realizing the stares. He hastily tucked away his paperwork and temporary student ID, escaping amidst the benevolent laughter of the staff. In the wake of the 1977 college entrance examination, he was not the only 15-year-old university student. It felt akin to viewing a panda. On the first floor, he located his extroverted sister, Li Huashu, and pulled her arm as they departed. Brother, I just inquired. Your major in international trade is a newly established program this year, and very few have enrolled so far. Are you truly considering such a niche field? Furthermore, they say the university canteen serves dishes with meat without requiring meat coupons, just using meal vouchers and grain tickets. Is that true? Brother, I'm hungry. Please take me to the canteen for a meal, just one. I know you have financial aid with plenty of grain tickets. Li Huashu, if you behave, I might take you to the canteen for a meal. If you continue to pester me, I suggest you go home. Li Hualin pressed onward, his sister trailing behind him, attracting the curious eyes and laughter of fellow students and parents along the way. Hualin, over here. Upon reaching the white building, he heard Uncle Xiao's voice from a distance. Li Hualin turned to wave. How is it, Hualin? Are you registered? Yes, it's done, he replied, scanning the surroundings before spotting apartment 3. He attempted to lift a large bag from the cart, but as soon as he did, he felt unsteady. His center of gravity shifted, and he fell back onto the cart. Haha, Uncle, you can't manage that. Uncle Xiao gestured for Aunt Zhou to watch the cart, while he effortlessly hoisted 2 large bags onto his shoulders, with Aunt Zhou assisting him in securing several smaller bags under his arms, following behind Li Hualin. Thank you, Uncle. My dormitory is on the 4th floor. Please take your time. While other students manage their own burdens, often with family members offering minimal assistance, Li Hualin found himself unable to carry even a single package, his face flushing with embarrassment. It was no surprise. This cohort of university students was predominantly over 20 years old, fully grown adults. In comparison, not only was he several years their junior, but his physique also differed significantly. Despite his intentions, he simply lacked the strength to carry the load. This is it. West Building 29. Uncle, take a break and have some water. Upon reaching the West Building, Li Hualin found his dormitory and handed his olive green military water bottle to Uncle Xiao before knocking and pushing open the door. The dormitory was modest in size, sunlit, approximately 17 to 18 square meters, with 2 iron beds on each side and wooden cabinets painted red at the head of each bed. In the center of the room stood a makeshift wooden table, beside which one person was reading while 2 others engaged in conversation. As they observed the door swing open, a young lad stepped inside, prompting all to turn their gaze towards him. One inquired, "Young comrade, whom are you seeking?" In their shared dormitory, each occupied a separate cabinet, desk, and chair. The trio appeared to be in their 20s, seemingly amiable in demeanor. Within mere moments, Li Hualin assessed the surroundings and warmly invited Uncle Xiao into the room. "Greetings, I am Li Hualin, a freshman from the School of International Trade." A tall youth approached, scrutinizing Li Hualin from head to toe, and jested, "What? A freshman in international trade? Are you even of age?" Upon witnessing Li Hualin's slight, Li Huashu quickly interjected. Hands on her hips, why do you belittle others? Whether my brother is of age or not has nothing to do with his admission to university. The youth, upon noticing Li Huashu, brightened and turned his attention back to Li Hualin, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Li Xingyu, from the Russian language department." He then gestured to the 2 others behind him. The one reading is Zhou Zhenghua, majoring in Chinese language and literature, and the bespectacled one is Su Rue, studying applied physics. "Now, this is delightful," he continued. "With you included, our dormitory houses individuals from 6 different majors. How intriguing." Zhou Zhenghua and Su Rue, seated at the table, waved in a gesture of friendliness towards Li Hualin. "Is it common to be assigned to the same dormitory despite differing majors?" Li Hualin queried, to which he received an affirming nod. Noticing Uncle Xiao preparing to make the bed, he quickly interjected, "Uncle, I can manage my own bedding." "Very well, then. I shall leave you to it. Tomorrow, I will return with your father to visit." With that, Uncle Xiao, seeing the situation, gathered his belongings, and prepared to depart with Li Huashu. As Li Hualin followed them down the dormitory stairs, he intended to invite Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou to the cafeteria for a meal, but they firmly declined. Hualin, the school is not like home. You will have many expenses, so do not be extravagant. We appreciate your kind intentions, but it is truly unnecessary. Make sure to walk slowly and heed the traffic lights on your way back. Seeing them off at the school gate, Li Hualin discreetly slipped a few bills into Li Huashu's pocket, advising her, if Mom and Dad do not return today, you should stay with Xiao Feng, or if necessary, let her spend the night at our place. All right, you're being overly verbose. Hurry back, she replied. Having missed out on the cafeteria meal, Li Huashu felt somewhat downcast. Yet upon feeling the bills in her pocket, a smile returned to her face, her cheeks flushed with color. Li Hualin stood at the entrance, watching as Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou led Li Huashu away, before withdrawing his gaze. Just as he reached the bottom of the dormitory stairs, he encountered 3 roommates emerging, who greeted him. Li Hualin, we just received word. We need to head to the administrative office to collect our textbooks. Come along. Really? Are they distributing books already? Even before the freshman orientation is complete? Shouldn't this be done uniformly? Li Hualin inquired, hastening to join them, eager to voice his curiosity. I don't know. But the teachers said to collect them, so we shall, one replied. Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, Li Hualin, how old are you this year? Li Xingyu slung his canvas backpack across his shoulder, surveying the school grounds. Suddenly, he wrapped his arm around Li Hualin's shoulder. Noticing Li Hualin instinctively flinch and appear somewhat reserved, he teasingly remarked, we're all grown men here. Why the shyness? Li Hualin's body stiffened for a moment before he relaxed, and allowed Li Xingyu to keep his arm around him. Seeing Zhou Hua and Su Rui both observing him with keen interest, he admitted, I'm 15 years old, born in the year of the tiger. What? 15 years old? My heavens, how did you get a recommendation letter? The few words left the 3 companions momentarily stunned, gazing at Li Hualin in disbelief. When Li Hualin first entered the dormitory, Li Xingyu had jokingly claimed that Li Hualin wasn't he of age. Even though Li Hualin's brother, Li Huashu, had countered that assertion, they hadn't paid it much mind, merely believing that Li Hualin was simply small for his age due to malnutrition. However, hearing him declare his age as a mere 15 years left them bewildered. A college student at 15? How could that be possible? The 3 exchanged glances, and Li Xingyu shook his head in astonishment. Impressive. Who would have thought we'd have a prodigy in our dormitory? Now we can boast about it. He turned to Li Hualin. In our dorm, you are undoubtedly the youngest. I'm 24, so you must call me third brother. Su Rui grinned, pulling out some fruit candies to share, and pointed to himself. I'm 27, so I should be second brother. Zhou Hua straightened up and, seeing Li Hualin looking at him, chuckled. I'm the eldest at 28. Chapter 40. The little foreigner of the Economics and Trade Department. It seems that the practice of ranking by age in dormitories remains timeless. However, when it comes to sweet talk, Li Hualin held his own. He promptly exclaimed, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, from now on, I shall be your little brother. You must take care of me. Of course, you are the youngest in our dorm, our little treasure. Li Xingyu affirmed with a nod, pulling Su Rui closer. Su Rui attempted to embrace Zhou Hua, but was deliberately sidestepped. Sharing a knowing glance with Li Xingyu, they continued walking side by side toward the administrative office on the east side of the teaching building. Upon reaching the vicinity of the administrative office, they discovered it was crowded with students already queuing. With so many people, it seems we've arrived late, Li Xingyu remarked as he took his place in line. Straining to see ahead, noticing it would be a while before their turn, he suggested, since today is our first gathering as a group, how about we head to the cafeteria for a meal afterward? Let it be our dorm's inaugural feast. Su Rui shrugged. I have no objections. Li Hualin nodded in agreement. Sounds good. The 3 then turned their attention to the silent Zhou Hua, who was now under their scrutiny. Come on, eldest brother. Don't be so glum. Zhou Hua, feeling the weight of their gazes, hesitated before admitting, I brought some pickled vegetables and buns from home. That is nothing. The dining hall isn't fully operational yet. Just toss the buns out the window to keep them fresh. It won't hinder our meal. Li Xingyu replied dismissively to Zhou Hua's reluctance. He leaned in, feigning secrecy, and whispered, let me tell you, I inquired before coming here. And I heard that the university cafeteria serves meat dishes, so be prepared. Unless one is truly intent on indulging in meat, one would not expend their meat tickets so frivolously. Su Rui, with a playful demeanor, playfully punched Li Xingyu and whispered, "I have brought steamed buns, salted eggs, and the freshly made soybean paste from early spring, crafted by my mother, which has a rather pungent aroma. We can order dishes at the cafeteria and enjoy our buns, keeping expenses minimal." Zhou Huazheng, unable to decline the suggestion, nodded in agreement. "All right, we shall proceed as the second brother suggests." What transpired ahead? The queue was rather dull. However, the novelty of encountering new faces provided endless conversation. Hearing a commotion from the front, Li Xingyu peered ahead, where a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing something. Piquing his curiosity, "Please hold my spot. I shall investigate what is happening," he declared before weaving through the throng to observe the spectacle. After a brief moment, he returned. Upon seeing Li Xingyu rejoin them, Su Rui promptly pulled him back into the line and inquired about the situation. "Oh, it's nothing significant. A foreign woman from the administration came to distribute textbooks, and the students are merely making a ruckus." Li Xingyu relayed the gossip to the trio, then fixated his gaze curiously on Li Hualin. "Old Shi, that foreign girl seems to be from your major, around your age, and resembles a porcelain doll. Quite beautiful." "Our major? International trade?" Li Hualin frowned at this mention. Presently, only a few universities in the nation offered such a program: Dabiite, Fudan, and Long University, which had just established a new major. Long University's predecessor focused on Russian, and with the resumption of the college entrance examination, they introduced the international trade program primarily to cultivate professionals aligned with foreign trade, which was the very reason Li Hualin chose Long University. However, given the current national climate, societal perceptions had yet to evolve. Many still viewed commerce as mere speculation and believed that such speculation equated to criminality, leading to imprisonment. Thus, Li Hualin anticipated that the International Trade Department at Long University would not attract many students. Yet, upon hearing Li Xingyu's account of a foreigner entering such an obscure major, his curiosity was piqued. Considering the rigorous application process, especially the political review, which could disqualify 90% of applicants, how could a foreigner pass such scrutiny? Su Rui voiced the shared confusion of both Li Hualin and Zhou Huazheng. "Li Xingyu, are you certain you did not misjudge? We exerted tremendous effort to gain admission to university. How could a foreigner possibly pass the political review?" "Well, she is indeed approaching us now. Had I not witnessed it myself, I too would find it hard to believe." Li Xingyu shrugged in response to Su Rui's skepticism, gesturing towards the distant crowd, where an isolated figure appeared somewhat pitiable. She bears a slight resemblance to a petite version of Dilraba Dilmurat. Could she be from Xinjiang?" Li Hualin remarked, glancing in the direction, spotting a striking foreign girl of similar age. With her golden brown hair and deep blue eyes, she possessed exquisitely refined features, reminiscent of a miniature Dilraba. Perhaps even more enchanting. In a future era, should a foreign girl appear in school, she would undoubtedly attract a multitude of suitors, with even the girls drawn to her presence. Yet, in the present moment, this young lady clutches her canvas bag, cautiously navigating the indifference of the surrounding crowd, her gaze fixated on her own feet. Amidst the ebb and flow of people, some occasionally point at her, shouting for her to leave the campus, denouncing imperialism with harsh and unkind words, and some even hurling debris in her direction. Ultimately, unable to endure the humiliation, the girl runs away in tears, pursued by her peers, who follow with shouts of disdain. "Old Shi, do not allow the superficial allure of American imperialism to deceive you. Even if she belongs to your field of study, as a child of the proletariat, it is best to maintain your distance from her." Zhou Hua cast a cold glance at the fleeing foreign girl, noticing Li Hualin observing her with curiosity, which darkened his expression. Su Rui nodded in agreement, saying, "Old Shi, the leader is right. We are all of pure proletarian lineage and must draw a clear line with such individuals. Otherwise, we risk grave errors." Li Xingyu frowned slightly, murmuring, "I believe you two are being overly dramatic. The fact that she can attend school indicates her background is untainted. While American imperialism is indeed our foe, there is no need to target a mere girl. Don't you find her pitiable? Furthermore, how can you be certain she is American? She could just as easily be from the Soviet Union, Italy, or France." At this, Zhou Hua snorted in displeasure. "Old 3, adjust your attitude and your awareness. Whether she is pitiable or not is irrelevant. It does not diminish my aversion to her or to American imperialism. As for her nationality, be it American, Soviet, or from elsewhere, it matters little to me." Su Rui nodded in agreement, affirming, "The leader speaks truth. This is indeed the rationale. Li Hualin, witnessing the trio engage in a debate over a foreign girl, sighed, reflecting on the fragility of their friendship. After a moment's thought, he conceded, I understand. I shall keep my distance from her in class and treat her as if she were unpleasant. Li Xingyu fell silent, absorbing the conversation without further comment. Around 3 in the afternoon, after receiving their books, the foreign group returned to the dormitory to grab steamed buns and salted eggs, racing to the cafeteria. Hurry up. If we're late, there won't be any soup left. Chapter 41. Military training begins. 5 kilometers with a load. The cafeteria's meals are quite a bargain. With the opportunity to enjoy meat. Well, it may be a bit scarce, but it's satisfying nonetheless. Burp. In a couple of days, military training starts. I've always wanted to be a soldier, and to think I can experience military training at school. Is it strictly militarized management? Will we get to handle firearms? It seems possible, but the training lasts only a month, and then school begins. I'm so looking forward to it. As evening approached, Li Hualin and his companions supported each other back to the dormitory, each one belching in satisfaction, thoroughly stuffed. It was unavoidable, as the cafeteria's dishes were not only delicious and varied, but also incredibly affordable. This piqued the interest of Westerners, who had long abstained from meat. In dishes such as eggplant stewed with potatoes, spicy stir-fried tofu puffs, and pumpkin braised with green beans, all of which contained small morsels of meat that could easily be considered substantial meat dishes, obtainable merely with grain tickets. Upon returning to the room, Li Xingyu and his companions busied themselves with various tasks. It is worth noting that during this era, central heating was not commonplace. However, in the university dormitories, one could use a stove within the room to boil water or simply heat food, a truly considered arrangement. Li Hualin unwrapped his parcel and took out bedding, beginning to set up his bed. Wow, how did your family send you so many blankets? No wonder you're carrying such a hefty load. While boiling water, Li Xingyu observed Li Hualin layering his bedding, which amounted to a remarkable 5 layers, causing a twinge of envy. Li Hualin, feeling a hint of confusion, instinctively glanced at the beds of Li Xingyu and the others, furrowing his brow. My mother was worried I would be cold, so she packed a few extra for me to share with you. No need. Winter is nearly over. How much colder can it get? Your mother is truly kind to you. Li Xingyu declined Li Hualin's generous offer. He took Li Hualin's red shuangxi basin and poured half a basin of hot water for him, then proceeded to the water room to fetch a jug of cool water to continue boiling. Once Li Hualin had arranged his bedding, he meticulously organized his belongings into the cabinet. After adding a bit of cool water to the basin, he washed his face and hair. Finally, sitting on the edge of the bed to soak his feet, feeling a surge of contentment. Noticing Zhou Hua sitting at the table engrossed in a book, he stole a glance and saw it was The Tales of the Wandering Hero, a highly popular martial arts novel at the time. Su Rue burrowed into his blanket, leaning against the headboard while flipping through a physics book, taking notes. Observing Li Hualin glancing at Zhou Hua's martial arts novel, he chuckled. Old she. The International Trade Major is a newly established program at Long University. The division between humanities and sciences is particularly vague. What made you choose this major? I aspire to work in the Foreign Trade Bureau, and this major aligns perfectly with that goal, Li Hualin replied. After soaking his feet, he rinsed the basin and tucked it back under the bed. He retrieved some writing paper and a fountain pen from the cabinet and sat down at the table. Previously, at home, he lived in a bunk and shared a table with Li Huasu and others, leaving little room for privacy. At times, he longed to write stories, but found no opportunity. Now, at university, aside from scheduled classes, he had ample free time, and he was eager to return to his old craft and perhaps earn a bit of pocket money. Recreating the fantastical and time-traveling narratives from his previous life was not particularly challenging, but the difficulty lay in the absence of an audience for such tales. He feared that should he write them, he would be labeled as promoting feudal superstition. The most popular stories currently were martial arts and historical tales, genres that, even in later generations, were considered trite and unappealing to an 80-year-old. To write martial arts or historical novels, one must establish a fixed historical framework, weaving in fantastical elements without straying from the story's context and main plot. Before putting pen to paper, Li Hualin contemplated the storyline in his mind, prioritizing the selection of an appropriate era and then filling in the story outline and character emotions in accordance with that time period. In a previous life, Li Hualin would have undoubtedly opened his computer, eager to jot down any fleeting inspiration, fearful of forgetting intricate details as he wrote. However, now, endowed with an exceptional memory, a comprehensive narrative framework swiftly took shape in his mind, becoming increasingly rich and vivid. After completing his morning routine, Li Xingyu returned to the room, where he found the other three immersed in their studies. He too retrieved his dictionary and notebook, delving into a Russian novel. Li Hualin began to write, choosing to manually draft the outline first, setting the timeline in the first year of the Hongwu era, heralding the birth of a brand new martial arts tale. Before one could blink, 3 days had fleetingly passed. On this particular morning, just after dawn, the piercing sound of a whistle reverberated through the building, prompting all students to spring into action, hastily assembling on the playground. The first challenge for the new students, known colloquially as military training, commenced. This initial hurdle required all 218 students to collectively bear a weight of 5 kilograms as they embarked on a 5-kilometer run around the expansive 810,000 square meters of campus, all within a strict 30-minute time limit. On the playground, a battalion commander stood poised, flanked by 22 company commanders, resembling javelins in their erect stance. Beside them were 2 military trucks laden with Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. Once all students had donned their gear and formed neat lines, the executive director stepped out from the ranks, marching in perfect step to salute the battalion commander. Comrade Commander, the class of 77 from Longda comprises 218 students. With all present, please give your orders. The commander, a stern middle-aged man with a square face and prominent brows, emanated an air of authority without uttering a word. He returned the salute to the executive director and then advanced to face the students, halting with precision. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, swept across the assembly, and he nodded in satisfaction. As the first cohort of university students following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, you carry the weight of the nation's hopes and are the pillars of the future. In accordance with Chairman Mao's leadership and Comrade Deng Xiaoping's directives, you will undergo a month of pre-academic military management. Starting today, you shall rise, wash, train, and conduct your daily activities according to the sound of the commands. At ease. Attention. The commander glanced back at the company leaders, who swiftly integrated into the student ranks to inspect their loads. During this time, all students stood rigidly, awaiting inspection. The commander's eyes reflected a growing satisfaction as, over time, various non-compliant students were expelled from the ranks. Some displayed laxity in their attire, while others failed to meet the weight requirement or attempted to take shortcuts, all of which could not escape the discerning eyes of the company commanders. As the filtering concluded, the captains returned to their positions behind the commander, standing as still as javelins. The commander surveyed those ejected from the formation, counting over 100 individuals. He pointed towards the parked trucks and addressed the compliant students. At ease, attention, form ranks. Each of you shall receive a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and a corresponding weight of ammunition. Receive rifles? A group of students refrained from whispering to one another. Yet their gazes remained fixated on the 2 trucks, their eyes brimming with excitement. At the sound of a command, the students lined up in formation before the trucks, where the chief instructors of each discipline distributed rifles one by one. If this were a battlefield, you would be deemed deserters, slippery soldiers, and cowards, facing the consequences. You should feel honored, for this is a time of peace. The battalion commander approached the students who were not meeting the standards and suddenly furrowed his brow upon noticing a foreigner in the ranks. Not only a foreigner, but there were also several children among the students. What was the situation? He turned his gaze toward the executive director, who stepped forward, pointing out the special groups within the formation, a look of resignation on his face as he whispered, "Comrade Xiaohua, this is a university, and it is our first cohort." The ages of the students vary significantly. Those few children are only 15 or 16 years old. They are not yet adults. Not yet adults, but can they attend university? The battalion commander's eyes swept over the group once more, his voice tinged with skepticism. Of course they can, as long as they pass the political examination. They are all children of honest workers. Their youth and ability to enter university only signify their excellence, the executive director explained. Understanding dawned upon the battalion commander, who nodded in acknowledgement, yet shook his head in resolute determination. Regardless of their age, as long as they undergo my training, they are my soldiers. I shall treat my soldiers equally, without favoritism due to their youth. Listen closely, today marks the first day of military training. Some of you have erred, and I shall grant you an opportunity. Return to your dormitories and ensure your load is filled to 10 kilograms. Then line up to receive your rifles. Those who fail to complete the 5-kilometer run within half an hour shall forfeit breakfast and lunch. What? 10 kilograms. The unfortunate ones singled out by the battalion commander felt as if the sky had fallen upon them, yet they dared not voice their grievances. They hurried back to their dormitories, striving to increase their physical burdens. Among them was Li Hualin. In his dormitory, he bundled his bedding and weighed it on a scale, ensuring it reached 10 kilograms before strapping it to his back. He immediately felt the weight bearing down upon him. Goodness, this nearly matches 1/6 of my body weight. A 5-kilometer run, and I must also carry a rifle and ammunition, at least 15 pounds more, not to mention whether I can finish within half an hour. Even if I do, I might not survive. Li Hualin steadied himself against the railing as he descended the stairs, donning his green rubber shoes, which he had prepped with a makeshift insole fashioned from cotton and fabric. While it paled in comparison to modern sanitary products, in this era, it sufficed. Breathless, he returned to the formation, receiving a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, along with what was humorously termed ammunition, merely rocks wrapped in newspaper. The rifle itself had been disarmed, devoid of real bullets, serving only as a prop. Everyone, heed the command. Left turn, commence running. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Prepare to sing. Chapter 42. Weight distribution. Revolutionary soldiers must remember the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. All actions must adhere to command. Unity of pace is essential for victory. We shall not take a single thread from the masses, for they support and cherish us. All spoils must be returned to the public, as we strive to alleviate the burdens of the people. We must adhere to the 3 major disciplines and never forget the 8 points of attention. The formation turned left, commencing a 5-kilometer run around the campus. The sparse murmurs of the runners eliciting dissatisfaction from the accompanying captain. Are you humming nursery rhymes? Is this how you sing the song of our party's 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention? Raise your voices. If you continue in this feeble manner, each of you will add an extra 5 kilometers. Upon hearing the sergeant's thunderous shout, all students gritted their teeth, channeling every ounce of strength to shout, 1, 2, 3, west, 2, 2, 3, west. Every revolutionary soldier must remember the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. Excellent. That is the spirit. Maintain this energy and attempt to regulate your breathing. Think of the forced march. You are no longer ordinary university students, but valiant warriors heading to the battlefield. Facing a month-long war, the long line of the formation split into 2 parts. In front, 3,000 individuals bore a 5-kilogram load, while over 100 in the rear struggled with 10 kilograms on their backs. The current youth, all hailing from humble beginnings, have all labored at home. Though each one may appear lean, regardless of gender, they possess great strength and resilience, with an indomitable spirit. During the 5-kilometer run, even while shouldering 5 kilograms, they persevered, gradually adjusting their breathing. However, when the load increased to 10 kilograms, sheer willpower alone would not suffice. As time passed, the gap between the 2 groups widened. In contrast to the 5-kilogram runners, only a handful of students began to lag behind, yet they gritted their teeth and managed to continue. The students in the rear, burdened with 10 kilograms, began to show signs of fatigue, panting heavily as they fell one after another. For those who fell, rising again proved exceedingly difficult. Some resorted to crawling on their hands and knees. The competitive spirit and stubborn pride among individuals were vividly illustrated at this moment. The captain maintained a steady jog, effortlessly pacing alongside the group, taunting the lagging students with his words, inciting both frustration and helplessness in them. Did you not eat dinner last night? You all appear so weak. On the battlefield, you would be the first to perish. Your demise is inconsequential, but you would drag others down with you. Accelerate. Are we not sons of China who can withstand such trivial hardships? If you choose to slack off, can your backbone afford the same? Run. If you cannot run, crawl. As long as you complete the long-distance training, no one will look down upon you, and you shall take pride in yourselves. Amidst the crowd, Li Hualin pressed on, having already stumbled over a dozen times. The weather in mid-March remained frigid, and he was fortunate to be clad in a padded jacket and cotton pants. Otherwise, the frequency of his falls would have left him bruised all over. Li Hualin anticipated the outcome, even with protection from the cotton pants and jacket. His skin was surely marked with bruises, for the pain was unmistakable. Stealing a glance at the rear of the formation, he found himself at the very end of the line. Even those who crawled ahead seemed to move more swiftly than he could run. However, it must be noted that he was not the weakest in terms of physical stamina. Behind him trailed a few younger students, all seemingly of similar age, panting heavily as they struggled, nearly dragging their luggage behind them, and occasionally tumbling like rolling gourds, inadvertently colliding with their peers. Their age and physical fitness severely limited his mobility, rendering him utterly exhausted. Hualin longed to emulate the others and simply drop down, crawl for a while, and then rise again, thus allowing himself a moment of respite to catch his breath. Yet, the pride inherent to his 36-year-old soul forbade him from yielding in such a manner, even though he currently inhabited the body of a mere 15-year-old. I, Hualin, shall never be inferior, he thought, intending to bellow a rallying cry to bolster his spirit, only to find himself tripped by an unseen foot, and he tumbled forward, landing heavily on the ground, propelled by the weight dragging him, rolling right into the path of a young woman and knocking her down in a most ungainly fashion. I'm sorry. Someone bumped into me. It was unintentional. Hualin felt a sharp discomfort in his rear and crawled a few steps forward, only to turn and see a young woman with a shoe print imprinted on her face, gazing at him with profound resentment. Commander, these youngsters barely weigh 100 pounds. Enduring a long run is already a challenge, and now to burden them with weights far exceeding their limits? They simply cannot endure it. A company commander, unable to bear the sight, approached the camp commander, seeking to plead on behalf of the fallen student, but was met with a fierce glare and retreated in resignation. Who decreed that one could exceed the limits of weight? Do you have any idea how much burden I carried in the thin military garb during the Korean War, traversing countless terrains? They face no gunfire in pursuit, nor do they need to rush to the battlefield to offer aid. How trivial is this weight that they cannot withstand it? Remember, the limits of human endurance are not fixed. They can be infinitely developed. Under my command, whether in military training or otherwise, all shall be treated equally, regardless of age. The camp commander's voice boomed, echoing far and wide, devoid of any intention to soften his stance. He quickened his pace, reaching the forefront of the 3-0-0-0 strong formation, pointing at several exemplary students. You 5 at the front. Go to the end of the line. Each of you must assist 5 weaker students and ensure they complete the distance together within 30 minutes. If they do not finish, you shall face the same consequence. No breakfast and no lunch. What? The students at the forefront, racing side by side, exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting their defiance. Instructor, carrying heavy loads for 5 kilometers and aiming to finish in half an hour is already pushing our limits. We lack the capacity to assist others. They argued. As the offspring of the proletariat, their physical frailty is their own concern. There is no need for us to be burdened by them. Indeed, instructor, I refuse to comply. Dissent erupted among them, but the camp commander merely cast a sidelong glance at them, his voice cold and resolute. As soldiers, your duty is to obey unconditionally. You should consider yourselves fortunate that this is not a battlefield. Defy orders there, and I would not hesitate to take a gun to you. Those who harbor discontent with the decision may file a report, yet I shall not acquiesce. Amidst the throng, Zhou Huajing purposefully detached himself from the ranks, swiftly making his way towards the rear of the formation, uttering not a single superfluous word. Observing this, the others could only suppress their dissatisfaction and follow in Zhou Huajing's wake, lining up as they advanced to the back of the group. Let me take the burden, he declared. Upon reaching the rear, Zhou Huajing immediately spotted Lin Fan, seizing his load and hoisting it onto his own back, causing him to stumble momentarily, nearly losing his balance. Boss, you needn't do this. I can manage, Lin Fan protested, as he assisted the young foreigner to his feet. Before he could express his gratitude, he found his burden snatched away by Zhou Huajing, stirring feelings of deep appreciation within him. Save your words for the dormitory, as the youngest. It is only right for your elder brother to look after you. With a teasing breathlessness, Li Xingyu paused beside the young foreigner and snatched the load from her back. After testing its weight and finding it unmanageable, he tossed the firearm back to the foreigner, distributing part of the burden onto Zhou Huajing, his brow furrowing. This won't do. It's better to teach someone to fish than simply give them a fish. With just the 2 of us, how much can we carry? The instructor expects each of us to bear 5. Li Xingyu discarded the load onto the ground and began to disassemble it. Observing this, Zhou Huajing followed suit. Addressing a few classmates lying nearby, "Bring forth your burdens. Let us share the load." With a sigh, one student remarked, "No wonder they struggle to run. This bunch of little beans, carrying over 10 kilograms, it's a wonder they can move at all." As students hurried over, they gazed at the array of diminutive boys and girls sprawled on the ground, their heights varying significantly, and couldn't help but smirk. Not one of them looks to be over 20. After exchanging knowing glances, they all squatted down to redistribute the weights, ensuring an equitable sharing of the burdens. The company commander approached at a leisurely pace, observing the students dividing their loads, a smile finally gracing his face. Comrades in the same trench, individual excellence is meaningless. Only when everyone excels can we truly be invincible. Excellent. Whether by compulsion or volition, you have taken a step closer to becoming true warriors. What lies ahead is for you to guide your companions towards the finish line of the long run. Chapter 43. Bombing training to complete a weighted long run of at least 5 kilometers within half an hour poses a formidable challenge for students unaccustomed to military training. Among the 128 students of Longda, only a mere 100 managed to meet the time requirement. The edict that failure to complete the run would result in the forfeiture of breakfast and lunch was met with disbelief. The students thought the instructor was jesting, but in truth, military orders are as unyielding as stone. However, the situation was not entirely dire. Once all had crossed the finish line, the company commander announced a new regulation. From tomorrow onward, all students must assemble on the playground at 5:30 a.m. for a month-long regimen of weighted long runs, though with a slight reduction in weight. For the girls exceeding 20 years of age, the burden remains at 5 kilograms, inclusive of the 56 type semi-automatic rifle and ammunition. The boys bore a complete weight of 5 kilograms, augmented by the 56 style semi-automatic rifle and spare ammunition, culminating in a total burden of 8 kilograms. Students under the age of 20, categorized as females, were entitled to a concession of 5 kilograms in weight. Among them, those younger than 17 received an additional privilege, carrying only the 56 style semi-automatic rifle and spare ammunition, resulting in a load of approximately 2 to 3 kilograms. Within the dormitory, Zhou Huazhang was diligently massaging Li Hualin's muscles and kneading his legs, while Li Xingyu and Su Rue held him down. Li Hualin, in agony, struggled continuously, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. "Endure it," Zhou advised. "Carrying over 20 pounds is indeed excessive for you, even if we reduce the load subsequently. Your muscles have already endured strain and must be allowed to relax, or you risk long-term injury." Observing Li Hualin's intense pain, Li Xingyu found a few pencils to place in his mouth to alleviate his discomfort. Li Hualin gritted his teeth and nodded. His entire body felt numb, his waist unable to lift, and his limbs devoid of sensation. During the 5-kilometer run, even with Zhou Huazhang and Li Xingyu alleviating some of the weight later on, he still bore nearly 10 pounds, a tremendous burden for his frail physique. In comparison to the adult trainees, Li Hualin's age and stature were vastly different. They were not on the same level. While Zhou Huazhang, Su Rue, and Li Xingyu recovered quickly, full of energy, Li Hualin collapsed upon reaching the finish line, needing to be carried back to the dormitory by the 3 of them in turns. Su Rue released his grip, wiped the sweat from his brow, and inquired, "Shall we take a break? Is there anything to eat?" Zhou Huazhang pointed to the cupboard. "We have some steamed buns left from yesterday, and there are plenty of pickled vegetables." Upon hearing this, Su Rue shook his empty water bottle, filled it with water, and rummaged through the cupboard for buns and pickled vegetables, salted eggs, and soybean paste. He opened a tea jar, broke the hard buns into pieces, soaked them in warm water, and began to munch on a salted egg. That should suffice. Li Hualin is too young. Excessive massage will lead to an accumulation of fatty acids in his muscles, which is detrimental to his health. Let's have some buns soaked in hot water. We can only rest this morning, as we have military training in the afternoon. After today, the weight will be reduced, and a half hour should be manageable for us. Li Xingyu approached the table, took a sip of water while soaking a bun, and tossed a few pickled vegetable shreds into his mouth, earning a disapproving glance from Su Rue. "We are fine, but for Li Hualin, that weight is still significant." "Not a problem. I'm not one to complain. It's just that someone tripped me today." Li Hualin slid off the bed, dragging his leaden legs and drooping arms to the table in an attempt to eat some buns, only to find he could not lift his arms at all. Li Xingyu searched for a spoon and, while eating himself, fed Li Hualin mouthful by mouthful. moving him to tears. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Li Xingyu turned to Zhou Huajing. Boss, after this 5-kilometer run, we're all exhausted. How come you seem completely unfazed? Su Rui cast a glance at Zhou Huajing, who had meticulously arranged his bed, and chuckled. Not quite. We just returned. And with our burdens piled aside, who has the energy to make the bed? Just look at the captains. Li Hualin, chewing on pickled vegetables, lifted his chin, indicating to the others to observe the novel inverted on the table. He had read several pages of it. Suddenly, the three of them fixed their gaze on Zhou Huajing and asked in unison, Captain, have you ever served in the military? Zhou Huajing, savoring a salted egg and devouring a steamed bun, shook his head in response. I haven't, but many of my elders participated in the War of Resistance. From a young age, I traveled with my parents across the West and often engaged in farm work, so my physical fitness is somewhat superior to my peers, though it has its limits. Impressive. You must have handled real firearms then. Li Xingyu, with a bun clenched between his teeth, picked up the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle from the table. How does it compare to this one? Zhou Huajing pondered for a moment, set down his teacup, cleared the table, and accepted the Type 56 rifle from Li Xingyu. In a matter of moments, with deft movements, he disassembled the rifle into its individual components. Laying them out on the table, Zhou Huajing rummaged for a piece of deer leather cloth, meticulously wiping each part while explaining their approximate lifespan and maintenance to the captivated trio. Once all components were thoroughly cleaned, Zhou Huajing skillfully reassembled the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Li Xingyu took it in hand, caressing it with admiration, muttering, such a pity this gun lacks a safety mechanism. Do you think, once the instructor issues us firearms, we will be able to use them during military training? Su Rui, beaming, handed his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle to Zhou Huajing along with a piece of cloth, his expression dripping with flattery. Zhou Huajing paused, then reluctantly continued to disassemble the weapon, performing a basic maintenance for Su Rui, ensuring fairness as Li Hualin also benefited from this. He pondered over Li Xingyu's words and mused, since the instructor has provided us with firearms, they should allow us to shoot, but it will definitely not be live ammunition. Su Rui, cradling the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle as if it were a beloved, nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The captain's words are trustworthy. After finishing their buns and feeling somewhat satiated, Li Xingyu urged Su Rui and Zhou Huajing to join him on the playground for a game of soccer. Li Hualin, still aching all over, leaned against the wall in the dormitory, slowly moving to alleviate his muscle strain, listening to the shouts from outside. He leaned out the window to catch a glimpse of the distant playground, where a group of freshmen frolicked and played. These youngsters have an abundance of energy, he thought, popping a piece of white rabbit candy into his mouth as he sat by the window, gazing at the campus and breathing in the fresh air. The rest period lasted merely until noon, and as the whistle sounded punctually, students from the dormitories rushed down the stairs to assemble on the playground. You all seem to be recovering well. That's wonderful. The afternoon training session was quite straightforward. Do you see the basketball hoop over there? Along with the hand grenades beside me? Each of you must hold a wooden-handled grenade and accurately throw it into the hoop, with 10 attempts allotted to each participant, while the instructor will keep track of the scores. The top 500 scorers will be exempt from carrying weights during the long run tomorrow. Conversely, the bottom 500 will bear the burden of the first group as a form of punishment. Now, everyone, line up. This is your sole opportunity to slack off openly. So don't say I'm not looking out for you. In the center of the playground, the camp commander stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Once he observed that the students were properly lined up, he gestured towards a pile of bamboo baskets nearby, filled with intricately carved wooden grenades that bore a striking resemblance to real ones, being solid and significantly heavier than ordinary wooden-handled grenades. 30 meters away from the bamboo baskets stood 2 basketball hoops devoid of nets, with the company commander standing nearby. Throwing grenades? The commander's words left the students exchanging glances, yet they complied and positioned themselves at the designated spots, scoring 1 point for each successful throw. If a participant hit all 10, they would receive an additional 5 attempts, a chance to surpass their peers. Are you all prepared? Chapter 44. Li Xingyu, 0 hits, no points. Lu Erden, 0 hits, no points. Zhang Cuifeng, 0 hits, no points. Li Suqin, 0 hits, no points. In the military, the distance for soldiers throwing grenades is set at 25 meters for males and 20 meters for females, and the throws are aimed at ground-level bamboo baskets. making it considerably simpler than aiming for an elevated iron hoop. As the whistle blew, students experimented with various throwing stances, attempting to launch grenades towards the distant hoop. But the success rate was dismally low. A few students even sent their grenades hurtling towards the instructors stationed beneath the hoop, forcing the instructors to frequently reposition to evade the falling projectiles. Soon, the first 500 students had completed their throwing tests, and aside from a handful of successful hits, the majority came up empty, prompting disgruntled murmurs among the students. Instructor, the throwing distance in the military is 25 meters. Isn't this 30-meter distance a bit excessive? How could anyone possibly hit 10 times? Exactly, my arm is aching, and I only hit 3. This is far too difficult. I believe the instructor simply doesn't want to lighten our load, and is merely teasing us with the rules. Zhou Shulan, 10 hits, 10 points, plus 5 bonus throws. At that moment, a sudden shout from the scoring instructor drew the attention of all students towards the throwing area, where a petite figure stood. Someone remarked in astonishment, "Isn't that the student who was last in line this morning? How could he possibly hit all 10 throws?" Oh, now that you mention it, I vaguely remember seeing him when he was collecting books from the academic office. He seems to be only 15 years old. What? 15, and already a university student? You must be joking. That's not unusual. We have several prodigious 15-year-olds in our school, remember? They were all at the back of the line this morning. Oh, no wonder the instructor altered the weight-bearing rules this afternoon. It appears to be a green light for these prodigies. My goodness, a 15-year-old genius. It's truly unimaginable. Yet, that is merely secondary. I am more curious about how he managed to achieve this feat. Observing his slender arms and legs, he does not appear particularly strong. The camp commander stood at the forefront of the line, his posture relaxed, yet his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the heavens. No one could discern his thoughts until the scoring officer's loud call piqued his attention, directing his focus toward Zhou Shulan, his brow slightly furrowing. Before him stood a remarkably handsome young man, with finely featured brows and bright eyes, sporting a crew cut and clad in a deep blue imitation Zhongshan suit, adorned with a Chairman Mao badge on his chest. The commander prided himself on his keen intuition, and his first impression of this boy was that he certainly did not resemble a proletarian offspring. He appeared rather literary and excessively pristine. Approaching Zhou Shulan, the commander accepted the hand grenade handed to him by the instructor and placed it in the boy's hands, smiling as he remarked, "You are the first to hit 10 times. Quite impressive." Zhou Shulan, taken aback by the commander's praise, offered a bashful smile that revealed his small canine teeth. He shyly nodded, adjusted his stance, squinted one eye, and mumbled to himself. He then retreated a few meters, bent slightly for a running start, halted at the throwing point, and launched the wooden-handled grenade, an initial velocity estimated at 12 meters per second, with a wind coming from the left front at approximately 15 meters per second. The angle between the basket and the ground around 30 degrees, and an estimated angle of 40. The wooden-handled grenade weighed approximately 300 grams, which calculates to 2 multiplied by 12 multiplied by 40, then divided by 98, yielding an approximate horizontal velocity of 157 seconds. Adding 40 and 30 gives 1028 meters per second, and the resultant range is 1028 multiplied by 157, resulting in 1614 meters. This won't do. I need to run up again. With my sprinting speed, a 5-meter running start should yield an accuracy of over 80%. Let's go. The wooden-handled grenade was thrown, tracing a perfect arc before striking the edge of the basket and spinning around. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, believing Zhou Shulan could not possibly score this time, a fortuitous gust of wind blew in from an unknown direction, nudging the precariously balanced wooden-handled grenade into the basket, where it fell to the ground. Could it be another hit? Astonishing. To calculate the projection angle and throwing force during the run, what could possibly be going on in this boy's mind? The 11th wooden-handled grenade hit the basket, igniting a fervor among the onlooking students, who gazed at Zhou Shulan in disbelief. Mathematics could be wielded in such a manner? The commander's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he discreetly noted the name Zhou Shulan, placing the remaining grenades before him. Excellent, truly excellent. You need not bear weight tomorrow. If you can land the remaining grenades in the basket, I shall exempt you from 3 days of long-distance running. However, it seemed unlikely, having exerted too much force earlier. Zhou Shulan felt as though his arm might be dislocated, rendering him unable to apply strength. Upon hearing this, a smile froze on his face, his lips pursing. and the area around his eyes reddening slightly as he lamented the loss of an extraordinary opportunity. He continued to throw. Despite recalibrating his throwing angle, his arm lacked strength, and the remaining wooden-handled grenades did not even touch the basket before plummeting to the ground. The students nearby cheered him on, but upon witnessing the outcome, they could only sigh in disappointment. What a pity. With Zhou Shulan setting a precedent, the subsequent students began to observe the throwing environment, employing mathematical formulas to decipher the secrets of the throw. Remarkably, although no one achieved a perfect 10, each student's accuracy improved by nearly 50%. Zhou Huajing hit the target 10 times, scoring a perfect 10, and was rewarded 5 times. Zhou Huajing then achieved 15 hits, full marks. What? Someone hit all of them? As the commander's triumphant shout echoed once more, the students rose on their toes, gazing toward the front of the line, where a figure stood tall like a standard. With sheer instinct, relying not on tricks, he successfully threw all 15 wooden-handled grenades into the basket. You shouldn't be attending university, you ought to be in the army. I believe that if you join the military, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional soldier, a top-tier soldier. The battalion commander approached Zhou Huajing, scrutinizing him with admiration for his talent. 100% accuracy from 30 meters with 15 wooden-handled grenades. What a remarkable ability. It is akin to the resurrection of Wang Yukai and L. Junxing. Such a promising candidate, carefully nurtured within the military, is destined to become a king of soldiers. Without a doubt, a soldier king. It's a shame he chose to attend university. In response to the commander's praise, Zhou Huajing appeared somewhat pensive, gesturing toward Li Hualin among the crowd. Commander, may I give my spot to him? The battalion commander furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing toward the crowd, catching sight of the bewildered Li Hualin, and nodded. That is permissible. Thank you, Commander. Zhou Huajing saluted the commander and returned to the ranks amid the envious gazes of his peers and the commander's complex expression of longing. Hey, how did you achieve 100% accuracy with 15 grenades? Teach me. It wasn't as exaggerated as you think. I often went to the mountains to hunt rabbits, and I enjoyed using a flying knife. The principles are quite similar. As soon as Zhou Huajing rejoined the group, Li Xingyu and Su Rue approached him, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Is that so? You truly possess extraordinary talent. This is purely instinctive, something we cannot replicate. Li Xingyu, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of envy. To be able to use a flying knife to hunt rabbits in the mountains and then throw wooden-handled grenades into a basket, wasn't he that child's play? One is a swift run, the other perfectly still. That is a unique skill, something one cannot learn. He then turned to Li Hualin, nudging him with his shoulder. Aren't you going to thank the boss? He just gave you his weight-free spot, so tomorrow will be a breeze for you. Gratitude shone in Li Hualin's eyes as he flashed a grin at Zhou Huajing. Thanks, boss. Zhou Huajing merely shook his head slightly and fell silent in place. Li Xingyu and Su Rue exchanged glances and led Li Hualin to join the queue. As he walked away, he rubbed his palms together, brimming with confidence. Let me tell you, though I didn't grow up in the mountains, I often ventured there to catch wild game. And I've never met anyone who could outdo me with a slingshot. Just watch. Cough. Li Xingyu approached the throwing area, catching the gaze of his classmate from the western Zhou, and proudly raised his chin. He took a few steps back to gather momentum for the throw, executing the action seamlessly. Li Xingyu, alas, missed all his targets, scoring 0 points. Chapter 45, 6 Girls and 1 Boy, Department of Economics and Trade. With an abundance of confidence, Li Xingyu, after all 10 grenades fell short, expressed his disbelief, speaking in Russian. Practice makes perfect, after all. You're not lacking that additional 5 kilograms of weight. Su Rue, with a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes, patted Li Xingyu on the shoulder, indicating he should step back and not obstruct the path. Li Xingyu, his face a mask of discontent, hesitated to return to the group, wanting to witness Su Rue's accuracy. Humph, if I can't hit a single one, I refuse to believe you can. Shall we have a competition? I'm not afraid of you. Su Rue, too, missed all his throws, scoring 0 points. This cannot be. How is it possible that I couldn't hit a single one? Bro, let us not squabble amongst ourselves. It's best we return to avoid embarrassing our dorm. Li Hualin interjected from behind Su Rue, observing the two bickering and poking them with his finger in exasperation. Old she, don't think just because the captain granted you the exemption from weight, you can relish our failures. Come on, if you can manage to hit 3 today, I'll treat you to steam buns for a week. Li Xingyu, infuriated by Li Hualin's taunt, placed his hands on his hips, and accepted the wager. Su Rue, feeling the humiliation, added fuel to the fire. Yes, if you can hit 3, I'll provide you with a week's worth of pickled vegetables. The captain, observing the commotion among Li Hualin and the others, felt a moment of distraction, unable to suppress a smile. Enough already. I won bet with you. My arm is dislocated, and I can barely muster any strength, Li Hualin retorted, dismissing their challenges. He shook his arm and moved to the throwing point, carefully assessing the angle of the basket before retreating several meters, sprinting forward to throw a grenade. Li Hualin, scoring once, earned a point. Oh dear, I'm cramping. After consecutively throwing 10 grenades, Li Hualin felt his arm grow numb, shaking it vigorously, wincing in pain. Li Xingyu and Su Rue, witnessing this, laughed heartily at his misfortune. What are you laughing at? At least I scored once. You both didn't hit any. Well done, old she. Those shoe insoles you crafted are better than my mother's handiwork. If we didn't have these soft insoles today, we would have suffered greatly. In the evening, after dinner, the group from the west leisurely returned to their dormitory. Li Xingyu sat on the edge of his bed, picking at the dead skin between his toes, then removed the insoles from his green rubber shoes, washing them and praising them profusely. Su Rue, seated at the desk and taking notes, nodded in agreement. Indeed. First we endured a long-distance run with weight, then spent the afternoon in the cold wind on the field. Without these thick insoles, we would surely have cramped legs upon our return. Old she, how did you manage to craft so many pairs of insoles in advance? Truly remarkable. Zhou Hua, leaning against the window and engrossed in a martial arts novel, tilted his book slightly, stealing glances at Li Hualin, clearly intrigued. Li Hualin, having soaked his feet, sat down by the table, intending to compose a novel. However, after scribbling a few words, he felt a twinge of discomfort in his arms and chuckled to himself, recalling that before his arrival, he had heard about the military training at school. He thought to himself, military training surely entails standing at attention, doesn't it? Wearing those green rubber shoes for a whole day would surely be exhausting for the feet. Thus, he dismantled part of the cotton from his quilt and, using his family's sewing machine, crafted a few insoles, which unexpectedly proved to be quite useful. Yet, he silently mused. Anyone who has attended school knows the little trick of using sanitary pads underfoot. What is so remarkable about that? Clearly, the country bumpkin lacks experience. Su Rue silently gave a thumbs up to Li Hualin, and Li Xingyu joined in as well. Ah, the first day of military training is already so tiring. Who knows what lies ahead? When will we get to play with guns? Playing with guns? Aren't we doing just that? Live ammunition shooting, exhilarating. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had flown by. After enduring 10 days of holding rifles in military posture and grenade training, the eagerly anticipated shooting exercise finally arrived for Li Xingyu. Exciting, are guns toys for you? A gun, when wielded correctly, serves as a weapon to protect one's homeland. However, if misused, it becomes a deadly instrument, a tool of harm. As is well known, the effective range of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is 400 meters. I have targets set at 100 meters and 200 meters for you. Each of you may fire 5 rounds at each target, totaling 10 rounds. If anyone can accumulate over 60 points across both targets, they will be granted the privilege of shooting at the 400-meter target with 10 additional rounds. Shooting cannot be conducted on campus, so the camp commander led the students to a remote mountain several miles from the school for practical shooting exercises. Listening to the hushed whispers among the students, the commander pointed to the targets already set up on the hillside and personally took the firearm to instruct the students on its use. After the commander's instruction, the instructors took over. By the end of the session, each student had learned how to disassemble the firearm and was grouped according to their classes, each receiving 5 bullets. Today, Li Hualin finally recognized all the students from the International Trade Department. Including himself, there were only 7 in total. What left him speechless was that apart from himself, all 6 others were girls, and by age, he ranked as the 6th oldest. How amusing. I might just be the most relaxed one among all my comrades. Look at how envious they are. In the corner of the shooting range, the instructor assigned to the International Trade Department was a sturdy young man from Shandong. Somewhat naive in appearance, named Zhuang Xian, compared to other disciplines, which had dozens or even hundreds of students. The 7 students from the International Trade Department were the fewest of all. Not only were there few in number, but their ages also varied greatly. 5 were over 25, while 2 were only 15. First, Familiarize yourselves with the firearms. Do not point the gun at your classmates. When it's your turn, I will provide you with ammunition." The instructor stated. "Yes, instructor." The 7 students from the International Trade Department responded in unison, standing at attention and saluting before dispersing. "Classmate, I heard that the top liberal arts student in Binhai City is also named Li Hualin, 15 years old. Could that be you?" "What? He is the top liberal arts student in the city?" The team disbanded, and Li Hualin, holding his firearm, moved to a side and sat down, casting a glance at a solitary figure not far away, raising an eyebrow. A few female classmates approached him, naturally seating themselves beside him, encircling him in the midst of their inquisitive chatter filled with curiosity about Li Hualin. Surrounded by these young women, he couldn't help but grimace. The youngest among them was 25, while the eldest was already 32, likely a mother of several children. One could wonder, given their ages, could they not exhibit a modicum of restraint? Yet, he maintained a facade of innocence, repeatedly waving his hands. "Ladies, you must have mistaken me for someone else. How could I possibly be the top in liberal arts? If I were, I certainly wouldn't be here at Long University." "Ah, little brother, from your accent, I can tell you're a local. My name is Zhang Yakin. I used to work as an accountant at the Binhai steel plant." "What a coincidence. We're fellow townspeople." She gestured towards her 3 roommates. "These are Su Yuyao, Sun Huijin, and Zhao Xiaoming. And this is Chun Shiqing. We'll be classmates from now on, so let us support each other." Zhang Yakin, being the oldest among them, exuded an aura of a big sister and was quite talkative. She introduced several classmates to Li Hualin, and after a few casual exchanges, they were acquainted. After a brief conversation, Li Hualin pointed to a petite foreign girl in the corner and asked, "Is she also in our class?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yakin glanced at her with a hint of disdain but nodded nonetheless. "Yu Wonking, I believe she is from Suzhou. Let me tell you, don't be deceived by her looks. We, the proletariat, cannot befriend remnants of American imperialism. I doubt she'll last long at Long University." Sun Huijin nodded in agreement. "Sister Zhang is right. We've worked hard to get into this university, and we must uphold our principles." Li Hualin chose not to express his opinions, merely nodding in tacit approval. On the first day of military training, he had accidentally knocked down Yu Wonking, landing on her and leaving a shoe print on her face, which made him feel rather embarrassed. By chance, that evening, while dining with his roommates at the cafeteria, he encountered Yu Wonking again and gifted her a pair of insoles. Their subsequent meetings were limited to brief nods as they passed each other. As a member of the current proletariat, Li Hualin naturally wished to distance himself from all forms of heresy and maintain a proper political stance. However, possessing the persona of another individual from a different realm, he was indifferent to such prejudices. Firstly, the current national circumstances do not permit individuals with unsatisfactory political backgrounds or differing family backgrounds to participate in the college entrance examination, regardless of their capabilities. The fact that Yu Wonking was admitted to university signifies that her political review and family background are recognized by the state. Secondly, considering that she had traveled so far to study in Binhai City, all alone, it would be quite disheartening if she were isolated by her classmates or subjected to any form of bullying. Yet, there was no need to explain this to Zhang Yakin and the others, as it would be futile to do so. Chapter 46, The Genius 6. Eyes fixed on the target, the gun barrel aligned. Yes, this was the correct posture. Today marks your inaugural live shooting practice, so let your spirits soar. Do you not yearn for tomorrow's long-distance run, free from burdens? The sound of gunfire resounded like thunder across the range, with nearly 20 targets available to accommodate 20 students shooting simultaneously. Soon, it was the turn of the Department of Economics and Trade. Under the guidance of instructor Zhuang Xian, Li Hualin and his companions entered the range, lying prone at their designated positions, preparing to load their ammunition while listening to Zhuang's ongoing chatter. As he waved the flag in his hand, Li Hualin pulled the trigger and was immediately struck by the powerful recoil against his shoulder. Yes, this was the sensation he sought, the exhilaration of firing a real weapon, incomparable to the experiences offered by modern airsoft or rubber bullet guns. Even with added weight and simulated recoil, nothing could rival the thrill of an actual firearm. Guns will forever remain the pinnacle of male pursuits, without exception. With the discharge of the first bullet, Li Hualin felt his blood boiling. Without waiting for further commands from Zhuang, he emptied his magazine. Only when the trigger clicked empty did he reluctantly rise. Glancing around at his 6 classmates, He noted that only Zhang Yakin managed to fire all her rounds, while the others were unable to withstand the recoil, leading to their premature cessation of training. Particularly, Yi Wangqing suffered a dislocated right arm from the weapon's recoil, tears welling in her eyes, and was promptly attended to by the school nurse, thus unable to continue. In the distance, atop the hillside, the scoring instructor began to wave flags to announce the shooting scores. Zhuang's face fluctuated between shades of blue and purple. Out of 22 majors, his department had the fewest participants, and their accuracy was dismal. Fortunately, they did not face complete disaster. Li Hualin scored 27 points, while Zhang Yakin managed 6. You too may proceed to the 200-meter target. Hualin, with 5 shots, you scored 27. Impressive. With some effort, you might even attempt the 400-meter target. As for me, with 5 shots, I only hit the target once, so I remain stuck at the 200-meter mark. Zhang Yakin, witnessing Li Hualin's impressive debut, couldn't help but express her admiration with a thumbs up. Zhuang distributed more ammunition to the two, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. For novices like you, hitting the target at 100 meters with a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle is already a commendable feat. Do not dwell on the scores. Keep striving. The 200-meter target is fundamental in the military. Many seasoned veterans can utilize the Type 56 as a sniper rifle, adjusting for wind speed and angle. Once you become familiar with the firearm's recoil and experiment with your shooting techniques, you will find that achieving a perfect score at 100 meters is quite attainable. Li Hualin loaded his magazine, nodded in acknowledgement, and positioned the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle on the rest. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. As the dealer's flag fell, Li Hualin opened his eyes once more and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. His shots were the most fundamental of point firing, devoid of any flair or technique. When the dealer noticed the flag waving in the distance, he couldn't help but exclaim, "You have quite the talent for shooting, lad. You should consider joining the military." He then turned to Zhang Yakin, saying, 200 meters target, 5 misses. Instructor, how many rings did I score? Upon hearing this, Li Hualin picked up the binoculars to gaze at the target on the hillside, but he was unable to discern any bullet holes on it. Don't ask. Just know that you've qualified. You may proceed to the 300-meter target shooting training. The dealer retrieved 10 rounds and personally loaded the ammunition for Li Hualin, encouraging him, "Our department is small, and in this military training competition, we are at a disadvantage. You are the only one in our cohort who has hit the 200-meter target. Just don't miss entirely at the 300-meter target, and your score won't be too dismal. Come on, as the only male in the business and economics department. You must rise to the occasion and show others that your admission to university isn't solely based on intellect." Li Hualin, lying prone at the shooting position, could only smile wryly at these words. He realized that the instructor, Zhuang Xian, was somewhat loquacious and rather rebellious. In his previous life, aside from staying at home writing novels, his greatest joy was visiting amusement parks to practice shooting. It could be said that apart from real firearms, he was adept with various toy guns and electronic guns, all while being particularly fond of target shooting. However, transitioning to real firearms was a bit of an adjustment, albeit a temporary one. Setting aside the recoil, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle was indeed the dream gun of every boy. With the sights aligned, Li Hualin felt absolute confidence that, given time to practice, his shooting skills would rival those of any expert. Seeing that Li Hualin was prepared, Zhuang Xian issued the command to fire at the distant hillside flags. With each gunshot, there was a forceful recoil that clashed heavily against his muscles and shoulders. Yet, through Li Hualin's deliberate muscle contraction and expansion, the impact was minimized significantly. As a wisp of smoke rose from the muzzle, he emptied the 10 rounds at the 300-meter target. Rising and shaking his arms, he observed the flag waving on the hillside opposite and turned to Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian regarded Li Hualin with an odd expression, patted his shoulder, and whispered, "If all goes well, you may be exempt from carrying weight tomorrow." Although Zhuang Xian did not explicitly state how many rings he had hit, Li Hualin felt a wave of relief at his implication. After half a month of acclimatizing to weighted long-distance runs, perhaps an exemption was indeed preferable. With the business and economics department being small, once the shooting was completed, the afternoon training was deemed finished, and students could form their own groups to return to school if they wished. Li Hualin sought out the Russian language department, noticing that there were still nearly 100 people queuing ahead of Li Xingyu, causing him to frown. "Your major is fortunate. There are so few of you, and you always disband first. We in the Russian department are the most beleaguered, being the largest cohort in the entire school. Li Xingyu sat in the corner, idly teasing an ant with his finger. Upon seeing Li Hualin come to visit, a look of envy once again crossed his face. Why say again? Because during military training, the daily subjects were fixed. For the smaller departments, training concluded with little delay, and there was no lingering. As the least populated department in the school, the Department of Economics and Trade enjoyed a certain comfort, whereas for the Russian department, which boasted the largest number of students, the experience was nothing short of a disaster. Li Hualin shrugged and discreetly handed him a piece of fruit candy, saying, "I won't wait for you today. I'm heading back to the dormitory to rest. Hurry up and go. Seeing you makes my heart ache." Li Xingyu tore open the candy wrapper, crunching the fruit candy loudly. The shooting range, located halfway up the hill, was nearly 7 to 8 miles away from Long University. If one were to take a shortcut, it would only take 3 miles. But the path was riddled with many bumps and hollows. Having registered the firearm at the management office, Li Hualin left the shooting range alone, planning to take the shortcut back to school. As he walked, he spotted a solitary figure ahead and quickened his pace. "Why didn't you walk back with Sister Zhang and the others?" Yi Wanqing remained silent, merely glancing at Li Hualin before continuing to walk with her head down, seemingly anxious to avoid the muddy puddles on the ground. Li Hualin was undeterred by Yi Wanqing's indifference. After a few encounters, he discerned that this young lady exhibited mild social withdrawal, which perhaps explained why her classmates and roommates were not particularly fond of her. Since she was unwilling to engage in conversation, he did not press the matter, and the two walked side by side in silence. Suddenly, voices called out from behind, "Classmates, we're heading back to school too. Join us." Turning to the sound, Li Hualin noticed 3 small figures trailing behind, raising an eyebrow. Among them was someone he recognized, seemingly named Zhou Shulan from the mathematics department. He extended his hand and introduced himself, Department of Economics and Trade, Li Hualin. Observing Zhou Shulan's gaze wandering toward Yi Wanqing, he added, "This is Yi Wanqing, also from the Department of Economics and Trade." Upon hearing Li Hualin introduce her, Yi Wanqing frowned slightly, yet still nodded politely at Zhou Shulan and the others. "So, you are Li Hualin and Yi Wanqing. I've heard classmates mention you. One is the liberal arts champion from Binhai City, and the other is a small foreign compatriot from Suzhou," Zhou Shulan remarked with understanding, then pointed to the 2 individuals beside him for introduction. "This is Zhang Jinma from Hangzhou, studying finance, and he is Li Mukin from Nanjing, majoring in history. We 3 share a dormitory." Zhang Jinma smiled as he shook hands with Li Hualin. "Interesting. Now we just need Guijingzhu to complete our genius 6-pack. Chapter 47. Worthless, but for the mind. What does genius 6-pack mean? Li Hualin took out the fruit candy and distributed 1 to each person. Listening to Zhang Jinma's words piqued his curiosity, even drawing a furtive glance from the otherwise reticent Yi Wanqing. Li Mukin, with the candy in his mouth, stared at Li Hualin in astonishment, as if he were a peculiar creature, and puzzled, inquired seriously, "You don't even know what the genius 6-pack is? How did you get into this university?" Li Hualin bit his lip, feeling an overwhelming urge to retort, "I offered you candy, and you, a mere child, dare to speak back." Yet, curiosity got the better of him as he shook his head slightly and said, "During this military training period, I've hardly ventured out. Please, enlighten me." Zhou Shulan, somewhat familiar with him, casually draped an arm over Li Hualin's shoulder and sidestepped a puddle, explaining, "It's quite literal, really. This year, Long University admitted 218 students. You are aware of that, right?" Li Hualin remained silent, merely casting Zhou Shulan a pointed look, urging him to continue. Zhou Shulan licked his lips and continued, "Among all the students, there are precisely 6 who are under 18. These 6 individuals, due to their tendency to drag their classmates down during military training and repeatedly causing their peers to face penalties, have garnered a nickname, the 6 Genius Gang. This is a pejorative term, indicating that among us 6, we possess nothing but wit." Coughing lightly, Li Hualin almost choked on his own spit, never having encountered such a unique interpretation of genius. He quickly defended himself, saying, "Surely, it can't be that bad. I don't drag my feet every day?" Li Mukin shrugged nonchalantly. "Why does it matter? No one really cares about that. The nickname has already stuck, and you can't shake it off." Zhou Shulan grimaced slightly and hopped to the left to avoid another puddle. "Exactly. We must stick together, after all. We are the younger ones here." Li Hualin instinctively fiddled with his ears, finding the blend of dialect and Mandarin spoken by Li Mukin and Zhou Shulan somewhat jarring. All right then, let's head back to the dormitory. See you tomorrow. In front of the boys' dormitory, Zhou Shulan and his companions waved goodbye to Li Hualin, slinging their arms around each other as they made their way back to their apartment. Li Hualin glanced at the silent Yi Wanning, noticing that even as she headed back to the dormitory, she remained mute, prompting him to shrug in response. In the days that followed, the military training became considerably more relaxed. The routine still involved early morning weight-bearing long-distance runs at 5:30 a.m., followed by grenade throwing and marksmanship in the morning. And in the afternoon, practicing military boxing, grappling techniques, or replacing the wooden bayonet on the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle to engage in basic stabbing drills aimed at enhancing students' self-defense skills and physical coordination. In stark contrast to the future, where standing at attention for an entire day or marching in formation was common, this era offered none of that. As instructor Zhuang Xian put it, the stance, the march, and sitting still are merely for show. They serve no practical purpose on the battlefield. Do you really think in a war, you can march in formation towards the enemy? The bayonets would have pierced you long before that. Since the separation of training by departments, the competition scores for military training became a prominent agenda, with some instructors smiling while others wore frowns. Naturally, the departments with a larger student body, such as Russian, English, mathematics, literature, and philosophy, were the ones smiling. It seemed that the only department struggling was the economics and trade department, leaving only Zhuang Xian to wear a worried expression. Fortunately, Zhuang Xian possesses a commendable disposition, characterized by an amiable nature. He has not intensified the training regimen merely because the number of students in the economics and trade department is limited. Apart from the daily foundational exercises, he often instructs the students in various martial arts techniques, which, although fundamental, lie beyond the scope of standard military training. In Zhuang Xian's words, with so few promising individuals in the economics and trade department, mostly children or women, the acquisition of self-defense skills is essential for personal safety. Li Hualin is unaware of the caliber of other instructors, but he harbors a fondness for Zhuang Xian, relishing the tales of the counteroffensive at Jinbao Island and eagerly learning grappling and military physical training techniques from him. For he is a stern mentor willing to impart genuine knowledge. At that time, we were engaged in our routine training on the island when the Soviet artillery fire descended upon us, overwhelming and relentless, and the battle commenced. For those who have never encountered the battlefield, it resembles a meat grinder. Survival hinges upon vanquishing the enemy. Only by defeating them can one endure. In the daily classroom, the narrative of the Jinbao Island counteroffensive was recounted once more, with the 7 students from the economics and trade department dutifully gathered around, listening to Zhuang Xian's storytelling. After several days of acclimatization, Zhang Yakin and her peers still regarded Yi Wanqing with disdain, yet they refrained from overt displays of their sentiments, at the very least. They sat together without opposition. However, even with all 7 encircling Zhuang Xian, there remained varying degrees of proximity, with Yi Wanqing perpetually on the periphery. As the dismissal signal sounded, Zhuang Xian brushed off the dust from his attire and rose with a smile. In our exercises, shooting, and grenade-throwing practices, our scores have consistently ranked at the bottom of the school. This is an undeniable truth. With only 3 days remaining in military training, tomorrow we shall engage in the ultimate competition to assess the results of our month-long training. This will not only include a repetition of foundational subjects such as long-distance running, drills, shooting, and grenade throwing, but will also incorporate artistic performances. Our small numbers are inconsequential. Let us all ponder and strive to produce a couple of programs, ensuring that our economics and trade department makes its mark in the final competition. As he spoke, Zhuang Xian's gaze fell upon Li Hualin. Hualin, you are our department's backbone. You must step up. Participation in the artistic performance is imperative. His eyes then swept over the remaining 6 students, his tone adopting a more admonitory note. A formidable group does not rely on individual heroics, but must unite as one to ensure success. I understand that some of you may harbor reservations towards certain classmates, but please set aside your prejudices. She is not an adversary but a comrade in the same trench. We rise and fall together. Attention, at ease, dismissed. Farewell, instructor. As the ranks dispersed, Zhang Yakin immediately summoned the members of their department. Noticing Yi Wanqing standing outside the formation, she recalled the instructor's warning and decided to beckon her over. The instructor was right, regardless of one's background. Those who stand here are comrades in the same trench and should not harbor mutual disdain. Yi Wanqing, I apologize for my previous attitude towards you. But that does not imply that I harbor any fondness. Zhang Yakin suddenly offered an apology, leaving Yi Wanqing momentarily stunned and feeling quite awkward. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "It's nothing, I." Chun Shiqing and Sun Huijin, noticing the situation, also mustered their courage to express goodwill towards Yi Wanqing. Sister Zhang is right. Our apology does not signify that we truly accept you. Turning to Li Hualin, they inquired, "Classmate Hualin, what will you perform for the cultural program?" Li Hualin furrowed his brow, realizing he could not escape this time, and pondered for a moment. "Perhaps a poetry recitation. I have some prior experience." Upon saying this, he pointed at the flustered Yi Wanqing under Zhang Yakin's disapproving gaze. "I will need a partner, and I choose classmate Yi." Sun Huijin nodded in agreement. "You two can partner for the poetry recitation. We have no objections. However, the cultural performance concerned the collective honor, and each of us must prepare at least 3 acts. That is the bare minimum." Chun Shiqing contemplated and hesitated. "I could perform a skit, but I will need at least 2 partners," her eyes darting towards Li Hualin. Her intentions quite clear. Listening to her classmates exchange ideas, Zhang Yakin quickly interjected, "This haphazard arrangement won't do. Let's each think about our performances and reconvene at the cafeteria entrance in the evening for a summary." "Hualin, Instructor Zhuang Xian is correct. You are the only male student in our department, so you must take on a significant role and uphold the prestige of our economics and trade department." Su Yuyao, overhearing this, retorted with a smile, "Sister Zhang, I must disagree. Even if Hualin is as strong as iron, he cannot bear all the burden alone. Indeed, as Sister Sun said, we should each prepare at least 3 acts. With 7 of us collaborating, we should have at least a dozen performances, which is ample given our numbers." Zhang Yakin, upon hearing this, scanned the faces of those present and decisively declared, "Then it is settled." As the group dispersed, Su Yuyao approached Li Hualin and whispered, "Hualin, Sister Zhang used to wear the armband, and she has grown accustomed to being domineering. She is trying to bully you because of your age. If she troubles you again, stand up to her. Do not indulge her bad habits." Li Hualin, taken aback, stared at Su Yuyao with a peculiar expression. "Sister Su, aren't you and Sister Zhang in the same dormitory?" Su Yuyao shrugged, her lips curling in disdain. "It is precisely because we share a dorm that I can no longer tolerate her bossy demeanor. She acts as if she wears an armband. What a character." Then she turned to the silent Yi Wanqing. "Classmate Yi, I confess that I initially found you quite disagreeable due to your appearance. However, over time, I have come to realize that your admission to university signifies your reliable background and recognition by the state. I have no reason to harbor disdain towards you. I apologize for my previous attitude. From now on, we are classmates, and if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. I will certainly help if I can." With a reassuring pat on Yi Wanqing's shoulder, Su Yuyao made a gesture to both Yi Wanqing and Li Hualin before swiftly rejoining the group ahead. Li Hualin shrugged, watching the figures of Su Yuyao and the others recede into the distance, and suddenly smiled, realizing he was growing increasingly fond of this era. Whether a person harbors affection or disdain for you is seldom concealed. Such emotions are often expressed openly, though it may lead to a degree of embarrassment. Yet it remains genuine. The intricacies of deceit are far too complex. Yi Wanqing, upon hearing the laughter of Li Hualin, instinctively paused. "Hualin, what are you laughing about?" Chapter 48. Parting on unpleasant terms. Old Shi, let us head back to the dormitory together, came the distant call from Li Xingyu. Li Hualin pondered for a moment before smilingly replying, "It's nothing." Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing hesitated briefly and called out to him, "Classmate Li." Li Hualin took a few steps but turned back, noticing Yi Wanqing's evident discomfort, and inquired with curiosity, "Is there something you need?" Taking a deep breath, Yi Wanqing nodded, "Thank you for the insoles the other day." Li Hualin's lips curled into a smile. It was a trivial matter. As Li Hualin approached, Li Xingyu joyfully embraced him, and the two departed the playground with arms around each other's shoulders. "Old Shi, just 3 days left until military training ends. What program have you prepared?" Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Hualin transcribed the poem Me and My Motherland, and condensed the lines from The Shining Red Star and Yang Naiwu and Xiao Baikai, creating templates for 2 skits. Once he had meticulously planned all 3 programs, he resumed drafting his new book Chronicles of the Last Yuan Heroes, losing track of time in the process. "Old Shi, it's time to stop. The cornmeal porridge is ready. Let's eat. With warmth enveloping the room, Li Hualin inhaled the fragrant aroma of the porridge. Instinctively, he set down his pen, stretched lazily, and gazed out the window, murmuring, "Oh, it's already dark." Noticing that Li Xingyu had already prepared the porridge, while Su Rue and Zhou Huajing had set out steamed buns and pickles, clearly ready for dinner, he shook his head. "I have plans to meet classmates at the cafeteria tonight to discuss the program. You all eat without me. I might return late." "All right. We'll save you some porridge so you won't be hungry when you come back." Li Xingyu watched as Li Hualin departed, quickly taking a seat at his place. Flipping open chronicles of the last Yuan heroes and nibbling on a bun, thoroughly engrossed in the story. In recent days, Li Hualin had been diligently writing his novel, inadvertently ignoring the other three in the dormitory. However, Li Xingyu would seize the opportunity to peruse his work in Hualin's absence, transitioning from initial disdain to an almost obsessive fascination. Initially, Zhou Huajing had firmly discouraged such behavior, but after finishing The Shadow of the Hero, he succumbed to curiosity and joined in. Remarkably, Li Hualin's writing resonated well with both Li Xingyu and Zhou Huajing's tastes. Their furtive glances transformed into direct requests for more content, leaving Li Hualin with no choice but to comply, his hand gripping the pen until it nearly formed a callus. Unbeknownst to Li Hualin, his freshly penned manuscript was being surreptitiously enjoyed in his absence. Arriving at the cafeteria, he glanced around but did not see Zhang Yakin and her companions. Instead, he spotted Zhou Shulan, Zhang Jinma, and Li Mukin walking together. They noticed Li Hualin waiting at the entrance and waved, approaching with smiles. "Who are you waiting for all alone? Have you eaten? Come join us." "I'm waiting for a classmate. They should be here soon." Li Hualin accepted the large white rabbit milk candy handed to him by Li Mukin, smiling in gratitude as he observed the three entering the cafeteria. After a brief interval, he noticed Yi Watching approaching alone and, scratching his nose in bewilderment, inquired, "Why have you come by yourself? Where are Zhang Jie and the others?" Yi Watching halted beside him, gently shaking her head, her voice imbued with a soft yet chilling tone. "I do not know. I am not in the same dormitory as them." An hour later, with the moon hanging high in the sky, Li Hualin glanced at the motionless Yi Watching beside him and remarked, "If they are going to make plans, they ought to be punctual. It's already 7, and they still haven't arrived. What do they take us for? Let us head back. I detest tardiness." "They're here," Yi Watching's voice interjected. Li Hualin turned towards the path to see a few figures approaching in pairs, and he pursed his lips. "Hey, why are you all so early? Haven't you eaten?" Zhang Yakin and her companions hurried over, their curiosity piqued by the apparent waiting of Li Hualin and Yi Watching. Upon hearing this, Li Hualin's pupils constricted in frustration. He felt an urge to slap his palm down. "You said we should gather at the cafeteria entrance in the evening, but you never specified whether it was before or after dinner. Since the meeting was set for the evening at the cafeteria entrance, I naturally assumed it was before eating. We could chat while dining. Did you finish your meal and then come to gather at the entrance? What a waste of over an hour waiting for you." He suppressed his anger, saying, "We've already eaten. We just arrived." Yi Watching, upon hearing this, gazed at him with a hint of confusion, instinctively looking towards Li Hualin, yet refraining from comment. "There are some chairs over there. Let us sit and chat," Zhang Yakin suggested, oblivious to Li Hualin's displeasure. As she led them to a nearby stone bench and took out several sheets of paper, she distributed them to Li Hualin and Yi Watching for review, saying, "We were in the dormitory earlier, outlining some program frameworks. After filtering, we have narrowed it down to 10. These 10 programs involve everyone, and if you have better ideas, feel free to share them for discussion." Li Hualin handed the program list back to Zhang Yakin while examining her list, frowning slightly. "Zhang Jie? Why am I included in all 10 programs? Do I have to participate in every single one?" Sun Huijin chimed in with a smile. "It's unavoidable. I assent it. You are the only male student in our department, and the one the instructor specifically requested for performances. It seems you will simply have to work harder." Zhao Xiaoming nodded in agreement, adding, "Hualin, these programs are the result of our afternoon's labor. We've already cut down significantly." After reviewing the 3 program lists, Zhang Yakin expressed her satisfaction and casually added them to the ensemble. "I've seen these. Hualin's ideas are quite innovative and very suitable for our working class performance. Let us finalize it this way, adding these 3 programs, making a total of 13 from our department. Who agrees and who opposes?" Zhao Xiaoming, Sun Huijin, and Chen Shiqing swiftly raised their hands in support of Zhang Yakin's endeavors. Su Yunyao merely pursed her lips in silence, neither opposing nor endorsing, prompting Zhang Yakin to furrow her brow and address her. Comrade Su Yunyao, the collective interest supersedes all. I implore you to rectify your attitude and be mindful of your political stance. Oh, my attitude is quite proper. Out of 10 programs, I have contributed 5. Is that not enough? You may feel a strong sense of collective spirit, but I must ask, how many of these programs are you involved in? Anyone can speak empty words, and anyone can draw lofty conclusions. Zhang Yakin, have you worn your armband for so long that you have forgotten your true self? This is Long University, an institution of higher learning, not your personal armband association. Cease your condescending lectures from your lofty perch while you merely seek to reap the rewards. Today, I, Su Yunyao, declare that programs must either be treated equally or divided distinctly. Otherwise, do not blame me for reporting you to the principal for your Western-centric autocratic conduct. Sun Huijin frowned, taken aback by Su Yunyao's audacity to rebuke Zhang Yakin in front of the entire department, and hastily intervened. Su, Zhang is also working for our collective good, after all. Ah, Zhang, please don't leave. Zhang Yakin, having endured Su Yunyao's tirade, felt a mix of humiliation and anger, her face shifting from pale to flushed, yet she remained silent and stormed off. Sun Huijin, witnessing this, immediately pursued her. While Zhao Xiaoming and Chen Shiqing exchanged glances, contemplating their next move before ultimately deciding to follow. Bah, what a nuisance. Su Yunyao spat, watching the group depart, her disdain evident as she expectorated onto the garden floor. Noticing Li Hualin gazing at her awkwardly, she composed her expression. It was not the person but the behavior she found intolerable. She could not abide Zhang's self-important demeanor, having merely organized a few programs without participating in any. Yet still critiquing others, she had truly overestimated her own significance. I had previously told her, if she scheduled the time for the evening and set the meeting at the cafeteria entrance, we would leave early to avoid making others wait. Instead, she adopted a domineering attitude, insisting on finishing her meal first, reveling in the notion that making others wait brought her a sense of accomplishment. Fine. If the program can proceed, let it. If not, let it all fall through. After all, the business school has few members, and we are merely the bottom tier in military training competitions. Li Hualin watched Su Yunyao depart, rubbing his flat stomach as he prepared to head to the cafeteria. Casting a glance at Yi Wanqing, have you eaten? Yi Wanqing hesitated, wanting to shake her head, but instead nodded. I had some. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as she spoke, her stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. If she hadn't had dinner, she shouldn't pretend. It was unreasonable to go hungry. As for the program, let us follow Su's lead. Each should perform their own parts without concern for others' opinions, as it is futile. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, and together with Li Hualin, they entered the cafeteria side by side. Li, I actually have a program prepared. You might want to take a look. Chapter 49. The military training competition begins. Hey, why are you all so late? Li Hualin and Yi Wanqing entered the cafeteria, coincidentally encountering Zhou Shulan and her companions descending the stairs, leading to an unexpected intersection of 5 individuals. One couldn't help but lament the hour wasted in vain. Hualin pursed his lips, poised to ascend the stairs, but halted, inquiring, what preparations do you have for tomorrow's program? Li Mukin, ready to depart, shrugged in response. Program? What program? Are you referring to the military training competition? Our department has plenty of participants. They've already assigned roles, and I'm not needed at all. Zhou Shulan and Zhang Jinma echoed this sentiment with their own shrugs, indicating they too were mere spectators without any involvement in the program. Hualin beckoned to them with a finger, since none of you have a program. How about joining our economics and trade department to bolster our numbers? The trio exchanged glances before turning to Hualin. Is that permissible? Of course. We don't require you for the heavy tasks like obstacle courses or self-defense. We simply need you to assist us on the final day of performances by helping to present a couple of skits. It's that straightforward. Yi Wanqing observed Zhou Shulan and her companions as they departed, then ordered a bowl of plain congee and a dish of greens before taking a seat at the table. Noticing Hualin devouring his rice, she couldn't help but inquire, would inviting students from other departments to perform for the economics and trade department violate the competition regulations? Not at all. Today, Instructor Zhuang's words were subtly suggesting that seeking outside assistance is not prohibited. Hualin, noticing that Yi Wanqing was eating as if she were a cat, pushed several plates toward her. Look at you, so thin. It's clear you don't eat much. A person is made of iron, and rice is steel. You can't survive on such a meager portion. No, no, I usually eat a lot. It's just that it's evening now. Yi Wanqing quickly pushed the plates back. Hesitating as she said, Hualin, eating too much at night isn't good for your health. It's hard to digest. Nonsense. I'm at a stage where I'm still growing. If I don't eat heartily, how can I grow? Should I survive on air? Look at me. A university student standing alongside others. I look like an elementary schooler. While I can't avoid the age difference, I can certainly catch up and even surpass others in terms of physique. Hualin pointed to the 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish before him. I usually munch on steamed buns and pickled vegetables, but I wouldn't solely rely on that. Humans are inherently predatory. Meat is the most reliable sustenance. With that, he forcefully placed 2 pieces of braised pork into Yi Wanqing's bowl. While Hualin's argument held some truth, the meat supply was finite, and such consumption wouldn't last long. Despite her slight frown upon receiving the braised pork, Yi Wanqing elegantly accepted it, consuming it gracefully. Seize the day with wine or money. Being frugal is futile. Only by spending can you earn. Forget it. You wouldn't understand this. Let us just eat. Hualin ceased his lecturing and continued to eat heartily, unconcerned with Yi Wanqing's traditional views. Half a month prior, he had gathered enough words for his submission, and after refinement, he sent both the manuscript and outline to the Binhai Daily and Long Province Daily. Within a few days, the Coastal Daily contacted him, deciding to serialize his novel in the newspaper and even paying a month's worth of advance fees. Although the remuneration was modest, at 4 yuan per 1,000 words, it was acceptable for Li Hualin, who was eager to earn quick money. As for copyright issues, he dismissed them with a wave, thinking who in this day and age cared about such matters when everyone was focused on making fast cash. The meager amount of money could sustain him for at least half a month in the cafeteria, allowing for 3 meat dishes and a steamed bun. Adding to this were the subsidies he received from the city, district, and labor union upon enrollment. Although he retained only a small portion, he had accumulated a few pounds of meat coupons. As a time-traveling individual with a tendency to overspend, saving and conserving were not within Li Hualin's considerations. He believed in consuming and earning first. After all, wouldn't coupons grow stale if left unused? Of course, his age played a significant role. At just 15, he felt a sense of urgency compared to his classmates, who were all at least 20. To alleviate this sense of crisis, he believed in indulging. The more he ate, the stronger he would grow, and the taller he would become. Yi Wanqing, however, did not comprehend Li Hualin's forward-thinking philosophy. She perceived his behavior as extravagant. Hearing this, she merely bit her lip and fell into silence. After their meal, the two revised their respective programs, merging them into one, and briefly aligned on the schedule before returning to their dormitories. The following morning marked the official commencement of the final military training competition. Previously, during daily long-distance runs, over 3,000 students lined up in 2 rows, circling the school before returning to the playground. Today's weighted long-distance run was different. It was organized by department, with each department forming its own team. Beginning with the department that had the fewest students, each team would complete the run in succession. Once all 22 departments had finished their weighted run, the instructors would compile the scores to determine the overall performance of each department. During this time, those not yet participating could rest in their dormitories to conserve their energy. Upon conclusion, the department with the highest score would be awarded the long-distance champion flag by the commanding officer, a mark of honor without any substantial reward. Conversely, the department with the lowest score would have to collectively perform a program on the final day of training, serving as a minor punishment. With 530 points, the department with the fewest students, the Economic and Trade Department, was ready with its 7 members, all burdened with weights, standing solemnly to one side. Responsible for leading the run, Zhuang Yin took the opportunity, before the run commenced, to remind them, given the Economic and Trade Department's smaller size and varied ages, after starting, you should quickly balance the weight you carry. Remember, this is a collective evaluation, not a display of individual heroism. Only if you all cross the finish line will there be a final assessment. The abrupt sound of the starting gun interrupted Zhuang Yan's words, and with no other option, he commanded, "All of you start running." The 7 members of the Economic and Trade Department, with a considerable age range, began running but soon stopped to adjust their weights. Following the age differentiation, the older members bore a heavier load while the younger ones carried less, striving to ensure their weights remained within limits. Strangely, none of the 5 individuals approached Li Hualin and Yi Wanqing to inquire whether they wished to increase or decrease their burdens. After more than a month of carrying weight, the 3-kilogram load had become negligible for Li Hualin. He could manage 5 kilometers in half an hour, comfortably finishing within 28 minutes. Although he still lagged behind older classmates, he was no longer at the very back of the pack. Seeing that Zhang Yakin and others had continued running, he caught up with the panting Yi Wanqing and signaled for her to stop and remove her burden. "No, it's fine. I can manage." Yi Wanqing repeatedly shook her head, reluctant to relinquish her load to Li Hualin. "You and Guijingshu have consistently placed last in long-distance runs. It's time to put modesty aside." Li Hualin pointed to Zhang Yakin and the others who had already surged ahead and seized Yi Wanqing's burden, leaving her with only a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. Stubbornly biting her lip, Yi Wanqing pushed herself to run faster, leaving Li Hualin trailing behind. It seemed the instructor's advice had gone unheeded. For a 5-kilometer run, one must start with a slow jog to regulate their breathing. Sprinting from the outset would only lead to exhaustion after a few hundred meters. Li Hualin gradually caught up with Zhang Yakin and the others. Glancing back at the pursuing Yi Wanqing and couldn't he help but smirk. Zhuang Yan, running alongside, observed how Li Hualin, despite carrying the burdens of 2 individuals, still moved with remarkable agility, nodding to himself in approval. Over the past month, Li Hualin's progress had been nothing short of astonishing, and Zhuang Yan had taken note of it all. Not to mention, in terms of marksman and grenade throwing evaluations, one being exceptional and the other commendable, Li Hualin far surpassed the majority of students. If the military training competition were ranked individually, Li Hualin's current physical condition would likely place him among the top 1,000 in the entire school, and he was merely 15. From being at the very back on the first day to improving so rapidly was indeed a rare feat in the economics and trade department. The military song resounded. The 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention, 1, 2, 3, begin. Chapter 50, overall score, 75. Zhuang Yan issued the military song command, and Li Hualin shouted at the top of his lungs, with Zhang Yakin and the others matching his fervor. Every revolutionary soldier must remember the 3 major disciplines and 8 points of attention. All actions must heed commands. Unity in steps leads to victory. Not a single thread or needle from the masses shall be taken. The people support and cherish us. All spoils must be returned to the public, striving to lighten the burdens of the populace. We must adhere to the 3 major disciplines and never forget the 8 points of attention. After a month of long-distance running with weights, only about 1/3 of the entire student body truly managed to meet the daily standards, perhaps even less. The remaining students fell short of the passing mark, and those with poorer physical fitness struggled, taking over an hour to complete the run. Stubbornness would not suffice. Distance and weight represented an insurmountable mountain in terms of the students' stamina and physical condition. As time passed, the breaths of Zhang Yakin and her companions grew increasingly labored, their chests heaving with fatigue, while at least 3 kilometers still lay ahead to the finish line. After Yi Wanqing stumbled several times, even Chen Shiqing, Zhao Xiaoming, and Su Yuyao began to sway, struggling to maintain a steady pace. The only 2 truly leading the pack were Li Hualin and Zhang Yakin. Zhuang Xian glanced back and remarked thoughtfully, "In a long-distance run, the score is collective. If only 2 reach the finish line, the score will be 0. Zhang Yakin hesitated, gritting her teeth as she turned back, seizing the burdens from Chen Shiqing and Zhao Xiaoming's backs. She stumbled slightly, nearly falling over, gritting her teeth to steady herself. She looked at Chen Shiqing and Zhao Xiaoming, proclaiming, "The collective interest supersedes all. No matter how exhausted you are, you must push through." With reddened eyes, Chen Shiqing and Zhao Xiaoming supported each other, stumbling along behind Zhang Yakin, the 3 progressing at a tortoise's pace. Li Hualin silently approached Su Yuyao and Sun Huijin, and despite their expressions of refusal, he took on the load, feeling his knees buckle under the weight, nearly collapsing. While he could disregard 3 kilograms and tolerate 6, the prospect of an additional 10 kilograms made him fear for his knee's endurance. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hualin grabbed Yi Wanqing's Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and tied it together with his own, prodding it against the ground. A slight smile curved his lips. Being shorter had its advantages. At least he could use the rifle as a makeshift cane. Zhuang Xian, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a mix of disbelief and admiration. Was he really using a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle as a crutch? Yet, he swallowed his words. Glancing at the timer, 14 minutes had passed, and they were still not halfway through. If they continued to dawdle, none would pass. With a heavy sigh, Li Hualin attempted to assist Su Yuyao, only to nearly be pulled down himself. Unable to do so, he shifted his focus to Yi Wanqing, the burden now much lighter. Sister Su, Sister Zhang, you two support each other. Even if we don't pass, we must complete the entire distance. Su Yuyao and Sun Huijin exchanged glances filled with remorse. Together, they were already 50 years old, yet they needed a 15-year-old brother to carry the load. They helped each other up, gritting their teeth to continue running, although their unsteady bodies seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Li, could you let go of me? Yi Wanqing, being pulled by Li Hualin, felt her cheeks flush and tugged her hand, unable to break free. You're too heavy, otherwise I would carry you. Right now, it's not a time to consider gender differences. Let us just finish the run. With his left hand using the Type 56 rifle as a staff and his right arm around Yi Wanqing's shoulder, he dragged her along. Zhuangxian kept pace. Observing that the students from the Economics and Trade Department had resumed running, feeling a sense of relief. They showed cleverness, a profound sense of teamwork, and their physical potential was still being developed. If this young man were to enlist, he would undoubtedly make a commendable soldier. What a pity. Zhang Yakin, bearing the weight of 3 individuals, managed to run a few hundred meters, but could no longer increase her speed, only able to advance alongside Chen Shiqing and Zhao Xiaoming, supporting one another. As soon as Su Yuyao and Sun Huijin caught up, the trio transformed into a quintet, their speed noticeably enhanced. Zhang Jia, I was a bit abrupt yesterday. I hope you won't take it to heart. Su Yuyao, breathless and panting, cast a furtive glance at the sweating Zhang Yakin, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhang Yakin shot her a glance of annoyance, choosing silence as she focused on conserving her energy to complete the course. The clock ticked to 22 minutes, with 15 kilometers remaining to the finish line. Exhaustion overwhelmed them. It felt as if their legs belonged to someone else. During previous training sessions, they had not felt this fatigued. You don't understand. Training is one thing, but without a sense of urgency, this is a competition. And the mental pressure is a burden. Realizing that they could not continue at this pace, Li Hualin suggested, you all keep going ahead. I'll transport the weights closer to the finish and return for you. Sweat streamed down his temples, and his deep blue uniform was already soaked through. He loosened his grip on Yi Wanqing, snatched a weight pack from behind Zhang Yakin, and grit his teeth as he accelerated. Hualin, you can't sustain this pace. Su Yuyao and the others quickly understood his intention, watching him stagger ahead, too late to intervene. Zhang Yakin, panting heavily, halted to massage her numb legs and remarked to her companions, Hualin's actions may be crucial to our passing. You all hurry on, I will follow at a slower pace. Exchanging glances, Sun Huijin and Su Yuyao each took hold of Yi Wanqing's arm, pulling her along as they chanted, Department of Economics and Trade. 3 major disciplines and 8 essential rules, sing. At the finish line, the captain and several scoring instructors awaited with their arms crossed. How much time has elapsed? One instructor checked the scoring device and replied, it's already been 24 minutes. The Department of Economics and Trade will not finish. The captain frowned, gazing at a staggering figure in the distance, muttering, we cannot draw conclusions until the final moment. It's futile. Long-distance running is assessed collectively. No matter how fast an individual runs, it won't earn points, and the Department of Economics and Trade will still fail. As the figure approached, the instructors recognized Li Hualin, yet saw no one following him. One instructor prepared the scoring device, ready to record his score the moment he crossed the finish line. In a moment that stifled laughter. Just before reaching the finish line, Li Hualin lost his balance and skidded face-first across the ground, stopping just 1 centimeter from the line. Coughing, Li Hualin rubbed his knee and glanced at his worn green rubber shoes, cursing his misfortune. Noticing the suppressed laughter from the captain and instructors, he felt his face flush, hastily discarded the weights, and turned back to retrace his steps, eliciting peculiar looks from his companions. The instructor with the scoring device was momentarily stunned, calling out, you're running the wrong way, this way. Another instructor glanced uncertainly at his Western Zhou comrade, then looked to the captain, speculating. Could it be that he plans to go back for his teammates? Isn't that against the rules? The captain's lips curled into a smile. As long as he hasn't crossed the finish line, even if he makes multiple round trips, it's within the rules. This lad shows promise. He would make a fine soldier. Indeed, From the very first day of military training, I noticed this young man. Over the course of the month, I have observed his remarkable progress. It is worth noting that he is several years younger than the other trainees, and his physical capabilities are significantly lacking. The camp commander is correct. If this lad were to enlist, he would undoubtedly make an excellent soldier. Hold on, he is a university student, and apparently, he is the top liberal arts student from Binhai City. Such talent is rare and invaluable. It's improbable that the school would allow him to enlist. Li Hualin, however, remains blissfully unaware that his performance has garnered considerable admiration from several instructors. His singular focus is to complete this long-distance run. He is determined to finish it. This feeling of mission is something he has never experienced in his previous life, yet now, Li Hualin particularly cherishes it. Unbeknownst to him, the numbness in his legs seems to have diminished, and his running speed has increased. Li is back, 1 kilometer away from the finish line. Zhang Yakin and her companions are still persevering, and upon seeing Li Hualin returning, they display expressions of astonishment. Come on, stop dawdling. Give me the extra weight. Li Hualin abruptly halts before them, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Observing this, Zhang Yakin decisively divides the remaining weight, handing half to Li Hualin. When she sees him reaching for more, she swiftly declines, saying, "That's enough. You've done more than enough. We'll share the remaining weight among us, all right?" Li Hualin, hearing this, gestures for them to continue running while he plops down on the ground to rest. However, he is promptly kicked up by Zhuang Xian. No resting. You are currently in the most active state your muscles can achieve. If you continue running, you will feel tired, but not to the point of exhaustion. However, if you stop now, your muscles will relax, and when you wish to stand again, you won't be able to. Li Hualin, as the sole representative of the male students in the economics and trade department, you must pull yourself together. Surely, you can't be outdone by a few girls. Instructor, you speak as if standing while talking doesn't cause discomfort. I will run. Li Hualin understands that Zhuang Xian speaks the truth. Yet sitting down is easy, while standing up is a challenge. He grits his teeth and attempts to rise several times, but his legs seem powerless. At that moment, soft arms reach out and firmly grasp his own. I told you not to eat so much. You're too heavy. If I didn't eat much, I wouldn't even be able to run half the distance. Li Hualin is pulled to his feet by Yi Wanqing, swaying unsteadily and nearly falling over. But he quickly steadies himself and begins to pound his legs. Just like that, keep going. You will discover the exhilarating sensation of breaking through your limits. Zhuang Xian, seeing Li Hualin standing, continues to encourage him. Only 4 minutes left. Put in the effort, and you will surely pass the assessment. Come on. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieves 2 large white rabbit candies, tossing one to Yi Wanqing. Li Hualin pops the candy into his mouth, savoring the rich milky flavor as he presses on. Running headlong. In the midst of his sweat-drenched exertion, a piece of white rabbit candy serves as an excellent source of sugar, which is technically against the rules during a long run. Zhuang Xian glances at Shizhou, choosing to overlook the duo's actions, and begins to jog ahead. Catch up. Don't give up. 3 minutes later, the finish line came into view, and Zhang Yakin and her companions collapsed in a heap before it. Catching sight of Li Hualin and Yi Wanqing, who waved enthusiastically to encourage them. The 5-kilometer weighted cross-country race had 7 participants from the School of Economics and Trade, all of whom passed the assessment with a commendable score of 75. We passed. At 29 minutes and 48 seconds, Li Hualin and Yi Wanqing simultaneously dashed across the finish line. Upon hearing the scores announced by the tallying officer, he could no longer hold himself up and plopped down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Yakin and her friends, upon hearing the news, joyously embraced one another, jumping up and down, only to suddenly pull a muscle, wincing in pain. Zhuang Xian stood nearby, and when he noticed the captain's gaze upon him, he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "Sir, I didn't teach them anything. They are simply outstanding." The captain, with a bemused expression, gave Zhuang Xian a look that suggested he should manage his team and depart. Zhuang Xian clapped his hands towards Li Hualin and the others. "Get up. It's time to rest and return to the dormitory." Chapter 51. A unique expression of gratitude. I can't move. Yes, I have no desire to move. Zhuang Xian's words struck the hearts of the group like a heavy hammer, rendering their expressions momentarily frozen. Indeed, having run this far, how would they return? They had carried their own luggage for 5 kilometers on the way here, and they would need to bear it all again on the return journey. Oh dear. The sky is falling. Well, at least we don't have to worry about the time for the return. We can take our time. Zhang Yakin adjusted her load, nearly being toppled by its weight. Yet she gritted her teeth and hoisted a package onto her back. Chun Shiqing and the others, witnessing this, felt like crying, desperately tugging at their burdens, but their arms lacked the strength to manage. Li Hualin, seated on the ground, waved to them. Rest, rest, no need to rush. They will come. He spotted figures emerging in the distance and quickly propped himself up. When Zhou Shulan and the others arrived, pushing a wooden cart to a stop at the finish line, not only were Zhang Yakin and her companions rendered speechless, but even the instructors exchanged perplexed glances, ultimately looking towards the captain. Is this allowed? The captain, somewhat bemused, shook his head. The competition only records the scores from the initial run. As for these young comrades, they can return as they please. How biased. The instructors exchanged glances, smirking as they turned away, disregarding Zhou Shulan and the halted cart. Li, where did you get this cart? Su Yuyao, noticing Li Hualin loading the cart, propped herself up and walked over to assist. I anticipated this situation and prearranged with Zhou and the others, borrowing the cart from the cafeteria's procurement lady. Hurry, load it up and let us go, otherwise the instructors might change their minds. Soon, their burdens were stacked upon the cart, and the group stealthily veered off the main running route, sneaking down a side path. They had cleverly used their wits to avoid work, dragging along their fellow students from the School of Economics and Trade. Zhuangxian, these are the soldiers you've trained. As the economics and trade students departed, the mathematics instructors were not pleased, pointing at the helpless Zhuangxian, wishing they could kick him. There is no alternative. Our department is small, comprising merely 7 members, 2 of whom are merely 15 years old. What do you expect of them? The camp leader has yet to voice any opinions, so why nitpick? If you're dissatisfied, then practice harder. Upon hearing this, Zhuangxian cracked his knuckles ominously and retorted, causing the instructor who spoke to turn away in frustration. I shall not stoop to your level. The introduction of the flatbed cart for transporting burdens has certainly alleviated the task significantly. It is indeed commendable that Hualin has devised such an ingenious solution. Su Yuyao followed alongside the flatbed, assisting in pushing it over the uneven terrain, increasingly impressed by Hualin's ingenuity. Zhang Yakin appeared somewhat troubled. She recognized that Li Hualin's actions were for the benefit of all, yet it left her with a sense of discomfort, as if she were taking advantage of the situation. Watching the others remain silent, she suppressed her discontent, wearing a somewhat sullen expression throughout the journey. Thank you, Zhou Shulan, Zhang Jinma, and Li Mukin. Upon reaching the girls' dormitory, Li Hualin helped unload the burdens and then, accompanied by Zhou Shulan and the others, returned the cart, engaging in laughter and conversation along the way. No need for formality. What can we do, considering the few of us in the business department? Hualin replied jovially. In our department, I merely need to run about. The other students eagerly vie for the burden tasks. Indeed, Shulan makes a valid point. We are quite cherished in our department. Our classmates hold us in high regard. What were you thinking, choosing such an obscure major? In response to Li Hualin's polite remarks, the trio remained indifferent. They were regarded as treasures among their peers due to their youth. Over the course of a month of long-distance running, aside from the initial day's exhaustion, they had not carried any burdens afterward, with a few students easily accumulating points. The instructor turned a blind eye, and they relished their leisure, thus feeling a particular sympathy for Li Hualin. It was perplexing. A local academic prodigy, a person of intellect, should have been sought after anywhere, yet here he was in the obscure business department, shouldering burdens while considering others. What a source of frustration that must be. Li Hualin offered no explanations. After returning the flatbed, he treated Zhou Shulan and the others to a platter of meat and 3 platters of vegetables. After the meal, Li Hualin dragged his weary body back to the dormitory, where a bowl of cornmeal porridge and some salted vegetables awaited him, though his 3 roommates were absent. After removing his worn-out green rubber shoes, he gritted his teeth as he took off his socks, only to discover 2 large blisters on the soles of his feet, prompting a frown. Retrieving some antiseptic, Li Hualin sprawled across his bed, soon succumbing to sleep. He slept soundly until noon, when Li Xingyu and the others returned with lunch. Old Shi, while we were coming back, that Su Yuyao from your class asked me to give this to you. Li Xingyu dropped the burden, patted Li Hualin on the back, and placed a brown paper package beside his pillow. What is this? Li Hualin sat up, puzzled, and opened the brown paper to find a pair of cloth shoes, momentarily taken aback. The craftsmanship was somewhat rudimentary, indicating they had been hand-stitched, with uneven seams suggesting a lack of skill in the maker's handiwork. Comparing the cloth shoes to his own feet, Su Rue found that the size was indeed perfect. Ah, cloth shoes, quite impressive. He plopped down on the edge of the bed, took one of the shoes to measure against his foot, his curious eyes darting towards Li Hualin, blinking incessantly, only to earn an eye roll in return. Zhou Hua was gazing at Li Hualin's tattered green rubber shoes, retrieving a sewing kit from the cupboard and tossing it to him. The torn opening could be mended with a piece of cloth. It could still be worn. Who would bother with old shoes when new ones were available? There was no rush to sew them up. Li Hualin slipped on the cloth shoes and walked a few steps around the room, quite satisfied. He then cleaned the soles of the green rubber shoes and shoved them under the bed. The lengthy assessment for the 22 specialties had consumed most of the day, concluding with evaluations on grenade throwing, marksmanship, and hand-to-hand combat the following day. Early the next morning, after the collective long run by all students, they proceeded to a desolate hill for shooting tests, still divided into 100-meter, 200-meter, and 400-meter targets. In the applied physics specialty, there were 274 trainees, all present, receiving an overall evaluation of 84, deemed excellent. The Russian language specialty had 378 trainees, all present, with a composite score of 60, marking a pass. The philosophy specialty had 198 trainees, all present, but with a composite score of 55, unfortunately deemed unsatisfactory. The business and economics specialty had 7 trainees, all present, scoring an impressive 84, classified as excellent. Throughout the morning, the shooting scores for various specialties were announced, and the business and economics department's achievement of 84 points among 7 students left many astonished. In contrast, the instructors from the philosophy and archaeology specialties were left in despair in the restroom, while Zhuangxian leisurely strolled around the shooting range, only to be cornered and reprimanded by teammates. Once the shooting assessments concluded, the students from the business and economics department dispersed, returning to the school. Li, wait a moment. At the entrance of the male dormitory, as Li Hualin was about to ascend the stairs, he heard Yi Wanqing calling from behind, prompting him to halt in confusion. Is there something? Yi Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she revealed her hands from behind her back, presenting Li Hualin with a brown paper package. Thank you for your help yesterday, she said, before swiftly turning and running away. Li Hualin opened the paper package, discovering a pair of hand-stitched cloth shoes inside. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, another pair of cloth shoes? The ways of expressing gratitude in this day and age are indeed peculiar. But why is this one torn at the corner? Sending me damaged shoes? Yet I already possess a pair of worn ones. Chapter 52. I am not accustomed to salty food. A sudden downpour persisted for 3 days and nights, forcing the military training competition to be postponed repeatedly. Ultimately held in the teaching building, they hastily organized a few programs and called in a photographer for a group photo before wrapping things up. Thus, the inaugural military training for college students at Long University in 1978 came to a close. After an extended period of camaraderie, the bond between students and instructors had become difficult to sever. As military trucks departed with the instructors and training equipment, the campus was filled with joyous cheers. Damn it! Military training is finally over. No more long runs, exhilarating. Military training has concluded, and classes begin tomorrow. Our opportunities to meet during the day will be scarce. In the dormitory, Li Xingyu stood before the cabinet, organizing his belongings. He glanced back at the 3 individuals in the room and suggested, "Gentlemen, shall we head to the cafeteria for a meal this evening? The incessant rain these past few days has left me feeling unsettled, and my back is aching. I think I'll manage with some food here and forego going out." Su Rue, with a plaster on his back, lay on his bed, perusing a physics book, wincing in pain with every movement, and declined the invitation. "That's rheumatism you have. If you get caught in the rain again, you'll truly suffer." Li Hualin pulled the blanket tighter around Su Rue, wrapping him snugly like a dumpling, and shrugged at the suggestion. "I'm fine with whatever. It's up to you." Big brother, Zhou Hua, seated at the table writing in his journal, waved his hand dismissively. "There's still some cornmeal in the cabinet. Let us boil some porridge today. If we don't eat it, it'll spoil." Li Xingyu closed the cabinet and plopped down on the edge of the bed, sprawling out. 2 to 2. Very well. We'll have cornmeal porridge with pickled vegetables tonight. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and Li Hualin opened it to reveal an unfamiliar classmate standing outside. "Is Li Hualin here?" That would be me. What is up?" Your family has arrived. They're at the reception office by the school gate. The dormitory lady sent me to inform you. Oh, thank you. Li Hualin, upon hearing this, pulled a piece of fruit candy from his pocket and handed it to the classmate before hurriedly making his way downstairs. Sister, you've returned home. When did this happen? At the reception office, sitting inside was his long-unseen second sister, Li Huan. Wow, you've grown so tall, Li Huan exclaimed with a smile, standing up to give Li Hualin a hug, affectionately ruffling his hair. I came back yesterday. Upon learning that you were studying at Long University, I decided to come see you. Come, turn around so I can take a look. You've become quite handsome. Truly, you are a credit to our family. Li Hualin, caught in his sister's affectionate embrace, felt a hint of embarrassment as she tousled his hair. Li Hualin's elder brother, Li Hualin, and second sister, Li Huan, had gone to the countryside as educated youth a few years prior, and correspondence from them had been rare. Setting aside the original owner's memories, this was, strictly speaking, Li Hualin's first formal meeting with Li Huan, yet familial affection transcended pretense. He extricated himself from her embrace and asked, now that you're back, you won't be leaving again, will you? Has there been any news regarding your job placement? Li Huan shook her head. There are many educated youths returning this batch. Not just me. Where we will be assigned to work depends on the directives from the neighborhood office. Ah, indeed, you're a college student now. Your manner of speaking is far more impressive than our village secretary, Li Hualin remarked. Li Huan tousled his hair again and picked up the package on the floor. Mom and Dad sent you pickled eggs, some freshly made soy sauce, along with a few corn buns and scallions, cornmeal, and millet. They want me to tell you to study diligently and not to worry about the family. If you have some free time, come home to visit. Oh, by the way, the youngest found out I was coming to see you today and was determined to tag along, but was grounded by our mother. She was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. You have no idea. During your absence, she has been incessantly talking about you, missing you so much that she could only manage to eat 8 bowls of porridge a day, and she has gained weight. Ah, indeed. It seems quite a predicament for her. Li Hualin listened to Li Huanin as she incessantly recounted the happenings at home after her departure, and upon hearing Li Huashu, he found himself in a state of bemusement. Sister, you haven't eaten, have you? Let's head to the canteen for a meal. Li Hualin picked up his bundle and took hold of Li Huanan's arm, intending to leave, but she shrugged him off, refusing, no need. With your tendency to spend money like water, it's better you keep the money for yourself. I ate before I left. She extracted a handkerchief from her pocket, unfolded it, and presented a few grain and cash coupons into Li Hualin's hands. Take this. Sister, I cannot accept this money. I have enough in my pocket. Just take it. I am a model worker at the youth station, earning the most work points. Now that I am back home, I've exchanged my work points for coupons, which I have no use for while living here. You, on the other hand, are at school and will find the need for money. Li Huanin firmly stuffed the money and coupons into Li Hualin's pocket, pinched his cheek, and said, all right, as long as I know you are doing well at school, I can return with peace of mind. I'm off now. Li Hualin, left helpless by Li Huanan's stubbornness regarding the meal, could only watch as she departed the reception room, vanishing into the rain with her umbrella. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Li Xingyu was seated at the table, transcribing a Russian novel. Upon noticing Li Hualin returning with a cloth bag, he inquired with curiosity, Old Shi, someone from home came to visit. Why didn't you let them in to rest? Where are they? My second sister has returned from her youth service. Upon learning that I am studying at Long University, she came to see me and brought some food, but she has already left. Li Hualin approached the table, opened the bag, and handed a green onion to Li Xingyu, gesturing for him to wash it. He then laid out salted eggs and soybean paste on the table. The soybean paste was contained within a full aluminum lunchbox. Having been stir-fried with eggs and containing strips of meat, it was no longer merely traditional raw sauce, but rather an egg and meat sauce. As he opened the sealed lid, an enticing aroma wafted forth, causing Su Rue to spring from his bed, eagerly tearing a piece of steamed bun to dip into it. Utterly captivated by the flavor. Ah, this egg sauce is exquisite. Did you perhaps add extra oil? Zhou Hua, receiving the washed green onion, broke off a piece, enveloped it in the egg sauce, and stuffed it into a bun, taking a hearty bite and nodding enthusiastically. No doubt, this sauce is truly delicious. Li Hualin counted the salted eggs, and to his astonishment, there were 15. He took 5 for himself, then found a small jar to pack some cornmeal and millet for making steamed buns, indicating to his roommates to eat first before he stepped out. Where's Old Shi off to? It seems to be in the direction of the girls' dormitory. Su Rui approached the window to look down and saw Li Hualin, umbrella in hand, jogging towards the girls' dormitory, igniting his curiosity. Li Xingyu, with a mouthful of bun and green onion, joined Su Rui, resting his arm on his shoulder. Speaking somewhat indistinctly, "You fool, think a little. Carrying food toward the girls' dormitory, what else could it be but delivering something? Come on, guess for whom old she is taking food? First, let us eliminate one incorrect answer. I suspect it's that girl named Su Yueying. Wasn't she the one who gave old she a pair of cloth shoes last time?" Su Rui nudged his shoulder, shrugged off Li Xingyu's arm, and shot him a disdainful glance before returning to the table to slurp on his cornmeal porridge. "I bet on Chen Shiqing, among the old class. She is the only one who is truly beautiful, and her words are gentle. Old she must surely prefer someone like her." Zhou Hua, munching on a steamed bun filled with scallions while perusing a novel, frowned at his remark and muttered, "Little foreign devil. Classmate Hualin, are you looking for me?" At the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Li Hualin held an umbrella, and upon hearing Yi Wanqing's inquiry, he casually stuffed a brown paper bag into her arms. "I brought you something. Keep it for later." With that, he turned away, waving his hand in farewell as he stepped into the curtain of rain. Yi Wanqing stood at the dormitory door, gazing at the drizzling rain, and curiously opened the paper bag, only to find salted eggs and steamed buns inside. She couldn't help but wrinkle her brow. Classmate Hualin, did he brave such heavy rain just to deliver food? But I can't eat salty food. Chapter 53. My name is Yi Wanqing, not a foreign devil. After military training, the school year commenced. The following morning, Li Hualin had finished breakfast and arrived early at the main teaching building, seeking out the first class of international trade. By the time he arrived, a middle-aged female teacher was already standing at the podium. Upon seeing Li Hualin, she smiled and nodded. She appeared to be in her 40s, wearing thick black-framed glasses and a dark blue Zhongshan suit adorned with a Mao Zedong badge, her hair impeccably styled. Standing at less than 1.7 meters tall, her demeanor was amiable, yet her mere presence exuded a formidable sense of authority, reminiscent of a freshly minted police officer caught slacking off upon encountering a superior in a white shirt. After bowing to the teacher, Li Hualin casually chose a seat. The classroom for international trade was bright and airy, sunshine streaming in and warming the entire space. The desks and chairs were new, and the walls seemed freshly painted, suggesting a recent renovation. Even with the windows open, a faint smell of paint and lime lingered, unpleasant yet not overpowering. As time passed, the students from the International Trade Department arrived one after another, totaling 7 individuals. Once all the students were present, the female teacher wrote a few words on the blackboard. International trade is an abbreviation for economy and trade. To simplify further, it can also be referred to as foreign trade. Currently, there are no more than 4 universities in our country offering similar programs. In response to the national call for the restoration of the first college entrance examination, Longda has specifically established the international trade major. This first cohort has a limited number of enrollments. Thus, we will not be dividing into multiple classes. One department will form one class. My name is Wang Suqin. I will be your advisor and also your professional course instructor. Over the next 4 years, we shall progress and learn together. Now, let's have each student introduce themselves. Starting with this young man. Li Hualin glanced at Zhou before standing up. He bowed to Wang Suqin and introduced himself. My name is Li Hualin. I am 15 years old, and I am a local from Binhai. I have chosen the foreign trade major because I have confidence in the future of our country's foreign trade and wish to dedicate myself to this field, contributing to our nation's foreign trade efforts. Considering my youth, I humbly invite my classmates and teachers to offer constructive criticism should any shortcomings arise in the future. Upon hearing Li Hualin's meticulous self-introduction, Zhang Yakin exchanged glances with her roommate and whispered, "See, I told you he is this year's undergraduate champion from Binhai." Yet he refuses to admit it. There is only one 15-year-old college student in Binhai this year, named Li Hualin. Oh, come on, your previous question was misguided. I wouldn't admit it either. To do so would be to boast. Li Hualin, I know you, the top scholar in the liberal arts from Binhai City. Your Chinese score is perfect, and your essay has been selected by the state to be included in the new curriculum. The teacher, intrigued, inquired, with your outstanding achievements, Huaqing, Dabe, Fudan, and even Dalian University of Technology must have sent you acceptance letters. Why did you ultimately choose Long University? Having finished his introduction, Li Hualin was about to take a seat when he paused at the question, furrowing his brow. I chose it for its proximity to home. Proximity to home. Li Suqin continued with a teasing smile. But Dalian University of Technology is also in Binhai, not far from your residence, right? My goodness, a perfect score in Chinese. And even your essay being selected by the state. Surely that is an exaggeration. Not at all. Being the top scholar in the liberal arts at the municipal level is no trivial matter. Chun Shiqing and others, hearing the words perfect score in Chinese, gazed at Li Hualin in disbelief, scrutinizing him as if they had encountered a new world. Yi Wanqing turned her head to observe Li Hualin, her eyes reflecting curiosity. She was aware of his brilliance, yet being the top scholar in the liberal arts, a perfect score in Chinese, and having an essay included in the new curriculum, these accolades combined suggested something far beyond mere excellence. Moreover, why did he not choose a prestigious university like Shida, opting instead for the relatively lesser-known Long University? Proximity to home. She found it hard to believe. Not only Yi Wanqing, but every classmate, including Li Hualin himself, shared her skepticism. He looked at Li Suqin's ambiguous smile and straightened his posture, his expression grave. My principal once told me that while prestigious universities like Shida do offer programs in economics and trade, he has no personal experience with them and refrains from making judgments. Only Long University has a highly esteemed professor in this field. And if I am determined to study economics and trade, learning from her would be a wise choice. Thus, my decision to attend Long University rather than a prestigious institution like Shida stems from my principal's counsel. I have complete faith in my principal and am certain that the professor in the economics and trade program at Long University will be my guiding light and the catalyst for my personal enlightenment. Li Suqin's smile froze on her face, and she shook her head with a sigh, seemingly unwilling to pursue this topic further. She pointed to Yi Wanqing, this young lady. Please introduce yourself to your classmates. Obediently, Yi Wanqing stood up, bowed to her classmates and Li Suqin, and mustered her courage to introduce herself. My name is Yi Wanqing. I am 15 years old, and I hail from Suzhou. My grandfather, Howard, was an orphan who arrived in China with a merchant caravan in his youth, eventually settling in Suzhou, marrying my grandmother, and adopting the name Yi Huada. He was a doctor, dedicating his life to healing the sick and saving lives. Even in the face of severe illness, he persevered in performing surgeries for his patients, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion on the operating table. My father holds a household registration in Suzhou with a clear political stance. He is a recognized member of the Huaxiao people. Thus, I am not a foreigner. I am a Huaxiao individual. I possess my own name, Yi Wanqing, with Yi symbolizing the falling leaves returning to their roots. Yi Wanqing's voice gradually rose in intensity, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. The final words she uttered were a powerful declaration, as though she sought to validate her identity while simultaneously releasing all the grievances and frustrations she had endured during this time. Li Huasu nodded solemnly, his expression becoming more serious. Classmate Yi Wanqing, your presence here in class alongside your peers is sufficient evidence of your political position. I am aware of your family background. Both your grandfather and father were remarkable doctors deserving of respect. Given your appearance, it is likely that you will face much slander and disdain within the school. However, do not pay heed to it. The pure shall remain pure, while the tainted shall reveal their true nature. Yi Wanqing echoed, the pure shall remain pure, while the tainted shall reveal their true nature. She then bowed deeply to Li Suqin, exclaiming, Thank you, teacher, I understand now. Li Suqin nodded with satisfaction and turned her gaze toward Zhang Yakin and the others, signaling them to introduce themselves. Zhang Yakin's gaze lingered on Yi Wanqing, still astonished by her recent cry. When Li Suqin called her name, she quickly stood and bowed, saying, Greetings to all teachers and classmates. My name is Zhang Yakin. Grandfather. A doctor? Li Hualin opened his book, casting a sideways glance at Yi Wanqing, pondering which renowned foreigners might bear the surname Yi in recent years. However, after rummaging through his memory, the only foreigner associated with medicine that came to mind was Norman Bethune, though he did not share the surname Yi. Soon, Chun Shiqing completed her introduction, and Li Suqin continued to write a few words on the blackboard. She then said softly, Very well, since everyone has introduced themselves, let us commence the lesson. Please turn to page 3 of your books. Can anyone explain what foreign trade is? Seeing no hands raised, she decided that the only male student in the class, Li Hualin, would answer this question. Chapter 54. It is beneficial to read more books. The specialized course in the Western Hall spans 2 hours each week, specifically for the international business class. due to the limited number of students in the International Business Department. Subjects such as mathematics, language, history, and politics are shared with other departments, forming what is known as a large classroom. Among these, there are elective courses in Russian, English, Japanese, and Longda, which can be taken in addition to the required major courses. As the bell signaled the end of class, Li Hualin prepared to return to his dormitory when he spotted Li Suqin in the corridor, holding a textbook and tilting her head in his direction. "Teacher, is there something you need?" he asked, jogging to catch up with her as she turned and entered the office. "Sit," she instructed. Once inside, Li Suqin placed the textbook on the desk, poured a glass of water from the thermos, and handed it to Li Hualin. Li Hualin sat in a chair, his gaze following Li Suqin as she moved, while he casually surveyed the office. The space was approximately a dozen square meters, with the window ajar. Inside, there was merely a desk, 2 filing cabinets, and 2 chairs for work and reception. Aside from these, the expansive room was adorned solely by a picture frame hanging on the wall, perhaps the only decorative element within. A fleeting glance at the frame revealed a group photo filled with young individuals clad in military green uniforms, among them a younger Li Suqin. "Old Zheng hasn't reached out to me in over a decade, yet for your sake, he made the call, his words brimming with admiration for you. I find it perplexing. An invitation from Shida has already arrived at your home, so why have you chosen Longdao instead? Don't claim it's for my sake. I know old Zheng well enough to understand he would never utter such shameless words." Li Suqin settled into her chair, picking up a textbook to flip through. Her unhurried tone, seemingly ordinary, bore an underlying sharpness that elicited an awkward smile from Li Hualin. Taking a deep breath, he set down his cup, stood, and bowed deeply to Li Suqin, hesitatingly stating, "Beijing University, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Fudan University, Dalian University of Technology, they are indeed prestigious institutions, high in both starting and finishing points. However, places where the elite gather often leave one feeling cold and overly competitive. I prefer a more relaxed lifestyle, devoid of constraints. Rather than being a tail at a prestigious university, I'd rather be a head at an ordinary institution. Moreover, my mentor, Mr. Zheng Chunlei, recommended you to me, believing that the knowledge I would gain under your guidance would not be inferior to that from a renowned university." He then secretly added in his heart, "I graduated from this very school in my previous life, and I possess an inexplicable sense of belonging to it." Upon hearing this, Li Suqin slowly closed her book and turned to scrutinize Li Hualin, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Ah, involution. That term is rather novel. To the west of the main teaching building, there lies a warehouse, which serves as Longda's temporary library." With that, Li Suqin extracted a bookmark from her book and handed it to Li Hualin. "These texts will provide you with the quickest understanding of the domestic and international economic frameworks. Do take a look regularly, and if you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to come to my office." Li Hualin accepted the note, examining it before placing it into his canvas bag. He bowed once more to Li Suqin and departed the office. As Li Suqin watched him leave, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the picture frame on the wall, seemingly lost in a reverie. This teacher Li is much more challenging to interact with than Principal Zheng. Fundamentals of international trade, industrial economics, commercial accounting, foreign economics, goodness, over 20 books, and she still finds time to read them. She truly holds me in high regard. So many books. It's impossible to borrow them all at once. Upon exiting the office, Li Hualin scrutinized the bookmark, noticing a series of titles inscribed upon it, all related to the field of economics and trade, totaling nearly 30, encompassing both domestic and international works, some even requiring translation. The titles were meticulously organized into several tiers, prompting Li Hualin to raise an eyebrow as he began to speculate about the relationship between Zheng Chunlei and Li Suqin. Were they unfulfilled lovers? Or perhaps former partners who had parted ways? Is this yet another clingy plot twist? It seems improbable. Principal Zheng is already in his 50s, while Teacher Li is barely in her 30s, a significant age gap that suggests a lack of melodrama. After winding through the campus, Li Hualin discovered a solitary warehouse in the vacant lot west of the main teaching building. He furrowed his brow, contemplating, is this truly the temporary library of Long University? It appears rather shabby. Upon pushing open the small iron door, a cloud of acrid dust greeted him, revealing endless rows of shelves adorned with an assortment of tattered books. Behind the iron door, a mahogany desk was situated, behind which lounged a middle-aged librarian engrossed in a fraying ancient manuscript. Hearing the door creak open, the librarian cast a fleeting glance at Li Hualin before resuming his reading, murmuring, "Each person may borrow a maximum of 3 books for a week, registered with a temporary student ID. Many of these volumes are unique, so while borrowing is permitted, they must not be damaged." Waving his hand to fend off the dust that assaulted him, Li Hualin coughed, nodded in acknowledgement, and navigated through the shelves in search of books. Although repurposing a warehouse as a library rendered the shelves somewhat disordered and the interior dusty, the categorization of books into distinct sections remained clear. Arriving at the section pertaining to economics, he quickly stumbled upon a volume titled Fundamentals of International Trade. Just as he was about to seek a second book, he heard the sound of books tumbling from a nearby shelf and curiously approached the source of the noise. There, nestled in a corner, he found a young girl, huddled and rubbing her arms, tears glistening in her eyes, surrounded by scattered books. "You Wanqing?" Li Hualin raised an eyebrow, surprised at this serendipitous encounter. It seemed he could run into her anywhere. "Li classmate," Yi Wanqing said, standing up and preparing to return the fallen books to their rightful place. Upon hearing Li Hualin's voice, she instinctively turned around, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. Li Hualin approached her, taking the book from her hands and, on tiptoe, placing it back on the shelf, teasingly remarked, "What's this? You're allowed to borrow books, but I'm not?" "No. It's just that I didn't expect to run into you here." Yi Wanqing chuckled, her gaze fixed on the fundamentals of international trade in Li Hualin's hands. "No wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long. You've borrowed it. Is it really that hard to find? I stumbled upon it the moment I walked in. If you want it, here, take a look." Li Hualin casually handed the book over to her and continued his search for other titles, leaving her with a parting quip, "If you're short, you should eat more. Consuming cat food daily won't help you grow." Ah, here it is, Industrial Economics. After navigating through 2 more shelves, Li Hualin spotted the book, lifted it from the shelf while blowing off the dust, only to find himself choking on the cloud of particles. Seriously, how long has it been since these books were dusted? It must be at least 2 pounds of dust. Post-cultural revolution, many universities had closed their doors, and naturally, libraries were not open to the public. Over time, it was only to be expected that the books would accumulate dust. With the library now operational and an increasing number of students borrowing books, one could hope that the dust would soon diminish. As Yi Wanqing's voice resonated behind him, Li Hualin turned to find a handkerchief extended towards him. "When searching for books, try to cover your mouth and nose. Otherwise, inhaling too much dust can cause significant harm to your respiratory system." "Thanks," Li Hualin replied, taking the handkerchief and noticing a faint scent of butter, likely from having been washed with Fan brand soap. In response to Yi Wanqing's incredulous gaze, he twisted the handkerchief into a rope-like form and stuffed it into his nostrils. At that moment, a small head peeked out from behind a distant bookshelf, and Zhou Shulan's surprised voice rang out, "Hey, what a coincidence. You two are here to borrow books as well." Upon seeing Li Hualin's comical appearance, Zhou Shulan could not help but burst into laughter, which resulted in him inhaling a substantial amount of dust, causing him to cough violently, nearly losing his breath. Yi Wanqing quickly moved to Zhou Shulan's side, tapping the acupoints on his forearm and elbow, providing relief. Strangely enough, once she pressed on his arm and elbow, Zhou Shulan's coughing subsided, and he hastily retrieved his military water bottle, gulping down water. "Oh dear, it seems like we're suffocating in here. The dust in this storeroom is overwhelming. And no one's even bothered to clean up," he exclaimed. "Is it possible that not many people know about this library yet? With so few visitors, the dust is inevitable. Just covering your mouth and nose will suffice." Li Hualin glanced at Zhou Shulan, puzzled. "By the way, where are Li Mukin and Zhang Jimo? They're not in the same major as us. Now that school has started, they must be off to their own pursuits," Zhou Shulan replied. After quenching his thirst, he wiped the tears from his eyes and curiously asked, "This library is quite hard to find. I asked several people before I figured it out. What books are you all here to borrow?" Li Hualin pulled a business accounting book from the shelf, brushed off the dust with his sleeve, and remarked disdainfully, "I mean, this isn't the capital. Could you please refrain from using so much dialect and try speaking Mandarin?" Zhou Shulan tiptoed and almost lost grip of a book he had yanked off the shelf, narrowly avoiding a collision with his head. "Hey, I'm just getting used to it. I'm trying to change, but it's not something that can be done overnight. All right then, I'll just borrow this one book. What about you two? What else do you plan to borrow? Once we're done, let us leave together." Upon hearing this, Li Hualin closed the book and glanced at Yi Wanqing, who slightly shook her head. I haven't found the book I need. I'll stay to continue searching. After exiting the library, Zhou Shulan nudged Li Hualin with his elbow. Hey, how are things going with your dorm mates? We still need one more person in our dorm. Why don't you move over? It would be much livelier, and we'd surely have fun every day. Things are fine. The relationships are amicable. And I have no plans to change dorms for now. Li Hualin declined Zhou Shulan's suggestion as they made their way back to the dormitory building and parted ways. Upon entering his room, which was empty, Li Hualin soaked the handkerchief in the wash basin, then found a piece of cloth to meticulously wipe the dust off the borrowed book before placing it under the sun to dry. These books have languished in the warehouse for quite some time, and while the dust is a trivial matter, the musty odor assaults the senses. Li Hualin dares not take a closer look. Sunning them is the safest option. They are once again taking advantage. As he laid the books out to dry, Li Hualin settled beside his desk, poring over the manuscript. He noticed that someone had marked several circles and crosses with a pen, and he couldn't help but smack his forehead in utter exasperation. Zhong Hua and Li Xingyu are truly relentless. Not only do they urge for updates daily, but do they also scrutinize the novel with a magnifying glass, nitpicking every typo and punctuation mark? This is a handwritten manuscript. Is it not normal to have a few errors? Must it be so? Removing the gold star pen from his chest pocket, Li Hualin diligently corrected the typos and punctuation as indicated on the manuscript, but the inspiration to write had vanished. He approached the windowsill, perched on its edge, leaning against the frame while watching the students kick a football on the playground. He tore off a sheet of notepaper, rolled it into a cylinder, and stuck it in his mouth, sinking into silence. Time flew swiftly. Winter faded, spring blossomed, and summer arrived, bringing us to the end of June. On this particular day, Li Hualin, with nothing to occupy him, once again sat on the windowsill, lost in thought while gazing at the campus. Li Xingyu stealthily approached, tiptoeing to peer outside. Old Shi, what do you do sitting on the windowsill all day? What is so captivating out there that you can gaze for hours? Li Hualin withdrew his gaze. Glancing at Li Xingyu, who was bare-chested and barefoot, clad only in a pair of briefs, holding a wash basin in one hand, with a damp towel draped over his shoulder. Droplets of water glistening on his buzz cut. It was needless to say that this lad had once again visited the water room to engage in some basin antics, seemingly unfazed by the chill of the water. The fresh air here is invigorating, allowing one to empty their mind for a while. Li Hualin hopped down from the windowsill and returned to his desk, preparing to continue his translation of the English version of economics, when a figure burst through the door. Li Hualin, the security office has a call for you. Understood. He flipped the books over on the desk, donned his plastic sandals, and made his way downstairs to the security office at the school gate. The call had already been disconnected. Seeing Li Hualin, the security guard, old Zhang, handed him a note. They couldn't wait any longer, so they hung up. I left you a number to call back. It seems to be regarding some manuscript issue. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Li Hualin took the note and, spinning the dial, returned the call. Before long, a slightly magnetic male voice answered on the other end. Hello. Who is this? Hello, I am Li Hualin. Someone just called here looking for me. Is this the newspaper office? There was a brief silence on the line before another person took over, laughter ringing out. Yes, young Li, this is Editor Gua. The situation is as follows. Regarding your work chronicles of the last hero, our newspaper has decided to cease its publication. Rest assured, the book itself is not at fault. We have received letters from readers urging for more updates. However, the reality is that your book contradicts the current political stance, with excessive portrayals of villainy while neglecting the sentiment of patriotism. There is no other option. The editors have unanimously agreed to halt it. For your future works, we recommend you focus on stories from the War of Resistance, as this aligns more closely with the current readership's demands. Are you stopping my book? Upon hearing this, Li Hualin's smile faded, and he furrowed his brow as he inquired, Must it be halted? It must be halted, he acknowledged. As you know, I am merely an editor, and this matter is beyond my authority. With resignation, he said, Very well, I shall trouble Editor Gua. After hanging up the phone, Li Hualin bid farewell to the security guard, old Zhang, and, feeling disheartened, made his way to a small grove. He sat by the artificial lake, tossing stones into the water. After painstakingly compiling over 300,000 words, it had taken him more than a month to publish merely a fraction of that, with the pay per 1,000 words having risen from 4 to 5. With some additional allowances, Li Hualin could at least expect to profit 140 yuan from the newspaper each month. The abrupt cessation left him quite taken aback. Not only were the subsequent 200,000 words rendered futile, but the time and passion he had invested in the work were now wasted. A monthly profit of 140 yuan, abruptly cut off by a mere utterance. It only served to further fuel his anger. The more he pondered, the more irate he became, uttering expletives in frustration. In the past, typing on a computer, he could effortlessly churn out 300,000 words a year, and even after receiving countless rejection letters, he remained unfazed. But these 30,000 words had been painstakingly crafted, each stroke of the pen resulting in calluses on his right elbow. To have it all come to an abrupt halt was infuriating. Damn it, what nonsense. How could there be an issue with my book? The problem lies with you, not with me. Your entire family has issues. After venting for a solid half hour, Hualin returned to his dormitory, tossing the manuscript into a drawer upon entering. What's wrong? Who has upset you? Su Rue, engrossed in a physics textbook, noticed Hualin's irate demeanor, which starkly contrasted with his usual composure, and became curious. Li Xingyu leaned closer, offering a piece of fruit candy into Hualin's mouth, saying, "Even if you're angry, don't take it out on the manuscript. It's innocent." The manuscript? Zhou Hua, who had been reading a martial arts novel by the bedside, suddenly sat up, his gaze fixed on Li Hualin. "Is it an issue with the newspaper?" Li Hualin, crunching the fruit candy, nodded. "The editor said there's a problem with my book. It's been halted." "What? Halted? Why?" Li Xingyu exclaimed, pulling a chair to sit opposite Li Hualin, disbelief etched on his face. "This novel is splendid. What grounds do they have to stop it?" He then sprang to his feet, grabbing Li Hualin's arm. "Let us go to the newspaper and confront that editor. What right do they have to halt your work?" "Old 3. Zhou Hua interjected, blocking Li Xingyu and shaking his head slightly. "The publishing rights belong to the newspaper. They can stop it at their discretion. It would be futile." He then turned to Li Hualin. "Old Shi, what will happen to your book now? It would be such a pity to let such a wonderful story go to waste. What can we do?" "Let it be for now," Li Hualin replied, rubbing his scalp as he rummaged for a new notepad, contemplating what to write, though he felt uncertain about the subject matter of a wartime narrative, as it was not within his area of expertise. Observing Li Hualin's dejected expression, Li Xingyu's eyes lit up with an idea. He opened the cabinet and retrieved a Seagull 203 folding camera, suggesting, "We have been attending school by the coast for several months now, without venturing beyond the campus. How about we go out for a stroll today? My camera could finally be put to good use." Su Rue raised an eyebrow, saying, "So? After saving for several months to purchase that camera, you're treating it like a treasure?" Li Xingyu immediately protested. "It's not as exaggerated as you say. Haven't I been helping the school translate Russian books these past 2 months? I earned a scholarship." He then tugged at Li Hualin. "Come on. Let us head to the riverside." "Yes, to the riverside." Chapter 56. Your fairy comrade with the final exams approaching. Are you seriously considering going out to play at this time? Once the pent-up frustration dissipated, there was no need to continue being angry over trivial matters. Li Hualin had his own unique way of cultivating calmness. Upon hearing Li Xingyu's suggestion, and noticing that Zhou Huajing and Su Rue were also intrigued, Li Hualin nodded. The coastal area has quite a few attractions, though many of the paths are not well maintained. If it's for photography, I can take you to explore. Here it is. The Faya Church, established in 1907 and completed in 1932. It is the largest Byzantine-style Orthodox church in the Far East. The interior is said to be magnificent and exquisitely decorated, but entry is currently prohibited. After leaving Longda, the foreigners took a trolley bus, each paying 5 cents for the ticket, and arrived in the southern district after about half an hour. Su Rue stood amidst a scene resembling a construction site, gazing at the solitary church within the ruins, crunching on fruit candies, and frowned slightly. "Old Shi, I don't quite understand. This place is nothing but dirt and stones. And they want to even let us in to see the church. What is there to look at?" Li Xingyu approached the church, opened the case of his Seagull camera, focused on the viewfinder, and snapped a couple of pictures, muttering, "I must say, while the surroundings are chaotic, this church is quite beautiful." He then moved around the church, searching for angles to continue photographing. Su Rue nudged Li Hualin with his arm, pointing to a striking figure standing beside the church in the distance. "I told you. What's there to photograph at a foreigner's church?" Old 3 is clearly more interested in something else. Li Hualin followed Su Rue's finger, and his eyes brightened. Though he then furrowed his brow, a peculiar thought crossing his mind. There, at the entrance of the Faya Church, stood a woman who seemed to be out for leisure. dressed in cylindrical jeans, maroon high heels, and a fitted sleeveless denim jacket, likely paired with a white shirt underneath. From their vantage point, they could only see her long, wavy hair cascading down her back, secured with a black and white hairpin. Under the sunlight, 2 large pop earrings dangled from her earlobes, clearly visible. Upon hearing Su Rue and Li Hualin's whispered remarks, Zhou Huajing glanced in their direction, frowning. Such eccentric attire is quite unbecoming. Su Rue shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, the outfit could be described as somewhat inappropriate, but it is undeniably attractive. At the entrance of the Faya church, Li Xingyu took several photographs, and with an unintentional glance, he spotted the woman posing for pictures, instantly captivated. With a delicate nose and a subtle application of makeup, adorned with deep brown sunglasses, a white silk scarf around her neck, and a wide leather belt embellished with a vibrant red waist pouch, she also sported a badge featuring Chairman Mao on her chest. This ensemble, striking amidst an era dominated by deep blue hues, captivated Li Xingyu's attention. Gazing at the camera in her hand, he was astounded to see a Phoenix 205, worth several times more than his own Seagull camera, perhaps even more. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth. Such an item was typically unattainable for the average individual, requiring tickets, channels, and connections. Summoning his courage, Li Xingyu approached her, awkwardly smiling as he spoke. "Hello, Mississippi. We are students from Long University, visiting here. Would you mind taking a few photos for us?" Initially displeased by the unexpected advance, the woman furrowed her brow. However, upon hearing Long University students, her curiosity piqued. She removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing Li Xingyu with her exquisite features. Her gaze drifted towards Li Hualin and the others in the distance, then returned to the Seagull camera in Li Xingyu's grasp. Nodding slightly, she replied, "Sure. Thank you," Li Xingyu said eagerly, waving to Li Hualin and the others. "Come over. Let us take a group photo." I would gladly label Sangu a social butterfly. He truly is remarkable. Though Li Hualin was too far to hear the exchange, he observed Li Xingyu effortlessly engaging in conversation and couldn't help but give a discreet thumbs up. What does it mean to be a social butterfly? Upon hearing about the group photo, Su Rue tugged at the reluctant Zhou Huajing, and the three made their way to the entrance of Fia Church. "You're university students. It's still underage?" The woman remarked as Su Rue and the others approached, adjusting her glasses. Her gaze lingered on Li Hualin, the shortest yet most robust among them, with a touch of curiosity in her eyes and a subtle, enchanting tone. "Oh, you mean Laoshi? He's an exception, our dormitory's prodigy. He's only 15 this year." Li Xingyu chimed in, grinning as he handed the camera to her. He then found a suitable spot at the entrance of Fia Church, beckoning Su Rue and the others to join him. "A 15-year-old university student? Now that is a genius," the woman remarked, stepping back to adjust her angle, capturing the group within the frame of her camera before pressing the shutter. After taking several shots, she said, "You can choose whichever you like." Once the photos were taken, she returned the camera to Li Xingyu, playfully tossing her long, wavy hair before turning to leave. "Hey, snap out of it. Your eyes might just fly away," Su Rue teased as he observed the woman departing. Noticing that both Li Xingyu and Li Hualin were still staring in awe, he waved his arms in front of them, eliciting a chuckle. Li Xingyu shook his head slightly. "She might just be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. She looks like a fairy." Li Hualin frowned, not particularly interested in the woman's beauty, but rather perplexed that such a fashionable outfit could exist in this time, finding it illogical. To put it bluntly, even in 2025, such attire would be considered trendy, yet this was 1978. How could such a style possibly emerge? Could it be that she, too, is a time traveler? Without any apparent reason, Li Hualin shivered, startled by his own conjecture. He felt an overwhelming urge to chase after and call out Palace Jade Liquor to see how the other party would respond. However, he restrained this impulse, chuckling inwardly. Although many made wishes during the rare alignment of the 7 stars, if it were so easy to encounter a fellow traveler, then time travelers would hardly be worth their salt. Nevertheless, it must be said that such a fashionable attire was indeed a rarity, akin to scorpion dung in the current era. With a dismissive wave of his arm, Li Hualin rolled his eyes at Su Rue. "Stop swaying. I am merely appreciating beauty, unlike third brother." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyu immediately grew displeased and tightly wrapped his arms around Li Hualin's neck. "What did you say, daring to slander me? Let us go. Our next stop is Daling Park." As the trio walked and playfully tussled, even the usually serious Zhou Huajing joined in, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness. This park is stunning. Why is there another park within the park? It's bewildering. Wait, that over there, could it be the high-altitude cable car? It's so high. My heavens. Let us go, we must see it. Upon entering Daling Park, the eyes of Li Xingyu, Su Rui, and Zhou Huazheng were utterly captivated. The park was a verdant paradise, with various shrubs meticulously trimmed into the shapes of small animals. Not only was there the independent Beiyuan Ingyue garden, but also an abundance of European-style walls and Soviet wooden cottages. A wooden bridge spanned the artificial lake, connecting to the island at the heart of the lake. Walking upon it, they gazed down at the goldfish and lotus flowers below, marveling at the beauty surrounding them. Having never experienced such sights, they incessantly clicked their cameras. Akin to Lu Lao entering the Grand View Garden, finding everything refreshingly novel. With his hands stuffed in his pockets, Li Hualin strolled along the wooden bridge, pausing to gaze at the goldfish, licking his lips. Truth be told, they looked rather plump. If one were to catch a few, simmer them in a pot, and serve them alongside marinated tofu, the aroma would surely be delightful. Yet, that was merely a fanciful thought. To actually do so would be utterly reprehensible. Hey, come on. Let us take some photos. Li Xingyu called from a distance to Li Hualin, who approached him, and they had a passerby assist in capturing several pictures. However, Su Rui, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, "What a coincidence, we can encounter her here too." While adjusting his camera, Li Xingyu glanced up and asked, "Who did we run into? A classmate?" Li Hualin pointed to a woman on the wooden bridge, photographing the lotus flowers. "There, your fairy comrade." Chapter 57. Why did it stop? On the wooden bridge, Lin Zian snapped a few photos of the lake and was about to change locations when she suddenly sensed something and turned around, spotting a familiar figure. With a polite nod from a distance, she turned and walked away. Li Xingyu raised his seagull camera, appearing to focus on the bridge but actually capturing Lin Zian within the frame, clicking the shutter a few times. Li Hualin chuckled inwardly. In this day and age, it's fortunate there are laws against harassment. Otherwise, Li Xingyu would undoubtedly approach her and be met with a harsh rejection. Su Rui suddenly pointed on tiptoe into the distance. "Look over there, they have bumper cars." Upon hearing the words bumper cars, Li Xingyu hurriedly looked down and grabbed Li Zhenghua, urging him to run, nearly tripping over the steps. "Where is it? Let's go play bumper cars. I haven't had the chance to try them yet. You all go ahead, I will take your pictures." After queuing and purchasing tickets, Su Rui and the others eagerly entered the amusement park, calling for Li Hualin to join them. Li Hualin, however, was indifferent to the bumper cars, having grown tired of them in a past life. Thus, he slung his camera over his shoulder and stood outside the railing, savoring a saccharine popsicle. A casual glance caught sight of Lin Zian again, prompting him to stealthily open his camera and take a photograph. The shutter clicked, and Lin Zian, who was in the midst of buying a popsicle, sensed something and glanced over at Li Hualin, playfully flipping her long waves as she approached to survey the amusement park. "Why aren't you going into play?" Caught in the act of candid photography, Li Hualin quickly turned away, pretending to examine the surroundings of the Western Zhou, only to find her walking closer, causing his cheeks to flush. "I get carsick." "Carsick? What kind of excuse is that?" Lin Zian was amused by Li Hualin's nonsensical response and turned to leave, leaving him with parting words. "Little comrade, candid photography is not a good habit." Li Hualin watched Lin Zian's retreating figure and suddenly shouted, "Imperial Jade liquid wine." "What?" Lin Zian paused, glancing back at him with confusion. "What wine?" Nothing. As he watched Lin Zian walk away again, Li Hualin sighed with relief. Confirmed, she is not a time traveler. The jarring sound of an alarm bell rang out as Zhou Huazheng and the others reluctantly exited the amusement park. Li Xingyu snatched the half-eaten popsicle from Li Hualin's hand, crunching loudly, and pointed at the distant aerial cable car. "Let us go play on that." Upon seeing that there was still a bite left of the popsicle, Su Rui immediately grabbed it, frowning. "Isn't that too high?" He then turned to Zhou Huazheng, who was stealthily attempting to leave, and asked in surprise, "Boss, where are you going?" Zhou Huazheng blushed, his voice taking on an awkward tone. I'm afraid of heights." "What? The boss is afraid of heights? Are there really things the boss is afraid of? Come on, let us drag him to the cable car." Li Xingyu hopped on the camera, incredulously looking at Zhou Huazheng upon hearing this, and with a quick twist, he grabbed his arm and ran. Su Rui exchanged knowing glances with Li Hualin, who immediately understood. And together they pushed and pulled Zhou Huazheng along. "You three, let me go? Let me down." Zhou Huazheng found himself suddenly restrained by Li Xingyu and the others. Unable to break free, his face paling as he watched the aerial cable car approach. "Hello, ticket for the cable car." Li Xingyu purchased the ticket while stifling laughter under the gaze of the ticket seller, and after much tugging and pulling with Li Hualin and Su Rue, they finally managed to get Zhou Huazheng onto the cable car. The cable car in Binhai City, built in 1997, spanned across the river between the southern and northern banks, resembling a cabin with a relatively high safety factor. In these times, the cable cars lacked cabins, consisting merely of dual seats welded onto a metal frame, more aptly described as cable chairs. The distance is merely from Hualin Park to the nearest Jiangpan Island, with the entire journey consisting of a descent of approximately 300 meters. The only safety measure provided is a seatbelt, which merely secures the waist, rendering it insufficient to alleviate one's fears. Once the cable car begins its ascent, the passengers' feet dangle in midair, and the car's constant swaying instills a palpable sense of terror. Zhou Huazheng is firmly seated in the cable car, held down by three mischievous friends, as the safety belt is fastened. With a series of clanking sounds, the cable car gradually departs from the platform, gliding along an overhead cable toward the distant Jiangpan Island. At the moment his feet are entirely suspended, Zhou Huazheng feels as though the sky has collapsed. Oh, how exhilarating, how thrilling. Li Xingyu, seated beside Zhou Huazheng, revels in the sensation of being completely airborne. As the chair sways with the winds at such heights, his voice filled with excitement as he shouts against the cold breeze. "Can we not go?" Li Hualin, observing the cable car carrying Zhou Huazheng and Li Xingyu as it leaves the platform, feels an inexplicable tremor in his legs, his voice shaking slightly. "Really now, old Shi? Our revolutionary predecessors dared to seize the looting bridge on a chain as thick as an arm. Are you afraid of a cable car with a safety belt? Hurry up. It's our turn." Su Rue urges Li Hualin to board as he watches the cable car floating in the air, his face eager with anticipation. This isn't being cowardly. It's just that in this peaceful era, there's no need to court danger, right? Li Hualin swallows nervously, gazing down from the platform. Good heavens, it's at least 50 meters high, and looking ahead, Jiangpan Island is several hundred meters away. The seats appear like wind chimes tied to a rope, swaying in the breeze amidst a chorus of gasps. "Are you getting on? If not, I'm going." A familiar voice calls from behind, and a graceful figure glides past Li Hualin and his companions, taking a seat in the awaiting cable car and fastening her safety belt. Lin Zian casts a playful glance at Li Hualin. Who would have thought that a student from Longdao would be afraid of heights? "Old Shi, we're being looked down upon," Su Rue remarks, observing Lin Zian's cable car depart from the platform, his tone tinged with displeasure. "Fine, let us go then. Who's afraid of whom?" Li Hualin grits his teeth and takes a seat in the cable car, fastening the safety belt and gripping the railing tightly, his body involuntarily trembling. "Now that's more like a man." Su Rue sits beside Li Hualin, fastening his own safety belt and signaling to the staff to start the cable car. With a series of clanks, the cable car begins its ascent, jostling as it navigates through each locking mechanism, slowly departing the platform. Li Hualin cannot help but look down. Beneath him is a 50-meter drop, with pedestrians in the park resembling tiny ants. As the cable car sways high above, it occasionally jolts violently, causing Li Hualin's heart to leap into his throat as he eagerly anticipates reaching Jiangpan Island, hardly able to focus on the scenery around him. However, as time passes, his initial fear begins to wane, and a glance to the side reveals Su Rue trembling, his lips turning pale. As Su Rue noticed Li Hualin's gaze fixed upon him, he hastily defended himself, stammering, "What are you looking at?" I'm just cold." Li Hualin merely nodded, choosing not to expose him, and instead gazed ahead, where he spotted Lin Zian seated in the cable car, capturing the scenic beauty of the river with her camera. Further along, he observed Zhou Hua and Li Xingyu clinging to each other tightly, on the verge of tears. How tragic, suffering for the sake of appearances, he mused. Reaching into his pocket, Li Hualin retrieved 2 pieces of fruit candy. He popped one into his mouth and extended the other to Su Rue. Trembling, Su Rue accepted it. But as his hand slipped, the candy fell through the gap between them, descending towards the river below. "Hey, brother. Who was it that said the predecessors bravely seized the looting bridge without fear? Why should we be afraid of a cable car? Where's your courage? Your boldness? Come now. Let us take a look below. The river glistens beautifully from this angle. Don't close your eyes, open them." Yet Su Rue merely shut his eyes tightly. shaking his head and clutching the cable car's railing as if wishing to bury his face in his chest. At that moment, I truly grasped the essence of the phrase "the heights are cold." Li Hualin spread his arms wide, relishing the cool breeze brushing against his face. His spirits lifted, casting aside the morning's unpleasantness entirely. Suddenly, the cable car came to an abrupt halt, swaying violently. The bravado vanished from Li Hualin's face as he clung desperately to the railing. What on earth? Why has it stopped? Chapter 58. A delicate situation for the youngest. After a nerve-wracking 20 minutes, they finally emerged unscathed. Zhou Hua and Li Xingyu disembarked from the cable car, their legs weak, and they promptly sat down on the ground. Noticing the odd looks from those around them, they lowered their heads to pick at the grass beside them, feigning a search for something. "Third brother, I think I just saw a grasshopper." Indeed, a rather large one. As the cable car gradually came to rest, Li Hualin assisted Su Rue down, observing Lin Zian take a turn and board the return cable car, secretly giving her a thumbs up. She was impressive. From a distance, he saw Zhou Hua and Li Xingyu on the ground, pulling at the grass, and he approached them. "What are you up to?" Upon seeing Li Hualin, Li Xingyu let out a sigh of relief, whispering, "Give me a hand, my legs have gone numb." "Third brother, do you understand the meaning of suffering for the sake of appearances? Come on, take a look at this riverside island. It's desolate. You've made it here. But have you thought about how to return?" Hearing this, Li Xingyu quickly surveyed their surroundings, realizing the bleakness of their situation. The riverside island was merely a small patch of land, a considerable distance from both the central island and the riverbank, situated in an awkward position far from the west. There was little to entertain them on the island. Aside from the knee-high grass, there was only barren sandy ground. Who could fathom why the cable car at Hualin Park had established a transfer station here, or what purpose it served? Now, contemplating a return to Hualin Park, two options lay before them, either to take the cable car back or negotiate with the local fishermen to ferry them across. Following the vendor selling ice pops, Li Hualin purchased a creamy ice treat, which he shared among the three of them. As they savored the icy delight, he gestured towards the fishing boats along the shore and the nearby cable car station. "Come on, brothers, it's a choice between two," he declared resolutely. "I refuse to take the fishing boat. Just look at those tourists. None of them return via boat. If we do, we'll be the laughingstock." Li Xingyu, gnawing on his ice pop, cast a glance at the fishing boats in the distance, gritted his teeth, and pointed towards the cable car station. Su Rue and Zhou Hua exchanged a knowing look, bowed their heads in tacit agreement with Li Xingyu's suggestion. Returning by fishing boat would be utterly humiliating. Once again, they embarked on a nerve-wracking ride in the cable car, returning to Hualin Park. Li Hualin observed the sky and inquired, "Shall we continue exploring?" Zhou Hua met the gazes of Li Xingyu and Su Rue, shaking his head. "We're quite worn out today. Let's save it for next time. Then you all head back first. It's been a while since I went home, so I'll take a look. I'll return to school tomorrow morning." At the entrance of Hualin Park, Li Hualin bid farewell to Li Xingyu and the others, boarding the long bus back to the residential area. At the entrance of the Shantytown, he clutched a paper bag filled with peach crisps, inhaling deeply the long-forgotten odor of the place, feeling a mix of nostalgia and reflection. Upon arriving home, he opened the door and called out, "Mom, I'm back." To his surprise, instead of seeing his mother, Zhao Yakin, mending clothes as he had anticipated, he encountered a middle-aged stranger accompanied by a child of about 1 year old. Moreover, the furniture and layout of the house had changed. The wooden bed from the side room and the cabinet from the main room were nowhere to be found. Li Hualin thought he had entered the wrong house, retreating outside, glancing around to confirm it was indeed his home, and then re-entered, scrutinizing the middle-aged man with increased caution. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? You must be Li Hualin, right? I'm your brother-in-law." The middle-aged man, upon seeing Li Hualin return, seemed to recall something and broke into a smile. Li Hualin scoffed at the claim. "Li Huan isn't even married yet. How could you be my brother-in-law?" Suddenly raising an eyebrow, he assessed the middle-aged man and the child in his arms. "Wait, who exactly are you to Li Hualin?" The child, unafraid, wrapped his fingers and gazed curiously at Li Hualin. The middle-aged man, somewhat bemused, invited Li Hualin to sit down and poured him a glass of water, explaining, "I truly am your brother-in-law. Li Hualin is my wife. Since many of the young people have returned to their hometowns, I was concerned that Hualin might struggle alone. So I accompanied her back. I heard from Hualin that she has a successful brother who is now in college. I recognized you from the family photo frames." Li Hualin waved his hand dismissively, not accepting the water, but rather focusing on the little boy, squatting down to flick the child's toy elephant. With a robust demeanor reminiscent of Li Hualin, he pondered for a moment before pulling out several pieces of fruit candy from his pocket and placing them in the child's hand, bringing forth a bright smile. Turning back to the middle-aged man, he hesitated and asked, "Sister, is that you? Where's my sister? And what about my parents? Why is all the furniture gone?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Bing was taken aback. Noticing Li Hualin's bewildered expression, he asked in confusion, "Our father's workplace allocated housing last month. They have already moved. Did no one inform you?" "What? The workplace distributing housing? This isn't the time for that. I truly can't believe it. They've moved, and no one thought to tell me?" Li Hualin furrowed his brow. In his previous life, the old residence he inhabited was indeed allocated by the machinery factory for employees, remarkably sturdy. However, those allocations occurred post-1980, and the timeline seemed amiss. Yet, as anger surged within him, he thought, how absurd. Such a significant event as moving house. And not a single person bothered to inform him? Was he not the pillar of the family? This was utterly unacceptable. He placed the peach crisps he had bought from the supply and marketing cooperative on the table, his frustration mounting. He turned on his heel and headed back to school. What a joke. I was even considering bringing you some peach crisps to satisfy your cravings. Yet here you are, having moved without a word. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. Where are you going, sixth brother? Your sister just went to the street office. She will be back shortly. Zhou Bing. Seeing Li Hualin abandon the paper bag and stride away, worried he had misspoken and hurried after him. In the distance, he spotted Li Hualin approaching with a basket of vegetables. He quickly called out, "Wife, stop, sixth brother." Sixth brother? Hearing Zhou Bing's shout, Li Hualin instinctively glanced over and was taken aback by the sight of an indignant Li Hualin. When she left home to go to the countryside, he was just a little boy, not even 8 years old. Now, he had grown robust, more so than many adults. Could this truly be her younger brother, Li Hualin? Big sister? Li Hualin also heard the call behind him and halted to scrutinize the approaching Li Hualin. Her figure gradually melded with the visage from his memories, prompting his astonished exclamation. "It's really you. My heavens, after years apart, you've grown into quite the young man. I barely recognized you. Come home quickly. I'll prepare something delicious for you." Li Hualin's enthusiastic shout of "big sister" caused Li Hualin's face to light up with joy. She was certain that this brawny young man before her was indeed her little brother, whom she hadn't seen in years. "What is there to eat? I'm already filled with anger. Big sister, you've returned, yet you didn't even think to inform me. Our family has moved, and no one bothered to tell me. What? Am I just a forgotten soul while I'm off at school?" Li Hualin, embraced by Li Hualin, felt his ire diminish slightly, though he still remained somewhat disgruntled. Just then, Zhou Bing arrived, briefly recounting the situation, which elicited giggles from Li Hualin as she playfully poked Li Hualin's forehead. "This matter, you can only blame the youngest. Before our parents moved, Mother had asked her to visit you at school and inform you about the housing allocation. Without a doubt, she must have forgotten, right?" Li Hualin and Li Hualin exchanged glances, and he recalled how, 2 weeks prior, Li Hualu had eagerly come to find him at school under the pretense of missing him, not only begging for a meal, but also taking food with her. Li Hualin handed the vegetable basket to Zhou Bing. "You take the child home first. I'll accompany my little brother to find our mother. Today I have a premonition that the youngest will soon find herself in trouble." Chapter 59, Left Vulnerable by Maternal Care. Our university student has returned. Look at this robust figure. Just moments ago, I was chatting with your mother about you. How long will you stay this time? Aunt's son has gone out for soy sauce. I'm merely here to take a quick look. I shall depart shortly. Oh, is that not Hualin? It has been quite a while since we last met, hasn't it? Aren't you studying in the city? Why don't you return more often? Well, you see, I've been quite occupied with school matters, and here I am back once more. Li Hualin led Li Hualin through several muddy paths until they arrived near a newly constructed red building. Along the way, familiar neighbors greeted them warmly, prompting Li Hualin to engage in pleasantries repeatedly. "Old Six, you haven't been home much these past few months. You have no idea how much your parents miss you. This is quite unacceptable." Li Hualin exchanged greetings with the neighbors, subtly expressing her grievances toward Li Hualin in a hushed tone that only they could hear. "Sister, I come home, and within half an hour, the house is overflowing with neighbors. Each one seems eager to pinch my cheeks and cozy up to me. If they were familiar faces, that would be one thing, but some I have never even met before. Once or twice is bearable. But this happens every time. Who can endure that? Ah, Aunt Zhou, are you out buying vegetables? As they reached the entrance of the building, a woman with a basket stepped out. Spotting her, Li Hualin greeted her with a smile. Oh, little Hualin has returned. Let me have a look at you. You've gained weight and grown taller. Well, Auntie, I must hurry to buy vegetables. The market will soon close. We'll chat later. Aunt Zhou tousled Li Hualin's hair, exchanged a few words with Li Hualin, and then departed with her basket. Li Hualin remarked, there are quite a few workers from the first batch of housing allocations. Uncle Xiao and Uncle Zhao have moved in as well. We're all on the same floor. What a coincidence. Li Hualin nodded and proceeded upstairs, puzzled. Why not choose a first-floor apartment? Why the third? The third floor has better lighting, and your parents prefer it that way. The door to room 303 was ajar, revealing muffled curses and the cries of a girl. Li Hualin exchanged amused glances with Li Hualin and remarked, it appears Li Huashu has gotten herself into trouble again. She is the source of endless concern at home, always causing chaos. Not long ago, she even beat up the second child from the Sun family, nearly cracking his head open. To settle the matter, our father had to offer cigarettes, liquor, and money to pacify old Sunday. Fortunately, Principal Zheng intervened. Otherwise, given the youngest's temperament, expulsion might have been on the table. At the mere mention of Li Huashu, Li Hualin felt a wave of exasperation. She opened the door to find Li Huashu, a mess of tears and snot, dodging Zhao Yakin's feather duster amidst the chaos of the room. Meanwhile, Li Huaxia sat nearby, munching on sunflower seeds, relishing the spectacle and occasionally adding fuel to the fire. Inciting Li Huashu to scream about her heartless sibling, Li Laowu. As the door creaked open, all activity within the room ceased. Upon seeing Li Hualin return, Li Huashu swiftly dashed over and hid behind her sister. Sister, mother is attempting to commit fratricide. You must save me. Upon seeing Li Hualin, she was evidently taken aback and promptly hid behind him. Brother, Mom listens to you the most. Please save me. Li Hualin's return was met with a sudden transformation in Zhao Yakin's demeanor. Her previous anger dissipated as she grasped Li Hualin and scrutinized him. Li Hualin, nibbling on some sunflower seeds in Li Huaxia's hands, teased. The sixth has found his way to the Shantytown and nearly clashed with his brother-in-law. What happened? Zhao Yakin, upon hearing this, hastily examined Li Hualin for injuries. Upon seeing none, she glared fiercely at Li Huashu, exclaiming, you little brat, no one will save you today. I will either beat you to a pulp or leave you incapacitated to prevent you from causing trouble. Brother, please help me. Li Huashu, noticing Zhao Yakin's feather duster approaching, clutched Li Hualin's shirt, seeking refuge behind him. Li Hualin, curious, accepted the sunflower seeds from Li Huaxia, inquiring, what trouble has she caused this time? Li Huaxia pouted and shook her head, adopting an expression of feigned exasperation mixed with schadenfreude. She sighed dramatically. Well, since we moved, she found some peers in the yard to play with. The problem is, while they can handle themselves, our youngest cannot. She got into a scuffle with Wang Laoshi, bullying him because of his smaller stature, and nearly threw him into the latrine. Thankfully, someone informed our mother in time. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened. In summary, today's beating is unavoidable for her. And since our father hasn't returned yet, when he does, it won't just be our mother, it will be a combined assault. Li Hualin frowned at Zhao Yakin, who nodded in agreement. Fifth is right. This little girl is increasingly defying the household, consistently bringing trouble home. Our family's reputation is on the brink of ruin because of her antics. Even if Wang Laoshi is mischievous, you cannot resort to such measures. Li Huashu, observing the growing seriousness on Li Hualin's face, quickly took cover behind Li Hualin, defending herself. But I didn't throw him in. I was just scaring him. He always provokes me. You still refuse to admit it? I will make sure you regret it today. Li Hualin rummaged through the room, then restrained Zhao Yakin, seizing the feather duster from her grasp and pointing it at Li Huashu. All right, Mom asked you to inform me about the move, but you forgot, didn't you? Let me handle this. Zhao Yakin nodded, fuming as she sat on the edge of the bed. Go ahead and hit her. If you break her, I will take care of her. All right. Li Hualin cast a mischievous glance at Li Huashu, giving her no chance to explain as he struck with the feather duster. The sound echoed sharply, causing Li Huaxia to shrink her neck and exchange glances with Li Hualin, conveying, oh my, sixth really means business. I felt that from here. The feather duster landed on Li Huashu's backside, prompting an instinctive yelp as she began dodging around the room, only to discover, upon rubbing her rear, that it didn't hurt at all. Upon witnessing Li Hualin charging towards her with a fearsome demeanor once more, she immediately feigned tears, exclaiming, "Li Lao Lu, I was wrong. It was merely a moment of forgetfulness. Please, don't strike me. It hurts." Li Hualin, undeterred, delivered another blow with the feather duster, the sound echoing even louder than before, prompting Zhao Yakin, who was spectating from the sidelines, to furrow her brow. "Lao Lu, that's enough. Don't truly injure him." Li Hualin waved his hand dismissively. "Mother, today you must not interfere. With his temperament, failing to discipline him will surely lead to greater mischief. If he dares to seize Wang Laoshi by the collar and toss him into the latrine today, tomorrow he might very well bring firecrackers to the police station. A tree that is not pruned will not grow straight, and a child who is not corrected will only become unruly. This mischievous child deserves to be taught a lesson. I didn't throw him. I merely intended to frighten him. Please, stop hitting me. It hurts." Li Huashu endured several strikes from Li Hualin, feeling no pain whatsoever. Yet her expression was one of extreme grievance, tears streaming down her face without restraint. Unable to bear it any longer, Li Hualin shielded Li Huashu behind her, standing resolutely against Li Hualin. "Lao Lu, that's enough. If you continue, you might truly ruin him." Zhao Yakin hastily pulled Li Huashu closer, inspecting her for injuries. Noticing Li Huashu's reluctance, she rolled up her sleeves and pant legs, shaking her head in exasperation as she pointed to Li Huashu's forehead. "Let him hit you. If he injures you, your mother will take care of it." Zhao Yakin continued to feign bravado, yet her gaze was fixed sternly on Li Hualin, conveying a silent warning. "That's enough now." Li Hualin returned the feather duster to the cabinet, gesturing towards Li Huashu with a piercing gaze. "Do you understand your mistake?" Hearing this, Li Huashu cried even more earnestly, immediately kneeling before Zhao Yakin and clasping her legs. "Mother, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. Please forgive me this once." Zhao Yakin, seeing her daughter in such a pitiful state, pulled her up and began brushing off the dust from her clothes. However, sensing something amiss, she examined her daughter closely. "Well, Lao Lu, after so many strikes, not a single bruise appears on her. Were you merely acting in front of me?" Li Hualin chuckled as he produced a handkerchief, revealing 300 yuan which he placed into Zhao Yakin's hands, playfully asserting, "Mother, she is my only sister. I cherish her too much to truly hit her. As long as she acknowledges her mistakes, that suffices. Next time, if you wish to strike her, do so when I am not home, out of sight, out of mind." Zhao Yakin gazed at the money in her hands, her surprise evident. "Where did you acquire such funds?" "I earned it. During my time at school, I took the opportunity to write a book. I submitted it for serialization to a newspaper, and they compensated me with a fee. It is absolutely clean, neither stolen nor picked up. No, you should keep your money. You'll need it for when you marry." Upon learning that the money was earned from writing, Zhao Yakin breathed a sigh of relief and returned the money to Li Hualin, refusing to accept it. "Take it. You'll need it for your future wife. Besides, I am not someone who cannot find a partner." "Very well then, I will save this money for you to use for your wedding." After a moment's thought, Zhao Yakin finally accepted the money. She shot a fierce glare at Li Huashu. "Today, on account of your brother, I shall refrain from punishing you. However, you better prepare yourself for your father's return tonight. Li Huashu, listen carefully. Mother does not expect you to be as sensible as Hualin and Huasu, but at the very least, you must understand the distinction between genders. Do not behave like a wild child all day long. Is that clear?" Chapter 60. What? Engagement? After casting another stern glare at Li Huashu, Zhao Yakin smiled warmly at Li Hualin and remarked, "Mother is going to prepare dinner," before retreating into the kitchen. Once Zhao Yakin departed, Li Huashu quickly wiped away her tears and cheerfully approached Li Hualin, wrapping her arms around him in a playful manner. "You're the best, brother. You know how to protect your sister, unlike that good-for-nothing Lao Wu, who only knows how to munch on seeds and watch the commotion." Li Huashu clapped her hands, shaking off the sunflower seed shells, and retorted, "You deserve a beating. Don't think that just because mother is around, I wouldn't want to give you a few whacks myself. It's only because Lao Lu protects you. Just wait until father gets home. Lao Lu won't be able to shield you then." Li Hualin pulled up a chair and sat silently, gazing intently at Li Huashu, causing her to stick out her tongue in defense. "I didn't want to lose to Wang Laoshi. It was that brat who was being inappropriate, pinching me while we played jump rope." As she spoke, Li Huashu's face suddenly flushed, and she stamped her foot in frustration. "If mother hadn't come in time, I would have tossed him in for a wash." Li Hualin furrowed his brow at her words. All right, but what about Sun Laojiu? What trouble has he caused you? Upon hearing Sun Laojiu's name, Li Huashu pouted, her face filled with grievance as she glanced at Li Hualin. He is just as despicable as the Guo family. Blocking me and Xiaofeng in the alley, trying to rob our pocket money. There were no weapons around, just the stones on the ground. Who would have known that brat would be so annoying? I merely wanted to scare him with a stone, and he brought his head closer. If I didn't hit him, who else would I hit? Li Hualin raised an eyebrow, his tone growing colder. Which Guo family? Is Guo Jun giving you trouble again? Not at all. Oh, I was merely making a comparison. In short, Sun Laojiu is just as vile as Guo Jun. Seeing that Li Hualin was not angry, Li Huashu seized his sleeve and shook it playfully. Brother, I'm out of monkey skin rubber bands. Go fetch brother-in-law to eat. Li Hualin took out 5 yuan from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Huashu. She snatched it away and bounced off joyfully, leaving Li Hualin both amused and exasperated. Little one, you're going to spoil her. Yakin, I heard Hualin has returned. Oh, Huashu, be careful. You're so clumsy. Don't break anything. As the door opened, a middle-aged woman, whom Li Hualin had never encountered, entered. Li Huashu, in her haste, collided with her, nearly causing the woman to stumble. Ah, Aunt Wang, I didn't mean to. Li Huashu rubbed her forehead and quickly darted away. Li Hualin listened to Zhao Yakin chatting and laughing with Aunt Wang in the kitchen and curiously leaned closer to Li Huaxia. Aunt Wang? Which Aunt Wang? Upon hearing this, Li Huaxia leaned in mysteriously and whispered, her husband works in the same factory as our father, but not in the same workshop. I heard that our second sister is back from the countryside and wants to arrange a match for her son. She has been visiting several times. To express my thoughts, she seems to have ulterior motives beyond mere indulgence in wine. Each time she visits, she inquires first about whether our dear Hualin has returned, leaving one to ponder her intentions. Upon hearing this, Li Hualin felt a sudden jolt in his heart. What is this? Is she coming for me? I am not a character from Brokeback Mountain. Nonsense. Her family is not limited to just one child. She has a daughter who left middle school to work in a textile factory, older than you by several years. I suspect she is not only interested in my second sister, but has her sights set on you as well. There is no escaping the fact that there are only a few university students in our district. Who could blame us, the Li family, for being so exceptional? You must not be aware that during your absence, neighbors have been incessantly inquiring about you, eager to set up an engagement and claim their stake. Li Hualin curled her lip in disdain. I see it clearly. They are like toads aspiring to eat swan meat. Our 6th brother is a university student. What remarkable young women are there in university? Why would one settle for someone with only a middle school diploma? Not only would our parents disagree, but I would as well. Li Huaxiao gave Li Hualin a thumbs up. See? It's a family affair. Great minds think alike. Li Hualin wiped his face. Fine. Perhaps I should not have returned. Li Huaxia shook her head, her large eyes blinking. The eldest sister is not entirely correct. I rather like Xiaofeng. And that has nothing to do with education. Oh look, Aunt Wang is here. The door swung open once more, and Aunt Zhou along with Uncle Xiao entered, greeting Aunt Wang upon noticing her presence. Ah, I merely came to chat with Yakin. Since you are all here, I shall not intrude any longer. I'll take my leave now. Yakin, regarding the matter I spoke of, please give it some thought and mention it to Huan upon your return. Oh, what a headache. Zhao Yakin smiled as she escorted Aunt Wang out, then turned back to Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou with a sigh. Aunt Zhou, smiling, set down a basket of eggs. If old Wang is fixated on Huan, it merely signifies that our Huan is indeed exceptional. Do not sigh and lament. Uncle Xiao entered the room, scrutinizing Li Hualin from head to toe, feigning anger. Well, you little rascal, how long has it been since your last visit? Uncle Xiao. Li Hualin pulled a chair for him, motioning for him to sit, and chuckled. My freshman year was filled with classes. The school kept me quite busy. Auntie, I heard that Hualin has returned. The door swung open again, and the chubby Zhao Hong just walked in, upon seeing Li Hualin. He grinned and retrieved a sweet potato from his pocket. Why didn't you announce your return? He then turned to Uncle Xiao with a cheeky smile. Uncle Xiao? Li Hualin broke the sweet potato into pieces, distributing it among those present, and laughed. What is this? Do I need to notify you in advance every time I come home? Zhao Hong, you're quite something. While I am away, you let the little junior sister bully everyone at will? Zhao Hong froze for a moment, then rolled his eyes and pulled up a stool. Spare me the talk. Who would dare confront your family's fierce matriarch? He then rolled up his sleeves and pants to reveal the bruises on his arms and legs. Look at this. She dragged me into playing marbles, and when she couldn't win, she resorted to cheating. This left me bruised. I haven't recovered yet. If it weren't for the years of neighborly ties and our childhood friendship, I would have sought Auntie's intervention. What sort of young girl behaves like a savage? As evening approached, Li Guozhong trudged wearily into the house, surprised to find a gathering of neighbors seated within. Upon witnessing Zhao Yakin, surrounded by a throng of admirers, alongside Li Hualin, who was casually enjoying the scene, a sense of relief washed over me. That rascal, why didn't he give us a heads up about his return? Li Hualin took Li Guozhong's coat and hung it on the rack, offering him a pair of slippers with a smile. It's just a few kilometers back and forth. Does it really cost that much for a phone call? All right, Yakin, since old Li is back, we shall take our leave. After exchanging greetings with Li Guozhong, several neighbors departed, leaving only Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou behind to assist in tidying the chaotic room. Oh, there's no need for you to fuss. I can manage by myself. Once the neighbors finally left, Zhao Yakin seized the broom from Aunt Zhou's hands and began sweeping the floor. Hey, Zhao Yakin, are you still being polite with me? Aunt Zhou, having lost the broom, picked up a cloth to wipe the dining table, gesturing for Uncle Xiao to serve the dishes. Nearby, Zhou Bing, who was entertaining the children, hurried over. Uncle Xiao, you take a break, I'll handle it. Li Guozhong, now in slippers, glanced at the several bottles of white liquor and 2 bags of fruit candies on the shelf, casting an accusatory glare at Zhao Yakin. How many times have I told you not to accept gifts from others? This is all a matter of courtesy. Do you think I want to accept them? They insisted on giving them. What could I do? Suddenly, Li Huashu slid down to his knees before Li Guozhong, brandishing a feather duster. Dad, I was wrong. Go ahead and punish me. Li Guozhong was taken aback, glaring fiercely at Li Huashu. Don't try that with me. Let me tell you, today's punishment is unavoidable. He tossed aside the feather duster and continued. Remember this. We shall discuss it after dinner. Oh, what a lively gathering. What a rare sight. Old Lu has returned. The door swung open once more, revealing Li Huan, the second son, and Li Huahong, the third, who entered the room and instantly spotted Li Hualin, bubbling with joy. Zhao Yakin set the dishes on the table and asked, puzzled, Third brother, didn't Guozhong come back with you? Guozhong? Li Hualin raised an eyebrow, casting an odd look at Li Huahong, teasingly inquiring, Third sister, did I miss out on some exciting news? Li Hualin arranged the chopsticks and replied with a smile. You're still in the dark, aren't you? Next month, your third sister is getting engaged. Upon hearing this, Li Hualin knocked on his ear, thinking he must have misheard. What? Engaged? To whom? Lin Jiaxiao's second son Lin Guozhong. In the Li household, with no guests present, the custom dictated that women and children dine separately. As the table was set with 5 dishes and a soup, Li Huaxia teased Mom. It's not like it's New Year. Are we not going to celebrate life? Today Uncle Xiao and Aunt Zhou are here, and Hualin has returned. What is stopping you from enjoying the meal? The old man remarked. Today, you should have a few drinks with old Xiao. Zhao Yakin removed her apron and sleeves, pulling Aunt Zhang to sit at the table. Seemingly recalling something, she glanced at Aunt Zhang. Where's your Xiao Fong? Before Aunt Zhang could respond, Zhao Honggang dashed out. I'll go call her for dinner. Li Guozhong poured drinks for himself and Uncle Xiao. The two clinked glasses. Then, seeing Zhao Honggang and Xiao Fong enter together, reproached. Girl, what is there to be shy about coming to your uncle's house for dinner? It's time to come in without needing to be called. Xiao Fong offered a sheepish smile, greeting Li Guozhong and Zhao Yakin before taking a seat beside Li Huashu. In a hushed tone, she remarked, I wondered why no one was home. It turns out your brother has returned, and my parents are at your house. With everyone gathered, the feast commenced. Li Guozhong and Uncle Xiao savored white liquor, while the women and children enjoyed orange juice, transforming the scene into one reminiscent of a joyous New Year celebration. Li Hualin cradled his nephew Zhou Fendi, feeding him while occasionally playfully flicking at him, eliciting delightful giggles. He then turned to Zhou Bing, raising his glass of orange juice. Brother-in-law, we almost had a misunderstanding today. Allow me to toast you. Hey, we're all fathers now. What is with the orange juice? Isn't that a bit embarrassing? Li Guozhong seized Zhou Bing's glass of orange juice and downed it in one gulp, refilling it with half a glass of white liquor. Drink this instead. Zhou Bing nodded, lifting the glass of liquor to clink with Li Hualin and Li Guozhong, taking a sip and offering a hearty smile. Li Hualin explained, in 68. I went to Hualin farm for rural work, but I struggled to adapt to the environment and hampered the communist progress. Zhou Bing took care of me during that time. I found him to be a good person, and with the village secretary's mediation, I married him. All right. That village secretary is his father, Li Hualin nodded, raising his glass again to toast Zhou Bing, then turning to Li Hualin. So, what is your brother-in-law doing now? Li Guozhong sighed, taking a swig from his cup. The state has regulations that generally prevent educated youth who marry local farmers or farm workers from returning to the city. The in-laws believe it's best for your brother-in-law to move into the city, even if it's difficult. He should secure an urban household registration for the sake of Fendi in the future. Their living situation is fine, but your eldest sister's job placement is quite problematic. As for your brother-in-law's household registration, we're at a loss. Li Hualin chewed thoughtfully on a piece of potato, comprehending the implications of Li Guozhong's words. Given Li Hualin's circumstances, it was highly unlikely for her to return to the city, whether through the educated youth point or the neighborhood office. Exceptions were rare. It was likely that Zhou Bing's father, the village secretary, had made some arrangements to facilitate their return, undoubtedly leveraging connections. One must commend this old gentleman for his foresight. Upon reflection, Li Hualin recalled the state's endorsement of individual economies, which seemed to have emerged around late 78. During the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee, heralding the dawn of internal reforms in the nation. With the calendar still not having reached July, there remained a considerable interval before the end of December and the session. Even when that day arrives, convincing the stubborn elders at home to engage in individual entrepreneurship would likely be met with resistance, possibly leading to chaos. Choosing silence, he signaled his desire to change the subject. Each person has their own path. Li Hualin, preoccupied with his own affairs, had little inclination to concern himself with others. After the meal, he excused himself under the pretext of evening classes, leaving home despite his parents' attempts to persuade him to stay, and returned to school alone. At the office door, Li Hualin gently knocked, and upon hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Inside, Li Suqin sat at her desk, organizing lesson plans for the following day. Noticing Li Hualin's arrival, she inquired curiously, Hualin, what brings you here at such a late hour? Li Hualin placed a can of yellow peaches and a paper-wrapped peach crisp on the table, smiling as he said, I just passed by the teaching building and noticed your light was on. I guess you must be working late. He then took out a knife to vent the can's lid, found a spoon in the cabinet, and pushed it towards Li Suqin, saying, Teacher, work is work, and health is health. The former can be neglected, but the latter cannot. As the only male student in the class and a recommendation from an old friend. Although Li Hualin faced strictness from Li Suqin, her care for him was meticulous. In front of others, they maintained the roles of instructor and student, yet privately. The classmates understood that Li Suqin had already regarded Li Hualin as a close protege, imparting her knowledge generously. Li Hualin held great respect for Li Suqin, often bringing books to her for clarification, and she would share her insights without reservation. Of course, he would frequently bring treats as a gesture of gratitude. Initially, Li Suqin was quite resistant, but over time she became accustomed to it, albeit her guidance towards Li Hualin grew increasingly attentive and detailed. As she savored the yellow peaches, feeling the dizziness from low blood sugar gradually dissipate, she smiled and remarked, You little rascal, offering flattery without reason. What do you want from me? Li Hualin scratched his brow, pulled up a chair, opened the brown paper bag, and offered her a piece of peach crisp, awkwardly stating, I finished all the books you recommended to me earlier. I came to ask if there are any more suitable ones for me. Oh, so soon? Almost 30 books. And you finished them all? How is that possible? Li Suqin nodded in disbelief, prepared to jot down a few more titles, but suddenly froze. Staring at Li Hualin in astonishment, she repeated, Some of those books were in pure English and Russian. Even if someone helped you translate, you couldn't possibly finish them so quickly. Hualin, I know these books might be a bit challenging for you, but since you've committed to foreign trade, you must persevere. I understand, but I truly finished them, and I even translated those Russian and English texts myself. Li Hualin bit his lip, revealing how, over the past 3 months, he had been attending classes in other majors without permission, leaving Li Suqin both amused and exasperated. Well, Li Hualin, while other students struggle with their assignments, you have time to attend extra classes. How should I commend you? She then scribbled a few book titles on a sticky note and handed it to Li Hualin, saying, I haven't read many books in my spare time, but once you finish these, I won't have any more recommendations for you. Li Hualin examined the sticky note, grinning as he tucked it into his pocket and stood up to leave. Teacher, take your time eating. I'm off to see if the library is still open. This boy truly is an oddity, always appearing carefree, yet his capacity for absorbing knowledge is remarkable. Li Suqin continued to enjoy the yellow peach can. Watching as Li Hualin exited, her expression of satisfaction growing more profound. As a teacher, the more accomplished Li Hualin became, the happier she felt, for he was a product of her guidance. Upon leaving the office, Li Hualin hurried to the warehouse, only to grimace at the sight of a large padlock hanging on the small iron gate. Old Wang spends his days idly, and here it is, still early. Yet the library has closed its doors. Is it in fear of book theft? Zhou, please do not follow me any longer. My sole intent is to study. Devoid of any other thoughts. Yi, do not be so ungrateful. My feelings for you are genuine, and I have resolved that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but you. Enough? I kindly ask you to maintain your decorum. We are in a school setting. Li Hualin was preparing to return to his dormitory when he suddenly heard the distant sound of an argument. He turned towards the forest path and saw two figures emerging, one in front of the other. The first was Yi Wanqing, hastily walking with a bag slung over her shoulder, followed closely by a scrawny lad, whose identity was obscured in the darkness but sounded like Zhou Yang from the English department. Hey, I've had enough of this. She does not fancy you. So why persist in such shamelessness? Do you understand the meaning of harassment? You could be in serious trouble. Li Hualin approached Yi Wanqing, pulling her behind him to prevent Zhou Yang from following any further. Upon seeing Li Hualin blocking his path, Zhou Yang attempted to shove him aside, only to be thrust back, stumbling in the process. Li Hualin, this matter concerns Yi and me, and does not involve you. Li Hualin chuckled, tossing a piece of fruit candy into his mouth and letting the wrapper fall onto Zhou Yang's face. Not my concern. How amusing. Aren't we classmates? I warn you. If this reaches our instructor's ears, it won't just be you who faces consequences. Even your instructor would not be spared. Do you believe that? Zhou Yang glared menacingly at Li Hualin and turned to Yi Wanqing with a gentler tone. Yi, I won't stoop to this fool's level. I will come find you tomorrow. With that, Zhou Yang shot Li Hualin one last fierce look, spat, and walked away. It was not that Zhou Yang lacked courage. Rather, the unfortunate fate of the last person who crossed paths with the top student in the liberal arts served as a cautionary tale. That individual had not only received disciplinary action from the school, but had also been confronted and beaten by someone named Zhou Huazhang in his dormitory. Since then, an unspoken rumor had circulated at Long University, better to offend anyone than the group known as the Genius Six, whom the principal held dear. Among them, the most untouchable was Li Hualin. Anyone who dared to provoke him would find themselves unexpectedly confronted by a cadre of older students who would kindly educate them on the importance of not bullying their peers. What was particularly remarkable was that these individuals spanned numerous disciplines and were scattered across various classes at Long University, with no apparent connection to the economics and trade department. It was a mystery how Li Hualin had cultivated such an extensive network. Once Zhou Yang had departed, Yi Wanqing let out a sigh of relief and asked softly, I heard from Xingyu that your novel has been put on hold? Chapter 62, A Vast Plagiarism in Literature Observing Zhou Yang's Retreat. Li Hualin pointed towards the locked library and walked alongside Yi Wanqing towards the dormitory. What is wrong with that fellow? With so many admirers, why does he believe he stands a chance? Upon hearing this, Yi Wanqing retrieved a notebook from her bag and handed it to Li Hualin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. This is my book. I lend it to you in hopes of inspiring you. You too have taken to writing? I must read it thoroughly then. Is it a romance filled with palace intrigue? After escorting Yi Wanqing to the entrance of the female dormitory, Li Hualin waved goodbye and turned back towards his own residence. In the dormitory, Su Rui was as engrossed as ever in his physics book, while Zhou Huazhang had exchanged his martial arts novel for a newspaper. Li Xingyu, having finished soaking his feet, held a basin and prepared to head to the water room, pointing at the kettle on the stove, which contained hot water. Li Hualin hung his satchel on the headboard and glanced at the several English novels on the table, along with an opened peach crisp and some fruit candies, and curiously inquired, who sent these? Some guy from the English department. What was his name? Anyway, he's quite slender, Li Xingyu replied. He brought them to thank you for translating his book, and then took a few more. Li Hualin, perplexed, remarked, I don't understand, old she. You constantly help others with translations and assignments. Doesn't that take up your personal time? What is the point? Li Hualin plopped down onto a chair and picked up one of the English books, flipping through it. It was Pride and Prejudice, a book he had read before. The narrative leaned heavily towards romantic entanglements, particularly appealing to female readers, and while the story resonated with real life, it was not as remarkable as people often claimed. The other two books were Jane Eyre and The Great Gatsby, both in pure English, and he was uncertain where Sun Yu had procured them. A year prior, when the Westerners were still present, such books would have been considered contraband. Ordinary people wouldn't just read them. But even possessing them could lead to being handcuffed and labeled as reactionary. However, regardless of the circumstances, the emergence of such literature in 1978 was quite progressive. After briefly contemplating and confirming that translating these books was not against the rules, Li Hualin decided to proceed with the translations. As Li Xingyu returned with the basin, he overheard Su Rui's confusion and cheerfully approached, snatching a piece of peach crisp to munch on. You don't get it, do you? Old She attends classes from other departments that aren't even his major. How much knowledge can he really gain from that? If he helps others with translations, surely the givers would be grateful, right? Doesn't translating count as learning? It's a win-win situation, a matter of social finesse. But honestly, not everyone can pull this off. Only someone with an extraordinary memory like Old She can manage it. After finishing the peach crisp, Li Xingyu licked the residue from his fingers and joined Li Hualin at the table, consulting a Russian dictionary as he translated a Russian book. As he flipped through the pages, he scratched the back of his head sheepishly and handed the book to Li Hualin, saying, "Shier, why does this sentence feel so awkward to translate? Is it incoherent?" Just as Li Hualin was about to address Li Xingyu's query, Zhou Huajing slammed the newspaper down onto the table and walked to the window for some fresh air. Li Xingyu grabbed a fruit candy, unwrapped it, and offered it to Zhou Huajing, asking curiously, "What's wrong, boss? Why the anger?" Zhou Huajing chewed on the fruit candy, pointing at the newspaper with his chest heaving in agitation. "Those Vietnamese dare to invade our borders and have formed an alliance with the Soviets. Both nations are simultaneously pressuring our borders from the north and south. The country should never have shown them pity. We sent them a massive amount of supplies. And now this bunch has the audacity to bite back at us. Despicable." Li Xingyu picked up the newspaper, his expression growing increasingly severe as he read, erupting into a fit of expletives. "For years, our country has struggled to feed itself, yet we have provided them with abundant resources out of compassion. Now they dare to encroach upon our borders. How audacious! The Vietnamese have always been unpredictable. The tale of the farmer and the snake serves as a stark warning to our nation. Rest assured, our country will deal with them decisively." Li Hualin, glancing at the indignant expressions of Zhou Huajing and Li Xingyu, felt a surge of frustration himself. But consoled by the thought that the counteroffensive against Vietnam would commence in just a few months, in February of next year. The following morning, the residents of the West Dormitory, including you, departed for a morning run at 5 a.m. After completing 50 pull-ups in the exercise area and a few sets of combat techniques, they returned to their dormitory to perform 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups, followed by boiling water to prepare porridge for breakfast. This regimen had begun after military training, initially involving only Zhou Huajing and Li Hualin. But eventually Li Xingyu and Su Rui could not resist the temptation to join in. The results of their discipline were remarkable. In just over 3 months, Li Hualin's height surged from 1.5 meters to an impressive 1.7 meters, with further growth anticipated. His physique had also become notably robust. With no classes in the economics and trade department that day, after breakfast, Li Hualin chose not to accompany Li Xingyu back to class, opting instead to remain in the dormitory to begin a new book. Leaning back in his chair, he twirled a pencil in his hand, contemplating the plot. Previously, editor Gua had subtly hinted that the forthcoming novel should primarily focus on themes of resistance during the war. However, as a writer of fantasy and supernatural tales, Li Hualin found it challenging to pivot to this genre. He mentally reviewed several significant battles from before and after the founding of the nation, jotting down titles: Sky of History, Youth in the Flames of War, The Bright Sword, Tunnel Warfare, Defense of Shanganling, Swallow Double Eagle, Bloody Romance, Smoke of War and Baping, Tearing the Little Devils Apart, Kicking Mortars, and Flying Knives Piercing Tank Battalions. After much deliberation, he circled the bright sword with his pen, contemplating a transcription. Although he had never read the original work, he was aware that its subsequent narrative turned quite dark, falling outside his preferences. Nevertheless, he had watched the television adaptation of The Bright Sword numerous times, becoming quite familiar with the various battles and plots involving Li Yunlong. He envisioned a modified framework inspired by The Bright Sword rapidly taking shape in his mind, adorned with additional elements. All great works are inspired by others. It's likely that Liang is still serving in the military and has not yet entered the literary world. I should be able to adapt half of his novel without issue. After sufficient self-reassurance, Li Hualin pinned the title of his new book, The Handsome Youths of the 8 Villages. Just as noon approached, the door swung open, and Li Mukin stepped inside. Noticing the peach pastries on the table, he grabbed one and began to nibble. Spotting Li Hualin engrossed in writing, he leaned closer. Goodness, what is this novel about? It sounds hilarious. Is it about the Sakata division and Li Yunlong? What do you need me for? Li Hualin set down his pencil, stretching lazily and yawning widely. It was nothing too significant. It was just Gu Jingshu's birthday today. Zhou Shulan wanted to celebrate it and invited me to ask you and Yi Wanqing to join. Gu Jingshu? Li Hualin raised an eyebrow. Envisioning a refined young lady from Shanghai, a classmate of Zhou Shulan, both studying in the mathematics department and only 15 years old. By month, she was indeed the youngest among the Genius Six, even younger than Yi Wanqing by a month. Strictly speaking, Li Hualin was not fond of the moniker Genius Six, but as it was commonly used by classmates and teachers alike, both in jest and in praise, he had come to accept it over time. Nodding in acknowledgement, he inquired, "What time and where?" Li Mukin licked the remnants off his hands, grabbed Li Hualin's water jug to refill it, and mumbled, "In the afternoon. Zhou Shulan and Zhang Jinma have classes in the morning. By the way, I heard that your writing has been on hiatus. What happened?" As the saying goes, day after day, no one inquires about the manuscript. One day of silence, the world knows. After 3 months of serialization, Chronicles of the Last Yuan Hero garnered attention not from major newspapers, but through word of mouth among peers, earning a group of readers in the campus of Long University. Even the executive director had urged for updates in person several times. Noticing the inquisitive gaze of Li Mukin, Li Hualin nodded. "It's on hold. Otherwise, why would I start a new book?" Filling a spare jug with cool water, Li Hualin saw that Li Mukin had no intention of leaving and asked again, "Is there anything else?" Li Mukin sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I forgot my keys in the dorm when I went out, so I'll just take a nap here." After saying this, he flopped onto Li Hualin's bed, and soon the faint sound of snoring could be heard. "Sleeping all the time? Are you sure you're not thick-blooded?" Fearing that a draft might disturb Li Mukin, Li Hualin closed the open window, fanning himself to cool off while continuing to write. At 3 in the afternoon, Li Mukin, still drooling, sat up as if resurrected. "Ah, Zhou Shulan and the others will finish classes late. Let us go find Yi Wanqing." Li Hualin tossed a handkerchief to Li Mukin. "Wipe your drool first." "What is this?" Li Mukin asked, noticing the book, The Selected Works of Mao Zedong. "Is it a gift for Gu Jingshu? How coincidental." "My gift is also The Selected Works of Mao Zedong." Li Mukin wiped his mouth with the handkerchief and leaned in as he saw Li Hualin wrapping the books in colored plastic paper. "We are all children of workers, part of the proletariat. What else should we gift if not Chairman Mao's works? Flowers?" Cutting the tape, Li Hualin secured the colorful paper. Writing on it, "A gift from Li Hualin." Li Mukin nodded in agreement, still puzzled. Why prepare 2 gifts when one would suffice? Li Hualin placed the 2 wrapped copies of the selected works of Mao Zedong into his bag and shot Li Mukin an exasperated look. "What time is it now?" "Since Zhou Shulan invited Yi Wanqing, should she go empty-handed?" Half an hour later, Li Hualin, Yi Wanqing, and Li Mukin gathered some dishes from the cafeteria and purchased a few bottles of orange juice, carrying them to the lakeside. They laid out newspaper and arranged their food, patiently awaiting Zhou Shulan and the others. Yi Wanqing retrieved a book wrapped in colorful paper from her canvas bag and handed it to Li Hualin, saying, "Hualin, this book is for you. Please present it to Gu Jingshu as a gift later." Curious, Li Hualin accepted the book, held it up to the sunlight, and noticed the red bark inside. Perplexed as he remarked, "The Selected Works of Mao Zedong? How coincidental. I was concerned that you might not have a gift prepared, so I brought you one as well." With a smile, he opened his bag and produced another similarly wrapped collection, offering it to Yi Wanqing. She accepted the gift, placing it in her bag, a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face. 2 days ago, Gu Jingshu informed me that her birthday was approaching, so I prepared in advance. All right then, I shall consider this book as your gift to me. You two are quite amusing. It seems you both assisted one another in preparing gifts. What about me? Shortly after, Gu Jingshu and Zhang Jinma arrived together, their faces bright with joy upon seeing the picnic spread. "Sorry for being late. Where's Zhou Shulan?" Li Hualin inquired as he took the canned goods and peach crisps from Zhang Jinma's hands, opening them and laying them out on the newspaper. A hint of confusion in his voice. Li Mukin and Zhang Jinma exchanged a knowing glance and said mysteriously, Gu Jingshu has a penchant for sweet treats. And Zhou Shulan mentioned wanting to surprise her. Now that everyone is here, Gu Jingshu, happy birthday, they exclaimed. As they discussed Zhou Shulan, they settled on the grass, gazing at the figures swimming in the artificial lake, ready to eat and chat. In the distance, Zhou Shulan's voice could be heard as he approached, carrying an exquisite little box, joyfully placing it on the newspaper. Upon seeing the inscription Lao Dingfeng on the box, Li Hualin couldn't help but smile, thinking that Zhou Shulan must have splurged. A small cake from Lao Dingfeng was not something one could obtain without spending at least $3. However, the monetary aspect was secondary. In these times, purchasing a cake required grain and food coupons, and even sugar coupons. The school's subsidies did not include food or sugar coupons. So if Zhou Shulan wanted to buy such a cake, he must have tightened his belt for half a month. What is this? Oh, it's a cake. Gu Jingshu exclaimed with curiosity as she opened the box, revealing a 6-inch birthday cake, her surprise evident. It was a birthday cake, something she had only tasted once during her childhood in her hometown, a flavor she could never forget. Seeing Gu Jingshu delighted with the cake, Zhou Shulan's face beamed with joy as he pulled out a red polka-dotted hairpin and offered it to her, saying, This is for you too. Zhang Jinma, drawn in by the fragrant aroma of the cake, playfully poked the cream with her finger and licked it, her eyes shining with excitement. Oh, I see why you've been enjoying our meals lately. It turns out you've been saving up to buy a cake for someone else. How embarrassing. Li Mukin rummaged through the box and retrieved a spoon, promptly disassembling the cake and distributing a piece to everyone. He exclaimed, Many thanks to Zhou Shulan for this treat. Gu Jingshu, being teased by the two, felt her cheeks flush as she accepted the hairpin and adorned it on her head. She inquired of Yi Wanqing, Is it lovely? Yi Wanqing, savoring a bite of cake, nodded in agreement. It's pretty, though the color is a tad too vibrant. Oh dear. I didn't bring it out to sell. As long as it looks good, that's what matters. Gu Jingshu remarked, caressing the hairpin atop her head, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she sweetly smiled at Zhou Shulan. Thank you so much. I adore it. Li Hualin, Yi Wanqing, Zhang Jinma, and Li Mukin then retrieved gifts from their bags and presented them to Gu Jingshu, collectively wishing her a happy birthday. Wow, are these all books? Thank you. Gu Jingshu exclaimed, unwrapping each gift. However, upon discovering different editions of Mao Zedong's selected works, her smile faltered slightly. After all the gifts were presented, the next order of business was to feast. The 6 of them indulged heartily, ultimately consuming all the food they had brought before dusk, engaging in a clearing-out activity that left them feeling quite full. Standing at the water's edge, Gu Jingshu gazed at the rising moon, clasping her hands together to make a wish. Thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. It has been such a long time since I last had a birthday cake. Today truly brings me immense joy, and I sincerely hope our friendship lasts forever. It will, Zhou Shulan echoed, also approaching the water's edge to make a wish, though his gaze frequently darted toward Gu Jingshu. It was evident that Zhou Shulan harbored fond feelings for her, and indeed, the two seemed quite well matched. Yi Wanqing, tidying up the remnants on the ground, observed Zhou Shulan and Gu Jingshu from behind, her eyes betraying a hint of envy. Yet, her gaze inadvertently flickered toward Li Hualin, only to find him and Zhang Jinma, alongside Li Mukin, standing side by side, unleashing water toward an ant hill in the woods, laughing as if engaged in a playful contest. This sight caused Yi Wanqing's cheeks to redden, and she turned her head away with a sigh, shaking it in resignation. Chapter 64. Has the sun departed? Time swiftly passes, the days and months weaving in and out. And before one knows it, the end of December has arrived. With the conclusion of final examinations, the winter break officially commences. In the dormitory, Li Xingyu was packing his belongings, casting a reluctant glance at his water bottle, murmuring, the next time we meet will be next year. Su Rue fiddled with his train ticket, glancing at the silent Zhou Huajing beside him. Boss, it's already vacation. Why are you still so gloomy? Zhou Huajing stuffed a thick newspaper into his backpack, then approached Li Xingyu, Su Rue, and Li Hualin, giving each a hug, leaving them somewhat bewildered. Wait, it's just a 3-month holiday. It's not like we want to see each other again. This sentimentality is too much for us. At the train station, As Li Hualin watched Li Xingyu and Su Rue board the train, he heard the green train's whistle and wave goodbye. On board, Li Xingyu opened the window and tossed an apple to Li Hualin, saying, "Old Shi, hurry home in this cold weather. We'll write you a letter once we're back." As the train gradually receded into the distance, it bid farewell to Li Xingyu and Su Rue from the dormitory. Li Hualin turned to his companions, Yi Wanqing and Zhang Jinma, and cautioned, "Be mindful of your safety on the journey, Jinma. Wanqing is a girl, so do take care of her." "Of course," Zhang Jinma replied, "but I wonder where Zhou Shulan and the others are at this moment. Whether in Magic City or Nanjing, it is certainly not close from here." Having interacted for over half a year, it was Zhang Jinma's first attempt at speaking Mandarin, albeit with a slight lisp. Yet it was a welcome change from dialect. He embraced Li Hualin and, noticing the train beginning to check tickets, took up Yi Wanqing's luggage and gestured for her to board. With a smile, Yi Wanqing waved goodbye to Li Hualin and boarded the train with Zhang Jinma. Once seated, she opened the window and gazed out at the platform, but Li Hualin's figure was no longer in sight. Zhang Jinma stood on tiptoe, placing their luggage onto the overhead rack, and seeing Yi Wanqing lost in her thoughts, handed her an apple. "Stop looking, he has already left." Yi Wanqing, momentarily taken aback, expressionless, returned the apple to its place, gently shaking her head. "Jinma, you may have misunderstood." Unfazed, Zhang Jinma shrugged, plopped down across from her, and bit into the apple. Speaking with a mouthful, "You have always maintained this frosty demeanor. After nearly a year of acquaintance, have you smiled at me more than 3 times? The green train slowly commenced its departure, and Li Hualin withdrew his gaze, solitary as he strolled out of the train station along the long street. He felt a twinge of reluctance to return home, fearing that upon arrival, he would be besieged by nosy neighbors, bombarding him with questions, which was quite bothersome. Contrary to his expectations of a warm family welcome, he found a rather peculiar scene awaiting him at home. In the living room, Li Guozhong sat alone, drinking in silence, while Zhao Yakin stared vacantly at the sofa, and the sisters had retreated into their rooms, not a soul to be seen. This strange sight left Li Hualin in bewilderment. He placed his backpack in the bedroom and stealthily approached Zhao Yakin, sitting beside her. "Mom, what is going on?" Zhao Yakin rose, retrieved a wine glass, and handed it to Li Hualin. "Go, have a few drinks with your father." Li Hualin's hand froze around the glass. "Mom, I'm just 15. Are you sure about this?" "What of it? By the time I was 15, I was already fighting the Japanese invaders. You are in university now. You are an adult." Li Guozhong, munching on peanuts, beckoned Li Hualin to join him, pouring himself a shot of erguo too and indicating for him to sit down. "Dad, has something happened at home? I still have money. Please don't get upset." Li Guozhong had experienced drunkenness before, but he was always one to retreat quietly to his room after drinking, never spouting nonsense, and certainly never urging his son to drink. Watching Li Guozhong down shot after shot, Li Hualin furrowed his brow and returned to his room to retrieve a handkerchief, opening it to reveal 200 yuan, which he placed on the table. "Take the money back. I am your father. Can a father take his son's money?" Li Guozhong didn't even glance at the money on the table, clinking glasses with Li Hualin before attempting to chug straight from the bottle, only to be stopped by Zhao Yakin, who forcefully ushered him to bed, where he soon began to snore thunderously. Li Hualin took a scallion, dipped it in soybean paste, and bit down hard, chewing thoughtfully. "Mom, what on earth is happening at home?" Zhao Yakin sat down beside the table, seized the wine glass in front of Li Hualin, and downed it in one swift motion. The fiery liquid made her retract her neck slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she spoke. "A letter from home has arrived. Your uncle may not have long to live. Your elder brother believes we should host a modest centenary celebration for him, so that even if he departs, he does so after reaching 100. "Mom, wait. Did I hear you correctly? My uncle? A centenary celebration? When did I ever have an uncle? My father isn't even 60 yet. How could he possibly have a 100-year-old brother? Isn't that a generational mix-up?" Li Hualin, perplexed, began to calculate on his fingers, pondering how brothers could differ by more than 10 years. More significantly, if he truly had an uncle, why was there no trace of such information in the original memories? Was this news simply dropped from the sky? After another sip of wine, Zhao Yakin's eyes glimmered with a hint of redness. Noticing Li Hualin still jesting, she playfully tapped his hand with her chopsticks, causing him to flinch. "Child, do you not know how to speak? Your father didn't just spring forth from a rock. It's entirely normal for him to have brothers. Just because you're unaware doesn't mean they don't exist." Sighing deeply, She poured herself another glass and continued. In the past, it was quite common for landlords to have multiple wives and concubines. Your father is the youngest born of your grandfather and his second wife, so he is indeed the baby of the family. But let us not dwell on the past. You should pack your things and head to Lin City on behalf of your father. Zhao Yakin rose and retreated to the back room to prepare a package for Li Hualin. Mom, have you had too much to drink? Why on earth would I go to Lin City? Who am I supposed to find there? Li Hualin's mind was in a state of confusion. How had an uncle suddenly materialized? If his father was born of his grandfather and his second wife, did that imply his grandfather was not a poor farmer but a landlord? That made even less sense. If his grandfather were a landlord, how could he have possibly navigated political scrutiny and gained admission to university? Nothing added up. However, seeing that Zhao Yakin had already prepared the package, he realized his mother was not jesting. Mom, I can go to Lin City in place of Dad, but you must at least tell me about my uncle's family. I can't just go in blind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yakin took a deep breath, closed all doors and windows, and settled beside Li Hualin, speaking softly. Listen carefully. Your grandfather's name is Li Fuchuan, a well-known landlord in Lijiatin, Lin City. He married a second wife before the establishment of the nation. After the founding, during the land reform, he was persecuted and subsequently died in a labor camp, losing all his property and land in the process. Your father has 10 siblings. He is the 13th, and he has a younger sister. Zhao Yakin succinctly conveyed the generational relationships within the Li family to Li Hualin, leaving him utterly astounded. Are you saying that my grandfather had 10 children, and now, counting my father, only 6 remain, with one being disabled? The others perished on the battlefield during the War of Resistance? My goodness, the Li family has such a glorious history. No wonder Dad never speaks of it. Turns out several of my uncles were nationalists. This is indeed troubling. If that is the case, it is understandable that my uncle sacrificed his share of the family wealth to protect the Li family by sending my grandfather away. Grandfather ultimately passed away in the labor re-education facility, a fate he surely did not wish to witness. Zhao Yakin nodded, poured herself another glass of wine, and continued. To be precise, he died 10.5 years ago. Your 5th uncle's leg was shattered during the Battle of Pink Singwin by enemy artillery. Indeed. Such a straightforward matter. Could your father truly not see through it? He simply could not overcome this mental hurdle. Which is why he brought me to Binhai City and ceased all communication with our hometown. Nevertheless, blood ties are unbreakable. Even if there is a lack of calls from home, now that a call has been made, we ought to visit. Hualin, in the past, your mother regarded you as a perpetually immature child, but upon your entrance into university, she realized that her son has matured. Once in Lin City, follow this address to Lijiatin. The future of our families, whether to unite or to part ways, now rests upon your decision. Regardless of your choice, both your father and I will support you. Come now. After patting Li Hualin's shoulder, Zhao Yakin slung the backpack over him and suddenly embraced him, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to say more, but held her tongue, merely bowing her head as she accompanied Li Hualin to the door, watching his figure fade away into the depths of the alley. Having left home, Li Hualin boarded the long-distance bus, opened the notes in his hand, and lamented as he tugged at his scalp. Lijiatin, Lin City, Li Guoran. I knew returning home would lead to no good. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, Li Guozhong, snoring thunderously, awoke and quietly made his way to the living room. Upon seeing Zhao Yakin return, he inquired, "Has our son left?" Zhao Yakin shot him an exasperated glare and slammed the door shut. "You old coward. You hide like a turtle and push our son out into the world. What kind of father are you?" Li Guozhong settled at the table, sipping white liquor with a chuckle. "Rest assured, our son is a university student, a 15-year-old university student. Back in our hometown, he holds a higher status than I, this old fool, and has a voice that carries weight. Alas, I fear my elder brother may not survive this year." Chapter 65. Brother, will you accompany me in playing with the flower rope? Cigarettes, fine liquor, osmanthus candy. Pardon me, comrade, could you please make some room? Does anyone desire Binhai red sausage? The 1978 greenskin train was far from the comfort depicted in later television dramas. It could be described as a hellish ordeal. Although it was not the season for returning home, the crowd at the train station rivaled that of the Spring Festival. Many had purchased tickets and could queue to board, yet they chose to enter through the windows. From the elderly to infants in the nude, their agility in climbing through windows was remarkable, with their movements rapid and deft. Li Hualin had just bid farewell to his roommates and classmates at the train station when he turned a corner and found himself seated. Amidst the clamor surrounding him, he evaded the encroaching passengers, leaning against the aisle with a sense of grievance, needing to make way for the food cart or risk having his feet trampled. The odor within the carriage was indescribable, a grotesque amalgamation of a pharmaceutical sterilization chamber and a sulfuric acid pit. If one were to define it, it could only be likened to a latrine, unbearably foul and tinged with an eerie quality. Grinding teeth, passing gas, and snoring, while dragging slippers and scratching feet. Li Hualin found himself exasperated by his younger sister, Li Huashu, who was incessantly clamoring. After enduring a journey that felt akin to a trial of tribulations, he finally heard the train's whistle, watching as the station and the throngs of people outside gradually receded. The distance from Binhai to Linshur spanned over 300 kilometers, and on the sluggish green train, he would have to endure at least 8 hours of discomfort. This did not account for the inevitable stops at intermediate stations or delays at major platforms. Even after disembarking from the green train, he would still need to take a bus to Xianya Township, and then transfer to an ox cart or horse-drawn carriage to reach Lijiaduan. Who knew how long this odyssey would take? Suddenly, a voice of surprise interrupted Li Hualin's musings, startling him. He turned around in disbelief to find the dirt-smudged face of Li Huashu beaming at him with an innocent smile. However, that smile was infuriating, and in a fit of irritation, he seized her ear and gave it a sharp twist. "You foolish girl, why did you come along? Are you seeking trouble? Brother, please stop twisting. It hurts." Li Huashu managed to wriggle free from his grasp and instinctively took a few steps back, rubbing her ear with a look of utmost grievance. "Now that the train has departed, I can't get off. If Mom and Dad find out you sneaked out with me, they'll surely punish you." Seeing that Li Hualin was genuinely upset, Li Huashu quickly approached him with a beaming smile, playfully shaking his arm. "Brother, remember when Mom and Dad mentioned the affairs back home? You were tricked." "Tricked?" Li Hualin furrowed his brow and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt from her face. As he pondered, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. The last time he had returned home, he hadn't even had a meal before Zhao Yakin had pushed him out the door. Initially, he had thought perhaps something was amiss with his uncle back home. Yet, as he boarded the grand train, an unsettling feeling lingered. Since starting college, his visits home had been infrequent, and each time he returned, his parents were overjoyed. Even if there was urgency this time, they should have at least let him finish his meal before sending him off. Instead, they had hastily pushed him out as if he were refuse. As he glanced at Li Huashu's gleeful mischief, Li Hualin meticulously recalled his previous conversations with their parents, which only solidified his suspicions. When he had returned home, the bottle of white liquor on the table had been full. If his father had been drinking before he arrived, the bottle would not have remained so. A bottle of liquor contained 500 milliliters, and the family's red double happiness glass held merely 2 taels. Although his mother could drink, having her down 2 cups would leave her intoxicated, yet there had been no odor of alcohol before. The only plausible explanation was that the bottle contained water, and their parents had masterfully deceived him. Li Hualin was furious. Why couldn't they just speak plainly? Li Huashu noticed the changing expressions on his face and nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, feigning shyness. "Brother, I snuck on without paying. You really are something." Li Hualin sighed helplessly as he pressed Li Huashu down into her seat, hearing her stomach gurgle in protest. "Haven't you eaten?" Li Huashu remained silent, merely nodding while fixating her gaze on the recently passed selling cart. "I truly owe you from my past life." She removed her military canteen, dampening a handkerchief, and gestured for Li Huashu to wipe her hands. Li Hualin caught up with the vendor, purchasing a steamed bun, a packet of pickled vegetables, and a bottle of orange soda. "Seriously, brother? While risking a rather embarrassing situation, they choose to accompany you on this journey, and you test me with this. What sister can withstand such a trial?" Li Huashu gazed at the dry steamed bun, feeling aggrieved as she tore into it, finishing it in just a few bites. Li Hualin pinched her ear, whispering, "The bus is filled with thieves. Behave yourself. If you wish to eat, we shall discuss it after disembarking." Li Huashu's eyes darted around, understanding his words, and she silently sat on the chair, curiously observing her surroundings without uttering a word. There was only one seat available. Upon Li Huashu sitting down, Li Hualin had to stand. He tossed his backpack to her to hold and made his way through the carriage toward the dining car, peering through the window to see inside, then stopping a train attendant to inquire, "Excuse me, could you tell me the time?" The attendant glanced at his watch, replying, "It is 3 in the afternoon." Thank you. Li Hualin took another look inside the dining car before returning to Li Huashu's side. Brother, where did you go? I thought you had run off. Seeing him return, Li Huashu's anxious heart settled, and she attempted to stand to offer her seat to Li Hualin, only to be refused. With a swift motion, Li Hualin sidestepped to avoid a droplet of bird droppings falling from above, saying, "Stay seated. We shall disembark at the next stop, and I will escort you home. I won't go back. They haven't seen you in ages, and if you return home just to leave again, take me with you." I refuse to go back. Li Huashu employed her charming tactics once more, her sweet voice drawing the attention and suppressed laughter of nearby passengers. Let go. If you weren't my sister, I would truly consider opening the window and tossing you out. Li Hualin, feeling the gaze of numerous onlookers, wished he could find a crevice to hide in, when suddenly, the sound of a comedic performance wafted from the front of the carriage. Passengers, intrigued by the performance, began to gather around. Li Huashu rose on her toes to peek at the spectacle, eager to join, but Li Hualin restrained her. Sister, there's a performance over there. Let's go? So many people are heading that way. Beside Li Huashu sat an elderly couple, who, upon hearing the performance, joined the crowd. Li Hualin pushed Li Huashu back into her seat, positioning himself by the aisle, effectively trapping her in her seat and causing her distress. Think about it. The crowd is only growing over there, isn't it chaotic? If you wish to hear the performance, their voices are loud enough for you to hear from your seat. Taking out his notebook, Li Hualin prepared to write to pass the time. Li Huashu pouted in annoyance, but with Li Hualin and the table blocking her, she contemplated climbing over the seat or crawling under the table to see the commotion. When she noticed Li Hualin engrossed in writing, she quietly stood, attempting to climb over the seat, only to be yanked back into position by the collar of her shirt. Sit still. It will get very chaotic when the train police arrive. The train conductor, why is he here? Is he here to listen to the two-person show as well? Li Huashu was pulled back to her seat, sipping on her orange drink, yet she couldn't help but lean against the back of her chair, peering toward the front of the carriage. Brother, is university enjoyable? After eavesdropping on the performance for a while, Li Huashu found it rather dull and returned to her original seat, shaking her brother Li Hualin's arm to distract him from his studies. Li Hualin cast her a resigned glance. If you want to know, then study for it. Humph, you wouldn't say that if I didn't ask. Li Huashu was acutely aware that she wouldn't even pass high school entrance exams, let alone university, and assumed her brother was teasing her, which only added to her boredom. Thus, she pulled out a piece of string from her pocket. Brother, let us play with this string. Just indulge me for a moment. Li Hualin closed his notebook and pretended to swat at her, causing her to flinch. However, when his hand fell, he merely pinched her nose, prompting a delighted giggle from Li Huashu. Brother, traveling by train is so tedious. Chapter 66. Brother, you are so stingy. Oh, my spouse and I haven't performed the two-person show in ages. We've grown a bit rusty. We'll be getting off at the next station, so we won't perform anymore. Thank you all for your support. A series of risque jokes elicited continuous laughter from the surrounding passengers, and amid the playful banter, the performers packed up their props, preparing to disembark as the travelers returned to their seats. Upon seeing the elderly couple return, Li Hualin stood and offered them his seat. Putting away his notebook, the elderly couple settled in, glancing over at Li Huashu playing with the string, and the old woman smiled approvingly. What a lovely girl. Where's my money? Where has my money gone? Suddenly, the carriage erupted with exclamations of alarm as many passengers cried out about lost money. An elderly man nudged his wife with his elbow, whispering, "Quickly check if our money is still there." The old woman waved her hand impatiently, feeling her pockets, only to freeze abruptly, desperately rummaging through her belongings, her expression one of utter shock as she stared at the ripped pocket. You can't be serious. The money for the children. Where is it? Old man, the money is gone. What? The money is gone? That was meant for our son's wedding. It can't just disappear. Look again. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's face crumpled with worry, and when he noticed the tear in his wife's clothing, his head spun, nearly causing him to faint. The old woman, now panicking, burst into tears, wailing, "Who on earth stole our money? May they suffer a terrible fate." The commotion of the elderly couple's cries startled Li Huashu, who instinctively scooted closer to Li Hualin, whispering, "Brother, they are so pitiful. The police are here. Officer, our money has been stolen." As more and more travelers reported their missing money, the noise escalated, attracting two train conductors. One was elderly, the other youthful and strikingly handsome, resembling a refined young scholar. Upon arrival, The younger conductor attempted to calm the passengers. Please remain calm. If money has indeed been lost, the thief must be within this carriage, and we will certainly retrieve it. The older conductor, his face lined with deep wrinkles and darkened skin, possessed keen, hawk-like eyes that gleamed with intensity. His gaze swept through the carriage, standing still, yet exuding an aura of authority that gradually quelled the agitation of the excited passengers. The seasoned conductor meticulously surveyed the compartment while listening to the account of the complainant, already surmising the probable cause of the passengers' lost money. Suddenly, a woman's voice pierced the air with cries of despair. Comrade, one must uphold integrity. Please return our money. In response, the elderly man retorted, you are slandering us. I did not steal your money. Why waste words on them? We've traveled many stops without losing anything, yet the moment they boarded, our money vanished. It must be them. The young conductor approached, scrutinizing the elderly couple before fixing his gaze on the visibly distressed Li Huashu. What transpired? Why do they accuse you of theft? Tears streaming down her face, Li Huashu explained, my brother and I came back home to visit family, sitting beside them, and now they blame us for their lost money. How shameless. Li Hualin's expression darkened as he glared coldly at the elderly couple, then nodded towards the young conductor. His eyes resting on the badge on his chest. Zhou Yu? Officer, my sister speaks the truth. We boarded the train only at the last stop, heading to Lin City to visit relatives. Here is my student ID. I am a student at Long University. Allow me to clarify this misunderstanding. These elderly individuals lost their money, and simply because our seats are near, they accuse my sister of theft. I assure you, as a college student, though my sister may be playful, she would never resort to stealing, least of all from the elderly. Preposterous. Before you boarded, we traveled for over 10 stops without incident. The moment you arrived, our money disappeared. Who else could have stolen it? The elderly man shouted incredulously. And you claim to be a university student? You look far too young. You must be a fraud. Officer, you cannot take their unfounded accusations at face value. That money was meant for my son's wedding. Without it, how can he marry? The old man suddenly rose, raising his hand as if to strike Li Huashu, spitting out his words in anger. Li Hualin stepped protectively in front of his sister, gently pushing the old man, who stumbled back onto his seat, exclaiming, Is there no justice? The thief has assaulted me. Officer, will you not intervene? Have you no shame? I have already stated that I did not steal your money. Li Huashu, with tear-filled eyes, clung tightly to Li Hualin's arm, feeling the gaze of other passengers upon her, panic rising within her. The old man's words rang true. How could such a young person be a university student? He barely appeared of age. Officer, when we lost our money, I distinctly saw this young man scurrying about the carriage, appearing quite suspicious and indeed a thief, shouted another passenger, spitting out accusations. Return the stolen money, or I swear I will end you. At that moment, a passenger who had lost money approached, his face contorted with rage as he pointed accusingly at Li Hualin, instantly garnering the support of others. Chaos erupted in the carriage as all those who had lost money turned their ire towards Li Hualin and Li Huashu, deeming them irredeemably culpable. Zhou Yu furrowed her brow and intercepted the furious traveler, her gaze fixed upon Li Hualin. I am afraid your age renders it difficult for me to believe that you are a student of Long University. Given that the travelers have accused you of theft, I must ask you to hand over your package to facilitate my inspection. Officer, Li Hualin interjected. To solely heed their accusatory words and demand a search of my belongings is tantamount to a presumption of guilt without evidence. I am willing to cooperate with the authorities. However, once the package is opened, what repercussions might ensue for our reputation? He gestured toward the package and gently patted his sister Li Huashu's head. My sister is still quite young. Have you considered the psychological damage your actions might inflict upon her? He turned to the nearby travelers, asserting, You claim I loitered in the carriage, yet I merely made a brief trip to visit the dining car. The attendant can attest to my whereabouts. I even inquired about the time, which was around 3 o'clock. If you doubt my word, I implore you to summon the dining car supervisor for confirmation. Moreover, he continued, as a university student, I uphold my principles, exhibiting courtesy and refraining from insults. I kindly ask you to temper your words and not provoke me into retaliation. When you observed the performance, you rushed in as if seeking a bargain. Now that money is missing, why not consider that amidst the crowd? A thief could have blended in unnoticed? You all watched the performance while my sister and I remained seated on the bench, never straying from our place. Are we supposed to be skilled thieves, capable of stealing your belongings from such a distance? Pausing momentarily, Li Hualin addressed the elderly couple before him. While age may bring wisdom, it should not lead to foolishness. Otherwise, it is a lack of respect for the elderly. He then turned to the approaching old conductor. You, with your years of experience, can surely provide a fair assessment. Hey, how dare you speak to me like that? You question my experience? Zhou Yu, feeling disoriented by Li Hualin's compelling arguments, was on the verge of nodding in agreement when his remark about the conductor's expertise incensed her. The old conductor scrutinized Li Hualin, taking the student ID from Zhou Yu's hand and furrowing his brow. While I must concede that your reasoning holds merit, your age and status as a university student seem implausible. After a brief pause, he turned his attention back to Zhou Yu. This young comrade is correct. The thief likely seized the opportunity while the travelers were engrossed in the performance. Such incidents are not uncommon, but perhaps you have not encountered them before. Returning the student ID to Li Hualin, he added, I apologize, young comrade. Despite your sound analysis, we cannot dismiss your involvement entirely. I must request your cooperation for a search. Leaving Zhou Yu to maintain order, the old conductor escorted Li Hualin and Li Huashu toward the dining car. While a throng of curious travelers craned their necks to observe, the elderly couple, still in distress, lamented, Young comrade, you must not let them go unpunished. They are the thieves who stole my money. Zhou Yu quickly reassured the crowd. Rest assured, my mentor is an experienced conductor who has apprehended many thieves. He will certainly assist you in recovering your funds. Inside the dining car, devoid of passengers, Li Hualin tossed the package onto the table. He extracted cash and receipts from beneath insoles, within the layers of his trousers, and from the lining of his padded coat, laying them upon the table. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? The elderly conductor observed Li Hualin, who was busily withdrawing stacks of cash resembling a little hamster. After counting, it amounted to over 600, along with numerous vouchers for grain and meat weighing several pounds. As I mentioned earlier, I am a freshman at Long University, the top liberal arts student from Binhai City. My name is Li Hualin. You may verify this with Long University, as it is beyond fabrication. During my time at school, I authored 2 books submitted to the Binhai News Agency under the pen name Senjin. One of them, Chronicles of the Last Yuan Heroes, has been discontinued, while The Handsome Young Men of 10 Li and 8 Villages is currently being serialized. My writing earns me 5 yuan per 1,000 characters, and this is the money I have earned from my writing. Is there an issue with that? I can show you the proof because I trust you as a police officer, and I wish to convey that I possess sufficient funds and would never resort to petty theft. I cannot afford to tarnish my reputation. As for my sister, she has never lacked for pocket money at home, and our upbringing does not permit her to engage in theft. I shudder to think that if I were not present today, they might have unjustly implicated my sister in the theft. Officer, I request that the elderly couple apologize to my sister. Otherwise, I will write an article to the newspaper to clear our name. Li Hualin spoke with fervor, his indignation causing the elderly conductor to frown repeatedly as he detected the veiled threat in Li Hualin's words. Gulu, Li Hualin's sister, was wide-eyed and quickly gathered the money and vouchers from the table, gazing at Li Hualin with anticipation. Brother, you send money to mom every month. How can you have so much left? If you have such wealth, why do you only give me 5 yuan for pocket money? You're so stingy. Chapter 67. Should I give New Year's money? The elderly conductor chuckled and gestured for Li Hualin to put away the money and vouchers, reassuring him, Young comrade, have I ever accused you of being a thief? I called you here merely to provide a quiet environment, fearing that you might truly engage in a conflict with them and suffer for it. I previously mentioned that performing acts in the carriage to facilitate theft is not uncommon on trains. The real thieves are hidden within the compartments, and once the train halts, they will undoubtedly flee. You were too impulsive earlier by mentioning the performance, which has now made them vigilant. It will be challenging to capture the thieves later. Moreover, such actions may incite resentment from pickpockets on the railway. Li Hualin gathered his money, counting and discovering a 20 yuan shortfall, casting a suspicious glare at Li Hualu, who was fidgeting and avoiding eye contact. He playfully poked Li Hualu on the forehead and decided not to pursue the matter of the missing 20 yuan, chalking it up as a lesson learned. However, upon hearing the conductor's words, he smiled knowingly. Old comrade, you certainly have a way with words, both flattering and critical. In that moment, when I mentioned the performance, wasn't he precisely what you were hoping for? With just the 2 of you conductors in the carriage, it is impossible to catch so many thieves. We must rely on the power of the community. Therefore, by mentioning the performance, the thieves will become anxious. And those performing will also panic, making it easier for them to reveal their true selves and be discovered by the public, ultimately allowing you to apprehend the thieves, correct? As for being envied, I too harbor fears of potential retaliation against myself and my sister. Yet, what can be done? Who invited you to spectate? You little rascal. Who said there are only 2 conductors on this train? The sound of a steady, familiar laughter floated in as the door behind me opened and closed, causing Li Hualin to raise an eyebrow. Li Huashu exclaimed in delight, "Uncle Lin, you're here. How wonderful. My brother and I have been wronged." She rushed into Lin Wenxuan's embrace, recounting the injustices she had suffered, embellishing the tale, leaving Lin Wenquan both amused and bewildered. Li Hualin gazed at Lin Wenquan in confusion, surprised to find him aboard the train, and he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Uncle Lin, the old conductor, observing the jovial exchange between Lin Wenquan and the siblings, inquired with surprise, "Do you know each other?" Lin Wenquan nodded, chuckling. "These 2 little rascals are the children of old Li Guozhong." He continued with pride, "Especially this lad. He is quite remarkable, a top scholar in the humanities from Binhai City, a university student at the tender age of 15 years old, and already a university student." Upon hearing Li Guozhong's name, the old conductor could not help but shake his head in amusement. "Ah, it seems the floodwaters have washed away the Dragon King's temple. No wonder I found this lad familiar." He mused, but with old Li's timid nature, I never would have guessed. The door swung open, and several middle-aged individuals ushered in 2 women and 6 men, followed closely by Zhou Yu. Upon spotting Lin Wenquan, Zhou Yu approached with a grin, "Uncle Lin, I thought you were on a break today. What brings you aboard?" Lin Wenquan exchanged glances with the middle-aged men and nodded, then replied with a smile, "There are suspects on the train, and my superiors have requested my assistance in apprehending the thieves. We are undercover to avoid alarming them. So I didn't inform old Zhou. But you, young man, are you so naive as to fall for such a simple ruse? I should introduce you. This is Li Hualin, the son of an old friend of mine, a university student at Long University and a top scholar in the humanities in Binhai City." "What? He is truly a university student? Goodness, is it really that easy to get into university? Had I known, I would have applied as well," Zhou Yu said, nodding towards Li Hualin. He then kicked the handcuffed thief a few times. "It's these scoundrels who were caught red-handed, with the stolen money returned to the rightful owner. We must indeed extend our gratitude to the criminal police team." Lin Wenquan seemed to recall something and turned to Li Hualin. "Where are you off to?" Li Hualin glanced around cautiously and whispered, "It seems my uncle is gravely ill. My mother has asked me to return home." He added, "Uncle, my sister boarded the train without a ticket. Could you please help us with that later? We'll stay in the dining car and 1T return to the compartment." "You mischievous girl, always finding trouble for me." Lin Wenquan ruffled Li Huashu's hair and nodded at Li Hualin. "Zhou Yu will assist you with the tickets shortly. The train will soon arrive at the station, and I must accompany the criminal police in escorting the prisoners. Take care, uncle." Li Hualin looked towards the corner where the handcuffed thief sat, nodded, and found a seat near the corner with Li Huashu. "Aren't we returning to the compartment?" Li Huashu sniffled, her eyes fixated on the dining car, licking her lips. "Brother, I'm still hungry for buns." As the train's whistle echoed, Lin Wenquan waved goodbye to Li Hualin and followed the plainclothes police officers, escorting the prisoner off the train. The veteran conductor took Zhou Yu to patrol the train, directing passengers as they boarded and disembarked. In the dining car, only the Li siblings and the crew remained. Li Hualin had no intention of returning to the previous carriage. The stench was unbearable, and he feared that being seated with the 2 elderly men would provoke him to lose his temper. The dining car, with its service fee, effectively deterred many opportunistic travelers, making it significantly quieter and cleaner than the other compartments. Notably, meals in the dining car did not require meal tickets. Each boxed meal cost 30 cents, featuring 3 vegetarian dishes, alongside options like stir-fried green pepper with shredded meat, stir-fried cucumber with slices of meat, and braised fish fillet. Having just been consumed by anger, Li Hualin found himself hungry as well. He purchased 2 boxed meals, along with a serving of bulk vegetables, and 2 bottles of orange juice. Although the selection appeared limited, it filled the rectangular dining table, making Li Huasu's mouth water in anticipation. Just as she reached for a piece of braised fish, Li Hualin playfully flicked her hand with his chopsticks, causing her to shudder with a look of indignation. Li Hualin handed her a damp handkerchief, saying, "You were just touching everything, and now you want to grab food with your hands?" Don't you have chopsticks? How unsanitary. With a chuckle, he continued, I knew you'd be hungry. Coming out with me was a wise choice. Li Huasu, with her mouth full, resembled a little hamster as she nodded enthusiastically, wiping her hands and using the chopsticks to pick up a piece of braised fish, savoring it with delight. Li Hualin poured 2 glasses of orange juice, slurping one while observing the platform outside, where he spotted Zhou Yu and the veteran conductor among the crowd. He sighed and remarked, We'll stay here in the dining car and wait until we reach Lin City to disembark. Li Huasu, listen carefully. I can take you to your uncle's house, but it's rural there, quite different from the city. You must behave and stay within my sight. Do you understand? If you conduct yourself well, once we return home, I will plead with our parents to only give you a light punishment, sparing your life. With her cheeks stuffed with food, Li Huasu resembled an adorable little rodent as she nodded vigorously in response. Soon enough, the train's whistle sounded again, and the crowd outside began to slowly retreat. Li Hualin, picking at his brown rice, noticed more passengers entering the dining car. He reached for the parcel next to Li Huasu and placed it beside him. Li Huasu, her face smeared with grease, tilted her head towards the window and, seeing Li Hualin take out a handkerchief, pressed her face against it. Brother, what does our uncle look like? He is 100 years old. Does that mean his son is older than our father? My goodness, when we arrive at our uncle's house, will some old men call us uncle and aunt? Should we give them red envelopes? Chapter 68. I teach you to write the month's post red envelopes? What kind of thinking is that? Li Hualin pondered as he chewed on a piece of fish, suddenly realizing the logic in Li Huasu's words. If their uncle was indeed a century old, then his son must be at least 75, older than their parents. Following that logic, perhaps his older brother's son was already in his 50s or 60s, comparable in age to their father. As the youngest son in the family, had we adhered to the hierarchical conventions of our rural relatives, it would indeed be possible for a throng of elderly men and women to refer to him as uncle or elder. Rubbing his hands together, Li Hualin retrieved the package and eagerly unwrapped it, curious to discover what Zhao Yakin had sent him. It felt heavy. Upon opening it, he found a hot water bottle, floral fabric, a flashlight, green rubber shoes, cotton slippers, and a pair of new work gloves, all clearly not intended for him. Brother, did our mother really send all this home for you? Li Huashu gazed at the contents of the package, her face scrunching up at the thought. The winter chill in the north could freeze a person, and she had to rely on the stove to keep warm at night. Their mother hadn't even thought to send her a hot water bottle for comfort. Yet here were 3 brand new hot water bottles, along with the rubber shoes, cotton slippers, and work gloves, all pristine. She stared longingly at her own worn cloth shoes, eager to compare the size of her feet to the cotton slippers. But a stern glance from Li Hualin left her feeling aggrieved. These items were undoubtedly prepared by their father for their uncle. Given their family's circumstances, it would take quite a while to accumulate such a collection, proving that their father still thought of their uncle. Li Hualin secured the package tightly, leaned back in his chair, and sipped on some orange juice while gazing out at the retreating landscape, lost in thought. Li Huashu blinked, mimicking Li Hualin's demeanor as she sighed, her gaze falling upon the unfinished food on the table, resuming her hurried consumption. 8 hours passed in a blur of eating. Without the clamor of fellow passengers in the carriage, Li Hualin took the opportunity to write for a while Li Huashu busied herself with a skipping rope, engaging the resting attendants in playful antics, bringing smiles to their faces. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Lin City. Please collect your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. Do not rush or cause a commotion. As night fell, the train slowed to a stop. Leaning against the window, Li Huashu observed the bustling crowd on the platform and turned to Li Hualin. Brother, where is our uncle's home? Are we heading there first? Li Hualin glanced at the clock. It was already past 7. Uncertain if there would still be any buses to Shantytown at this hour, he shook his head. I fear there may be no more buses at this time. Let us find a place to stay for the night. Li Hualin slung the bag over his shoulder and tied their wrists together with a piece of rope, leading her by the hand toward the dining car door. Ready to disembark. Brother, without an introduction letter, won't the guest house refuse us? Li Huashu looked at the tight knot around her wrist, feeling uncomfortable and scratching at it. Knowing this was her brother's way of ensuring she wouldn't get lost, and she could only endure it. It's all right. The old train conductor has acquaintances in Lin City. He asked the supervisor of the station's guest house. He already called ahead, and they've permitted us to stay for the night without needing an introduction letter. As the train doors swung open, The passengers surged forward, and Li Hualin and Li Huashu were swept along, immediately feeling the biting cold wind that made them shiver. Observing the swirling snowflakes, Li Hualin tightened Li Huashu's coat around her and, hand in hand, they followed the throng of travelers out of Lin City train station. Brother, where's that guest house you mentioned? I'm so cold. Upon exiting the platform, Li Huashu surveyed the bustling crowd around him, repeatedly stamping his feet and rubbing his small hands together, exhaling warmth into his palms while fully covering his ears with a woolen hat. The wind and snow intensified, prompting Li Hualin to retrieve a notepad and, following a particularly simplified map, guide Li Huashu to a lodging house named Red Star Guest House. Brother, is this the place? Li Huashu inquired. Li Hualin nodded, pushed open the door, and led his sibling inside. Upon entering, Li Hualin approached the window of the lounge, scrutinizing the room rates posted on the wall. He tapped on the window, which opened to reveal a middle-aged woman who appraised both Li Hualin and Li Huashu with curiosity. Hello, comrades. I am here on the recommendation of Uncle Zhou. He mentioned you could accommodate us for a night, she stated. Oh, so you must be Li Hualin and Li Huashu, the woman replied, stepping out of the lounge to present a registration book. With a smile, she continued, Old Zhou called ahead. I've arranged the room at the back for you. No need for a letter of introduction, but we will require registration and accommodation fees. Li Hualin nodded in understanding, inscribing their names in the log before handing over 5 yuan and receiving the key to their room. Following the supervisor's directions, he led Li Huashu to a corner of the corridor, opened the door, and felt along the wall for the electrical wires, finally locating the light switch. The room, approximately 15 to 16 square meters, was simply furnished with 2 single beds, a sofa, and a tea table, all impeccably clean. Li Huashu caressed the mattress, plopping down onto it with glee. Brother, this bed is so soft. Seizing the thermos, Li Hualin instructed, I'll go fetch some water. You behave yourself. Okay. Li Huashu pouted, watching Li Hualin depart, and immediately transformed into a curious explorer, touching everything in the room as if everything were new. The corridor bore directional signs, and Li Hualin followed the arrows to the water room, where a worker was busy stoking the boiler. Noticing Li Hualin's arrival, the worker paused, wiped the soot from his face, and gestured towards the water tank. Young comrade, be careful when drawing water, don't scald yourself. Li Hualin nodded in acknowledgement, positioning the thermos beneath the boiling water spout. After rinsing it out and refilling it, he returned to the room. Inside, Li Huashu had already nestled into the blankets, an army coat draped over the quilt. Upon seeing Li Hualin return, she timidly remarked, Brother, I'm hungry. Are you a pig? You just ate so much on the bus and you're still hungry? Just look at the time. Bear with it until tomorrow. Li Hualin retorted, warming the thermos in hot water and filling a hot water bottle, which he tucked into Li Huashu's bedding. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, Li Huashu expressed surprise. Brother, aren't you using it? I'm not as delicate as you. With no immediate inclination to sleep, Li Hualin retrieved his notebook and pen, propping himself against the headboard to write. As he scribbled, he soon heard the sounds of snoring. Turning his head, he found Li Huashu drooling in her slumber. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Hualin rose early and ventured to the state-run breakfast shop to purchase steamed buns and rice porridge. Upon returning to the guest house, he found Li Huashu still asleep and slipped his cold hands beneath her blankets, grasping her arm gently. How cold it is. Brother, what are you doing? Li Huashu was instantly awakened by Li Hualin's grip on her arm, her drowsiness dissipating entirely as she sat up, looking quite aggrieved. However, upon catching a whiff of breakfast, she promptly seized a bun and began to devour it, her little mouth smeared with grease. Li Hualin pushed a bowl of porridge towards her and, having handed her a pair of chopsticks, settled down on the sofa to mend the lining of his cotton-padded jacket. Earlier, on the train, he had removed the money and tickets concealed within the jacket's lining for inspection, and now he had to sew it back in. As he glanced at Li Huashu gorging herself, he couldn't help but frown. Eat slowly. There's no one competing with you. Brother. When are we going to Uncle's house? Li Huashu inquired, her swallowing momentarily slowing as she focused on Li Hualin's needlework. Stealthily, she withdrew a large bill from the stack of cash on the table, but upon noticing Li Hualin's amused gaze, she pouted and returned the bill to its original place. Brother, can one really earn so much money from writing? Teach me how to write novels. I want to earn money too. Once the lining was successfully mended, Li Hualin pinched it to ensure it was secure before putting on the jacket. Noticing Li Huashu's eager gaze, he playfully pinched her nose, adding a hint of teasing. Have you learned all the characters? Can you form sentences? Have you read any extracurricular books? If you want to write, show me your high school diploma first, and then I'll teach you how to write, Uezi. Chapter 69. I want to be a soldier, Uezi? What is that? I know how to take care of someone during confinement, ensuring they don't catch a chill, but how does that relate to writing? Li Huashu furrowed her brow, feeling as though Li Hualin was mocking her for amusement, though she found no justification for it. Li Hualin stifled a laugh, taking a bite of his bun, which only added to Li Huashu's confusion. What are you laughing at? After breakfast, Li Hualin sought out the supervisor of the guest house to inquire about the bus schedules and routes to Shantytown, then accompanied Li Huashu to check out. Brother, didn't T-Mom send something for Uncle? Do we need to deliver it? Upon leaving the guest house, Li Huashu assumed Li Hualin would take her directly to the bus station. But to her surprise, he led her into a supply and marketing cooperative instead. Comrade, I'd like a kilogram of fruit candy, 3 jars of canned fruit. Is that honey? Just one? Then put that honey in for me. And, let us have a kilogram of cake, and a bit of peach crisp, yes. This should be enough. At the counter, Li Hualin pointed to the items on the shelves, glancing at Li Huashu and tapping her forehead. When we meet Uncle, the gifts from Mom and Dad are theirs, but we must prepare our own gifts, understood? Once all the items were piled together, the salesperson rattled the abacus, calculating the total. 1 kilogram of fruit candy, 1 kilogram of honey, 1 kilogram of cake, 2 packets of peach crisp, and 3 jars of canned fruit amounted to a total of 46 yuan, plus sugar tickets, miscellaneous food tickets, and several pastry tickets. Li Huashu gazed at Li Hualin, counting the large quantities of unity and shopping tickets, her eyes filled with concern. She hastily grabbed a handful of fruit candies and stuffed them into her pocket. Brother, have you bought too much? This amount of money is nearly equivalent to Dad's monthly salary, and there are so many tickets. Well, let it be, he replied. After all, this is our first visit to Uncle's house. Once he is gone, we won't need to bring so much. Securing their bundles, Li Hualin pulled Li Huashu towards the bus station, boarding the coach bound for Shantytown. If the train resembled a bustling marketplace, the bus surely exemplified a grand bazaar. The coach to Shantytown was a Linsher brand 680 model, measuring 13.5 meters in length and 2.57 meters in width. Built on a robust chassis with a reinforced 661 framework. The front featured an air intake grille and headlights, while the rear housed a luggage compartment. Powered by a modified Jiefeng 10 engine, it boasted a maximum output of 142 horsepower and a top speed of 60 kilometers per hour. Inside, there were 61 seats with a capacity for 80 passengers, offering ample space, though the seats were rudimentary hard ones, and the windows operated manually. In stark contrast to the train's passengers, who brought along chickens and ducks, the bus riders were rather unpretentious, transporting an array of live animals, including chickens, ducks, puppies, and piglets. Some even managed to tie up calves and stuff them into the luggage compartment. This peculiar arrangement meant that, despite the 61 seats, the bus was laden with nearly 100 living creatures. Li Huashu, seated in the corner beside Li Hualin, watched as a hen flitted about the cabin. Swallowing hard. Brother, is this a vehicle for humans? Why is someone holding a piglet? Li Hualin produced a pair of earplugs and a mask he had prepared in advance, distributing them to Li Huashu. He lowered the window slightly, frowning as he said, "They can't possibly afford piglets. It must be a collective purchase by the production team, intended for breeding." Shantytown served as a transit hub for nearby villages. To travel from Lin City, one could either take the bus or hitch a ride. In these times, those who could manage to travel by mule cart were truly a rarity. Just bear with it. It's a 3-hour journey, and it will soon pass. Li Huashu donned the mask and earplugs, finding the presence of piglets amusing rather than unpleasant. However, the incessant grunting soon became irksome. Time slipped away as the bus filled to capacity, finally setting off slowly, its acceleration sluggish due to the heavy load. The hot water bottle nestled in Li Huashu's coat had turned cold, forcing her to take it out and hold it. As Li Hualin felt the bus jolt and sway, he nearly bounced out of his seat a few times, his head almost colliding with the window. He stared out at the scenery rushing by, accepting the fruit candies offered by Li Huashu, grimacing slightly. Everything was normal within the city. While the road conditions were somewhat poor, at least there was a road. However, once they left the city limits, the ground became uneven. and the vehicle transformed into a bouncing contraption, causing chaos among the animals on board. How much longer do we have to sit? I feel like my body is going to fall apart. Initially, Li Huashu found the constant jolting amusing, but as time wore on, she realized that enduring such a ride was far from easy. She was a girl raised in the city, and even when traveling by bus, it was on a smooth road, never having endured such hardship. Not only Li Huashu, but even Li Hualin felt nauseous from the jostling, as if the breakfast they had consumed was about to rise to their throats. Just as he was about to speak, he could no longer hold back and hastily rolled down the window to expel his discomfort outside. After retching several times, Li Hualin took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth and rolled the window back up, only to discover a multitude of soldiers training in the fields of the Western Zhou. They were either running long distances or practicing with bayonets, which piqued his curiosity. An elderly gentleman nearby scrutinized Li Hualin and Li Huashu, noticing they did not appear to be locals, and chuckled, "Young comrades. Those soldiers have been here for quite some time." Li Huashu blinked and handed a piece of fruit candy to the old man, asking, "Grandpa, why are there soldiers here?" The old man accepted the candy with a smile, tucking it away without eating it, his expression darkening with a hint of irritation. "Isn't it due to those old Russians causing trouble in the north?" Li Hualin raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards the old man, eager to hear more. The term Old Russians generally referred to the Soviet people. Currently, the Vietnamese were provoking tensions at the southern border, forming an alliance with the Soviets, resulting in heightened conflict along the borders of Huaxia. The three northern provinces were closest to the Soviet Union, and the fields were filled with soldiers in training, undoubtedly those stationed in the villages to guard against potential threats from the Soviets. It was no wonder that during this period, a large number of educated youth were returning to the cities, as the fields had transformed into military encampments, leaving no place for them to work. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, causing the bus to sway and skid, eliciting panicked screams from the passengers within. Eventually, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside, half of its front protruding off the small road, nearly toppling into the fields. The abrupt stop left the passengers disoriented, and the driver, wielding a wrench, angrily exited the vehicle to inspect the blown tire, stamping his foot in frustration. He banged on the bus frame, exclaiming, "Don't panic. We've got a flat tire." He then shouted to the ticket collector, "Go find some soldiers to help." Li Hualin rubbed Li Huashu's swollen forehead, silently relieved that he had shielded her at the crucial moment, or she would have surely been thrown from her seat. He watched as the ticket collector hurriedly jumped off the bus and rushed towards the military camp in the distance, then turned to the old man beside him and asked, "Comrade, how far is it to Zhou from here?" The elderly gentleman, rubbing his scratched scalp, replied, "Zhou? That's quite far, about 70 or 80 li." Li Hualin frowned upon hearing this. "So far away, we can only wait for the tire to be changed." Soon, a squad of soldiers lined up and approached, instructing the passengers to disembark as they set to work replacing the bus tire. The squad leader examined the damaged tire and furrowed his brow, stating, "Comrade, your tire is excessively worn. If you often travel long distances, you need to replace your tires more frequently. What would you do if we weren't here, in a place with no village in sight?" The driver merely nodded in acknowledgement, and as the tire was promptly replaced, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the soldiers. "Thank you, comrades. Without you, I truly wouldn't know what to do today." The soldiers, embodying the spirit of camaraderie between military and civilian, replied, "No need for thanks. Just be on your way." The company commander called out to his comrades to prepare for their return, but suddenly halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the crowd. He approached, exclaiming, "No wonder you look so familiar. It truly is you." "And you are?" Li Hualin, waiting under the vehicle for a tire repair, felt a surge of curiosity at the commander's approach. The commander, with a warm smile, replied, "Zhuang Xian is my comrade. Do you remember him? The little genius from Long University. You are Instructor Wang Xian?" Li Hualin scrutinized the commander, a flicker of joy lighting his eyes as he recognized him as the physics instructor from before. He inquired further, "You are here? Is Instructor Zhuang Xian also around?" Wang Xian glanced at the passengers from the West Zhou who were approaching, pulling Li Hualin to a secluded spot. Noting Li Huashu following closely, he frowned slightly. "Currently, the northern region is in a state of readiness. Zhuang Xian and I are not stationed together. But tell me, what brings you here?" "I came to visit family in Lijiaten. I never expected to encounter you here." "What a coincidence. This is my sister. Huashu, meet Instructor Wang." Li Huashu peered shyly from behind Li Hualin, her large eyes stealing glances at Wang Xian, and sweetly greeted, "Hello, Instructor Wang." Wang Xian nodded at Li Huashu and turned to Li Hualin, saying, "The car is repaired. You should get going. I must return to my post." Li Hualin stopped Wang Xian, retrieving a package of peach crisps from his backpack and pressing it into Wang Xian's hands. "I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept this." Wang Xian returned the peach crisps to Li Hualin's embrace, bidding farewell to his comrades as he jogged away. Li Huashu watched Wang Xian's departing figure, murmuring, "Brother, soldiers are so impressive. Can I join the army?" Li Hualin pulled Li Huashu towards the vehicle, raising an eyebrow at her enthusiasm. "Let us focus on graduating from middle school first." Chapter 70. We have met. I must call you Uncle Lu. The vehicle continued on its route. Yet Li Huashu's gaze remained fixed on the window, captivated by the military encampment in the fields, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The bumpy journey persisted. And just as Li Hualin believed his bones might shatter from the jolting, the bus finally came to a stop. The ticket collector raised a piercing horn, announcing, "Zhouzhen has arrived. Those heading to Zhou, Wu, Zheng, Wang, or Zhao's family in Lijiatin, hurry and disembark, or you might miss your stop." Hearing the announcement, Li Huashu felt as if heaven had opened its doors, eagerly pushing Li Hualin. "Brother, we have arrived." "Not yet, even after getting off. We must find a cart to Lijiatin. By the time we truly arrive, it will likely be dark." Li Hualin shouldered his pack and helped Li Huashu adjust her jacket. As Li Huashu watched the bus drive away, gazing at the desolate surroundings, she caught falling snowflakes in her hands, shivering from the cold. "Brother, will there be any carts passing by in this weather? What do you think?" Li Hualin stood still, surveying the area, constantly orienting himself, and pointed down a side road. "Let us walk. We cannot just stand here waiting." Li Huashu nodded. "Brother, are you hungry?" Li Hualin adjusted his hat. To say he wasn't hungry would be a lie. He had only eaten 2 buns and a bowl of porridge in the morning, which he had promptly expelled after getting on the bus. Now, in this biting cold, it was well past 1 in the afternoon, and his stomach was empty. How could he not be hungry? This hunger gnawed at him, and despite his robust physique, he felt the chill penetrating deeply. He pondered for a moment, then unwrapped a package of peach crisps, sharing them with Li Huashu as they walked amidst the biting cold wind. After traversing 2 miles, the snowfall intensified, yet not a single cart was in sight. "Brother, do you think Mother no longer wants you and deliberately cast you aside?" The peach crisps were not entirely satisfying. With each bite, it felt as though a gust of cold air entered his stomach. Li Huashu had only eaten 1 piece and felt no warmth. Instead, she felt even colder. Li Hualin shot her a glance and noticed the snow accumulating thicker ahead, rendering further progress impossible. They had no choice but to turn back to the main road. Suddenly, the distant sound of jingling bells from a horse-drawn cart reached their ears. Spotting the cart approaching, Li Hualin hurriedly stepped into the middle of the road to halt it. The driver, an elderly man, brought the cart to a stop, eyeing the 2 children curiously. "Are you 2 from the city?" he inquired. Li Hualin nodded. "Good sir. We are headed to Lijiatin to visit relatives." "Where are you bound? Might you take us part way?" "Lijiatin, you say? Well, I'm from Lijiatin myself. Consider yourselves fortunate. Hop on." The cart was laden with dry grass, precariously overloaded. Gratefully, Li Hualin thanked him repeatedly and helped Li Huashu climb atop the heap of grass. With a flick of the whip, the old horse resumed its journey. The old man puffed on a pipe filled with low-quality tobacco, which produced a harsh smoke. Yet he appeared quite content, humming a little tune. Once Li Hualin and his sister were settled, he struck up a conversation. "I was born and raised in Lijiatin. Everyone knows me there. Who are you looking for in Lijiatin?" "Perhaps I know them." The wind and snow grew fiercer, but thankfully the dry grass provided some shelter, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor. Li Hualin tucked Li Huashu into the grass mound and replied, "Good sir, have you heard of Li Guoren? He is my uncle, and I have come to find him." The old man suddenly reined in the horse, leaping down to scrutinize Li Hualin closely. "What did you just say? You are looking for your uncle Li Guoren? What is your name?" Li Hualin, sensing the old man's astonishment, grew slightly wary. "Good sir, what does my name have to do with this?" The old man stomped his foot in frustration. "It matters greatly. My name is Li Rongyuan, and Li Guoren is my grandfather. Do you understand?" "What?" Li Huashu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she swallowed hard. My father is called Li Guozhou." Li Hualin felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I am Li Hualin. Pray tell, how old are you, good sir?" "Please, don't ask about age. I can't bear that. I am but 15 years old. Li Rongyuan waved his hands dismissively, then scrutinized Li Hualin and Li Huashu once more, slapping his thigh in excitement. This is remarkable. I must call you sixth uncle. Finally, my father has brought someone from the 13th uncle's family. Come, let us return to the village. Li Rongyuan climbed back onto the cart and vigorously whipped the horse. Giddy up, giddy up. Li Hualin stared at Li Rongyuan, astonished by this sudden emergence of a much younger nephew. Although he had anticipated something like this, it still felt quite absurd. He couldn't help but ask, so, Li Rongyuan, your grandfather, my uncle, is he in good health? Uncle, as you are an elder, you may simply call me Rongyuan, or even by my childhood name, or Yuan. My grandfather has been bedridden for many years, and his condition has deteriorated progressively. Had it not been for his frail health this year, my father would not have taken the liberty to write a letter to Uncle Shisan. Uncle, how is Uncle Shisan's health? Li Rongyuan repeatedly addressed him as uncle, making Li Hualin feel somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing this, he replied, my father is doing reasonably well. As they conversed intermittently along the way, Li Rongyuan, eager to return home, took less than 30 minutes to bring Li Hualin and his sister back to Lijiaten. Nestled against the mountains, Lijiaten is bordered by a forest to the rear, and at the village entrance stands an ancient elm tree, its branches cloaked in snow, towering over 20 meters high, driving the horse-drawn carriage into the village. Li Rongyuan halted before a small courtyard enclosed by mud walls, calling out to the house, Father, Uncle Lu from Uncle Shisan's family has arrived. The courtyard featured a brick and tile house on the west side, with a corner stacked high with firewood, and a makeshift shed housing a mule and some graphite. As the thick door curtain was lifted, an elderly man with graying hair and a stooped posture emerged, supported by several middle-aged individuals. What? Uncle Shisan has come? Upon seeing Li Hualin and Li Huashu disembark from the carriage, he scrutinized them closely, murmuring, so similar, they look just like Uncle Shisan. Are you, by chance, the eldest brother Li Huazhong? Li Hualin, noticing the old man approaching briskly, quickly stepped forward to assist him. As he helped the elder, he examined him closely, and, upon hearing him call out Uncle Shisan, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Ah, yes, indeed, I am Li Huazhong. And you must be Xiao Yozi. Then this must be the youngest sister, he exclaimed. Quickly, let us go inside. It is chilly out here. Hualin, I wrote to Annie before, but she did not respond. How is Uncle Shisan's health? Li Huazhong warmly took Li Hualin and Li Huashu by the hand, leading them towards the brick and tile house. Relatives gathered around, parting to clear a path and lifting the door curtain with curiosity to observe Li Hualin. Inside, the house was divided into two sections, each containing a room. The outer room featured an earthen Kong, with a Kong table and a small desk atop it. The windows were wooden, and the walls were plastered with old newspapers, lacking any unnecessary furniture. Upon entering, Li Huazhong guided Li Hualin and Li Huashu up onto the Kong, then instructed those inside, go. Fetch everyone in the family, and let them know that visitors have arrived from Uncle Shisan's house. Li Hualin placed the bundle on the Kong, feeling the warmth emanating from it, and removed his shoes to dispel the chill from his body. Someone handed him a steaming water jug, and after taking a sip of the hot water, he beckoned Li Huashu to open the bundle. He pointed to the items laid out on the table and introduced, these are gifts from my parents, like the honey that can be dissolved in water, which is good for the elderly. Uncle Shisan, why bring such things? They are quite expensive. Li Huazhong gazed at the modest spread of food and supplies, his eyes reddening. He gently stroked Li Hualin's hand, murmuring, in truth, your uncle does not require these items. What he yearns for most is to see Uncle Shisan. Li Hualin nodded, his eyes reddening slightly as he explained. My father also wishes to return to our hometown to visit Uncle, but as a factory worker and technician, he simply cannot leave. Moreover, with the heavy snow blanketing the land, it is inconvenient for the elderly to venture outside. Hence, I was asked to come here with my younger sister. Li Huazhong sighed and shook his head, gently stroking Li Hualin's hand, as if he had a myriad of unspoken words. Before long, a throng of people filled the spacious little room, ranging from the elderly to the young, all staring intently at the gifts on the table and at the siblings. Li Hualin and his sister. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. Old she? Chapter 71, Great-Granduncle? The unexpected exclamation drew Li Hualin's gaze, and he was taken aback as he recognized a familiar figure pushing through the crowd. Third brother? Li Hualin quickly stood up and embraced Li Xingyu, surprised at this unexpected reunion. Li Xingyu interrupted the conversation between Li Huazhong and Li Hualin, which was rather impolite, causing Li Huazhong's expression to darken. However, upon seeing the camaraderie between Li Hualin and Li Xingyu, a look of confusion crossed his face. Hualin, do you two know each other? Li Xingyu replied with a grin. Great-grandfather, it's more than just knowing each other. Old Shi is a member of our dormitory. He spoke halfway, glancing at Li Hualin, swallowing hard, as if the sky had suddenly fallen upon him. Li Hualin was also taken aback. The character Hua belonged to their generation, while the next generation was represented by Rong. Although he was unaware of what came beneath Rong, upon seeing Li Xingyu, a flicker of suspicion arose within him. Could it be that beneath Rong lay Xing? Yet, when he heard Li Xingyu refer to Li Huazhong as great-grandfather, Li Hualin was truly bewildered. Wasn't that the generation of great-grandchildren? Instinctively, they both hastily released each other and took a step back, feeling somewhat awkward. Li Huashu, with an expression of curiosity, approached, saying, Xingyu, you just called brother Huazhong great-grandfather. Does that mean you have to call me brother too? Li Hualin pressed down on Li Huashu's head, pushing her back into the warmth of the Kong, and smiled awkwardly at Li Xingyu, saying, call me whatever you like. Let us not worry about generations. A middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, frowning as he looked at Li Xingyu, asking, Xingyu, what is going on? Li Xingyu appeared as deflated as a wilted plant, his face a mask of frustration. Hearing the question, he pouted, on the verge of tears. Dad, didn't I tell you before? There's a little prodigy in my dormitory who got into university at 15 and is particularly close to me. Who would have thought he would be Li Hualin? He began to say, but his words faltered as he pointed at Li Hualin, causing the assembled crowd to stifle their laughter. Li Mingrui's face flushed with embarrassment. Seeing Li Huazhong's stern expression directed at him, he sighed heavily and bowed to Li Hualin, saying, Mingrui pays his respects to great-granduncle. This address of great-granduncle left Li Xingyu feeling utterly humiliated, wishing desperately to disappear into a crack in the ground. To make matters worse, he was compelled to call Li Hualin the same, under the guise of propriety. Li Xingyu's face turned the color of a ripe pumpkin as he managed to force out the words, great-granduncle, before turning and squeezing through the crowd to flee. This child truly gives me no peace. Li Mingrui, upon witnessing Li Xingyu's departure, could not help but let out another sigh. He nodded at Li Hualin and turned to Li Huazhong, saying, Grandfather, the village committee requires my presence. I must return now. With that, he squeezed through the crowd and exited, leaving Li Hualin with a puzzled expression. Noticing his curiosity, Li Huazhong slowly explained, Mingrui is the village secretary of Lijiaten. He is quite occupied, so you need not concern yourself with him. He then turned to the throng of family members gathered in the room and admonished them with a stern look. Hualin's father is my 13th uncle. Do not be deceived by his youth. His lineage is significant. The group exchanged glances, and one by one, they offered their respects to Li Hualin and Li Huashu. Some referred to him as uncle, while others called him aunt, and several children squeezed through the crowd, calling him great-uncle and great-aunt. Altogether, they numbered no fewer than 30. In the face of such a multitude of younger relatives, Li Hualin and Li Huashu could only sit cross-legged on the Kong, producing the small change they had exchanged at the supply and marketing cooperative. For each bow received, they offered a 1 yuan red envelope. In an era where the maximum daily labor yield was merely 10 work points, and considering Lijiaten's production efficiency, 1 work point could be exchanged for approximately 2 fun. Therefore, 10 work points amounted to just over 2 jiao, a sum that was, under normal circumstances, the earnings of a robust laborer for 5 to 6 days. For the elderly, the weak, women, and children who had not yet reached adulthood, a day's yield was barely 5 or 6 work points, translating to just over 1 jiao. Thus, 1 yuan equated to the wages of a laborer for 5 or 6 days. With both elders distributing the envelopes, each younger relative received no less than 2 yuan, and families with numerous children were overjoyed. Initially, a gaggle of older men bowed to the 2 youngsters, feeling somewhat embarrassed, but as time progressed, their bows grew increasingly fervent, to the point that they even broke the skin on their foreheads. Li Huazhong, meanwhile, sat composedly to the side, transitioning from mild resistance to a contented smile as he stroked his beard, all the while observing Li Hualin with keen interest. In his heart, he mused, in my youth, I learned to read faces from a fortune teller. This young lad is extraordinary. He possesses an innate aura of wealth and prosperity. Despite his tender age, His temperament is remarkably composed, and his eloquence, coupled with his ability to gauge the hearts of others, rivals that of any adult. At just 15, he embodies the characteristics of great fortune. Finally, the old Li family has seen the clouds part. Li Huashu held a stack of cash notes in her hand, giving one to each bowing individual. Initially, she found it amusing, but as the money left her grasp, regret washed over her. This is real money, 1 yuan for each person. Why are there so many younger relatives? Are they all here pretending to be family? Tracing back to Li Guoren and extending to Li Xingyu's generation, the main lineage of the old Li family had reached 5 generations under one roof. Having many descendants was not unusual. In the south, they would certainly be considered a large family, easily surpassing 100 members. However, when it came time to distribute the money, Li Hualin realized that the number of male descendants in the Li family was rather sparse. Aside from a few able-bodied men, only children remained, whereas the number of women was quite significant. Observing Li Hualin's demeanor as the money was nearly all distributed, Li Huazhong waved his hand to dismiss the crowd. With the assistance of Li Rongyuan, he motioned for Li Hualin and Li Huashu to follow him into the inner room. The interior space was modest, with a weathered wooden cabinet nestled in the corner. At the center lay an earthen bed upon which rested an elderly man, whose visage was gaunt and skeletal, resembling a mere husk. Li Huashu had never encountered such a terrifying sight and instinctively cowered behind Li Hualin, casting furtive glances. Trembling, Li Huazhong pushed aside Li Rongyuan and squatted by the earthen bed, gently stroking the frail arm of the old man, whispering, "Father, Xiaolu and Yao Mei have come to see you." After calling a few times, he turned to Li Hualin, sorrow etched across his features, and said softly, "Your uncle has been like this for a long time." He could once respond, but now, "I have written to Auntie, hoping that Uncle Shursan might return for a visit. Hualin, the grievances of the older generation are beyond our place to comment on. Yet my father has always held Uncle Shursan in his thoughts. Is this my uncle?" Though Li Hualin had already formed a suspicion in his heart, he could not help but inquire aloud, for the figure on the bed bore no resemblance to a living person. It was a mere skeleton wrapped in parchment-like skin, devoid of flesh. His eyes were open, but the sockets were deeply sunken, with only a layer of shriveled skin concealing the bones beneath, adorned with brittle folds. Anyone who chanced upon this sight at night would surely think they encountered a specter. After patting Li Huashu, Li Hualin approached the bed of Li Guoren, kneeling on the ground to bow 3 times, murmuring, "Uncle, my father is now a party member and a senior technician at the factory. He wishes to visit you but is unable to, so he has sent me and my sister to see you." Upon finishing, Li Hualin gestured for Li Huashu to kneel and bow, then rose to caress Li Guoren's hand, feeling a flicker of warmth, and softly spoke, "Uncle, I am Hualin, the son of your 13th brother, here to see you." "Father, can you hear me? Your brother's son has come to visit you. Please open your eyes." Li Huazhong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, also softly calling out to Li Guoren. Suddenly, as if touched by a moment of clarity, Li Guoren emitted a faint sound, and his murky eyes appeared to regain focus. He trembled as he raised his arm, yearning to caress Li Hualin's face. Li Hualin quickly crouched down, placing Li Guoren's hand on his cheek, gently rubbing it. "Uncle, Hualin is here." Sensing the warmth of Li Hualin's palm, Li Guoren repeatedly murmured, Old Shursan, as a stream of tears cascaded down his cheeks. "You have finally forgiven." The last word faltered on his lips, and his arm fell limply, the spark of life extinguished. Li Huazhong trembled uncontrollably, gazing at Li Guoren's closed eyes, and patted Li Hualin's shoulder. "Father has passed." Tears streamed down Li Hualin's cheeks as he grasped Li Guoren's wrist, attempting to feel for a pulse, but ultimately turned away, unable to bear it. Li Huashu, bewildered, approached Li Hualin, intently observing Li Guoren's appearance, and burst into tears. "Brother, uncle." Li Hualin produced a handkerchief to wipe Li Huashu's tears, forcing a faint smile. "Uncle has received the outcome he desired and has departed to another world." He then turned to Li Huazhong. "What shall we do about uncle's funeral? At 100 years of age, could this be considered a joyous departure?" Li Huazhong's body had become increasingly stooped. With the support of Li Rongyuan, he shakily rose to his feet, nodded slightly, and gestured towards the wooden cabinet, tears streaming down his face. Li Rongyuan opened the cabinet and retrieved a somewhat faded Zhongshan suit, which he placed beside the Kong before he could contain his grief any longer. Li Huazhong waved his hand at Li Rongyuan, saying, "Rongyuan, first take your aunt outside. I need to change clothes for your grandfather with your sixth uncle. Li Rongyuan nodded and led the hesitant Li Huashu out to the outer room, closing the door behind them. Li Huazhong sighed deeply. Hualin, I can no longer lift your father. You must change him into his longevity garment. Chapter 72. Call me aunt. And I shall give you red envelopes. Hualin nodded in response, removed his shoes, and ascended the Kong to change Li Guorin into his old clothes, showing not a trace of impatience. The news of the family's elder passing soon spread throughout the Li household. As Li Hualin exited the inner room, the outer room was already filled with people. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Rongyuan approached. Sixth uncle, what about my father? Hualin scanned the faces in the room, turned back to close the door, and solemnly stated, let my elder brother stay with uncle for a while. He then handed 2 large banknotes to Li Rongyuan. Rongyuan, if anything is needed for the funeral, purchase it as you see fit. If funds fall short, let me know. Since uncle has passed, let him depart with dignity. Do not fear the expenses. Li Rongyuan clenched the banknotes, furrowing his brow, before maneuvering through the crowd to arrange for the funeral expenses. Hualin turned to Li Xingyu, who emerged from the throng with tearful eyes. Great uncle, my great-grandfather. Hualin nodded, forcing a smile. Everyone must eventually pass. Uncle lived a long life. So you should smile. He continued, from now on, we'll regard our generations separately. In public, I shall call you third brother, and you shall refer to me as great uncle. In private, we remain brothers. Li Xingyu was taken aback, nodding as if resigned. I truly did not expect that. In the blink of an eye, the generational gap between us has widened so much. Hualin agreed. I too did not foresee this. In the blink of an eye, my generation has grown so vast. He then furrowed his brow. I heard from my mother that fifth uncle is still residing in the old home. Has anyone informed him? Li Xingyu slightly shook his head, then nodded. Fifth great uncle has a rather peculiar temperament and does not get along with the villagers. He moved out long ago and lives on the back mountain, where the older generation takes turns caring for him. Given the significance of great-grandfather's passing, my father will certainly inform fifth great uncle, so do not worry. Before long, Li Xingchen squeezed through the crowd and approached Li Hualin, whispering, sixth great uncle. My father asked me to tell you that preparations are underway at the gravesite. He wants you to come with me. The gravesite? Hualin furrowed his brow at this. Earlier in the house, Li Huazhong had explained the complex and cumbersome funeral customs of the countryside. However, due to the lingering constraints of old traditions, all processes must be simplified. Yellow paper must be replaced with white paper, cut into the shape of coins. There should be no paper cows or horses displayed at the door, as everything should be moved to the gravesite. Mourning, wearing mourning attire, and carrying the coffin into the burial should all be minimized. The elderly have departed, and such matters are of little concern. In essence, the priority is to avoid causing trouble for Li Mingrue, the village secretary, and to prevent any gossip from the villagers. As for this grave, it had been prepared several years ago, shortly after Li Guorin was paralyzed. Li Huazhong had arranged for it, leaving it vacant. He gestured for Li Xingyu to observe Li Huashu, while Li Hualin was about to follow Li Xingchen away, only to be halted by Li Huashu grasping his arm. Brother, where are you going? I want to go with you. That place is not suitable for children. It is best to stay at home and not stray too far from your brother Xingyu. With a reproachful glare from Li Hualin, Li Huashu felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, almost in tears, and reluctantly returned to sit beside Li Xingyu, watching as Li Hualin departed with several younger relatives. The grave prepared by Li Huazhong for Li Guorin was said to be meticulously chosen, an absolute treasure of feng shui, located near a small pond at the back of the mountain. When Li Hualin and the younger relatives arrived at the pond's edge, they encountered an elderly man with a limp, standing by the grave, his back turned to them. Upon hearing their footsteps, the old man turned around, revealing a face etched with sorrow. His murky gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Li Hualin, and he sighed. So much alike. Truly like a mold from which you were all cast. It was I who bestowed upon you the name Hualin. Why hasn't the 13th returned? Though the old man's eyes were clouded, Li Hualin felt a prickling sensation under the scrutiny of his gaze, and quickly stepped forward to assist him. You must be my fifth uncle. My father, he. Nonsense. I know well the temperament of the 13th. At your age, he was already a militia member, capable of taking down the Japanese devils, even the leader of the village's child soldiers. His character is that of a stubborn mule. Once he decides something, even 8 oxen couldn't pull him back. Ah, if he could bring you back, it signifies a softening on his part, that rascal. Li Guoxin abruptly interrupted Li Hualin's words, his aged hand brushing against his forehead before giving it a gentle pat. Let us not dwell on our generation, Hualin. Yours is a different story. The old are aging. The dead are passing, and few remain. Do not be like your reckless father, who leaves and never returns. Li Jiatuan is eternally the root of the Li family, and it is your root as well. Old are aging, dead are passing? Li Hualin understood the former, but what of the latter? He increasingly sensed that others referred to him as the sixth uncle, not merely because he was the sixth child of Li Guozhong, but perhaps there were other hidden truths. Nodding, he glanced toward Li Xingqian, who had already begun to burn paper offerings at the grave, finding himself puzzled. Li Rongyuan was the second son of Li Huazhong, and Li Mingrui referred to Li Rongyuan as the second uncle. Thus, who was Li Rongyuan's elder brother? The grandfather of Li Xingyu and Li Xingqian? Why had he not yet made an appearance? Was he perhaps not in Li Jiatuan? Go burn paper money for your elder uncle. I am not at the age where I require assistance. Li Guoxin pushed Li Hualin gently. Nodding, Li Hualin approached the grave, fixating on the uninscribed stone tablet, crouching down to burn paper money. After he completed his offering, the younger relatives who had followed suit proceeded to burn theirs, each contributing some. Once the paper money had been consumed, the group assisted Li Guoxin back to Li Jiatuan, within the ancestral home of the Li family. The inner room of Li Guorin had been opened, adorned with white sails, while everyone in the outer room wore mourning cloth, the atmosphere within heavy with sorrow. Li Huazhong, upon seeing Li Hualin assisting Li Guoxin back, promptly approached and invited him to sit on the kong. As Li Guoxin settled onto the kong, his gaze swept over Li Huashu, and he inquired with curiosity, "So, this must be the youngest of the 13th house?" Li Hualin gently pulled Li Huashu closer and whispered, "Huashu, this is fifth uncle." With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Li Huashu immediately nestled beside Li Guoxin, sweetly calling him fifth uncle, which brought a smile to Li Guoxin's weathered face. "Ah, what a good girl you are, just like your mother was in her youth." "Fifth uncle, you knew my mother when she was young?" Li Huashu exclaimed, instantly slipping off her shoes to sit beside Li Guoxin, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Li Hualin sighed in resignation and led Li Xingyu aside, asking, "Where's your grandfather?" "I haven't seen him at all." "My grandfather?" Li Hualin's question left Li Xingyu momentarily bewildered, and he stammered, "He died on the front lines during the war to resist U.S. aggression and aid Korea, killed by American aircraft. There was nothing left of him." "Why do you ask?" Upon hearing this, Li Hualin was taken aback. It was no wonder he had only seen second uncle Li Rongyuan bustling about. Eldest uncle had long since passed. He waved his hand, signaling that it was of no consequence. After a brief conversation with Li Guoxin, Li Huazhong dismissed the younger generation in the room, saying, "You all should head back. Tonight, we will observe mourning. With me and Hualin here, it is sufficient. Uncle, it's cold in the mountains. Don't go back tonight. Rongyuan has arranged for you and little aunt to stay at our house for a few days." "No, I want to leave. Where my brother is, I shall be." Li Huashu, seeing Li Rongyuan helping Li Guoxin prepare to depart, quickly hid behind Li Hualin, unwilling to leave. In this remote countryside, even if the Shizhou clan were her relatives, she did not trust them. She only relied on her own elder brother. Li Hualin nodded. "Huashu has always been attached to me. Let her stay in the outer room tonight. Uncle is family. Even if there are disagreements, he is still family. It's nothing to worry about." Li Xingyu then spoke up, "I'll stay here tonight as well. If anything arises, I can help out." Upon hearing this, Li Rongyuan nodded and took Li Guoxin home, and the younger generation in the room gradually dispersed. Li Hualin prepared bedding for Li Huashu, indicating that she should remain in the room and not wander into the inner quarters unless necessary, before joining Li Huazhong in the inner room to keep vigil. Logically, Li Hualin was not a direct descendant of Li Guorin, and his father, Li Guozhong, was not born of the same mother as Li Guorin. However, since Li Huazhong had spoken, he could not refuse. After all, it was merely a vigil, which held no fear for him. Li Xingyu brought over wooden blocks to stoke the kong, warming it up, then set out some food on the table and leaned against the kong to read. Before darkness fell, the snow outside, which had just ceased, began to swirl once more. Unable to sleep, Li Huashu wrapped herself in a blanket and scooted closer to Li Xingyu, saying, "Brother Xingyu, if you call me auntie, I will give you your New Year's money." Li Xingyu, exasperated, closed his book and playfully tapped her forehead. "Auntie, is that enough? You're not that old. Why do you always want to act like an elder?" Chapter 73. A little snake, What are you afraid of? Hualin, are you also a student of Longda? The vigil is an exceedingly monotonous affair. Li Huazhong sits beside the heated brick bed, fixated on the paper money in the fire pit, engaging in a desultory conversation with Li Hualin. Outside, snow falls incessantly while cold winds howl. The door to the inner hall stands ajar, and the candles flickering within create an illusion of imminent extinguishment. As the elder of the family, Li Hualin not only oversees the eternal flame, but also takes on the task of composing the elegiac couplets. With a brush in hand, he inscribes the words, "A century of life brings abundant blessings, a millennium of virtue bestows enduring grace," and adds a horizontal inscription, affixing it to the walls on either side. He nods in acknowledgement. Indeed, I shared a dormitory with Xingyu. During our time at school, he was particularly attentive to me. When he returned home, I went to the train station to see him off. Little did I expect that I would turn around to find myself as his great-grandfather. Xingyu is undoubtedly the most accomplished among the younger generation, the only university student in the surrounding villages. Li Huazhong adds more paper money to the fire, ponders for a moment, and softly inquires, "How much do you know about the family?" "Not too much," Li Hualin replies. "I am aware that most of the previous generation perished on the battlefield, leaving only uncle, fifth uncle, my father, and my aunt. By the way, ISNT my aunt in the south. Have you been in touch with her?" The vigil is said to last through the night, and by around 10 o'clock, Li Hualin gently urges Li Huazhong to rest in the outer hall, with Li Xingyu attending to him. The heavy snowfall continues throughout the night, and the following morning, the Li family members take up shovels and brooms to clear the snow, creating a path suitable for passage through the courtyard. With the notice from the previous day, many families from the nearby hamlets are aware of the passing of the Li family patriarch and come to pay their respects. At nearly 80 years of age, it is impossible for Li Huazhong to kneel on the ground to return the neighbors' salutations. Consequently, as the highest-ranking member among the second generation, Li Hualin steps forward, draped in deep mourning attire, kneeling beside the heated bed with some of the younger members of the Li family. Whenever someone comes to pay their respects, he returns the gesture, sparking curiosity among the neighbors about this young man representing the Li family. In a close-knit community, secrets are scarce. It is known that Li Hualin has come from the city and is the elder of the second generation, following Li Huazhong in seniority. This gossip circulates, evolving into a more fantastical narrative, claiming that Li Hualin is the reincarnation of the star of culture, having entered university at the tender age of 15. Despite his youth, it is said that he might eventually hold the highest position in the Li family. As for these rumors, Li Hualin merely smiles, taking them lightly. What defines a family is the primacy of its lineage. Though the older generation of the Li family has mostly passed on, the framework remains intact. Li Guoren is the son of the eldest aunt, the firstborn of Li Fuqiuan, undeniably the pillar of the family. Li Hualin, being the son of Li Guozhong, who is not from the main line but from the western branch, still holds a position as a collateral relative. Regardless of his seniority, as a collateral relative, he possesses only the right to advise, lacking any decision-making authority, and must defer to the main line. Li Huazhong's eldest son perished on the battlefield during the Korean War. Thus, the lineage must continue downwards, leading to Li Mingrue. Regardless of whether Li Huazhong is alive or deceased, the next heir to the Li family will undoubtedly be Li Mingrue, who is none other than the father of Li Xingyu. Once Li Mingrue passes away or steps back from his responsibilities, the mantle of leadership will inevitably fall upon Li Xingyu, a matter entirely detached from Li Hualin. Last night, Li Huazhong shared numerous family matters with Li Hualin, many of which diverged significantly from the narratives presented by Zhao Yakin, leaving him in a state of uncertainty regarding their authenticity. However, irrespective of whose accounts may hold the truth, the fact remains that Li Guoren has departed, and the grievances of the elder generation have been irrevocably laid to rest. As Li Huazhong articulated, the younger generation lacks the authority to pass judgment on matters of right and wrong. Throughout the night of mourning, the haunting whispers of Li Guoren's final moments lingered in Li Hualin's mind, akin to a persistent nightmare, as he felt the depth of Li Guoren's longing for Li Guozhong. In a sense, this departure could be perceived as a form of liberation. As the youngest elder among the second generation, Li Hualin's role is primarily to assist Li Huazhong in arranging Li Guoren's funeral, thus honoring the brotherly bond with his father, Li Guozhong. Throughout the day, the doors of the Li residence remained wide open, welcoming waves of villagers who came to pay their respects and behold Li Guoren's visage. Li Hualin can scarcely recall how many times he has bowed in reverence, his forehead bruised from the repeated gestures. Li Huashu offered to relieve him of this task, but he declined, firmly believing that such responsibilities should not fall upon the shoulders of women. Li Mingrui, the village secretary, remains cautious in the face of lingering societal constraints, choosing to keep a low profile and refraining from publicly supporting traditional mourning practices such as burning offerings or holding vigil. Instead, he remains at the commune, directing the labor of the villagers. Meanwhile, Li Xingqian and Li Xingyu, the two brothers, devoted themselves entirely to mourning, accompanying Li Hualin and kneeling throughout the day, leaving them utterly fatigued. Privately, Li Hualin inquired of Li Xingyu why there were so few male descendants in the lineage of Li Guoren, which had spanned 5 generations. Yet, the response from Li Xingyu rendered him speechless. His understanding of the generation of Li Guoren and Li Huazhong is limited, given the passage of time. Focusing solely on his grandfather, Li Rongzi, Li Huazhong had 5 sons, of whom only the second uncle, Li Rongyuan, remains alive. The others perished on the battlefields of Korea, with none returning home. With the loss of men, the family was left with only wives and mothers, thus leading to an abundance of women. In the generation of Li Xingyu's father, there was but one son, Li Mingrui, while Li Rongyuan had a daughter. Moving down to Li Xingyu's generation, there are only 2 male descendants, Li Xingyu and Li Xingqian, who are twins. As the generations of the Li family dwindle during the night of mourning, only Li Xingyu and Li Xingqian can share the burden with him, while others either do not bear the Li surname or lack the requisite standing. As daylight breaks, Li Hualin must continue to express his condolences. When kneeling becomes unbearable, he resorts to sitting, reassured that no one will criticize his display of mourning. Instead, he receives commendations for his diligence as an elder, truly fulfilling his duty. 5 days had elapsed, and it was time for the burial. Li Huazhong, due to his advanced age, was unable to bid farewell to Li Guoren at the gravesite. As the elder among the second generation of the Li family, Li Hualin had no choice but to shoulder the responsibilities of the interment, leading the family in digging the grave and hosting guests. After a day of bustling activity, everything finally settled down. Fifth uncle, I believe it would be best for you to return to the village. In this mountainous region, the snow is already knee-deep, and it is rather inconvenient for you to be alone. During these 5 days, Li Guoxin had been staying at Li Rongyuan's home, with Li Guoren now buried. He no longer felt the desire to linger and prepared to return home. He specifically requested Li Hualin to accompany him, forbidding anyone else from joining. Li Hualin had never ventured into the mountains before. Upon entering the forest, he found himself mired in the deep snow, almost losing his way. Fortunately, with the guidance of Li Guoxin, a former ranger, he managed to navigate safely to a small courtyard nestled among the trees. As Li Hualin offered words of comfort, Li Guoxin remained indifferent, standing at the courtyard entrance and brushing the snow off his hat, signaling for Li Hualin to open the door. As soon as Li Hualin pushed the door open, he was taken aback by the sight of a colossal snake head protruding from within. Without a moment to ponder, he hoisted Li Guoxin into his arms and fled, only to stumble and fall, terrified beyond belief. What a massive serpent! It could no longer be merely termed a snake. It was a python, with a girth as thick as a water barrel. How could such a creature exist on the outskirts of the forest? Surely, it had transcended to a higher existence. Having fallen to the ground, Li Hualin flung Li Guoxin aside, only to be met with a furious reprimand as Li Guoxin struck him with his cane. You reckless boy, are you trying to kill me? Fifth uncle, you have a snake, a gigantic snake. Those who had never encountered a python could not possibly comprehend Li Hualin's terror at that moment. As he turned to look, he saw the python gliding towards him and Li Guoxin, prompting him to hoist Li Guoxin once more and continue to run. When confronted with life and death, instinct took over. All that occupied Li Hualin's mind was the primal urge to survive. To his utter astonishment, the python, upon reaching Li Guoxin's side, obediently halted. And when Li Guoxin tapped its head with his cane, it lowered itself, as if feeling aggrieved. Goodness, I seemed to perceive a sense of grievance in the python's eyes. Was it not decreed after the establishment of the Republic that such creatures should not attain sentience? Who permitted you to emerge? Li Guoxin, observing the cold sweat trickling down Li Hualin's face, gestured for him to set him down, then brushed the snow from his clothes. This is Dahe. I rescued it many years ago while on patrol in the mountains, and it has stuck by me ever since. You see now, young lad, why I prefer not to return to the village. It is not that I do not wish to go back, but Dahe simply cannot coexist with the villagers. Dahe, this is my little nephew. You have frightened him. Upon hearing this, Dahe slithered backward, keeping a respectful distance from Li Hualin and coiling itself upon a mound of snow. Fifth uncle, you mean to say you are raising this python? Li Hualin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, utterly astonished. How could a person possibly coexist peacefully with a python? This is certainly not a tale akin to the legend of the New White Lady. However, upon gazing at the pitiful expression of the large black snake in the distance, Li Hualin couldn't help but pinch his own face. How could he possibly feel a sense of grievance while perched upon a python? Enough already. Why must the Li family be so timid? What is there to fear from a mere snake? Come inside with me. Li Guoxin tapped Li Hualin with his cane and, leaning on it, made his way toward the courtyard, while the large black snake hurriedly vacated the path and followed closely behind. Fifth uncle, where do you see it as a small snake? It could swallow both of us without even a burp, exclaimed Li Hualin, astonished. Good heavens, has this python truly become a spirit? He brushed the snow off his backside, evaded the large black serpent, and stealthily trailed Li Guoxin into the courtyard, his eyes fixated on the snake, ready to bolt at any moment. The courtyard was quaintly rustic, enclosed by wooden walls typical of the Western Zhou dynasty. The open space was expansive, with a solitary brick house situated at its center. Li Guoxin stood at the entrance of the brick house, glancing back at Li Hualin. You little rascal, why are you dawdling? Chapter 74. Come. Let me show you some real treasures. Fifth uncle, do you live here all by yourself? And with that large black snake? Li Hualin hastened past the snake, approaching the door, his peripheral vision never straying far from the creature. The large black snake lay languidly coiled in the snow, exuding an air of indifference, which elicited a sigh of relief from Li Hualin. Upon entering the house, Li Hualin surveyed his surroundings. The heated Kong was a northern staple, and in the corner stood a fire stove, wooden cabinets, and an assortment of ropes, axes, machetes, and traps. The walls were adorned with a long tube flashlight, an old-fashioned telescope, two double-barreled flintlock rifles, a Model 38 rifle, a lieutenant's sword, and a triangular military dagger. Wow, these are authentic, exclaimed Li Hualin. Fifth uncle, you have a Japanese Model 38 rifle just hanging here. Aren't you worried about attracting trouble from the red armbands? Captivated by the Model 38, he took it down for examination, working the bolt and relishing the echoing click, then aimed at the branches outside, noting the perfect alignment of the rifling. He then returned the rifle to its place and drew the lieutenant's sword, finding it well maintained, with distinct brown stains adorning the blade. The 1932 model officer's sword featured a narrow blade, a star-patterned hilt inscribed with the words "May military fortune last long," a brass-covered scabbard, and a wooden grip. On the left side, it bore the mark of the Tokyo Artillery Factory, dated the 12th year of the Showa era, while the right side was inscribed with the name Yamada Jiro. The characters were in Japanese, and though they appeared somewhat worn from frequent handling, they were still legible upon closer inspection. Having been away for some time, the house had grown as cold as a cellar. Li Guoxin sat on a small stool, tossing firewood into the Kong pit, casting a glance at Li Hualin as he examined the bayonet, his eyes revealing a hint of nostalgia intertwined with pride. During the Battle of Pink Singwen, I led a team to intercept the Japanese supply trucks near the Old Lord Temple and encountered that lieutenant named Yamada Jiro. I exchanged a few blows with him before delivering a decisive cut to his neck, and this lieutenant's sword became my trophy. He reminisced, noting that while such items were plentiful on the battlefield, few could be claimed in their entirety. He had kept it as a memento after being wounded and retiring. This object bears an air of gravitas. Have you observed the blood gauge above? It has darkened significantly. Typically, I regard it as mere decor, seldom engaging with it. As for the armband you mentioned, some years ago, they came to my residence seeking trouble, making various claims. I summoned Dahe, and he frightened them away. How dare they, without considering the name of Li Jiaduan, challenge me? The spoils I acquired were earned through my own prowess. They have no right to speak on the matter. Gradually, the temperature in the room began to rise. Li Guoxin gestured towards the cabinet. There lies a wooden box. Please, open it. Li Hualin, enamored, sheathed the lieutenant's saber and hung it on the wall before proceeding to open the cabinet. Retrieving a wooden box that he placed on the Kong and opened. Inside the box were numerous small cloth bundles. Upon casually unwrapping a few, he discovered they contained the honor medals of the 8th Route Army. These medals were circular, approximately 45 millimeters in diameter, crafted from copper and silver plated on the surface. The central motif featured a red five-pointed star, which encompassed the hammer and sickle emblem. Surrounding the star were wheat ears and gears, beneath which lay a red ribbon inscribed with the words 8th Route Army Honor Medal, while the reverse bore a serial number and date of issuance. Hualin examined one of the medals closely. It was something he had only seen worn on television, and now he beheld the genuine article. According to the classification of honor medals from that era, there were 3 levels. The first class Independence and Freedom Medal was gold, the second class was gold and silver, and the third class was silver. The medals in his possession were silver, indicating they were of the third class. While he was uncertain what merit warranted such an award, their significance was undeniable. Carefully wrapping the medal in a handkerchief, Hualin lifted an oilcloth package, noting its shape suggested it contained a firearm, specifically a pistol. Eagerly, he unwrapped the oil paper to reveal a well-maintained, silver-plated, ornately engraved 1906 Browning pistol. Removing the magazine, he found it filled with bullets. He gently cycled the action, aiming at a branch outside the window, appreciating the superb handling. Guoxin observed Hualin's fondness for the Browning and chuckled. This pistol, along with that saber, was seized from that Japanese lieutenant. The Japanese typically used the Wangba model, while the Browning was reserved for their upper echelons. It holds more aesthetic than practical value, especially this engraved version. I surmise that the lieutenant I dispatched must have been of noble status among the Japanese. This weapon was highly coveted back then, yet I persevered under pressure to keep it. Hualin engaged the safety on the pistol, reinserted the magazine, and reluctantly wrapped it in the oil paper. Nodding in agreement. You are correct. The Browning was indeed rare during the War of Resistance, and such engraved pieces were only accessible to the Japanese aristocracy. This is a true treasure. You must safeguard it well. As long as it remains undisclosed, it could serve as a family heirloom. Aside from the medals and pistol, the box also contained several yellowed notebooks. Hualin retrieved one to examine, discovering it filled with illustrations of medicinal herbs, each marked with dates. Unsure of their significance, he returned it to its original place. He turned to glance at Guoxin, who was merely smiling at him, and pushed the box before him. Fifth uncle, you asked me to find a box, but what exactly are you looking for? Guoxin opened an oil paper bag, withdrew a Browning, and mimicked aiming it at Hualin before tossing it into his hands. I am 85 this year. It's time for me to depart. I have no descendants, so I ought to leave something for those who come after me. Among the brothers back in the day, the one who fared the worst was your father. His stubbornness and rigidity left no room for flexibility. However, your recent conduct has been quite to my liking. Since you have taken a fancy to this pistol, it is yours, provided you refrain from misdeeds. Instinctively, Hualin caught the Browning, but furrowed his brow at Guoxin's words. Fifth uncle, firearms are prohibited now. Are you really giving this to me? Prohibited? Safety emerges from the barrel of a gun. While you may choose not to use it, you cannot be without one. With that, he opened a hidden compartment in the wooden box, tossed a pack of bullets to Hualin, then rose to retrieve a Type 38 rifle. Slinging it over his shoulder, along with a military canteen and a spade, and made his way toward the door. Noticing Hualin standing still, he frowned. Come along. I shall show you some true treasures. True treasures? Seeing Guoxin carry a rifle, Hualin surmised they were heading into the mountains. He quickly returned the box to its place, tucked the Browning at his lower back, and grabbed a hunting rifle and a triangular bayonet from the wall. In the courtyard, Guoxin signaled for Dehe to guard the house. When he saw Hualin emerge fully armed, he broke into a grin. Keep up. Hualin passed Dehe and locked the courtyard door behind him, intending to assist Guoxin. However, to his surprise, Guoxin, despite his frail condition in the village, did not lean on a cane as they entered the mountains. Although he walked with a noticeable limp, his pace was such that Hualin had to jog to keep up. The mountains held a plethora of wildlife. Among the easier targets were robes, wild deer, and rabbits, while the more formidable creatures included wild boars, bears, and tigers. Indeed, wild boars were the bane of hunters, followed by bears, and then tigers. Wild boars, lacking intelligence, are omnivorous and will attack upon sight, heedless of danger. Their thick hide makes it challenging to bring them down unless one strikes their eyes or ears. At a distance, one might be safe, but if they close in, even seasoned hunters find themselves in peril without traps. As they entered the forest, the snow underfoot deepened. Guoxin navigated with a careful rhythm, occasionally stopping as if to discern something, then continued leading Li Hualin onward. He observed Li Hualin closely, insisting that he must follow the exact path he took, straying not an inch. When a wild deer popped its head up in the thicket, Li Hualin instinctively raised his hunting rifle, but Li Guoxin halted, pressing the barrel down and shaking his head. The bear is deemed a secondary threat due to its cunning. It will not attack unless provoked, especially when it is not hungry. Tigers, being the most intelligent, are aware of the dangers posed by human weaponry. Hence they tend to remain hidden deep within the mountains, much like bears. We no longer require hunting. That deer we encountered moments ago was not worth pursuing. My purpose in bringing you into the mountains is not for the sake of hunting, but rather to guide you along the paths. Li Hualin cautiously followed behind Li Guoxin, unable to suppress his admiration. Uncle Wu, you hardly seem like a man in your 80s. Alas, one must accept the passage of time. In my youth, I could march 50 li in a day, laden with ammunition, without a hint of fatigue. Now, venturing into the mountains proves to be a challenge. Fortunately, our destination lies at the forest's edge, not too far away. Pay close attention to your footing. I have concealed many pitfalls along the way. Should you step carelessly, it could lead to dire consequences. After traversing the western terrain for over an hour, Li Guoxin finally halted at the base of a cliff. Searching for markers amidst the winter landscape, muttering in frustration, winter makes locating the marks cumbersome. Much is concealed beneath the snow. I recall it being in this direction. He approached a few ancient trees, knocking on their trunks. Once the snow settled, he caressed the bark with a grin. I knew it was impossible to miss. Li Guoxin pointed to a spot approximately 7 or 8 meters from the old trees. Dig here. The treasure lies beneath. Chapter 75. This must be quite an extraordinary item. But what exactly is it? I've inquired along the way, yet you remain elusive. Since you insist on digging, then dig you shall, Li Hualin replied, taking the shovel and commencing his work at the designated location. Though the snow was thick, it was not overly difficult to excavate. And soon he uncovered a disarray of fallen timber and some fragments of stone beneath the snow. Upon noticing the exposed timber, Li Guoxin took the shovel, chiseling away at the frozen wood. After removing a section, a glimpse of red string was revealed. This is old mountain ginseng. After my discharge from service, I became a ranger, and my health was abysmal. I sought to find some old ginseng in the mountains to restore my vitality. Eventually, I discovered this specimen, which had already developed 5 leaves, approximately 50 or 60 years old. To unearth such a treasure would be a travesty. So I bound it with red string and concealed it beneath the fallen timber. I would return periodically to ensure it remained hidden, and thus, it has been safeguarded for over 30 years. When your uncle fell gravely ill, I contemplated unearthing this ginseng to prolong his life, but he steadfastly refused. Instead, I had to settle for a lesser specimen, one with merely over a decade of age. You may wonder how the Li family has endured. It is largely due to the benefits of this old mountain ginseng that your uncle reached the age of 100. If a ginseng of merely over 10 years can sustain him to such an age, I can only imagine the effects of this nearly century-old specimen. It is too precious to consume, and I do not dare to use it. Your generation is marked by loss, and those who remain will not last long. Hualin will not endure much longer either, making it a waste to offer this ginseng to him. Li Mingrue is a calculating man, driven by self-interest, and I have no fondness for him. Thus this old mountain ginseng shall not be given to him. In the short term, this old mountain ginseng will remain undiscovered. Yet you must remember this place. Should the day come when you find yourself in dire need, it may very well save your life. The future of the Li family ultimately rests upon you and Xingyu. This is all I can bequeath to you, so do not squander my efforts. Li Guoxin gently patted Li Hualin on the shoulder. After filling the snow shell, he led Li Hualin to explore the vicinity of the fault cliff, pointing out several subtle markers and encouraging him to leave his own marks nearby. In Li Guoxin's words, the most treasured possession of Uncle Wu had already been bestowed upon him. Although this old ginseng had not reached a century in age, it boasted over 90 years. Merely a step away from the century mark, possessing the potency akin to that of a century-old ginseng. If there is no urgency to use it, let it continue to grow here. After all, a 100-year-old ginseng will undoubtedly surpass one that is merely 99 years old. He advised Li Hualin to remember this place, for that old ginseng would belong to him. Should he forget, it would signify that he was fated to part with it, leaving it for others to claim. Li Hualin had only heard of century-old ginseng in his previous life, primarily through novels, and had never even seen it on television. in stories. Such treasures could transform into glowing, ethereal beings. To his astonishment, he encountered a ginseng over 90 years old in this life, a true gem. He diligently observed the surrounding terrain, committing the hiding spot of the wild ginseng to memory. Rest assured, Uncle Wu, even if I forget to eat or sleep, I shall never forget this place. You have truly shown me a magnificent treasure. Satisfied with his commitment, Li Guoxin then guided Li Hualin back along the original path, where they discovered another old ginseng beneath a different fault cliff. Upon closer inspection, this particular ginseng was approximately 30 years old. Harvesting ginseng requires great care. As its value lies in its roots, one must excavate delicately, ensuring the soil surrounding the old ginseng is handled with precision. The roots need to be carefully cleaned, and the soil removed without haste. The older the ginseng, the more meticulous the process. For instance, with this 30-year-old specimen, employing the techniques I have taught you, it would take no less than 3 to 5 hours. If you were to harvest that soon-to-be century-old ginseng, it would be prudent to prepare a full day, equipped with all necessary tools, for haste is ill-advised. Li Hualin squatted beside Li Guoxin, his eyes fixated on the process of ginseng harvesting, diligently recording all tools and steps while nodding in understanding. Suddenly, he heard the sound of snow being trampled in the distance and quickly raised his hunting rifle, positioning himself protectively behind Li Guoxin. Ah, this creature has an extraordinary sense of smell. I have just begun harvesting ginseng, and it comes to disrupt. Such creatures are rarely seen in the woods. After years of patrolling the mountains, I have encountered only 2, and one managed to escape. Do you know how to shoot? Would you dare to hunt a lynx? If you take it down, Uncle Wu will teach you how to skin it, so you can craft a fur hat. Uncle Wu, is this creature particularly ferocious? Li Hualin, holding the rifle, gazed at a creature emerging slowly from the trees, resembling a large orange cat, but significantly larger. Its reddish-brown fur covered a body approximately 1.5 meters long, with a feline face, ears resembling antennas, a robust physique, and short, thick legs, while its tail was short and bluntly rounded, reminiscent of a leopard. Upon its appearance, it assumed a pouncing posture, its eyes filled with a cruel glint, continually baring its teeth at Li Hualin. He had seen lynxes in the animal world. It was said that these creatures were exceptionally agile, rivaling the speed of a cheetah, and their claws were sharper than those of a tiger. Before him stood a creature far larger than those typically seen on television, its demeanor exuding a ferocity that instilled in Li Hualin an unsettling illusion of being on the verge of being pounced upon and torn apart. In this moment, it was clear that either he or the lynx must perish. Without a trace of hesitation, Li Hualin fired 2 shots at the lynx. To his astonishment, the lynx proved to be even more agile than he had anticipated, effortlessly evading the bullets and lunging toward him. The cumbersome flintlock rifle required tedious reloading. Leaving Li Hualin with no time to spare, he discarded the firearm and unsheathed a triangular bayonet to strike at the lynx. The lynx swiftly retreated, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on him, constantly shifting its position before launching another attack. After repelling the lynx with a blow, Li Hualin drew his Browning pistol, wielding it in his left hand while brandishing the bayonet in his right as he faced the oncoming beast once more. Once again, the lynx retreated, its fleshy claws crunching against the snow, as it appeared to realize that the human was protecting something behind him, rendering him unable to escape the spot. With a series of relentless assaults, it flanked Li Hualin, raking its claws against his outer garment and leaving deep gashes that revealed the large patch of fabric beneath. Li Hualin gazed at the torn patch, lamenting its loss. How could he bear to part with $20? You wretched beast, I had no intention of killing you. If you seek death, do not blame me for what follows. Recognizing the lynx's strategy, Li Hualin resolutely abandoned his defensive stance to counterattack. However, the lynx's speed thwarted his efforts. He could not land a blow. The creature, undeterred by the flailing weapons of the human, felt emboldened, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust as it prepared for a direct confrontation. It leapt before Li Hualin, who unexpectedly stumbled, further confirming the lynx's assumptions. But in the next heartbeat, a sudden gunshot rang out, and the lynx realized darkness had enveloped it, collapsing lifelessly beside Li Hualin. Truly, a beast is a beast. Did it think the Browning in my hands was merely a stick for kindling? I fell deliberately to deceive you. Li Hualin rose, using the bayonet to inflict several fatal wounds to the lynx's neck, ensuring its demise before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. In the future, This creature would be deemed a protected species, with others scurrying away upon its sight. Yet in 1978, if it dared to show itself, it would be nothing more than a hat. Li Hualin scavenged the remnants of his damaged garment, assessing the remaining pieces. Well, not too dreadful. With some effort, he could repair it. Ah, young man, this triangular bayonet has proven useful, has it not? Did old 13 teach you this? Li Guoxin had been diligently digging for ginseng, not sparing a glance even as Li Hualin was assaulted by the lynx. Only upon witnessing Li Hualin slay the lynx did he nod in satisfaction. No, my father did not teach me this. It was the drill instructor who imparted this knowledge during training. I never anticipated it would come in handy. Raising his arm, Li Hualin scrutinized the gashes in his garment. Alas, my outerwear. I shall have to sew it when I return. Dragging the lynx's lifeless body to Li Guoxin and tossing it aside, he then retrieved his fallen rifle, inspecting it for any damage. Upon finding it intact, he remarked quietly, "Uncle Wu, a creature of such size, surely it could serve not just as a hat, but even as a shawl. Pray tell, can bear skin be fashioned into garments? And what, I wonder, is the flavor of bear paws? Are they delectable?"